Chapter 1000, Relentless Pursuit, Part 2. Gazing at the increasingly ominous forest ahead, Haochen discerned, without a shadow of a doubt, that he had likely traversed from the periphery of the Azure Sea Jungle into its very heart. Indeed, he could not afford to venture further, otherwise he would find himself either perishing at the hands of that group or, worse yet, becoming prey to the ferocious beasts of this verdant labyrinth. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Haochen swiftly retrieved a set of garments from his storage ring and changed his attire in haste. "How about this? I shall temporarily house both of you within one of my treasures," he remarked lightly, recalling that Feishuang and Weier were also cultivating within the treasure space. "You mean you found Feishuang and rescued Weier? You are that Chen Hao?" one of them exclaimed. "I should have known it was you. Haochen, Chen Hao, haha." Before he could finish his sentence, Haochen had already enveloped Huang Xian and the little girl into the demon suppression tower. He deliberately kept them separate. At the moment he rescued Huang Xian and the little girl, Xiao Zui had already sensed that the little girl was not human. Thus, when Haochen confined her within the tower, he seized the opportunity to restrain her, revealing her true form, which was none other than a snow python akin to the misty Wyram. After subduing the little girl's snow python form, Haochen promptly summoned Sun Yang and instructed her to investigate the lineage of the little girl. In the next moment, employing the art of thieving heaven and switching day with night, he concealed his presence, altered his appearance, and transformed the dark aura into that of a youth hunting in the woods. Once he had regulated his breathing, Haochen turned and ambled in another direction, confident that the demon hunters would no longer recognize him. Sure enough, after slowing his pace, it was not long before he sensed someone closing in. Why is it not that lad? The 9 black-clad demon hunters finally caught up to Haochen. Upon discerning his visage and attire, they were momentarily taken aback. One of the cloaked figures inquired, "Boy, who are you and how did you come to be here?" Unfazed, Haochen replied with poise, "I am a disciple of the Lan family, here in the Azure Sea Jungle to gather herbs for my master." Having been informed by the 7th princess about the familial dynamics between Quanglan City and Azure Sea City, he boldly invoked the name of the Lan family to bolster his stature. "Ah, a scion of the Lan family. Might I inquire if you have seen a young human pass through here?" Upon hearing the mention of the Lan family, the demeanor of the group shifted to one of courtesy as they scanned the vicinity for any other members of the Lan family. Indeed, a young man, visibly anxious, hastily made his way past just a moment ago. Haochen maintained his composure, gesturing to describe the young man's appearance and casually pointing in a direction. Fortunately, he did not head southwest. Otherwise, should he have ventured into the Demon God Valley guarded by the Dragon Hawk, we would not need to pursue him further. Many have recently sought to challenge the Dragon Hawk for its eggs, only to lose their lives in the Demon God Valley, the lead figure said eagerly. "Thank you." The black-clad figures promptly darted in the direction Haochen indicated. Reflecting on the lead assassin's words, Haochen pondered, the Demon God Valley, the Dragon Hawk's eggs. A profound curiosity stirred within him as he contemplated venturing forth. In an instant, his figure flickered and, without a sound, darted swiftly towards the southwest. "Brother, are we perhaps heading in the wrong direction? How could that lad possibly outrun us?" one of them questioned. "Indeed, it makes no sense," another echoed. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with that boy ahead." After several relentless pursuits, the group of celestial demons began to tire, sensing something unusual. "Yes, that disciple of the Lan family seems rather peculiar," one remarked. "Members of the Lan family are usually so arrogant, they would never converse amicably with others." Another added, "I can't help but feel that this Lan disciple possesses strength comparable to Chen Hao." The leader of the celestial demons suddenly realized, his anger boiling over. "Damn it. What do you mean comparable? It must be that boy. He has likely employed a concealment and disguise technique to fool us. We must turn back and pursue him. The cunning lad. I shall pierce your heart with 1,000 arrows." The group then retraced their steps. Surely the figures in Black Haven tea followed us here, Haochen thought, glancing back with a sigh of relief. After sprinting for some time, the dark energy within him was nearly depleted. Even if he activated all the energy stored in his dark core, he could hardly withstand the exhaustion from such a frantic escape. While traversing the demon realm, Haochen could only utilize dark energy, refraining from using any other elemental forces. Once depleted, he would have to rely on celestial stones for replenishment. The thought of those pursuers still possibly trailing him made his head throb with anxiety. "Brother, look at these traces. The group of black-clad celestial demons returned to the spot where they had previously encountered Haochen, discovering the remnants he had left behind. Pursue. This time, we cannot allow that lad to escape from under our noses again. The 9 black-clad celestial demons hurriedly followed the trail without regard for direction. Haochen felt the trees growing sparser, his unease mounting as he inwardly mused. Surely I haven't already left the beehive forest. Just then, a voice from a distance thundered. This lad can really run. We've chased him this far, and still haven't caught a glimpse of him. Damn it, when we find him, I'll surely flay him alive. If it weren't for the Lord's strict orders to take this boy's life, would I have come to this wretched place? Hearing the distant voices, Haochen's heart tightened as he thought, could they have caught up to me? Look, we've finally spotted that lad, someone exclaimed, having noticed Haochen's silhouette. Haochen feigned composure, maintaining an air of tranquility. Since they were able to return and seek him out, it was evident they had seen through his previous disguise. He needed to devise another plan to escape. Boy, stop pretending. You've got some nerve to toy with us. Let us see how you escape this time, came the mocking voices. Once the celestial demons discovered Haochen, they began to surround him from a distance, attempting to encircle him. Although the black-clad figures suspected that this self-proclaimed disciple of the Lan family was indeed the target of their pursuit, they still needed confirmation. Meanwhile, Haochen remained unperturbed, calculating his next move. Time was of the essence. Eliminating this lad and claiming his life would earn them a reward at the Lord's residence. Listening to the conversations of these individuals, Haochen finally comprehended that the Lord of the Wild Waves had placed a bounty on his life. The leader's expression darkened. Haochen's silence spoke volumes, for before him stood Chen Hao. Although they had him surrounded, they dared not let their guard down, wary of another slip-up. Humph! Killing you will avenge our fallen commander. One of the dark-clad celestial demons sneered, drawing forth a demonic dagger and licking its blade with his tongue, directing its edge toward Haochen. Though Haochen maintained a facade of composure, his back was already soaked, and cold sweat trickled down his body. Engaging in a one-on-one battle with a celestial demon was daunting enough, let alone facing 9 of them simultaneously. Formulating a plan, he observed the encroaching dark figures, and suddenly burst into laughter. The 9 dark-clad celestial demons were taken aback. Could this boy possibly be prepared, laughing in such dire circumstances? Chapter 1001. By any means necessary, you fools are courting death. After a few hearty laughs, Haochen's expression turned serious as he swiftly drew the demon-esque grief sword. This is bad. The demon-esque grief sword, a treasure of the demon realm, is imbued with the essence of the demon god. Everyone, stay alert. The sword, renowned for its earth-shattering power, had once slain the demon assassin Chu Chang and the celestial demon assassin Yi Wuhuan, a fact that weighed heavily on their minds. At that moment, as Haochen brandished the demon-esque grief sword, the others were struck with terror and hastily retreated, fearing the blade's lethal edge. It was then that Haochen suddenly sheathed the sword, observing the panicked retreat of the dark-clad figures. Finding it amusing, he hesitated no longer and dashed toward the dense forest ahead. The sword merely unleashed a wave of sword energy. Without the blood-poison spirit and the profound ice spirit to aid him, Haochen could not slay the celestial demon assassin Yi Wuhuan. Otherwise, he would not need to flee, but could easily dispatch the remaining 9. The dark figures, recognizing the sword's potential to unleash devastating energy, were akin to shadows of fear. Haochen cleverly exploited this fear as a means to secure a slim chance of survival. It appeared that his gamble had paid off. Damn it, tricked again by this brat. The 9 dark-clad celestial demons retreated at breakneck speed, but without witnessing the anticipated cataclysmic sword energy, they quickly realized their folly. As they watched Haochen gradually vanish into the woods, they cursed under their breath. What a disgrace. I shall ensure this boy suffers a most dreadful demise. Even the typically composed leader, after being outwitted by Haochen once more, erupted in rage and was the first to pursue him again. The remaining 8 dark figures followed suit. Hastily giving chase, Haochen continued to toy with and lure the dark assassins toward the Demon God Valley, all the while avoiding encounters with numerous formidable magical beasts that he came across. Now was not the time to clash with such creatures. Additionally, he occasionally heard disturbances, sounds of startled birds and beasts, indicating that the 9 dark figures were indeed in pursuit. These pests were as bothersome as parasites. And as Haochen contemplated how to deliver a decisive blow to the dark assassins, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He could not tell how far he had ventured, but he sensed the air in the forest growing increasingly frigid. A sudden, fierce and tyrannical aura surged forth, akin to waves crashing relentlessly, sweeping across the landscape with flying sand and stones, raising a cloud of dust reminiscent of a sandstorm. Within this tempestuous atmosphere resided an extreme arrogance, a dragon's might that sent shivers down the spine. Haochen understood that he was nearing the territory of the jungle dragon owl. Even before setting foot upon it, a sense of dread enveloped him. Terrifying. Drawing a deep breath, Haochen's expression grew gravely serious. Such a magical beast was an adversary he had never encountered before. In an instant, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He would devise a means to utilize the dragon owl to eliminate those pesky pursuers. In the ominous realm of magical beasts, Haochen proceeded cautiously, stealthily making his way to a hilltop. Below lay an expansive, unending plain, and at that moment, he had stepped out of the Azure Sea Jungle. A dragon owl, exceeding 10 meters in length, lay asleep atop a massive boulder. Haochen's pupils abruptly constricted, his heart racing wildly. This was a creature imbued with dragon blood, and encountering such a formidable presence left no room for reaction. One could perish without even experiencing pain. More alarmingly, should the magical beast unleash its oppressive aura, the ability to move would become a grave uncertainty. Haochen's heart trembled. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. This colossal and fearsome magical beast reigned supreme over the wilderness, its frenzied essence rippling outward, declaring its dominion over the land. At that moment, the dragon owl rested with closed eyes, its breath causing faint sparks to flicker in the surrounding air. Advancing further would breach the dragon owl's threshold of vigilance. Even in its eyes, Haochen, akin to a mere insect, could rouse it from slumber. Perhaps it would disdainfully return to its dreams, or perhaps, in a fit of rage, it would annihilate any intruder the moment its eyes opened. No one dared to gamble on such possibilities, and Haochen certainly did not dare. Thus, he summoned the demon suppression tower into his palm, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. At this juncture, Haochen had adopted a dark attribute, suppressing his presence to become a magic-less demon, crawling into the dragon owl's territory. A human devoid of any magical energy appeared as nothing more than an insignificant ant in the eyes of the dragon owl, eliciting no interest whatsoever. At this moment, Haochen was strategizing. He intended to use the dragon owl to ambush the black-clad celestial demons, provoking the dragon owl to incite a beast tide. From his storage ring, he retrieved a thunderbolt bomb, burying it beneath the ground, and from the space of his jade pendant, he extracted a storage box containing alluring powder. Placing it atop the bomb, his plan was to detonate a substantial amount of the alluring powder, triggering a beast tide to ensnare all those pursuing him. The 9 celestial demon assassins trailing Haochen suddenly emerged from the Azure Sea Jungle, feeling a flicker of reassurance. "Kid, let us see where you run now." The celestial demons could not soar within the confines of the jungle, but in the open, devoid of trees, they could fly freely, granting them unmatched superiority over those unable to take flight. Surrounding and hunting Haochen was akin to an eagle catching a chick with ease. However, as they glanced down and beheld the dragon owl beneath them, their spirits plummeted. "Retreat!" The leading black-clad assassin, a late-stage celestial demon, exclaimed in shock upon sighting the dragon owl. However, upon witnessing 9 black-clad assassins approaching the vicinity of Long Zhao's territory, Haochen's consciousness stirred, triggering an instant detonation of a thunderous explosive. The resounding blast shattered Long Zhao's blissful reverie. With a furious roar, Long Zhao, who had been dreaming of marrying a bride, found his idyllic fantasy abruptly transformed into a fleeting illusion. "How audacious, to dare create disturbances within my domain, akin to a lapdog seeking death in its own excrement." With blood-red eyes fixated on the 9 cloaked figures, Long Zhao unleashed a ferocious bellow, causing dark clouds to converge ominously in the heavens, accompanied by the rolling thunder and lightning that rent the sky asunder. The dim, desolate landscape transformed into an oppressive atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. With a sudden unfurling of his wings, Long Zhao ascended into the air with the swiftness of lightning, launching himself towards the assailants. Meanwhile, Haochen, who had been lying low within Long Zhao's territory, squinted as he was swept away by the fierce wind generated by Long Zhao's wings, tumbling several dozen yards before he managed to rise. The enraged Long Zhao soared through the sky, while the beasts on the ground went into a frenzy, driven mad by the allure of the demon powder that incited the nearby creatures. With a swift motion, and seeing Long Shao completely diverted, Haochen stretched his arms wide and stepped into the very heart of Long Zhao's domain. The barren expanse was littered with countless bones, remnants of both demonic beasts and human cultivators. A thick, lingering aura of slaughter permeated the air, entwined with the pungent scent of blood and the heavy weight of resentment, creating an atmosphere as treacherous as a quagmire. As Haochen ventured further into this grim landscape, he found each step to be a monumental challenge. The sheer number of slain beasts and humans was staggering. Gazing at the scattered bones, a profound shock flickered in Haochen's eyes. It was no wonder that no one dared to provoke Long Shao. Continuing forward, after traversing 100 miles, a place several times larger than the Fenglin Gorge came into view. The scene within the gorge starkly contrasted with the rest of the demon realm. Fragrant flowers and lush greenery filled the landscape, and rare blooms and extraordinary fruits flourished abundantly on the ground. The air was thick with the rich essence of celestial energy, and with each breath, one felt as though they had entered a paradise of the immortal realm. Haochen had arrived at the enigmatic location of the demon realm, the Valley of Divine Demons. Chapter 1002. Advancement in Adversity. The Valley of Divine Demons is a peculiar place within the demon realm, distinct from its surroundings. Not only does it harbor abundant demon essence stones, but it is also home to high-grade celestial essence mineral veins. Furthermore, the valley serves as a forbidden area within the demon realm, a sanctuary for powerful beings, a holy ground for those who cultivate both celestial and demonic arts, and a coveted treasure trove for those seeking to cross into the celestial realm. It remains unclear when it began, but a formidable being of the demon realm had tamed a beast dragon, confining it here to guard this mysterious locale. Within this small world of the demon realm lies the Valley of Divine Demons. Truly, it is the domain of a sovereign. Even the renowned Valley of Divine Demons resides within its embrace. Despite the allure of the many extraordinary fruits within the valley, Haochen forcibly averted his gaze. Suppressing his greed, he had not come for such trifles and could not afford distractions. Before long, he beheld a vast blood pool contained within a barrier, emerging into his line of sight. As Haocen's eyes gleamed with vitality, the thick, malevolent aura permeated the air, laced with a hint of the dragon hawk's essence. Clearly, this blood pool was formed from the primal essence of the beast, meticulously condensed and refined. Haochen surmised that the purpose of this reservoir was to allow newly hatched dragon hawks to soak within, enabling them to traverse their most vulnerable stages of life. In the southern region of the Qianyuan realm, within a cavern, Haochen encountered such a blood pool. He harnessed its power for cultivation, thereby attaining a state of transcendence and breaking through the sealing barriers of the Qianyuan realm. If a blood demon were present, their eyes would undoubtedly sparkle with desire, disregarding all else to immerse themselves within. For Haochen, the allure was no different. Not only did he practice the arts of immortality, sorcery, and demonology, but he was also well acquainted with the ways of blood demons, mastering techniques such as blood escape and blood shadow palm, and condensing blood shadow pearls, all of which required substantial quantities of blood to fuel their power. Though the aura within the pool was chaotic and impure, Haochen could employ the lesser yang technique to absorb the malevolence for his own benefit. He believed he was not far from the dragon hawk's lair. Arriving at the dragon hawk's territory, he was determined not to overlook the treasures it hoarded, including the blood within the pool. However, a more pressing matter awaited. He needed to locate the dragon hawk eggs. Continuing forward, he soon reached a lair enveloped in a crude barrier. The barrier's rudimentary construction was unsurprising, considering the dragon hawk was a beast relying solely on its innate powers for such defenses. This was sufficient for the dragon hawk, as no one dared to approach this location, except for Haochen, the exception. Inside the lair lay 2 dragon hawk eggs, each the size of a human head, exuding a potent aura of blood and latent power. One must leave a path for others, Haochen mused, unceremoniously taking one of the superior eggs into his jade pendant space. He then swept the surrounding area of other treasures and, turning back, did not overlook the blood in the pool, though he only collected half of it. By inadvertently wandering into the dragon hawk's domain, he had plotted against the infernal assassins of the demon realm while also seizing the dragon hawk's hoard, including one of the precious eggs. Although he left a semblance of goodwill, taking one egg and half the blood was an immeasurable loss for the dragon hawk. Having pilfered from the creature, it was imperative that he depart swiftly. As the dragon hawk battled the infernal assassins in the void, Haochen did not flee into the wilderness, but instead quietly exited the demon god valley, returning to the perilous depths of the Azure Sea Jungle. He darted through the forest with remarkable speed, not pausing for a moment. He understood that although the dragon hawk would not immediately realize its egg was missing, once it discovered the loss, the ensuing wrath would send tremors throughout the entire Azure Sea Jungle. An hour later, Haochen concealed himself atop a towering tree within the jungle. As he caught his breath, just as he was about to depart, his brow furrowed slightly, a peculiar expression crossing his face as a wave of overwhelming energy surged from within him, causing his blood to pulse violently within his dantian. In a state of unparalleled excitement, the blood coursed through Haochen's veins, and a rare expression of astonishment graced his face. This astonishment was accompanied by an uncontrollable surge of ferocity emanating from his bloodline. Although he had already attained the pinnacle of human immortality, at this moment, the exhilarating thrill ignited an opportunity for breakthrough. It seemed that even thievery could spark a chance for advancement. Though this ascension arrived at an inopportune time, missing such an opportunity would render future breakthroughs uncertain. Upon discovering the theft of the dragonhawk egg, the fierce dragonhawk would scour the azure forests in search of the thief. In this perilous location, advancing to the celestial realm was akin to courting death. Haochen contemplated the most treacherous, yet simultaneously secure spot. Thus, he boldly unleashed the wings of the wind, swiftly returning to the demon god valley. Once again infiltrating the valley, Haochen concealed himself near the dragonhawk's lair. He then dispatched his blood-poisoned spirit doppelganger and the celestial ice spirit doppelganger to positions 100 feet away, keeping the interdimensional summoning token close at hand. Meanwhile, he assigned Xiao Chui to command the interstellar spacecraft, with Hao Feng overseeing the starship, ensuring that they were battle-ready within the Jade Pendant space. 7 swarms of devouring magic flies were also prepared for immediate action. Haochen then sat cross-legged, channeling the dark attribute aura, shrouding himself in wisps of celestial essence. Within his astral dantian, countless stars emerged, ebbing and flowing like a tide, cycling through the vastness of the celestial realm. As powerful celestial energy manifested rivers and mountains within him, the transformation of the astral dantian was so profound that it seemed to create and shape all things. Haochen's consciousness permeated the astral dantian, akin to a creator gazing upon his masterpiece, feeling an intrinsic connection, as if everything were under his control. In the next instant, under the influence of his intent, the entire astral dantian began to operate, with dense runes flickering vibrantly. Amidst this operation, a formidable force of world energy was generated. Boom! The astral dantian trembled, undergoing another transformation, with celestial essence overflowing, clouds and mist rising, mountains undulating, the sun and moon alternating, and all creation basking in the grand celestial energy. This was genuine celestial power, born from the transformation of celestial essence. With the evolution of the astral dantian, his dantian had become a celestial body, continuously exuding celestial spiritual power. With diligent practice, the celestial essence would only accumulate further. This was merely a glimpse of the earth-shattering changes occurring within the astral dantian. Viewed in its entirety, the scale of his astral dantian had expanded tenfold, akin to the metamorphosis from a small world to a vast one. Compared to other celestial beings, Haochen's astral dantian would surely leave others in awe, for it was overwhelmingly vast, equivalent to over 100 times that of others at the same realm. This illustrates the profound depth of Haochen's foundation. In contrast, the miniature worlds evolving within other celestial beings were merely cramped spaces, unable to compare with Haochen's grandeur. This was due to the continual nurturing of treasures within him, such as the Jade Pendant, the Demon Suppression Tower, the Qianquan Furnace, and the Heaven-Burning Seal. As Haochen ascended to the realm of Earth Immortals, all energy was absorbed by these precious artifacts, leaving his starry dantian seemingly unchanged. This elevation to the Earth Immortal realm occurred quite naturally. Upon entering this domain, he truly possessed the qualifications to transcend into a celestial immortal, with his immortal essence, consciousness, and lifespan experiencing an extraordinary surge. Every magical artifact is merely an external entity. Only the world evolved within the dantian constitutes one's true foundation. How delightful! Is this the profound mystery of the Earth Immortal realm? Haochen sensed that the myriad principles he had comprehended underwent a form of baptism, becoming more refined and exuding an ethereal glow. He understood that ascending to the earth immortal realm was not merely a matter of enhancing his immortal essence, consciousness, and lifespan. It also rendered immeasurable benefits to the profound principles he had mastered. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the principles beginning to condense and radiate brilliance, as if undergoing a transformation from non-existence to existence. When the form of these principles transitioned from void to substance, they would no longer be called insights, but rather laws. Previously, while still a human immortal, he possessed the capability to vanquish ordinary celestial immortals. Now, having ascended to the earth immortal realm, he could hardly fathom the formidable opponents he might defeat. Haochen clenched his fist, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. The transition from human immortal to earth immortal presented no barriers for any immortal. It was a natural progression that required merely the accumulation of time, devoid of any difficulty. The cultivation of a human immortal could be likened to an infant, while that of an earth immortal represented the ability to walk, stepping beyond the protective confines of human immortals and entering the true realm of immortals. The growth from earth immortal to celestial immortal posed a slight increase in difficulty. However, generally speaking, every immortal could attain the status of celestial immortal, initially gaining the ability to soar within the immortal realm. To ascend into the skies was to become a celestial immortal. As long as one did not perish, the path to becoming a celestial immortal was assured, devoid of anything particularly astonishing. At present, Haochen had merely ascended to the earth immortal realm, maintaining a tranquil and composed demeanor like a still pond. Of course, this was merely a reflection of Haochen's adept adjustment of his inner state. Should the fact of his ascension to the earth immortal realm spread after more than a year in the immortal world, it would undoubtedly astonish and perplex all. Chapter 1003. Infiltrating the Demon Mine, Part 1. Following his breakthrough to the earth immortal realm in the Valley of Demon Gods, Haochen slipped into the 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Setting a time dilation ratio of 1 to 10, Haochen concealed himself within, immersing in enlightenment for a full 3 days. While 3 days passed in the outside world, Haochen had experienced 30 days within the 7th level of the tower. During these 3 days, the Dragonhawk hurried back to its lair, storing the Dragonhawk egg within its innate mystical space for safekeeping, before descending into a frenzy of slaughter against the beings and beasts of the Azure Sea Forest. The Azure Sea Forest erupted into a tide of beasts, with frenzied magical creatures stirred into a violent frenzy by the beast-inducing powder. In the air, the enraged Dragonhawk spared no human that dared to fly. On the ground, the rampaging beasts left no tribe intact, and cities were in peril. While chaos reigned outside, the valley remained a sanctuary of quiet cultivation. Haochen solidified his early-stage earth immortal realm, temporarily reluctant to leave the auspicious grounds of the Valley of Demon Gods. The beast tide ravaged the Azure Sea Demon Domain and the Raging Wave Demon Domain, and thus, Haochen could not return from the treasure mountain empty-handed. During his initial visit, he had merely taken the treasures of the Dragon Falcon, leaving the underground treasures of the Demon God Valley untouched, a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. 3 days later, Haochen emerged from the Jade Pendant space, his divine sense sweeping across the Demon God Valley, revealing that the most perilous locations were, paradoxically, the safest. With the formidable Dragon Falcon as a guardian, neither the inhabitants nor the beasts paid heed to Haochen's presence. With a flicker of thought, he retracted the heavenly spirit mysterious ice essence, and then, alongside his blood poison essence avatar, began to search for the mineral veins within the Demon God Valley. However, he did not dismiss the presence of Shaochui, Haofeng, and the Devourer Demon Fly on standby. Although they were temporarily safe, prudence was paramount. An hour passed, and Haochen, along with the blood poison essence avatar, arrived near the celestial essence stone mine within the Demon God Valley. Instead of immediately infiltrating the mine, he concealed himself near the restroom of the mine's guards, biding his time for the opportune moment. There is even a women's restroom here? Having spent considerable time in the mines, he was somewhat familiar with the facilities, especially the lavatories, noting that the restroom for management was separate from that of the miners. It was not surprising to find a women's restroom at the mine. The Celestial Academy's mines had female guard teams, and the Fire Sex mines had female family members. It seemed the Demon Realm's mines were no exception. Despite the unpleasant odor and repugnant nature of the lavatory, it served as an ideal location for capturing hostages. Afternoon. A steward from the mine arrived at the restroom area. On either side of the mine entrance were rows of stone caves, serving as residences for the miners. In an open space, nearly 1,000 mining slaves, both men and women, had gathered in a circle, watching the spectacle. In the center, a young man stood stripped of his clothing, bound to a stone pillar with chilling iron chains. Another middle-aged man was tied to a stone bench. Crack! The dragon whip lashed out, sending blood and flesh splattering. Crack! The prison board came crashing down, leaving the victim's backside bruised and bleeding. Agonizing screams echoed, and the onlookers wore expressions of shock. A burly demon man paced back and forth, this being Yi Feiyun, the mine's overseer. I warn you all, listen closely. Do not harbor any illusions about secretly cultivating with the demon essence stones in the mine. No one can fish in troubled waters under my watch, he declared. As he spoke, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the distance, and a starship descended. More people are being sent to us, Yi Feiyun remarked, glancing at the ship. Haochen learned from the steward that every month, Yi Bihai dispatched ships to the Demon God Valley to transport supplies. They brought daily necessities and miners while taking away demon essence stones and celestial essence stones. At that moment, from the starship emerged a powerful figure of the demon immortal realm, accompanied by a subordinate of the demon king realm. Hearing the whip and the cries of agony, the two glanced towards the site of the punishment. A middle-aged demon immortal furrowed his brow and inquired, Overseer Yi, what have those two mining slaves done? In response to the esteemed gentleman, Yi Feiyun replied, those wretched individuals dared to secretly hoard the mine stones within the mine. When the stones were inspected during delivery, they were discovered by magical artifacts. According to the rules, they are to receive 100 lashes. However, these mining cultivators are remarkably resilient. There are always reckless cultivators who attempt to siphon off stones for their own cultivation. The attendant of the Demon King sighed and remarked, I have yet to hear of the Night Steward. It is a rare fortune for anyone to survive under the lash. To fall into the hands of the Night Steward is indeed a stroke of misfortune. The denizens of the demon fairy realm cast an anxious glance at the executioner, witnessing the bloody consequences of the demon whip, and quietly pondered, what caliber of demonic treasure is the demon dragon whip? I had intended to pilfer some more. I wonder if it is perilous. The individual in question was none other than Haochen, while the demon king's attendant was a transformation of Xiaozue. Should harsh punishments be administered? If everyone resorts to stealing, or I would find myself utterly unable to report to the Lord, chuckled Yi Feiyun ominously. Release those two, lest my companions feel disheartened. Haochen interjected, casting a glance at Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun, in turn, questioned Haochen. How many people have you brought this time? Not many, just over 300, Xiaozue responded, taking the lead in the conversation. Come forth, this esteemed Lord grants mercy and pardons the two. Yi Feiyun commanded sharply. Bring them. Haochen seized the moment to echo the call. Before long, over 300 miners descended slowly from the spacecraft. Oh, why are they all from the fairy realm? Yi Feiyun mused, observing the miners emerging from the ship. They are recent captives from the fairy realm, sent here to labor under the decree of Lord Bihai, Haochen stated without hesitation. Simultaneously, as the miners disembarked, they took in the sight of their fellow workers in the Demon God Valley, each gaunt and skeletal, their filthy faces betraying either the terror of the execution or a numb resignation. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. It was evident that these individuals had been subjected to prolonged exploitation, most of them having been abducted from the fairy realm. These 300 miners were, in fact, a disguise for those rescued by Haochen from the Nanibianlong Valley mine in Haozhou, Qinyuan realm. However, the young man bound to the stone pillar had perished under the lash. The executioner showed no mercy, only ceasing his brutal task once the body was rendered unrecognizable. The executioner, tasked with punishing the middle-aged man bound to the stone bench, was not overly severe. As soon as Haochen's words fell, he halted, and the middle-aged man was rescued by Haochen. Haochen narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness crossing his gaze. Did they harbor a grudge so deep that they would lash a corpse in their quest for vengeance? The sight ignited a fury within the hearts of the 300 miners. For once, this deceased miner mirrored their own past struggles. Subsequently, the 300 miners were allocated to various mines. With the miners now delivered, Yi Feiyun harbored no doubts. Transporting over 300 miners via spacecraft was a significant endeavor that could not be feigned. Previously, Such spacecraft often brought captives from the fairy realm to toil in the mining zones. Following customary protocol, Yi Feiyun completed the handover with Haochen. After more than 6 months without sustenance from Lord Bihai, the supplies in the mining area had been exhausted. Since arriving in the demon realm, Haochen had amassed considerable resources, and the provisions aboard the spacecraft were merely a temporary assemblage, yet they sufficed to satisfy Yi Feiyun. With so many miners and such ample supplies, even in his unfamiliarity with Haochen, Yi Feiyun could not help but accept the authenticity of the situation. In a bid to showcase his achievements, Yi Feiyun collected all the magic origin stones and celestial origin stones extracted from the mine, resources numbering in the hundreds of millions, securing them within storage bags and boxes, which were then sent aboard the spaceship. Having made all necessary preparations, Haochen intended to take his leave of Yi Feiyun, understanding that lingering could lead to trouble. The more one spoke, the greater the chance of revealing a flaw, especially with a mischievous ant by his side. However, Yi Feiyun was adamant about not letting Haochen depart the mining area, wishing instead to host the visitor in a manner befitting a landlord and to strengthen their superior relationships. Unable to resist Yi Feiyun's insistence, Haochen reluctantly agreed to stay for one night. Chapter 1004. Infiltration of the Demon Mine, Part 2. The mining region of the Demon God Valley, much like that of the Celestial Realm, housed individuals who had lived there for years and required outlets for their excess energy. Thus, female companions and mine slaves emerged alongside the mines. After a night of revelry, Xiao Chui returned to the spaceship, while Haochen, upon returning to the inn, suddenly cast his gaze toward a corner of a room. "Greetings, my lord." A tattered and diminutive figure emerged from the shadows, slowly kneeling before Haochen. The torn, oversized mining slave robe revealed patches of fair skin, and her once dusty hair cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing her to be a female mine slave. "What is it?" Haochen raised an eyebrow, his consciousness silently sweeping over the woman's body, discovering that the restraints upon her were utterly ineffective. Furthermore, her cultivation level was at the initial stage of a martial emperor, and she seemed to retain her purity. "My father is grateful to you for your mercy in sparing his life, and has specifically sent me to serve you," she said, lifting her face slightly, revealing a smudged visage that still bore the marks of exquisite beauty. "Haha." Haochen chuckled lightly. "You are quite beautiful. If my lord does not find me unworthy, I can assist you in any manner you desire," she replied, a blush flitting across her delicate face. Her seemingly calm eyes concealed a tumult of shame and anxiety, with tightly pressed lips betraying her inner turmoil. "Your father is the middle-aged man I just saved. What is his name?" Haochen stepped closer, gently lifting her tender chin to inquire. My father's name is Haiyu." Hai Tingting's delicate frame trembled slightly, as she initially intended to push away Haochen's hand, but ultimately restrained herself. Haochen, however, bent down, gently embracing her, causing the girl to gasp in shock before she abruptly vanished. The following day, at dawn, in accordance with Haochen's wishes, Yi Feiyun delivered Haiyu to the front of the spaceship, where Xiao Chui assisted her into the cabin. The interstellar spaceship soon disappeared from the view of Yi Feiyun and the others, racing away from the Demon God Valley. After a brief period, Haochen alone secretly returned to the Demon God Valley aboard a flying shuttle, having altered his appearance and stored the spatial ring within a jade pendant before infiltrating the mine. As the possessions of the mine slaves had already been seized, Haochen was no exception. He blended in seamlessly with the other slaves. He needed to rescue the 300 individuals he had brought and liberate those enslaved by the demon realm, proceeding with utmost caution to ensure no mistake could occur. Haochen was the last to report to the slave registration office, as the other overseers had already gone to arrange accommodations for the newly arrived miners. Only the head overseer, Night Wind, remained at the registration office. Thus, Night Wind led Haochen to a nearby shelter where the miners resided. Within this shelter, there were only 3 miners living. "Lanhe, you shall reside here. The subsequent details will be conveyed to you by Tang Hai." Upon hearing the head overseer Night Wind's orders, Tang Hai hurriedly rose to his feet. Night Wind uttered no further words and turned to depart. Though Tang Hai's face was quite dirty, hints of his youthful handsomeness could still be discerned. Of course, Haochen knew that one could not judge a cultivator's age by appearance alone. "Come with me." Haochen smiled warmly at Tang Hai, yet the latter seemed indifferent, merely responding with a curt, "Follow me," and said nothing more. He guided Haochen to collect the mining tools, which were quite simple, a specially designed pickaxe and a basket that could be strapped to the back. After completing these tasks, Tang Hai slowly informed him of the rules, and they returned to the miner's shelter. Haochen was eager to inquire about the nature of the inspection artifacts, but Tang Hai refused to answer any questions. The rules of mining seemed straightforward. However, the practicality of executing them remained uncertain. Each miner was required to submit a specified quantity of magic stones daily. Failure to meet this quota meant no rest or meals. For cultivators, this was not the most worrisome aspect, as even without magic pills, those at the golden core stage could endure without food for a day or two. The dire consequence, however, was that failure to meet the quota would result in the requirement to double the amount the following day. If the task remained unfulfilled after 3 days, the severity of the punishment would depend on the shortfall. Conversely, if one exceeded their quota, the surplus could be carried over to the next period to offset any deficiencies, thus avoiding punishment, or one could opt to enjoy 1% of the excess stones, leaving the choice to the miners. Should anyone choose the latter option, they had to ensure that they could meet their quota every time thereafter, or they would face punishment, as their previous surplus would have been consumed. The strictest rule was that anyone daring to steal magic stones, or secretly absorb magic stones, or celestial stones within the mines would face certain death upon discovery. Haochen committed these regulations to memory. He was not overly concerned about the possibility of failing to meet his quota, but rather pondered how to pilfer stones without detection while still fulfilling his obligations. This way, he could remain in the stone mines, continuing his theft indefinitely. In his current situation, it was imperative for Haochen to gather the 300 miners as swiftly as possible and bring them into the demon suppression tower to avert any unforeseen changes. After an hour, Haochen, having sensed the presence of over 300 gathered miners, let out a long sigh of relief and commanded, "Each of you is responsible for rescuing 3 individuals. When the opportunity arises, we shall return to the celestial realm." After all, there was little of consequence awaiting them in the celestial realm. It would be prudent to lie low for a time and seek to save those from the celestial realm. In order to swiftly elevate his cultivation, it is imperative to establish a balance of attributes within his body. Upon arriving in the demon realm, Haochen's dark attribute had been nearly depleted, but here he could absorb the magical essence contained within the magic source stones. The opportunity lay before him, and it was impossible for him to resist the temptation. His thought process was markedly different from that of others. The adage that a horse does not thrive without grass and a person does not prosper without unexpected wealth was deeply ingrained in his consciousness. What troubled him most was the mention of magical artifacts by Yi Feiyun. He pondered whether the magic source stones could be concealed within such treasures without detection. The sounds of snoring erupted from the makeshift shelter, leaving Haochen astonished. How could cultivators possibly sleep so soundly? It seemed no different from the slumber of mortals. A notion he found perplexing. He yearned to retreat into the demon suppression tower, yet feared being discovered if he suddenly vanished. So he endured the rhythmic snores of the 3 men around him. The following day, he realized that the inhabitants here were entirely self-absorbed, indifferent to one another. Haochen mimicked the 3 men, shouldering a backpack and wielding a pickaxe, trailing behind them to the entrance of the magic source stone mine. "You there? Stop looking around. I'm talking to you. Come here." The security officer at the entrance called out brusquely, pointing directly at Haochen. It was only then that he noticed the individuals ahead had already entered, prompting him to hurry along. The officer held a copper mirror up to him, and a flash of white light shimmered across its surface. Could this be the magical artifact? While Haochen pondered this, the officer shoved him into the mine, declaring, "Next." Suddenly thrust into the cavern, he was enveloped in darkness, utterly bewildered as to how the miners could excavate magic source stones in such an environment. He slowed his pace, allowing his eyes to adjust to the gloom, and soon heard several individuals rushing past him. Had someone dropped gold ingots? He marveled at how they could run in such conditions, shaking his head in disbelief. As he continued forward, he noticed faint glimmers of light scattered along the walls. What could this be? As he progressed, the sporadic lights multiplied, covering the walls and even the ground beneath his feet, creating the illusion of a starry pathway. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were luminous stones, evidently not man-made, but rather naturally occurring semi-precious minerals. This revelation clarified his earlier thoughts on the absence of lighting. It explained how the miners could excavate magic source stones in the depths of the cavern. Chapter 1005. Infiltrating the Demon Mine, Part 3. Standing at a fork in the mine, he contemplated which passage to take. At that moment, several miners hurriedly dashed into the various tunnels. Although uncertain of the reason behind their haste, it was evident that something compelled them. With this in mind, Haochen resolved to choose a tunnel at random and advanced briskly into it. As he delved deeper into the mine, he found himself confronted with an increasing number of branching paths, resembling a spider's web. It felt akin to a maze, and he worried that if he ran too swiftly, he might forget the route and find himself unable to escape. Fool! He frowned, shaking his head and muttering under his breath. Since the terrain sloped downward, he reasoned that he should simply ascend when it was time to leave. Within many of the tunnels, he could faintly hear the sounds of excavation. Unsure of where to dig, he selected an entrance from which the noise was particularly pronounced and ventured inside. With a sudden sound, he turned a corner, noticing a basket on the ground, already filled with several low-grade magic stones, including one medium-grade stone. A miner was vigorously wielding his pickaxe, laboring away. Not bad. Not bad. There are already some gains, Haochen remarked with enthusiasm, smiling as he unloaded the basket from his back and scanned the surroundings, preparing to find a suitable spot to begin his own work. As he sought for a place to start, the miner abruptly halted his digging, turning to regard Haochen with a wary gaze. Haochen nodded and smiled once more, but it was evident that his presence was not welcomed, causing his smile to turn somewhat awkward. Leave. This vein is mine, the miner declared rudely. Damn it. We're all miners here. Why should I be driven away? Though displeased, he resolved to endure this slight for the sake of assisting the majority of the miners. Casting a disdainful glance at the miner, Haochen grasped his pickaxe, lifted his basket, and with a composed expression, exited the area. The subsequent encounters mirrored the first. In every small nook, a miner was hard at work, each one unceremoniously declaring, "This is my territory." It dawned on Haochen why the others rushed into the mine upon entering. They were fearful of their previously discovered veins of magic stones being claimed by others. In a fit of frustration, he made his way deeper into the mine. After what felt like years of digging and traversing countless twists and turns, he finally reached the end of the tunnel. Damn it! Surely no one will drive me away from here, he muttered, placing down his basket. Gripping his pickaxe, excitement surged within him. Before him lay a dead end. Yet it seemed to beckon him with the promise of magic stones. He raised his pickaxe and struck down with fervor. Clang! Haochen let out a cry, casting aside the pickaxe as his hands, now numb from the impact, shook with disbelief. He waved his hands and picked up the tool to test the walls around him. With a series of metallic sounds, it became clear that every surface was as hard as iron. No wonder the sounds of mining resembled that of metalwork. He had been too eager. After a few more attempts, he found himself bemused. This was not mining at all. It felt more like forging iron within the depths of the cave. Previously unaware of the conditions under which magic stones grew, he now understood that the magic stones utilized by practitioners of the demon realm were painstakingly extracted by miners like these. Although he had heard whispers of another mine rich in celestial stones, he surmised that the miners there likely endured similar hardships. After realizing the futility of his pickaxe, an idea struck him. The Lushian sword, the demon-esque Grief sword, and the flying Radiant sword were all formidable weapons. Why not employ these magical tools? What a foolish oversight. With this thought, he swiftly drew the Lushian sword, and, with a decisive stroke against the unyielding stone wall, it sliced through as easily as cutting through tofu. Excellent. Haochen's face lit up with joy. However, after laboring diligently for half the day, he had yet to see a single magic stone, let alone any luminous stones. His stamina waned under the relentless exertion. At this rate, he would exhaust himself without ever finding the magic stones. Pondering deeply, Haochen surmised, luminous stones should accompany magic stones. The absence of luminous stones suggests there are no magic stones left. How then shall I discern the direction of the vein? Haochen began to delve into the legacy of Chen Hao, seeking the sights and sounds of the Fenglin Valley mining area. He ventured into a relatively secluded spot. Straining his ears to listen, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil. Suddenly, he employed the Shaoyang technique to harness its devouring power, pressing the demon slayer handprint against the cave wall to activate its absorbing capabilities. As he quieted his mind, he felt an inexplicable urge in his hands, as if they were being drawn towards the right. Could it be that he sensed the presence of a magic essence stone in this place? His hands moved in accordance with the sensations transmitted through the handprint, shifting more than a yard from their original position before finally coming to a halt. Although the distance was not great, it strayed far from the intended direction of excavation. Just ahead, he could distinctly sense the magic essence stone he yearned to unearth. Haochen could not help but marvel at the wonder of the Shaoyang technique and the extraordinary nature of the demon slayer hand. Without the handprint, even the Shaoyang technique would be rendered impotent. He could only hope this was indeed the case. To validate his hypothesis, Haochen excitedly exclaimed inwardly. Grasping the Luxian sword, he slashed against the stone wall, and like a sharp blade cutting through paper, the wall crumbled under his strike, leaving it in disarray. In no time, a tunnel over a yard long was excavated, and the sensation ahead grew increasingly intense, spurring Haochen onward with fervor. As he struck again, witnessing a glimmer of the crystalline magic essence stone within the stone wall, he could not contain his joyous cheer, quickly covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. At last, he had unearthed a magic essence stone. Suddenly recalling that his backpack and pickaxe were left in the outer passage, he swiftly crawled out, ensuring no one was watching, and snatched up his belongings before retreating back into the cave. He carefully examined the magic essence stone in his hand, marveling at its beauty. It was indeed his first discovery, and only something unearthed by one's own hands could hold such allure. Regrettably, it was merely a low-grade magic essence stone. Nevertheless, Haochen cautiously stored it within the space of his jade pendant for safekeeping. A sudden realization struck him, and he picked up the pickaxe and backpack, tossing them directly into the demon suppression tower's space. Continuing his efforts, perhaps a high-grade magic essence stone lay ahead. With his newfound treasures, he felt increasingly exhilarated, tirelessly following the sensations from the demon slayer hand. Soon, the sporadic appearance of one or two magic essence stones transformed into several appearing simultaneously, all of which he gleefully collected into the jade pendant space. Though they were all low-grade stones, he meticulously spared no effort in preserving the fruits of his labor. What a bountiful harvest! 1, 2, 3. As he counted them, low-grade stones vanished one by one. After excavating nearly 100 low-grade magic essence stones, a chunk of pure white crystalline ore appeared before him. Undoubtedly, it was a medium-grade magic essence stone. As he continued to dig deeper, his excitement mounted. The density of the magic essence stones increased, with every 100 low-grade stones yielding a medium-grade one. Upon reaching nearly 100 medium-grade stones, an unusual sensation surged through the demon slayer hand. Could it be that a high-grade magic essence stone was about to emerge? Momentarily taken aback, he plunged recklessly towards that direction. His astute judgment would surely not lead him astray. Chapter 1006, Purely by Luck, Part 1. As a fragment of a potent magic essence stone emerged from the stone wall, Haochen meticulously pried it loose. Indeed, this was a superior-grade magic essence stone. Resplendent like amber, it radiated an enchanting glow under the illumination of the luminous stones, captivating Haochen, who felt overwhelmed by the dense energy contained within. He longed to absorb it all in one breath. Meanwhile, Haitingting had been ensconced within the Qiankuan furnace for 2 or 3 days. Initially, she anticipated a swift reunion with her captor, yet after a prolonged wait, he remained elusive. To make matters worse, hunger gnawed at her insides. Would she truly perish in this desolate place? As she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, a creeping dread began to envelop her, soon accompanied by a profound sense of loneliness and isolation. However, her plight took a turn when a soft, iridescent glow suddenly illuminated the sky, followed by a torrential downpour of colorful stones, each the size of quail eggs. Were it not for her quick escape, she might have been crushed beneath the deluge. Within moments, the stones piled high, forming a small mountain. What could this be? Could it be magic essence stones? To confirm her suspicion, Haitingting picked up a stone for inspection and indeed verified it as a magic essence stone. Had her captor orchestrated this? After a lengthy endeavor, Haochen discerned a pattern in extracting magic essence stones. Whenever he dug in a particular direction, the first stones unearthed would invariably be inferior grade, with a medium-grade stone encircled by every 100 inferior ones, and a superior stone appearing only among nearly 100 such clusters. Armed with this knowledge, his interest in inferior-grade stones waned. They consumed time and offered little reward. Instead, he aimed directly for the superior-grade stones, each one equivalent to thousands of inferior ones. Only when convenient did he collect the medium and inferior stones he encountered. Time passed, and after a day, having expended only a fraction of it, He estimated he had unearthed nearly 100 superior-grade stones, several hundred medium-grade, and thousands of inferior ones. His initial excitement transformed into indifference, a psychological shift from rags to riches. Little did he know that his modest haul over this brief period surpassed the daily output of the entire magic essence stone mine. For 3 consecutive days, he tirelessly excavated, unlike others who reported their findings daily. The magic essence stones in his possession sufficed to fulfill his quota for many days. As the 3-day deadline approached, Haochen was the last to exit the mine. At the entrance, over 10 overseers were counting the quantity of magic essence stones extracted by the miners. After a considerable wait, it was finally his turn. "Let me take a look." As Haochen approached to submit his stones, he heard a voice and looked up to see the overseer team leader, Yifeng, who led him into the Tanghai labor camp. In that moment, Yifeng wore a sinister smile. "Lanhe, I have been eagerly awaiting your emergence. I wonder how well you completed your task?" The overseer leader, Yifeng, remarked with a smile that lacked warmth. This fellow's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. Haochen set down his basket upon the table, smiling as he remarked, "This is my first experience excavating magic essence stones, and I must admit, it feels rather unfamiliar. Yet, fortunately, I managed to complete the task, albeit with some difficulty." As he spoke, he poured the shimmering magic essence stones onto the table. The foreman, Yifeng, caught a fleeting glimpse of greed in his eyes as he beheld the glistening stones, but it vanished just as quickly. Noticing Yifeng's expression, a subtle smile graced Haochen's lips. "Sir Yi, I wish to consult you about something." Haochen gestured for a private conversation. Yifeng, maintaining a stern demeanor, stepped aside and inquired in a low voice, "What is it?" "Having just arrived, I am concerned that I may have overlooked certain aspects of my duties. If I have inadvertently offended you, I kindly ask for your forgiveness." Haochen bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, a flicker of light momentarily danced in the palm of his hand, and as he lowered it, the radiant glimmer slipped discreetly into Yifeng's robe. The alluring shimmer caught Yifeng's attention the moment Haochen raised his hand, and he instinctively recognized its significance. Before Yifeng could fully comprehend the situation, the glimmering object had already nestled within his attire. A jolt coursed through Yifeng's body as his hand instinctively pressed against the concealed item, his gaze flickering as he fixed it upon Haochen. The allure of the high-grade magic essence stone was overwhelming. He pondered whether to accept it. As a being at the demon sovereign level, he received only 30 mid-grade magic essence stones each month, while a single high-grade stone could equate to 3 months' worth of salary. Though he was the overseer of the essence stone mine, he had never dared to take even 1 stone from this place. The repercussions of being discovered would be dire, especially with 3 elders at the demon king level, a governor at the demon emperor level, and a celestial being overseeing the area. Yifeng lowered his voice further, stating, "It is my duty to look after you. However, if you fail to complete your tasks or engage in any improper conduct, I cannot extend my protection. After all, there are 3 elders and the governor present, and there are matters beyond my control." Understanding the underlying implications of his words, Haochen discerned that while Yifeng could offer assistance, there were limitations to what he could do, particularly regarding task completion and any potential theft or absorption of magic essence stones. Cursing inwardly, Haochen thought, what a cowardly creature, harboring thieving intentions but lacking the courage. He then touched his nose and smiled gently, saying, "I would never put you in a difficult position. My intention is merely to find some comfort here. I trust you will not make things hard for me." Yifeng remained somewhat hesitant, when suddenly, the overseer counting the magic essence stones called out, "Lanhe, the task is complete with an excess of 510 low-grade magic essence stones. Lanhe, please come forward for inspection." "Rest assured, my lord," Haochen assured softly as he approached the inspector. The inspector employed a detection artifact, revealing no abnormalities. Yifeng, who had been observing Haochen intently, finally exhaled in relief. As the chief overseer of the mining area, any mishap involving the miners would reflect poorly on him, and he too would face appropriate consequences. Upon passing the inspection, Haochen instinctively approached Yifeng and remarked, "It was sheer luck, pure luck, merely a fortunate encounter with a rich vein of ore." The two departed the mine side by side, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. The foreman, Night Wind, known in whispers as the Butcher, had claimed the lives of countless miners. It was rare to see him display even a modicum of kindness towards them. Just then, a passing overseer, with a smirk, addressed Night Wind. "Captain, who is this?" You are personally accompanying him. Unfazed, Haochen averted his gaze, pretending not to hear. That is impudent. Night Wind barked at the overseer. This individual is the champion of the day in excavating magic essence stones. I am merely showing my concern. Is there anything unusual about that? Night Wind escorted Haochen to the miner's quarters before turning to leave. Chapter 1007. Purely Luck, Part 2. Upon returning to his lodgings, Haochen noticed a gruesome wound on Tang Hai's back and inquired, Tang Hai, what happened to your back? Earlier, it was Night Wind, the chief overseer, who had escorted Haochen back, and upon realizing the connection between Haochen and the foreman, Tang Hai dared not treat Lan He as he had before. It turned out that Tang Hai had fallen short of his quota by 10 low-grade magic essence stones over the past 3 days, and according to the rules, he had been punished with lashes, leaving him with this mark. As Tang Hai explained the reason for his injury, Haochen seized the opportunity to ask further questions about the mines, to which Tang Hai responded with detailed answers. It was unfortunate for Tang Hai. Originally from the celestial realm, he had been noticed by a cultivator from the Lihua sect due to his promising innate abilities, and his family had readily consented to his apprenticeship. Thus, he joined the sect, advancing to the golden core stage at the age of 14. However, the following year, his master mysteriously vanished while traveling. The situation worsened when he and a certain elder's grandson from the Lihua sect both fell for a female disciple. Being young, they inevitably engaged in rivalry, which angered the elder, leading to Tang Hai's underhanded downfall. When he awoke, he found himself in the demonic realm's mines. Hearing about the mysterious disappearance of his master made Haochen regard Tang Hai with renewed interest, and when the topic of fighting over a woman arose, Haochen could not help but chuckle. Having only recently begun his own cultivation, Haochen had witnessed his cousin, Li Yu, engage in a brawl over Lu Su near the Yunhai sect. Looking at Tang Hai, he felt a kinship born of shared experiences. Join me tomorrow to excavate magic essence stones, he proposed, before settling into a meditative position and closing his eyes. Tang Hai, momentarily taken aback, felt hesitant but refrained from voicing any objections. Years later, when Tang Hai reflected on that evening, he could not help but marvel at the cruel joke fate had played on him. His destiny had taken a significant turn from that night onward. The next day, while meditating, Haochen unknowingly fell asleep, dreaming of tender moments with Hai Ting Ting in the realm of the Qinquan furnace. Perhaps it was the tale of rivalry and jealousy he had heard from Tang Hai that inspired such dreams, for otherwise, how could he have recalled the woman he had nearly forgotten? As he awoke with a yawn, it was the time to begin work. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Tang Hai's grimy face could not conceal the urgency that loomed before him. With only the two of them left in the dwelling, the other two had long since vanished. Haochen smiled with satisfaction. He would never shortchange those who complied with him. You're awake. Everyone has gone to work. Let us hasten to our tasks. In truth, Tang Hai had long wished to leave, but considering Haochen's connection with the foreman, Yi Feng, he could not bring himself to do so. Noticing the prepared baskets nearby, Haochen stepped out empty-handed. Tang Hai picked up 2 baskets to follow, and though Haochen cast a glance his way without uttering a word, he silently nodded in approval. If Tang Hai lacked even this modicum of insight, he would hardly be worth aiding. The demon essence stone mining area had already become desolate, with only a few guards remaining, and just a handful of individuals visible at the cave entrance. Lan He, you have truly kept me waiting. Yi Feng, the foreman at the entrance, laughed heartily upon seeing the two approach. Overslept, Haochen replied nonchalantly. This elicited a puzzled response from Yi Feng as he noticed Tang Hai behind him. Strength lies in numbers. I specifically sought a companion to ensure a higher likelihood of task completion, Haochen stated unabashedly. Before his words had fully settled, he leisurely strolled toward the deepest part of the cave. Tang Hai followed behind Haochen, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick him. Half the morning had already slipped away, yet he remained unhurried. It was only when they reached the hole they had excavated the day prior that Haochen finally halted, grinning as he said, You haven't eaten yet, have you? This is all my fault for oversleeping. Let us have something to eat first. A full stomach makes for greater strength and labor. With that, he retrieved a fragrant, golden roasted meat from his jade pendant's spatial realm, tearing off half and offering it to Tang Hai. Abundant food was something Haochen had in spades, stored within the jade pendant, the demon suppression tower, the Qinquan furnace, and the burning sky seal. Upon seeing the food, Tang Hai, without questioning its origin, devoured it ravenously. As he relished the meal, a sudden sound of weeping pierced the air, and Tang Hai, clutching the large piece of roasted meat, began to sob uncontrollably. "Why are you crying?" Haochen asked, momentarily taken aback. "It's been so long since I've eaten meat. I miss home," Tang Hai choked out, wiping away tears. "Damn, I thought something was seriously wrong. Stop sniveling like a child and finish eating. We need to get to work," Haochen said, swallowing his own mouthful of roasted meat. Thus, the two squatted in the depths of the cave, voraciously gnawing on the roasted meat, the sound of chewing echoing throughout the cavern. After finishing their meal, Haochen led him into the mine he had previously excavated. Upon seeing the cave walls adorned with exposed demon essence stones, Tang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. The state of the mine clearly indicated prior excavation, yet he wondered why the stones before him had been left untouched. Unbeknownst to Tang Hai, these remnants were merely what Haochen deemed unworthy of his time to sift through. Pointing toward the depths of the mine, Haochen remarked, "This is the vein I discovered. It contains demon essence stones just like these. You have 3 days to extract the stones from here." Tang Hai nodded excitedly in agreement. "No problem. You can rest while I take care of it alone. Selecting these leftover magic stones requires little effort. I assure you I will complete it within 3 days." "Damn it. Do you think I brought you here just to slack off?" The feeling of being misunderstood was unpleasant, and Haochen couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Entrusting you with these remnants is not for my own respite. I must search for better veins. We cannot disregard the future just because we are managing today," Haochen retorted indignantly to Tang Hai. Upon hearing that Haochen intended to seek richer deposits, Tang Hai thumped his chest and declared, "Rest assured. Leave this to me." The statement sounded oddly like comforting someone on the verge of death, prompting Haochen to roll his eyes and say, "For these 3 days, do not venture out. Focus on organizing the magic stones here. I will bring you food." He earnestly reminded him, "Remember to excavate thoroughly, especially the exposed magic stones. Do not waste them." Once Tang Hai agreed, Haochen, disinterested in further conversation, turned to find a prime location to mine high-grade magic stones. Chapter 1008. A windfall the following day. A fruitful Haochen, bearing 2 roasted hares, found Tang Hai, who was grinning widely and joyfully digging away. 2 baskets were already filled to the brim, with a significant pile accumulating on the ground. Haochen was taken aback and inquired, "It seems you've only excavated a third of this area, and yet you have gathered so much?" Tang Hai replied with a smile, "The place you found is exceptional. The magic stones we have already extracted are enough for us to submit 7 or 8 times. However, transporting such a large quantity of magic stones is indeed a challenge." Haochen had not anticipated that the remnants contained such an abundance of magic stones, and he spoke seriously, "We cannot transport them all at once. We must hide the excess for emergencies. Nevertheless, I have discovered another vein that is even richer than this one." "Ah, you truly found another good vein? That means we can mine for a long time," Tang Hai exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. "First, let us eat." Haochen handed a roasted hare to Tang Hai, continuing to eat while saying, "Later, I will find a place to hide these magic stones." He observed Tang Hai's reaction closely. Any hint of hesitation from him would prompt Haochen to reconsider their partnership. To his satisfaction, Tang Hai, chewing on the hare, responded without hesitation, "I will follow your lead." In truth, Tang Hai thought simply, the magic stones here are easy to extract, and with such a favorable location, what is there not to trust? Furthermore, food can be readily brought in. This place truly feels like a realm of boundless opportunity. On the 3rd day, as they emerged from the cave, Yi Feng, who had been waiting at the entrance, greeted them with a smile. Haochen, still discreetly, slipped a high-grade magic stone to Yi Feng. The mine overseer, Yi Feiyun, received merely 1 high-grade magic stone a month. Yet Yi Feng had collected 1 in just 3 days. At this rate, it would be quite advantageous for him. How strange, muttered the supervisor counting the magic stones. Yi Feng, who was conversing with Haochen, suddenly trembled and turned to ask, "What's the matter?" The overseer in charge of counting the magic stones remarked, "How is it possible that these 2 have mined so many mid-grade and low-grade magic stones without a single high-grade one? It seems rather unlikely, doesn't it?" A hint of unease flickered within Haochen, but upon realizing the nature of the inquiry, he let out a sigh of relief and cast a meaningful glance at Yi Feng. Almost fainting, Yi Feng thought to himself, "I was expecting something significant. How could they have found high-grade magic stones without my knowledge? This fellow is far too inquisitive. It seems I must recalibrate my approach." He then declared, The type of magic stones one unearths is merely a matter of fortune. If you wish to verify this, I can allow you to excavate magic stones yourself and see if your assertions hold true. My sole question for you is, have those two completed their tasks? Upon hearing that he was to mine, the overseer was instantly struck with fear, responding hastily, yes, they have both exceeded their quotas. Humph, what a fuss. Yi Feng scoffed before departing the mining site. The overseer, still shaken, remained in a daze for quite some time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Haochen had spent over 10 days in the Magic God Valley's magic stone mine, accumulating a wealth of magic stones that could be counted in the millions. Of course, the 300 individuals he had brought along were not idle either. While coordinating the rescue of the enslaved miners from the celestial realm, they had also unearthed a substantial quantity of magic stones. One evening, as a gentle breeze swept through the Magic God Valley, it was the designated hour for the miners to submit their magic stones, coinciding with the 3-day deadline set by Haochen. After arriving at the mine, through meticulous observation and conversations with other miners, he discovered that fewer than 1/3 of the enslaved miners emerged from the caves each day to deliver their magic stones. Consequently, after rescuing the enslaved human miners from the celestial realm, he prepared for their escape from the Magic God Valley's magic stone mine. A demon miner, clad in tattered garments, exited the cave early, blending into the crowd in an attempt to complete his task ahead of time. The overseer remained stationed at the entrance, responsible for tallying the miners' yields and conducting thorough inspections. Hurry up, don't dawdle like a woman, a demon overseer barked at the miners, his face adorned with a smug and lecherous grin. After the magic stones of the miner ahead were counted, he proceeded towards the miner's shelter. Move faster. Are you a tortoise? If you keep dragging your feet, it will be dark soon. The demon overseer berated the demon miner. Yes, my apologies. Here are the magic stones I mined. The demon miner responded with an air of utmost humility, mirroring the demeanor of an ordinary human miner. 15 low-grade stones, barely acceptable. What is your name? The demon overseer inquired, having finished counting the magic stones submitted by the ragged demon. My name is Yuan. I hope for your kind consideration. The tattered demon miner replied respectfully. This ragged demon miner was, in fact, the guise adopted by Haochen. In moderation, Haochen had long been prepared. This name, along with the attire he donned, belonged to a certain fellow named Yuan, whose true identity could withstand scrutiny. Yuan, a member of the demon race, possessed cultivation at the late stage of a demon lord and served as a guardian under the command of Knight Feiyu in the northwest of the Baihai demon domain. This guardian, in a fit of drunken folly, forcibly took advantage of the younger sister of the 13th concubine of the commander's mansion, Lan Meier. Upon the 13th concubine's return from a family visit, she passed through Fenglin City, where the guardian Yuan had set his sights on Lan Meier. She had accompanied her sister to the commander's mansion as an invited guest, and Knight Feiyu had long coveted the beauty of his sister-in-law, but had not found the opportunity to act. However, halfway through, Yuan, that scoundrel, seized the moment, prompting Knight Feiyu in a fit of rage to exile Yuan to the Demon God Valley mines for 3 years of penance. Leveraging his previous status as a guardian and his connections with the steward Knight Feiyu, Yuan, upon arriving at the mines, frequently seized other miners' demon essence stones and even injured or killed several miners, forcing them into submission. Just as these 3 years of penance were drawing to a close, allowing him to leave the Demon God Valley, he foolishly entangled himself with Haochen in a bid to acquire more demon essence stones. He sought out Haochen, who was friendly with Yi Feng, and after a verbal altercation, resorted to violence. Yet, the original owner of this name had already been imprisoned within the demon suppression tower by Haochen. Should Yuan's soul tablet be destroyed, it would shatter, necessitating his confinement. Thus, the current Haochen bore the name Yuan. All right, I have duly noted the quantity of demon essence stones you submitted. The steward has been informed. You may leave the mine at your convenience. The demon overseer tossed Yuan a wooden token, serving as a pass for entering and exiting the mines. Each time one entered the mine, it would be collected, and upon exit, it would be reissued. Haochen had long since investigated and learned that Yuan could take the pass to bid farewell to the mine steward Knight Feiyu. However, taking advantage of a moment's distraction, Haochen slipped out of the miners' quarters, successfully traversing the first line of defense amid the inquiries of several patrol teams, and arrived beneath a steep cliff. Ah, this should be the place, he mused. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, Haochen had conducted a soul search on Yi Luan and unexpectedly discovered that Yi Luan had buried a fortune at this very cliff. Naturally, the millions of demon essence stones buried by Yi Luan would now belong entirely to Haochen. At this moment, Haochen gazed up at the towering cliff, deciding against bidding farewell to Knight Feishuang and instead resolved to ascend from this spot, intending to leave the Demon God Valley unnoticed. Chapter 1009, The Rampage of Beasts, Part 1. Having departed from the demon essence stone mines of the Demon God Valley, Haochen traversed the mountain forests. Gazing at the desolate yet verdant by high jungle, his heart heavy with sorrow. He had never anticipated the fury of the dragon owl to be so brutal, nor the ensuing beast tide that engulfed the entire by high jungle. Along his path, he encountered countless bones and heard the wails of the suffering. Haochen refrained from summoning anyone to revel in the exotic scenery of this other world. This was akin to a hell on earth, devoid of any allure for exploration. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. Haochen has completely emerged from the Baihai jungle. He spent over half a month at the mysterious valley of the Mo Yuan stone mines, and after leaving the mines, he traversed the Baihai jungle for another 7 or 8 days. The Baihai Demon Domain and the Quanglan Demon Domain, bordering the Baihai jungle, are undergoing transformations daily. The assassins pursuing Haochen have returned to the realm, having narrowly escaped from the clutches of both the Dragon Hawk and the rampant magical beasts within the Baihai jungle. This time, 9 black-clad celestial assassins experienced countless battles, even facing formidable high-tier magical beasts, and miraculously evaded their lethal grasp. However, upon escaping the Baihai jungle, only 2 of the late-stage celestial assassins remained. As the others perished at the hands of the Dragon Hawk, they returned separately to Baihai City and Quanglan City, bearing a shocking revelation. Within the Baihai jungle, the hunted had utilized explosive thunderbolts infused with a potion that incites magical beasts' mating frenzy, leading many of these creatures into a state of rampant aggression, indicating the potential onset of a beast tide. This news astounded the lords of Quanglan Demon Domain, Yu Quanglan, and Baihai Demon Domain, Yi Baihai, as well as the higher echelons of their respective courts. The 7th princess, Yu Baixia, was equally taken aback. Who would have thought that, just a few years after the last beast tide, another was on the verge of erupting? The frequency is alarmingly high. Simultaneously, the envoy from the Northern Tribal Alliance of the 2 domains returned with further news. Baihai City is currently rallying powerful warriors to combat the impending beast tide. This is a matter of life and death for Baihai City, prompting many powerful demons to offer their assistance. Upon grasping the origins of this beast tide, the 7th princess, Yu Baixia, began to understand. The establishment of Baihai City and Quanglan City was fundamentally to defend against high-tier magical beasts breaching their territories, using robust city walls to withstand waves of beast tides. Such confrontations occur every few years, with a maximum interval of about 10 to 20 years, the longer the duration, the greater the scale of the beast tide. However, the beast tides that erupt at the edges of the Baihai jungle are generally eradicated by the powerful demons stationed in the major cities. After years of proliferation, numerous low-tier magical beasts have reappeared, scattered across the outskirts of the Baihai jungle, within its vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. The beast tide encountered by the demon clan a few years prior was merely a manifestation of some mid-tier magical beasts from the periphery of the Baihai jungle. It is only when these creatures advance to high tier that they will instigate a beast tide, attacking human cities beyond the mountains and consuming human flesh. Especially for magical beasts, devouring the flesh of cultivators is crucial for their ascension. Once these mid-tier magical beasts successfully advance, they must retreat deep into the Baihai jungle, otherwise, they face extermination at the hands of humans. Should even a single high-tier magical beast breach human territory, it would unleash unfathomable slaughter and death. This impending beast tide appears to be even more colossal and terrifying, possibly incited intentionally by humans to provoke the Dragon Hawk in the Forbidden Grounds. In light of this more fearsome beast tide, the Demon Clan has ceased all activities entering the Baihai jungle. On the evening of the black-clad assassin's return, a series of thunderous rumbles echoed from deep within the Baihai jungle. The muffled roar, initially faint, gradually intensified over time, morphing into a cacophony of beastly howls echoing in the distance. The cities of Bihai and Quanglan had summoned millions of formidable warriors to engage in fierce hunts across this vast expanse. The earth trembled under the stampede of countless beasts. An endless tide of fury. In the vicinity of Quanglan City, the majestic Bailanshan served as a natural barrier. Dozens of celestial demons stood resolutely atop Bailanshan, gazing out upon the multitude of ferocious creatures below, their roars resonating ominously, darkening the landscape. The sight was overwhelming. Within the beast tide, a sea of ferocity stretched as far as the eye could see, housing no fewer than several 100,000 monstrous entities. This was merely a glimpse of the area they surveyed. In addition to these formidable beasts, countless lower-tier magical creatures, each towering several tens of feet, surged forth with even greater momentum, numbering in the thousands, and their ranks continued to swell. Wherever the beast tide surged, devastation ensued. Many formidable beasts were trampled into pulp by the relentless onslaught of lower-tier creatures, leaving a scene of brutality with corpses strewn across the land, staining the earth red. The encroaching tide, like a dark ocean, swept across the terrain, only veering around the peaks of mountains, reminiscent of water flowing around towering cliffs, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Soon, the black wave of beasts enveloped Bailanshan, as tens of thousands of ferocious creatures breached its territory. They surged into the mountain range, igniting a frenzy among the beasts residing within Bailanshan, who eagerly joined the onslaught. Though the majority of these ferocious beasts continued their wild dash beyond Bailanshan, a small fraction broke into the sanctum at the heart of the mountain. Although this was but a minuscule portion, their numbers still soared into the thousands. The lower-tier magical beasts comprised over half of this surge. However, under the relentless assault by the demon clans, more than half of them perished, leaving fewer than 2,000 survivors. The elderly, weak, and women of the demon clans had already been escorted through secret passages into the subterranean realms, the hidden caverns of the mountain. The demon warriors eagerly engaged in the hunt of these unwelcome intruders among the beasts. Thousands of celestial demons unleashed their might, and these uninvited ferocious creatures were swiftly vanquished. In that moment, a multitude of mid-tier magical beasts appeared on the distant horizon, including the likes of the demonic cloud leopard, the unicorn demon python, and the demon soul lion, each towering over 10 feet, with some even reaching several tens of feet in height, their massive forms resembling small mountains. The sudden emergence of dozens of mid-tier feral beasts, particularly several at the peak of mid-tier maturity, left the upper echelons of the Quanglan demon domain astounded. It was well known that within the regions surrounding the Bihai jungle, the mightiest entities were merely mid-tier magical beasts, each dominating vast territories, making encounters with even a few of these creatures a rarity. The sight of dozens appearing simultaneously was unprecedented. Moreover, from the distant land, more magical beasts continued to surge forth. Though this horde of beasts appeared vast and awe-inspiring, once scattered across the vast mountain ranges, it gradually vanished into the dense forests, resulting in a dramatic increase in the ferocious creatures and demonic beasts inhabiting the land surrounding the mountains. The influx of mid-tier demonic beasts has led to their dominance over the terrain near the Bailan mountain range, with numerous mid-tier beasts frequently encroaching upon the territory of the demon clans. This situation has been somewhat mitigated by the valiant efforts of Bihai City and Quanglan City, along with the surrounding towns that have united to combat this beast tide. Without the fortifications provided by these towns, the number of mid-tier demonic beasts would have surged to a heart-stopping level. Chapter 1010, The Rampant Beasts, Part 2. Upon departing from the Bihai forest, a dismal sight greeted Haochen. The once fragrant land lay in ruins, ravaged by demonic beasts, with tribes annihilated, barren stretches devoid of life, and the remnants of the deceased littering the ground. On that fateful day, a ferocious roar reverberated from the edge of the earth, causing countless demonic and savage beasts to tremble in fear, nearly submitting in reverence. In the next moment, a scaled demon ape, adorned with a majestic yet graceful demeanor, emerged. Despite its injuries and shattered scales, it crouched languidly in a depression. The presence of this armored demon ape instilled terror, prompting numerous ferocious beasts to flee or tremble in dread. Both Haochen and the demon clan's powerful beings were stirred by this roar, a palpable sense of imminent danger enveloping the atmosphere. Even Haochen could sense an overwhelming pressure descending upon him. Upon exiting the Bihai forest, Haochen quickly recognized the scaled demon ape as a female, belonging to the same lineage as the Chilean ape he had tamed in Xianan City. How remarkable the world is! The realm of cultivation harbors hybrids, and the celestial realm is no less extraordinary. I shall soon introduce them to each other and persuade her to join my cause. This armored demon ape exuded a perilous aura, being a high-tier demonic beast, potentially even a 9th-tier or celestial demonic beast. At that moment, it seemed to sense Haochen's presence, lifting its gaze towards him, undeterred by the distance of several dozen miles. With a flash of indignation, the demon ape thought to itself, "How dare a human venture into my territory, launching a guerrilla assault from the rear? It is fortunate I detected this in time, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. I shall let you spy. I shall let you see." Soon, the demon ape rose to its full height, towering like an iron tower, and charged towards Haochen with the force of a tempest. In response to the impending attack, Haochen swiftly unleashed his wind wings, appearing directly above the beast. Demonic explosive fist. Channeling the blazing fire of Donphan, Haochen struck with all his might, delivering a devastating blow to the demon ape's head, instantly engulfing it in a sea of flames. Boom! With a swift strike, Haochen immediately fled, retreating over 1,000 zhang. Roaring in anger, the demon ape beast reacted. As the flames of the Dan extinguished, the creature, with its hair singed away, revealed a bare patch of dark red on its chest. The scales of the demon ape had endured an extreme temperature burn, causing it immense, searing pain. Yet, despite the formidable nature of the Dan flames, which even celestial giants feared, they failed to inflict any genuine harm upon this scaled beast. Enraged, the demon ape began its assault on Haochen, launching powerful strikes that sent fierce gusts of wind hurtling toward him. The seemingly slow yet rapid strikes of the ape's palm manifested before Haochen in an instant, the violent winds stretching for dozens of zhang, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. With a thought, Haochen vanished once more, narrowly escaping. The violent winds swept past a distant mountain, obliterating it with a single blow. Such a terrifying display of power left Haochen astonished at the sheer ferocity of the scaled beast. With his perfected body of diamond, he realized he could not withstand a single blow from it. Roaring in fury at the unexpected intruder behind the demon beast horde, the demon ape fixed its gaze on Haochen. It unleashed a relentless series of strikes, each infused with sharp, destructive energy that shattered mountains and tore the earth asunder, forcing Haochen to evade time and again. He sensed the immense power within each gust, knowing that even a glancing blow would spell disaster for him. Enraged by the encounter, Haochen, having just recuperated from his previous battle with the sky demon assassin, found himself confronting this unreasonable beast. Did it think him an easy target? Thus, Haochen swiftly approached the demon ape, landing a powerful punch against its armored scales. The impact felt as though he had struck an impenetrable fortress. The overwhelming recoil surged through him, causing his blood to boil and his fist to ache. Yet, the demon ape too was shaken by the force, its body quivering as cracks appeared in its scales. Suddenly, a sense of danger loomed. With a swift action, Haochen landed another blow before retreating 1,000 zhang once more. This strike, fueled by his celestial energy, failed to inflict any tangible damage on the beast, which was utterly astonishing. The demon ape was indeed a terrifying creature, with a defense that was nothing short of monstrous and an equally fearsome offense. It was as if the demon ape were an impregnable fortress, harboring devastating lethality, a veritable nightmare for any living being. In that moment, Haochen erupted in fury. Since his ascension to the Earth immortal realm, he had yet to find a worthy opponent to hone his skills against. Now, faced with the brutish demon ape, he resolved to use it as a training partner. It was time to see whether the brute strength of the demon ape could match his own ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen harnessed his Earth immortal powers, deftly employing the wind wing technique to appear and vanish at will beside the demon ape. Fierce assaults repeatedly struck the Linjia demon ape, yet Haochen exercised restraint, deliberately avoiding blows to its chest, a principle he adhered to even in the face of monstrous beasts. The Linjia demon ape, massive in stature, was not particularly agile, perpetually finding itself on the receiving end of incessant strikes. While a few punches might be inconsequential, the relentless barrage of hundreds left it floundering, its retaliation utterly ineffective. The creature emitted anguished cries of frustration. However, the Linjia demon ape's defenses were astonishingly formidable. Haochen's full-force strikes rained down upon its scaled armor, producing a myriad of sparks, the sound of metal clashing reverberating like thunder. Even with all his might, he could only etch fine cracks upon the creature's hide, failing to breach its impenetrable armor, revealing its terrifying strength. With a roar, the Linjia demon ape, cloaked in a dark, scaly hide, unleashed a tempestuous gale imbued with a menacing aura. In response to Haochen's elusive attacks, it bellowed, summoning a horrific force that manifested as swirling black light, akin to a violent storm. Rocks and trees within this maelstrom were utterly obliterated, transforming the landscape into a desolate expanse of rubble. Faced with assaults from all directions, Haochen surged forth, igniting the flames of his alchemical fire, which engulfed the black light in a searing ocean of flames, incinerating everything in its path. Yet, the black light was terrifyingly resilient. Even under the onslaught of the alchemical fire, it remained largely undiminished, striking Haochen with a cacophony of sparks. As Haochen emerged from the black gale, he immediately activated his wings of wind, swiftly distancing himself from the Linjia demon ape. However, his body bore numerous wounds, a testament to the ferocity of the encounter. Fortunately, these injuries were superficial, affecting only his flesh and not his sinews or vital organs. Nevertheless, Haochen was taken aback. The ferocity of the adversary's attacks was overwhelming. Had he remained ensnared within that black gale for an additional 20 or 30 breaths, even his indestructible body would have faced annihilation. As the black winds surrounding the Linjia demon ape gradually dissipated, Haochen surveyed the devastation wrought by the creature, astonished by the desolation spanning dozens of miles, reduced to ruins. The earth left in tatters. This could not continue. Observing that the Linjia demon ape had sustained significant injuries, with deep gashes on its head and torso, he noted its strength was indeed compromised. Yet, it still maintained an undeniable upper hand against Haochen. Its formidable vitality allowed the wounds to begin healing gradually. Haochen surmised that this Linjia demon ape might possess the bloodline of a divine beast, otherwise, it would not have rendered him so utterly powerless. It was crucial to recognize that even in his formidable state, he could not have been so thoroughly bested by an opponent of this caliber. Now on guard, the Linjia demon ape emanated a swirling aura of black light, developing countermeasures against Haochen's elusive attacks. Should he attempt to engage, the terrifying black gale would ensnare him, reducing him to mere fragments. Your entire body is covered in carapace, so I shall summon your kin to restrain you, while I devise a scheme to outmaneuver you. Haochen sought assistance to hold back the armored demon ape. With a mere thought, a shadow abruptly materialized. The Chilan ape appeared, letting out a thunderous roar, and its diminutive frame instantly transformed into a formidable creature, comparable in stature to the armored demon ape, enveloped in an ominous aura that exuded an ancient and noble pressure. Upon its emergence, it fixated intently on the dark-scaled armored demon ape. The Chilan ape's eyes shimmered with pride, provocation, and a hint of avarice, causing the armored demon ape to feel an unsettling tension and tremor as it sensed the weight of the Chilan ape's presence. Clearly, the bloodline of the Chilan ape was of a more exalted caliber, instilling an instinctual trepidation and fear. Roar! The Chilan ape bellowed at the armored demon ape, which had ventured forth from the depths of the Azure Jungle. Dear sister, shall we not sit down and discuss matters peacefully? What is the purpose of this violence? The armored demon ape, upon sighting the Chilan ape, mused inwardly. What a peculiar world we inhabit. I thought being a hybrid was strange enough. Yet here stands an even more bizarre younger sibling. The armored demon ape, incensed by the audacity of a younger sibling daring to admonish an elder, suppressed its fear, while its greed intensified. The Chilan ape's bloodline was extraordinarily high, something the armored demon ape could scarcely aspire to. The remnants of that ancient, noble lineage initially filled it with unease and dread. However, it soon realized that the Chilan ape was merely a ninth-tier beast, and it could possibly hunt and devour its flesh. For the armored demon ape, the flesh of the Chilan ape was undoubtedly a supreme elixir. Roar! Driven by greed, the armored demon ape disregarded any notion of kinship, dismissing the idea of fratricide, and charged at the Chilan ape, unleashing a flurry of gales with a sweeping palm. Upon witnessing the armored demon ape's brazen assault, the Chilan ape was filled with rage. Unrefined creature, you presume to overstep your bounds. It was astonished that the armored demon ape dared to strike at it, knowing full well that its bloodline far surpassed that of its adversary. Roar! The Chilan ape retaliated fiercely, launching its own palm in response. The clash of their mighty hands erupted in a shower of sparks. In an instant, they were entangled in fierce combat, the Qilin ape's claws raking against the armored demon ape's scales, while the armored demon ape's grasp ensnared the Qilin ape's fur. The Qilin ape's fur was severed in an instant, while the armored demon ape's scales shattered, staining the ground with blood, as their battle raged with unparalleled ferocity. At that moment, the heads of both the Qilin ape and the armored demon ape resembled each other in their stark baldness, both gleaming under the light, leaving Haochen in fits of laughter. The armored demon ape's dark winds enveloped the Qilin ape, but the latter expelled a breath of Qilin fire that incinerated the black winds completely. Despite the Qilin ape being slightly smaller, the ferocity of their clash was undeniable, a struggle that was too close to call. However, the opponent's defense was exceedingly formidable, covered in scales, rendering the attacks of the Qilin ape largely ineffective. Although the Qilin ape possessed greater agility, it gradually began to falter in direct combat, suffering increasing injuries. Both the Qilin ape and the Linjia demon ape sought to annihilate one another. Haochen observed the battle from a distance, growing increasingly concerned for the Qilin ape. After all, the Qilin ape was merely a ninth-tier magical beast, and it was evident that it was at a disadvantage in this confrontation, a dire situation for the Qilin ape. The Linjia demon ape wielded the innate ability of the Black Gale, terrifying in its ferocity, which it channeled through its palms, unleashing devastating power that could coalesce and dissipate at will, forming a black gale capable of obliteration. This was an exceedingly potent and fearsome creature. In response to the Linjia demon ape, the Qilin ape unleashed its fierce spirit, roaring continuously as it engaged in combat. The two bodies clashed relentlessly. The Qilin ape managed to tear away some of the Linjia demon ape's dark scales and shatter its bones, while the Linjia demon ape left numerous wounds on the Qilin ape. The Linjia demon ape charged once more, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Qilin ape. The Qilin ape unleashed several bursts of Qilin fire, yet its vitality waned significantly. The repeated activation of its innate abilities placed a heavy burden on the Qilin ape, and in the face of the now enraged Linjia demon ape, it found itself increasingly suppressed and injured, frequently on the losing end. Haochen observed everything unfold before him. It was evident that the Qilin ape was no match for the Linjia demon ape, despite its divine beast lineage providing formidable attributes, even the use of its signature ability. The Qilin fire could not turn the tide in its favor. In the next moment, a thought crossed Haochen's mind as the blood-poisoned spirit and the celestial ice spirit stealthily approached the Linjia demon ape. Haochen intended to outsmart the Linjia demon ape. Suddenly, the Linjia demon ape glanced towards Haochen. A spirit entity had silently infiltrated its consciousness, and although it was resisted by the creature's overwhelming mental strength, the pain it caused was undeniable, akin to being pricked by a needle. It yearned to eliminate Haochen, whom it deemed a coward for employing underhanded tactics instead of engaging in an honorable duel. At this moment, the Linjia demon ape's eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, a palpable aura of murder pervading the air. Yet, it was still preoccupied with the Qilin ape, its younger adversary. Moreover, the Qilin ape was on the verge of collapse, presenting an opportune moment for the Linjia demon ape. The Qilin ape, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Qilin, incited an insatiable greed within the Linjia demon ape for its flesh and blood. It had an instinctive sense that consuming the Qilin ape might allow it to transform its own bloodline into that of the Qilin. Thus, it launched a frenzied assault on the Qilin ape, relentless in its pursuit of victory. Chapter 1012. Taming the exotic beasts. The Qilin ape continued to roar as it fought fiercely, both combatants stained with blood and bearing numerous wounds. Yet, the Qilin ape was ultimately just a ninth-tier magical beast. Despite its ancient and noble lineage, it was still a magical creature, gradually succumbing to the might of the Linjia demon ape, an immortal-tier beast. In the midst of close combat, the Qilin ape quickly found itself at a disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed and on the brink of annihilation. As Haochen contemplated using the celestial spirit ice to seal the Linjia demon ape and subsequently imprison it within the demon suppression tower, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of the defiant pride and indomitable spirit reflected in the eyes of the Qilin ape, causing him to hesitate momentarily. This battle presented an exceptionally rare opportunity for the Qilin ape, one that would leave an indelible mark on its future growth. Thus, Haochen resolved to refrain from intervening. Consequently, the two demon apes clashed fiercely upon the land, their terrifying power obliterating everything within a radius of several dozen miles. While countless fierce beasts in the vicinity fled in terror, observing the ferocious struggle of the Chilean ape, Haochen fell into deep contemplation. He had long harbored a suspicion that the Chilean ape might possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Only those beasts with a bloodline exceeding that of divine beasts could autonomously transform their forms before reaching the divine level. The divine bloodline was a legendary lineage. Every beast bearing such a bloodline, as long as it remained alive, would eventually evolve into a being of unimaginable power at the divine level. The transformations exhibited by the Chilean ape suggested that it might be a descendant of the divine Chilean bloodline, or perhaps even a pure blood. Considering that the demon ape itself was also a divine beast, it is essential to recognize that the disparity between pure blood descendants and ordinary bloodline beasts is immense. Taking the example of a dragon beast infused with the exceedingly rare true dragon bloodline, the true dragon itself is a celestial beast of divine lineage. However, after countless generations of interbreeding with other species, the essence of the true dragon bloodline becomes exceedingly diluted. Thus, it can no longer be classified as a divine bloodline, instead equating to a pure blood royal bloodline, possessing the potential of a royal bloodline beast. To differentiate among the bloodlines of demon beasts and celestial beasts, they are categorized into tiers such as royal, imperial, emperor, celestial, and divine. The higher the tier of the bloodline, the more arduous the transformation becomes. Consequently, some river dragons strive to enhance the concentration of their bloodlines and elevate their tier, a task of immense difficulty. This led Haochen to reflect upon the battle between the Chilean ape and the Linjia demon ape as it drew towards its conclusion. The Linjia demon ape bore numerous wounds and appeared on the verge of defeat. Observing this, Haochen finally resolved to take action. With a single thought, the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar once again surged into action, while the celestial spirit Ice, not to be outdone, unleashed a beam of icy light toward the Linjia demon ape. Suddenly, a small tower materialized in Haochen's right hand. In the next moment, this tower ascended into the heavens, transforming into a towering structure of 1,000 feet, with shimmering black light cascading downwards. At the base of the demon suppression tower, a distorted space emerged, aiming to engulf the Linjia demon ape. The immense Linjia demon ape, feeling sudden terror in the face of the unexpected tower, was overwhelmed by the oppressive aura it emanated, a fearsome force pressing down upon it, rendering it immensely uncomfortable. In the next instant, it summoned all its strength, unleashing a terrifying black gale directed at the demon suppression tower. However, the black gale struck the tower, only to be devoured entirely in an instant. The Linjia demon ape's power proved utterly ineffective against the tower, and upon realizing its attacks bore no fruit. It was seized by a profound sense of dread and sought to flee. The chilling power of ice encased its body, while the energy of the demon suppression tower confined this space. Its consciousness was pierced and disrupted, causing turmoil in its thoughts. Although it was capable of movement, the surrounding realm felt as though it were trapped here, rendering escape impossible. This moment was but a fleeting instant. The Linjia demon ape was engulfed in terror as the demon suppression tower descended from above, drawing it within. The Chilean ape observed this scene with surprise. However, upon seeing the small tower resting in Haoyen's hand, it quelled its murderous aura, its form shrinking in response. Haoyen approached the Chilean ape. The Chilean ape, with a pitiful gaze, lamented to its master, Haoyen, its body drenched in blood and gravely injured. "Come, let fat girl heal your wounds." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Haoyen had returned to the demon suppression tower with the Chilean ape in tow. A terrifying roar reverberated throughout the space. At this moment, the Linjia demon ape was suppressed by the power of this realm, immobilized upon the ground, struggling and howling in distress. Witnessing the immobile Linjia demon ape, the Chilean ape was immediately consumed by hatred. "This fat girl is now yours. Do as you wish, but do not kill it," Haoyen instructed the Chilean ape. With the Chilean ape by his side, Haoyen regarded the Linjia demon ape with disdain. Even in its current formidable state, it paled in comparison to the Chilean ape's lineage. For the Chilean ape could evolve into a divine beast. Unless bestowed with great fortune, the Linjia demon ape's potential was limited. The Chilean ape, upon hearing this, could not contain its joy. With a furious roar, the Chilean ape launched a relentless assault on the Linjia demon ape. You refused to heed my warnings and foolishly dared to challenge me. I will ensure you feel the consequences, it muttered. What purpose does your massive form serve? Retract it at once. Observing this unfolding spectacle, Haochen mused to himself, this is no mere reprimand. It resembles a husband chastising his wife. When all was said and done, Haochen had acquired a formidable ally, while the Chilean ape had gained a new subordinate. The beast tide continued unabated, with a multitude of mid-tier magical beasts infiltrating the nearby mountains, while lower-tier beasts and ferocious creatures merged into the vast expanse of land. The population of magical beasts surged dramatically. For a prolonged period hence, both the Beihai demon domain and the Quanglon demon domain would face increasingly dire challenges. As humanity fought against the tide of beasts, concerns for Haochen and Huang Xin were cast aside. Disguised and transformed, Haochen, on his way back to Quanglon City, took the opportunity to slay some beasts that trampled upon the tribes, rescuing several innocent civilians in the process. Witnessing such a tragic scene, a sense of regret welled up within Haochen. Initially intending to use the beasts to eliminate the celestial demon assassins, he had inadvertently stirred up such chaos. Feeling a discord with the natural order, and prayed for the swift cessation of the beast tide. Effortlessly, he traversed back to where he had come from, quietly returning to the other side of the demon abyss. Remarkably, after inadvertently subduing the Linjia demon ape, he managed to alleviate the continued spread of the beast tide in the Quanglon demon domain. 3 days after Haotian's departure from the demon realm, even the Xianxian experts had not intervened, leading to the eventual dissolution of the beast tide in the Quanglon demon domain. The recent beast tide is but a single wave amidst the countless ripples that have emerged in the demon realm over millennia. The seventh princess of the turbulent demon domain, though engaged in her usual cultivation and daily life, has been diligently seeking the whereabouts of Chen Hao during each of her outings. Chapter 1013. The return of the king after an arduous journey of over 6 months filled with countless trials and tribulations, Haochen has returned to the celestial realm. Arriving at the beloved nameless valley of Tianxing, his expedition to the demon realm has yielded bountiful rewards. He has acquired people, wealth, and resources, capturing the heart of the seventh princess of the turbulent demon realm and bringing back a substantial amount of demon essence stones and celestial essence stones. Notably, while deciphering the storage rings of the demon realm, he unexpectedly discovered a celestial Dan within the storage ring of Yiwuan, and also stumbled upon a celestial king Dan among these rings, both of which were delightful surprises. Once, the fairy Ziqing nearly lost her life for a single celestial king Dan, with countless others fighting for it. Now, armed with both the celestial Dan and the celestial king Dan, he can analyze their pharmacology and properties, devising methods for refining these precious elixirs. Haochen is confident that, given the right raw materials, he could refine the celestial Dan immediately. However, he does not believe he possesses the current capability to refine the celestial king Dan, though he can analyze its pharmacological properties and prepare the necessary materials for its future refinement. The storage rings he has deciphered belong to individuals associated with the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower. Those who could not unlock these rings have left them for him to tackle, ever since his sister, Haochen, took residence in the Jade Pendant Space. She has been living in the Chui Ling Tower alongside Xiao Chui and a dozen little fairies. Naturally, others frequently visit as well. This place is not only the Jade Pendant Space and a gateway to the external world, but also a medicinal herb garden, the Flower and Fruit Mountain, and the site of the Spirit Pool. In her relentless pursuit of the spiritual liquid from the Ascension Pool, Xiao Chui has insisted that Haochen manage the Ascension Pool here for convenience in bathing and refreshing. In Haochen's eyes, Xiao Chui is a frivolous spender and rather stingy. Utilizing the Ascension Pool requires the payment of celestial essence stones, and of course, it is Haochen who bears the cost for newcomers. Moreover, if the spiritual liquid in the Ascension Pool diminishes, she will implore Haochen to find ways to replenish it. Otherwise, Xiao Chui will ignore him entirely. Upon returning to the celestial realm and arriving at the Nameless Valley, Haochen sighed with relief, exclaiming, "Home at last." At that moment, he summoned Huang Xin, Feishuang and Weier, followed by Wening, Hao Ruoshi, Tianyi, Zhang and Luo Qian. When he summoned Song Tianxing, Xing Yi, and Song Shueping, Song Tianxing rubbed his eyes and remarked, "Haven't we left the sect yet?" Subsequently, he called forth Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxian, Qi Yijing, Nan Yin, Nan Fei, and Feng Lin. Both Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxian were incredulous upon hearing the experiences shared by Wen Ying and her 5 classmates. The return of Haochen and Huang Xian had already stirred quite a commotion within the Shifeng sect. While Haochen and the others rested in the Nameless Valley, Huang Longfei, Huang Feiying, and Song Yun arrived promptly, followed closely by the 4th elder of the sect, Xinghai, who hurried to meet them. The crowd did not reconvene in the Shifeng Gate's deliberation hall. Instead, they gathered closely to listen to the accounts of Haochen and Huang Xian regarding their journey to the demon realm. Haochen succinctly recounted their expedition to the Abyssal Valley, where they sought to rescue 5 classmates from the Haochen Immortal Academy, along with Hai Feishuang. Subsequently, Hai Feishuang added details about their endeavor to save Weier. As for the slaying of Yi Wuhuan and the ensuing beast tide, Haochen merely touched upon these events in passing. Huang Xian also briefly described his observations upon entering the demon domain and presented a report to the sect leader, Huang Longfei. As Huang Xian had been tasked with gathering intelligence in the demon realm, he analyzed the events concerning the Hai family and the enigmatic second master mentioned by the cloaked figures, detailing the collusion of Huolai, the overseer of the Lihua sect's mining area, with the demon realm. Such matters were not for public disclosure and could only be raised in the report. However, the absence of concrete evidence rendered them mere conjectures. While both Huang Xian and Haochen had ventured into the demon realm for intelligence gathering, Huolai could also have done so. Merely visiting the demon realm did not imply collusion with its denizens. Upon reviewing Huang Xian's report, Huang Longfei felt a mix of relief and concern due to the lack of evidence to substantiate the allegations against Huolai. Although suspicions lingered that Huolai was indeed the second master spoken of by the cloaked figures who orchestrated the abduction of Hai Feishuang, further investigation was warranted. This information was obtained from the Lord of the Chaotic Abyss, Yu Quanglan, and the 7th Princess's master, Fei Yue. It includes recordings of the battle between my mentor Huang Xian and Huolai. Perhaps it will prove useful to you, Huang Longfei said as he pondered the report. As he contemplated the intelligence, Haochen produced 3 shadow stones and handed them to Huang Longfei. As Huang Longfei examined the visual material, he inquired about Huang Xian's experiences. Huang Xian was astonished, pondering how the 7th Princess's master, Fei Yue, had acquired his recording, who had been present to capture the footage. Were there 2 elderly men, or perhaps Lan Feier? Thank you. I am uncertain whether to express my gratitude to Haochen for rescuing Hai Feishuang, to Huang Xian for his assistance, or to the footage itself. Regardless, Huang Longfei was beaming with joy. Huang Feiying expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Haochen with a deep bow. Once again, under the leadership of her mentor Huang Xian, the trial team expanded by 5 more students, totaling 20 as they set forth towards the Fenglin Gorge mining area. Hai Feishuang and Weier chose not to leave Shifeng Gate, but returned to the Hai family in Linyuan City with their mother, Huang Feiying. Huang Longfei, the sect leader of Shifeng Gate, not only permitted Huang Feiying to return home, but also dispatched a formidable entourage of 30 followers to aid her in establishing a new Hai family. One can only imagine the resurgence of the Hai family, having weathered numerous trials. Accompanied by Huang Xian, Haochen and his companions returned to the Haochen Immortal Academy after 7 days. Zitsuan Peak, however, would not let Haochen escape scrutiny. Under the interrogation of Lu Chang and the immortal Ziqing, Haochen finally elucidated how the 9 celestial demon assassins dispatched by Bihai City and Quanglan City had been intricately woven into the events that triggered the beast tide. I feel immense guilt for inciting the beast tide that swept through the Bihai demon domain and the Quanglan demon domain, as it undoubtedly harmed the innocent and defied the natural order, Haochen lamented. Nevertheless, this incident can be viewed from 2 perspectives, at the very least. It has postponed the conflict between the 2 realms by 20 years, if not longer. Consider the realms of the Azure Sea and the Abyss of Wrath, where countless lives and treasures have been lost. If one wishes to rejuvenate, it would take decades of recuperation. Who would dare to instigate war? You are not at fault, nor should you feel remorse, for you ventured into the lion's den to rescue others. Had you not acted swiftly to save the 5 female students of the Haochen Academy, one can only speculate how many would have resigned in disgrace. Your cunning strategy for self-preservation was indeed a wise decision. The error lies not with you, but with the demon realm, which not only kidnapped individuals from the celestial realm as hostages, but also sought to execute them. In their pursuit of you, they committed the grave error of pursuing a desperate foe. Due to Haotian's merits and actions, the Haotian Academy has exceptionally appointed him as a mentor in the Guardian Hall, alongside Huang Xin, to lead the Academy's Fenglin Gorge Guard. However, the Fairy Ziqing disapproves of Zitsuan Peak's decision and has no choice but to assign Haotian a nominal position while he continues his studies in her class. Although Haotian remains a student of Class 7, he finds himself juggling responsibilities between the mines, the Academy, and the ZY Pavilion in Beihou City. Moreover, Zitsuan Peak expresses great satisfaction with the 3 young individuals recommended by the Shifeng sect, praising the talents of Nanfei and Nanyan. Zitsuan Peak understands that while these individuals appear to follow Haotian into the world, his temporary dominion lies within the Academy. The offspring of the 3 elders of the Shifeng sect, Song Tianxing and Song Xueping, along with the daughter of the 4th elder, Xing Yi, are exceptional talents within the Beihou court. Their admission to the Haotian Academy is a rare boon. The bond between the Academy and the Shifeng sect has grown stronger. As the offspring of both the 3rd and 4th elders, as well as the sect leader, now study within the Academy, an extraordinary occurrence. Of course, these individuals are all integrated into Class 7, while the 6 from the Fenglin group do not enjoy such privileges. Haotian has other plans and intends to consult with Xiao Haotian Nan. Brat, you have returned. Where are those 2 girls? Xiao Haotian Nan, having heard of Haotian's return, hurriedly makes his way to the dean's office, inquiring about the whereabouts of Haohua Xian and Luo Feier. Do not fret, they may have returned to the small courtyard. Perhaps you should search there, Haotian reassures him, noting Xiao Haotian Nan's anxious demeanor. Upon learning that the 2 girls are unharmed, Xiao Haotian Nan breathes a sigh of relief. When Haotian accompanies Xiao Haotian Nan back to the small courtyard where he resides, the atmosphere is already vibrant and lively. Having been away from the mines for 3 months, the members of the 7 squad have completed their trials and returned to the Academy. After exchanging greetings with the inhabitants of the small courtyard, the 2 plunge into the study. At this moment, Haotian retrieves the ancestral token of the Haos from the Qianyuan realm, along with his identity token from the Qianyuan sect. Xiao Haotian Nan's deductions were indeed correct. The words of their ancestor, the Emperor Xiao Haotian, ring true. Haotian is indeed a prodigy of the Hao family. Xiao Haotian Nan does not forget his official duties and casually hands Haotian a complete map of the 5 domains of the celestial realm. He then advises Haotian to attend the alchemist competition in the ZY Court's celestial domain. If time permits, it would be best to travel aboard the Alchemist Guild's airship for unified action. Otherwise, he must exercise caution when acting alone. The interrealm passage is fraught with peril, having evolved over thousands of years to harbor many unknown creatures that pose significant threats to those traversing its depths. Chapter 1014, Ziyun Mountain Manor, Part 1. Haochen proposed seeking assistance from Xiaohao Tianan to acquire a residence for his family near Beihai City, preferably a manor or a valley. Without hesitation, Xiaohao Tianan agreed to help Haochen in the search. In truth, there are numerous properties owned by the Hao family outside Beihai City. Should a manor or land prove unattainable, he could simply bestow one of the Hao family's external manors upon Haochen for his habitation. Unbeknownst to Haochen, this was the intention of the venerable ancestor, Emperor Xiaohao. After Haochen accepted the Xiaohao legacy, the ancestor had already set his sights on a particular manor, intending to acquire it as a gift for the prodigious talent of this generation. He envisioned that centuries hence, the heir who ascended to the celestial realm from their ancestral land would relish such a privilege. Unexpectedly, within a mere 30 years, Haochen had clandestinely traversed into the celestial realm, even before the Hao family could secure the property. At this juncture, as Haochen expressed his desire to purchase a manor to accommodate friends and family, Xiaohao Tianan, adhering to the decree of Emperor Xiaohao, contemplated acquiring Ziyun Mountain Manor, located northeast of the Beihai Forest, to offer to Haochen, albeit at a price that would not overburden him. In the celestial realm, all territories are owned, with the Beihai celestial domain being the dominion of Emperor Xiaohao. Acquiring property is feasible, provided there are sellers, but procuring a manor is far more challenging. Haochen inquired with Xiaohao Tianan about the possibility of purchasing a manor within the Beihai celestial domain. Recently arrived in the celestial realm, Haochen, despite possessing a substantial amount of celestial essence stones, was reluctant to indulge in the luxury of acquiring a manor. It was only after returning from the demon realm that he felt emboldened to seek Xiaohao Tianan's assistance in this endeavor. The demon suppression tower had become overcrowded. with 3,000 miners brought from the Qianyuan realm needing accommodation, alongside those rescued from the demon realm, as well as outstanding talents dispatched by various sects from the Qianyuan realm for trials. A place to house thousands is no small matter, which is precisely why Haochen sought Xiao Tiannan's help in locating a suitable manor. Ideally, he hoped to find a desirable location within the Beihai celestial domain. If that proved impossible, he contemplated exploring other celestial domains for fortune, sharing his thoughts with Xiao Tiannan. That would be unthinkable. For Haochen is a second-tier elixir master within the Beihai celestial domain, a figure of significance wherever he goes. Any ruler of a celestial domain would unreservedly acquiesce to all of Haochen's requests. As a scion of the Xiao clan, it is inconceivable to permit the talents of the family to falter. At this moment, Xiao Tiannan could not help but admire the foresight of Emperor Xiao. When Haochen accepted the Xiao legacy in the ancient battlefield's secret realm, Emperor Xiao had already laid the groundwork for Haochen's future in the celestial realm. Oh, you have indeed inquired the right person. There is indeed a manor for sale at Ziyun Mountain, 1,000 miles northeast of Beihai City. However, the price is steep, and the estate has fallen into disrepair, hence it has gone unnoticed. If you wish to visit, I will accompany you, Xiao Tiannan remarked with a smile. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing Xiao Tiannan's words, Haochen immediately rose to inquire. Shall we go and take a look? In order to reassure Haochen, Xiao Tiannan regained his composure and suggested, shall we go take a look? Before he could finish, he swiftly whisked Haochen away, racing towards the northeastern part of Beihai City. After a brief incense stick's time, the two beheld the serene sight of Ziyun Mountain in the distance, shrouded in ethereal mist. Leading the way, Xiao Tiannan pointed towards a small hill ahead, saying, we shall arrive after traversing this copse of trees. Upon passing through the grove, a vast valley unfolded before their eyes, housing an expansive estate. The moss-covered brick walls hinted at its historical significance. Although the vermilion paint on the plaque had faded, the characters inscribed upon it still faintly revealed the words, Ziyun Mountain Manor. At this moment, the pair had concealed their identities, presenting themselves as an elderly servant and a young master as they approached the grand entrance of the manor. Haochen knocked on the heavy door, calling out, is anyone there? A frail yet aged voice responded from behind. Who is it? With a creak, the substantial door slowly opened to reveal a slender, middle-aged man blocking the entrance. Who are you? What brings you to Ziyun Mountain Manor? With a warm smile, Haochen replied, good sir, we have heard that this estate is for sale, and we wish to take a look. The thin elder scrutinized them with a puzzled expression, asking, so, you are here to view the property? Indeed, good sir. May we enter for a tour? Haochen inquired. The elder appraised them once more before bluntly stating, this estate is quite valuable. Can you afford the price? Haochen stepped forward, reassured, rest assured. Good sir, we shall discuss the price after our visit. And I guarantee not a single coin will be overlooked. Skeptically, the elder opened the door wider and said, come in. As Haochen and Xiao Tiannan stepped inside, the elder closed the door behind them and led them further into the estate. The courtyard was spacious and meticulously maintained, featuring an artificial mountain at its center, surrounded by ponds, with rare flowers blooming vibrantly throughout. Clearly, this manor had once belonged to a prominent family. Before them lay a reception area furnished with chairs and a tea table, flanked by doors on either side. The elder guided them to the living room, explaining, this is the front hall, primarily used for receiving guests. Afterward, he led them through a door at the back, revealing a significantly larger courtyard. This courtyard was several times the size of the front yard, with a martial arts platform to the east and two buildings to the north and west. Notably, the northern structure was grandiose, comprising 3 levels. The elder pointed to the buildings, stating, these two are the main hall and the annex. That concludes your overview of the estate. The seller is asking for 10 million celestial yuan stones for the entire area, which spans 100 miles. The elder's expression was one of palpable irritation, as if he believed the price was far beyond their means. Haochen leaped atop the northern 3-story building, surveying the surroundings with keen awareness. At that moment, a loud knock echoed from the outer gate, and a voice called out, where is everyone? Are you all dead? Hurry and come out. The emaciated elder, his countenance marred by displeasure, addressed the two individuals, Haochen and Haochen, with a stern warning, you may observe here, but entry to the main hall and the side hall is forbidden. Do you understand? With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward the courtyard, muttering, "They have arrived, they have arrived." Subsequently, the lean elder led 3 individuals to the rear courtyard, among whom was a formidable warrior at the initial stage of the martial emperor realm, exuding an air of arrogance. He turned to his companions and commanded, "Huolu, assess the value of this courtyard." The young man named Huolu, a practitioner at the mid-level of the martial emperor realm, surveyed the surroundings and reported, "Master Luo, I perceive this courtyard has deteriorated significantly. It is worth at most a few hundred celestial essence stones." While it was true that the courtyard appeared somewhat dilapidated and did not justify the lean elder's claim of 10 million taels of silver, it could still fetch several million celestial essence stones. The elder's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "Umph. It is you again causing trouble. Every time a business deal is underway, you sniff around like dogs sensing blood. A few hundred celestial essence stones wouldn't even suffice to purchase a single flower in this courtyard, let alone the entire estate. Enough said, you may leave." The martial emperor warrior, brimming with confidence, barked back, "Old man, let me inform you that a few hundred celestial essence stones is already a generous offer for your courtyard. Have you inquired about my identity? I am Luo, do not test my patience." Upon hearing this, Huolu glared at the elder and withdrew from his robe a bundle of celestial essence stones, wrapped in fine silk, which he hurled to the ground. Huolu glared at the elder and declared, "Master Luo has spoken. A few hundred stones is the price. Take your celestial essence stones and leave immediately. We have long set our sights on this estate, and it now belongs to the Luo family." Witnessing such blatant coercion, Haochen, who had seen ample instances of strong-arm tactics, felt compelled to intervene, but Haochen, wearing a broad smile, gestured for him to refrain from meddling. The lean elder trembled with rage, kicking the celestial essence stones away, and suddenly recognized the identity of the intruder, exclaiming, "You! I thought who it was. It turns out to be you, Luo Feng, the madman, here to cause chaos. Over a decade ago, I saved your life at the entrance of this estate. What is this? Now that you have risen in status, you return to wreak havoc?" Upon being identified by the elder, Luo Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he coldly retorted, "Old fool, those are but ancient tales. I advise you to leave at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he gestured to Huolu and a cloaked figure of the immortal realm to enforce his command. Chapter 1015, Ziyun Manor, Part 2. Huolu charged at the lean elder, his hand raised to shove him on the shoulder. The elder stood firm, his feet planted resolutely as he maneuvered his hands in front of his chest, entwining them around Huolu's arm. In an instant, Huolu's arm was ensnared, leaving him startled. Reacting swiftly, he swung his other hand toward the elder's face. The elder, gently pushing Huolu's ensnared arm, sent him staggering backward, whereupon he fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. The man clad in black revealed a fierce glint in his eyes as he unsheathed his sword and charged at the slender elder with lethal intent. The elder, unarmed, could only retreat in haste to evade the blade's edge. Suddenly, the black-clad man roared, channeling his celestial energy, causing a pale blue glow to emanate from his sword as he lunged at the frail elder. Observing from the sidelines, Haochen was taken aback to realize that the assailant was, indeed, a formidable mid-stage celestial being. As the elder found himself cornered with no means of escape, Haochen braced himself to intervene. At that moment, the elder's bony hands began to move rhythmically, and a faint yellow halo ignited between them. The black-clad man's deadly strike became ensnared within this radiant circle, and his expression shifted to one of horror. With a gentle push of his arms, the elder sent the assailant hurtling backwards as if struck by a tremendous force, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Luo Feng's countenance changed dramatically as he beheld the elder, who appeared ghostly, instinctively retreating several paces. A fierce glimmer flickered in the elder's gaze as he disregarded the bloodied black-clad man, instead dashing towards Huolu with the intent not to let him escape so easily. He thrust his palm down towards Huolu's head, just as Huolu, who had just risen from the ground, turned pale with fear and fell back down. Forgetting to plead for mercy, a soft voice from the main hall called out, "Chief Fan, show mercy." Hearing this, the elder halted his descending hand above Huolu's head. At that moment, Huolu was drained of color, cold sweat soaking his back as he sat frozen on the ground. The elder then kicked Huolu down and barked, "Get lost." It was only then that Luo Feng reacted, pulling Huolu up and dragging the disoriented black-clad man toward the exit. However, The elder's leniency toward Luo Feng and his companions did not extend to Haochen. Such ruffians, knowing the location of the Ziyun mountain manor, might return to cause further trouble. Once the deal with the seller was secured, this place would belong to him, and he could not afford to let such troublemakers linger, necessitating their early removal. With this thought, he dispatched several demonic flies to follow them. Amidst the turmoil caused by Luo Feng and the others, the property transaction had fallen through. The elder addressed Haochen and Haochen, stating, "Today, my humble abode is not equipped to receive guests. You should take your leave." Haochen nodded with a smile, offering an apologetic gesture to the elder as he replied, "I apologize for the disturbance." Thus, he and Haochen made their way toward the courtyard. Just as they took a few steps, a faint cough echoed from within the main hall. Though the sound was minimal, Haochen's acute hearing caught it, prompting him to pause and smile at the elder, inquiring, "Is there a patient inside?" The elder, momentarily taken aback, replied coolly, "It's none of your concern. Hurry and leave." Haochen shook his head with a smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "My apologies for the intrusion." No sooner had he spoken than the coughing intensified, becoming more urgent and labored. The elder, now displaying a troubled expression, ceased to urge Haochen and the others along, hastening back toward the main hall. Haochen addressed the slender old man's back, proclaiming loudly, "The individual inside suffers from blocked vital energy, likely due to cold poison. If not promptly treated, it may cost them their life." The old man, with an impassive expression, led the way and sternly warned, "It would be best if you can cure the patient. Should anything happen to them, I will ensure you pay the price." Following closely behind the old man, Haochen mused quietly, "I did not foresee this elder's temperament to be so irascible. His earlier defeat of the man in black suggests he has attained a late-stage celestial being's prowess." As they traversed the grand hall, the old man ascended the stairs, stopping before the northernmost room on the third floor. With utmost respect, he inquired, "Fair maiden, how do you fare? I have brought someone to treat your ailment." The sounds of coughing from within grew increasingly frantic. A maid opened the door, and a waft of fragrance filled the air. The maid urged, "Chief Fan, the maiden's condition worsens. You must enter and assess her." After casting a glance at Haochen and Haochen, she thought to herself, "It seems this young master hails from a noble lineage, accompanied by an elderly servant." Chief Fan hurried into the room, followed closely by Haochen and Haochen. The interior was adorned predominantly in shades of pink, indicative of a young lady's boudoir. At the far end lay an ornate bed, draped with pink curtains and beaded screens. Chief Fan halted before the beaded curtain, anxiously asking, "Fair maiden, are you feeling any better?" Through the curtains, Haochen faintly discerned a woman reclining on the embroidered bed. Her coughs intermittent yet alarmingly urgent. The woman, amidst her labored breaths, replied, "Chief Fan, I am fine," before succumbing to another fit of coughing. Chief Fan murmured to himself, "It appears the young lady's condition is deteriorating." He then turned to Haochen and Haochen, questioning, "Can you treat her illness?" In truth, the young lady suffered from a chronic affliction known as cold poison, which could linger within the body for years, even decades. Those afflicted could not withstand any chill. Their bodies frail and susceptible to the elements, accompanied by symptoms such as coughing and chills. While those poisoned would not perish immediately, the torment they endured could be described as a living hell. Haochen replied gravely, "I need to take her pulse to ascertain the cause of her illness." Chief Fan hesitated, pondering the abilities of a young master who appeared unfamiliar with medical texts. As Chief Fan contemplated, the maiden's voice emerged from the curtains, "In matters of life and death, why be so pedantic?" Without hesitation, she extended a delicate arm from the curtain, allowing her pulse to be taken. After a brief moment, the patient on the bed alternated between violent, rapid coughs and gasping breaths, clearly suffering immensely. Haochen gently pushed her arm back into the curtain before rising slowly. Seeing Haochen stand, Chief Fan urgently inquired, "What is the diagnosis?" Haochen responded, "Chief Fan, may I speak with you privately?" Chief Fan and Haochen followed Haochen out of the maiden's chamber. Chief Fan, anxious, asked, "How is the maiden's condition?" With a sigh, Haochen remarked, "Based on the pulse diagnosis, it appears the patient has been afflicted by cold toxins for over a decade, correct?" Indeed, the young lady encountered misfortune in her early years, succumbing to cold toxins. Despite seeking the expertise of numerous renowned physicians over the years, her condition has only been temporarily alleviated, with the toxins remaining unexpelled. In recent years, her affliction has worsened to the point where she can no longer rise from her bed. Manager Fan nodded, concern etched across his face as he spoke. Haochen continued. From the pulse reading, it is evident that the patient's internal imbalance, due to the conflicting effects of various medications, has not suppressed the cold toxins, but rather exacerbated her symptoms. Manager Fan, as if grasping a lifeline, gazed at Haochen with hopeful anticipation, saying, "Young brother, if you can heal the young lady, I, Fan Xingyu, shall forever remember your great kindness." Haochen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "A man of honor bestows his benevolence without expectation of reward. I shall do my utmost." After a brief pause, he added, "To eradicate the cold toxins from the patient, we must first expel the toxins from her body, and given her already frail state, we cannot afford any delays." Manager Fan inquired urgently, "What must we do?" Haochen replied calmly, "We simply need to guide the toxins out of her body." Manager Fan glanced into the room, hesitating. At that moment, a maid stepped forward, informing him, "Manager Fan, the young lady requests your presence inside." Upon entering the chamber, Manager Fan emerged shortly thereafter, his expression fraught with conflict. "The young lady has consented to your method, but you must remember, under no circumstances should you display any disrespect towards her, otherwise." A glimmer of menace flickered in Manager Fan's eyes. Haochen shrugged nonchalantly, recognizing that it would be unwise to provoke someone of such formidable cultivation. Re-entering the room, the maid guided Haochen to the bedside, gently lifting the curtain. The woman lay with her back to him, her face obscured by a pink silk scarf, her meticulously arranged hair contrasting sharply with her pallid complexion. Although she had propped herself up in bed, she was still seized by persistent coughs. Wrapped in thick blankets, her body trembled incessantly, her hands struggling to hold onto the bed's edge, betraying her discomfort. Haochen observed her distress and advised, "Fair one, please lie down." The veiled woman nodded in response, then reclined once more. Aware of her condition mirroring that of Fairy Weining, he said, "I shall first remove a portion of the cold toxins from your body. It may cause some discomfort, but please bear with it." The woman nodded gently in acknowledgement. Haochen softly declared, "Let us commence." Chapter 10:16, Healing the Afflicted. There is a spiritual entity within. Placing his hand on the fair one's lower abdomen, Haochen discerned the presence of an anomaly. Simultaneously, he activated his spiritual eye technique, revealing the entity within her, which astonishingly took the form of a spider. "An ice demon spider," he exclaimed, taken aback. Ever since treating Fairy Weining and extracting the mysterious ice entity from her, Haochen had delved into research on such entities and their associated species, aspiring to cultivate a heavenly, mystical environment for the ice elemental beings. At this moment, upon diagnosis, Haochen had a clear understanding of the situation. The woman was suddenly startled, and just as she was about to utter a sound, Haochen pointed at her mute acupoint. Though she lacked the strength to struggle, the silk scarf that had covered her head slipped away. With a face marked by astonishment, she gazed at Haochen, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet unable to articulate a single word. Her dark hair cascaded beside the pillow, and her skin exuded a chilling, jade-like fragrance. The slight upward curve of her lips and the arch of her brow suggested that she was a person who adored laughter. Overall, the young woman lying on the bed could not be described as a stunning beauty, yet she was far from being unattractive. Time passed quietly, and the fear in the woman's eyes gradually subsided. The blood-poisoned spirit quietly consumed the toxins within her body, while the heavenly ice spirit devoured the cold energy within her. Haochen's right palm absorbed the residual medicinal essence from her body. Meanwhile, her right middle finger, after being pricked by Haochen's needle, was placed inside a transparent vial, dark droplets of blood oozing from its tip and pooling steadily within the container. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. The woman lay on the bed, her cough ceased, and her eyes gently closed. The vial was now filled with thick, dark blood. With a flicker of thought, Haochen summoned the blood-poisoned spirit and the heavenly ice spirit to depart from her body, retrieved her middle finger, and sealed the wound. He then addressed her. "The cold poison within you is exceedingly potent. I can only heal you gradually. Removing it all at once may be unbearable for your body." The woman opened her eyes, coughed softly, her voice now infused with a hint of strength, and nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." Haochen smiled lightly. "You are most welcome." He then rose and walked toward the door. Manager Fan hurriedly approached, inquiring, "How is she?" Haochen replied, The conflicting medicinal properties within the patient have been mostly purged. She should be able to enjoy a good night's sleep. However, completely eliminating the cold poison will require some time. Manager Fan's face lit up with joy as he nodded. That is splendid news. I truly appreciate your efforts, young brother. May I inquire your name? Haochen responded, Haochen. Manager Fan clasped his fists in salute. I kindly request that you return tomorrow to assist the maiden with her treatment. Haochen nodded. I shall certainly arrive on time tomorrow. Before long, Haochen and Xiao Hao Tian-nan departed from the manor. Along the way, Xiao Hao Tian-nan asked, You mysterious little rascal, what ailment does the woman truly suffer from? Haochen replied, It is cold poison. Xiao Hao Tian-nan expressed his surprise. Cold poison? I have heard that this affliction is quite difficult to treat. Haochen nodded. Indeed, it is challenging to cure, but I possess a method to heal her. In truth, the woman's condition was more severe than mere cold poison. She was afflicted by the Xian-yin ice poison body, a truth Haochen withheld. The solution was straightforward. I must extract the strands of Xian-yin energy from her body, piece by piece, until her vitality is restored, allowing me to apply the preliminary sealing technique to gather the Xian-yin energy. This process would be lengthy, requiring at least 2 months, provided all went smoothly. Yet, Haochen pondered silently. Who has planted the extraordinary ice demon spider egg within this maiden? The rare ice demon spider thrived on Xian-yin energy, predominantly found in areas rich with such essence. The ice poison gas inherent to it, its body transparent, possesses 8 black spherical eyes. This shape-shifting ice demon spider, having existed for 100 millennia, measures a mere 6 feet, yet boasts combat prowess surpassing that of the celestial spirit's profound ice. Once it ascends to the rank of an immortal demon emperor, it shall be invincible across the realm. Xiao Hao Tianan remarked, That is splendid. Chief Steward Fan is indeed formidable. If he can cure his patient of the icy poison, then this estate shall be acquired effortlessly. Haochen smiled in silence, while Xiao Hao Tianan's thoughts were commendable. His own curiosity about the Ziyun Mountain Manor far eclipsed the desire to possess it. Thus, he inquired, Elder, are you acquainted with the origins of this manor? Xiao Hao Tianan pondered for a moment before responding. This Ziyun Mountain Manor was established over a century ago and seldom interacts with outsiders. I am unaware of its precise origins. A few days ago, I heard from a friend that the manor was up for sale. Considering that the Xiaohao family could benefit from such a territory, I thought to investigate. I didn't expect to encounter Luo Feng here. Haochen asked with curiosity, Oh, who is this Luo Feng? Xiao Hao Tianan replied, Luo Feng is associated with the Feiyu sect and maintains close ties with the Qi family. Some of the dining establishments within the Immortal Academy are managed by him. And with the Qi family's backing, his business thrives. He is also rather arrogant. I have long desired to undermine the Qi family, but lacked suitable allies. Their contract with the Immortal Academy is nearing expiration. How about we intervene? He handed Haochen a stack of materials and proclaimed, A true gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Haochen mused inwardly, since this concerns the Qi family's dealings. Eliminating the Feiyu sect members and dismantling the Qi family's Eagle Hall, while extracting a portion of their business, is not without merit. He chuckled. With the astute Xiao Hao Tianan devising strategies, there is naught that we cannot accomplish. Although Haochen had not fully grasped the entirety of Xiao Hao Tianan's history, he recognized that this individual held significant influence within the Xiaohao family. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, he could very well be a formidable figure who commands great respect. Haochen speculated about Xiao Hao Tianan, considering his awareness of Haochen's clandestine actions in the immortal realm, battling the Feiyu sect, annihilating the Eagle Hall, contending with those from the Hua family, especially delving into the demon realm to slay the fearsome assassin Knight Wuhuan, whose name sends shivers through both the immortal and demon realms, had stirred chaos in the 2 major demon territories bordering the immortal realm. The Xiaohao family had once again produced an exceptional talent. From the outward demeanor of the estate's steward, it was apparent that he possessed knowledge of the manor's origins. Haochen nodded, deducing from the ailing patient and chief steward Fan that the manor's background was undoubtedly intricate. He resolved to ascertain the truth behind Ziyun Mountain Manor. After departing from the manor, Haochen bid farewell to Xiaohao Tianan and made his way to the ZY Pavilion located in North Haoyan City. Meanwhile, Xiaohao Tianan proceeded to Shui City, a subordinate city of Haoyan City, where the Alchemist Guild had established a branch in the Medicine Valley, yet another frequent destination for him. As he was the head of the Alchemist branch, This is his cherished place, where numerous precious celestial herbs, elixirs, and fruits can be found. A veritable treasure trove cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years in the 100 Herb Garden of the North Hao Court, Bo Wu Valley. Regarding the cold toxin that plagued Haochen, he has conducted research, for it can be said that every alchemist is an exceptional physician. Though not every physician is an alchemist, Xiao Hao Tian has come to the Medicine Valley, intending to delve into the study of the cold toxin constitution and, if necessary, alleviate Haochen's troubles. Upon entering the celestial realm, Haochen, no longer a wandering practitioner of humble origins, is now a scion of a distinguished family supported by many, yet he remains unaware of this and has no desire to rely on them. In the Qi Yuan realm, armed with the sect token of the ancestral land of the Qian Yuan realm, he sought to forge connections, hoping to find shade beneath a great tree, only to find himself pursued and attacked. From that moment on, Haochen vowed to rely solely on himself, refusing to approach others with a warm face to court cold shoulders. Thus, he did not return to the Xiao Hao family to reclaim his ancestry, nor did he seek protection from the Qian Yuan sect, even after achieving remarkable feats for the Shifeng Gate. Without revealing his affiliation as a disciple of the Qian Yuan sect, Xiao Hao Tian, upon learning of Haochen's detailed personal information and actions, admired him greatly and willingly chose to serve him in silence. He understood that the heir of the Xiao Hao ancestors would undoubtedly achieve great things, and this current investment would yield tremendous returns for the Xiao Hao family in the future. Meanwhile, within the Ziyun Mountain Manor, the celestial maiden sat at her bedside, softly coughing, evidently in much less pain. Steward Fan stood respectfully outside the beaded curtain, inquiring, "My lady, do you feel any better?" The woman, veiled, nodded gently, saying, "I am much improved, thanks to that noble gentleman." Steward Fan replied, "The lady's ailment could not be cured despite searching all of the North Hao Court's celestial domain. Yet, this gentleman alleviated your suffering with a mere gesture. I shall investigate his background shortly." The woman gently shook her head, saying, "The gentleman has rendered us a great service. We must not repay kindness with resentment." However, before Steward Fan could finish his thoughts, she consoled him, "Father of righteousness, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. That person harbors no ulterior motives towards me. I have decided to remain at the manor for treatment and will not return to my residence in North House City for the time being." Steward Fan, wishing to speak but hesitating, ultimately saw her resolve and refrained from insisting further, respectfully saying, "My lady, please rest well. I shall take my leave." Chapter 1017, Clever Acquisition and Plunder, Part 1. As night fell, the Millennium Restaurant in North House City was the liveliest place. The streets alongside the restaurant were adorned with bright red lanterns hanging from the eaves. The corridors of the restaurant were filled with heavily adorned women, waving at passers-by from above, and the entire street was alive with the sounds of laughter and chatter. The Xianfeng was the most renowned and bustling establishment on this street, known for its beautiful maidens and exceptional service, where anyone willing to pay the price could indulge in the finest offerings. At this moment, departing from the manor, Luo Feng, along with the black-clad figure and Hua Lu, approached, calling out, "Luo boss has arrived. Hurry and arrange for the finest maidens and exquisite wine." The steward of the Xianfeng immediately came forward, warmly exclaiming, "Ah, Luo sir, you have come. Our little Chui Hong has been longing for you. I shall prepare the best room for you right away." Luo Feng burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Very well, lead the way." The attendant of the immortal pavilion guided Luo Feng and his companions to a beautifully adorned private room on the second floor, then cheerfully announced, "Please wait a moment. I'll summon Xiao Chui and a few young ladies." Luo Feng patted his ample belly and chuckled, "Hurry along, hurry along." Before long, the door swung open, but instead of Xiao Chui and the young ladies, two burly men entered. The leader, clad in a deep blue robe, appeared fair-skinned, looking no more than 27 or 28, and bore a stern expression. Upon their entrance, Luo Feng's displeasure was evident as he barked, "Who allowed you to come in? Get out." The young man at the forefront chuckled softly, replying, "Luo Yi, have you forgotten me?" Luo Feng scrutinized the youth for a moment, then turned to Hua Lu with a puzzled expression. "Do you know him?" Hua Lu shook his head, "No impression." Luo Feng then inquired of the man in black, "Do you recognize this person?" The man in black, Luo Yun, replied, "Somewhat familiar, but I cannot place him." The young man approached the table and sat down. Fixing his gaze on Luo Feng, "Look closely, Do you truly not recognize me? Luo Feng remained perplexed. The young man continued. Do you remember the Ziyun villa? Suddenly, Luo Feng's expression brightened with realization as he exclaimed, Oh, I recall now. I encountered you at Ziyun villa. He then regarded the newcomer with caution, asking, Do you have business with me? The visitors were indeed Haochen and Feng Lin. After returning to the Immortal Academy from the southern region, Haochen had matters to attend to and did not return to his residence immediately. The devouring demon fly had followed Luo Feng to the Immortal Pavilion, but it had lost its scent, likely due to the influence of makeup, prompting Haochen to promptly utilize the wings of wind to return to Haoyan City. Upon arriving near the Millennium Tavern, he summoned Feng Lin and briefly recounted his encounter with Luo Feng. Once seated, Haochen stood and poured a glass of wine for Luo Feng, offering it with a smile. Luo Yi, please do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Observing Haochen's respectful demeanor, Luo Feng's expression hardened, coldly retorting, Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Feng Lin, incensed by Luo Feng's audacity towards Haochen, prepared to retaliate. However, Haochen restrained him, pushing the wine glass closer to Luo Feng, gently saying, Are you declining the offer of a toast and opting for punishment instead? At these words, Luo Feng's fury ignited, and he slammed his palm on the table, standing up and bellowing, Are you seeking death? Huolu, at his master's command. Huolu swung his hand towards Haochen. Feng Lin stepped forward, seizing Huolu's wrist with a fierce grip, applying pressure that caused Huolu to kneel in pain. Witnessing this, the man in black, Luo Yun, drew his sword, lunging at Haochen. With a swift motion, Haochen pinched the sword between two fingers, exerting force that caused the blade to shatter into several pieces, clattering to the ground. The black-clad man staggered back, astonished, staring at the hilt in his hand. Haochen elegantly sipped his wine, gazing at Luo Feng with a smile. Now, will you be partaking in a toast, or shall it be a punishment? Luo Feng was already so astonished by Haochen's prowess that he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, I drink, I drink. He raised the wine cup from the table and downed it in one gulp. After placing the empty cup back on the table, he chuckled. May I inquire if you have any further instructions, my lord? Haochen, with a direct approach, asked, Are you aware of the origins of the Ziyun Manor? Luo Feng's eyes flickered as he hesitated before responding. It is said that Ziyun Manor was established over a century ago by a master, but it has had little contact with the outside world, so no one truly knows its background. This information is likely known by everyone in Beihai City. I seek to learn something else. Haochen's voice turned stern as he replied. With a sorrowful expression, Luo Feng lamented, My lord, that is all I know. Haochen, visibly displeased, remarked, I have no fondness for dishonest individuals. As far as I know, you spent some time at Ziyun Manor before departing for reasons unknown. Am I correct? Luo Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What did I just say? It seems you enjoy drinking penalty wine? Haochen reprimanded impatiently. As he spoke, his hand suddenly rested on Luo Feng's shoulder, prompting a shrill cry from Luo Feng, akin to a slaughtered pig, before he quickly pleaded, I will tell you everything. Haochen released his grip, fixating his gaze on Luo Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng began to speak slowly. 9 years ago, when I was still a disciple of Feiyu sect allied with Lihua sect to wage war against Qianyuan sect for control of Shifeng City. During this conflict, I was pursued, and, while fleeing to Ziyun Manor, I was rescued by Manager Fan of Ziyun Manor. I stayed there to recuperate, residing in a side chamber of the front courtyard. Once my injuries healed, I seized the opportunity to sneak out and explore the manor when no one was paying attention. One night, while taking a stroll outside the manor, just as I intended to return to my quarters, I witnessed bloodshed erupting within the manor. In the ensuing chaos, I managed to escape, only to learn the next day that Ziyun Manor had been annihilated by unknown assailants. I heard that the manor's manager and young lady were rescued and later remained in Beihai City. Recently, I heard whispers of someone intending to sell Ziyun Manor, which is why I ventured there to partake in the commotion. Although Luo Feng's words were dubious and warranted skepticism, they corroborated a singular truth. Ziyun Manor fell into ruin after its massacre. Haochen fell into deep contemplation, pondering why those who obliterated Ziyun Manor did not eradicate all traces. Was everything in pursuit of the Xian Yin ice poison body? Moreover, each time the manor was up for sale, there was a shadow of Luo Feng present. Who was he, and what was he entangled in? To unravel these mysteries, it seemed he must delve into the matters concerning Fan Xingyu and others. Tomorrow, he would return to Ziyun Manor to seek a diagnosis, hoping to uncover some clues. Upon his initial entry into Ziyun Manor yesterday, there had been little exchange. Although Manager Fan outwardly treated Haochen with utmost politeness, Haochen sensed an undercurrent of wariness from him. Chapter 1018. Clever Appropriation, Part 2. Seeing Haochen fall silent, Luo Feng gently inquired, "My lord, I have shared all I know. May I take my leave now?" Haochen returned to the present, gazing at Luo Feng with a smile, and remarked, "Luo, I have heard that some restaurants in the Immortal Academy are under your management. Is that true?" The dietary needs of the tens of thousands within the Immortal Academy render the restaurant's profits quite apparent. Xiao Haoyan has long conducted thorough investigations and prepared accordingly for Haochen. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's countenance immediately darkened, and he forced a smile, nodding as he remarked, "I am merely a humble assistant. The true proprietor is not I." Although unsure of Haochen's intentions, Luo Feng responded with considerable caution. Haochen, patting Luo Feng on the shoulder, chuckled lightly, "There is no need for concern, my dear Luo. I merely wish to engage in a business transaction with you." Luo Feng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What kind of business might that be?" Haochen replied, "Recently, there have been complaints regarding the quality of the meals in the cafeteria. Thus, there is an intention to change the contractor. Coincidentally, I have developed an interest in this venture, and I wish to take over the management of the cafeteria." Luo Feng's expression shifted dramatically, internally cursing Haochen while daring not to voice his anger. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Ah, young master, you are unaware that I am bound by a contract with the academy, which explicitly states that the restaurant business cannot be subcontracted or transferred. I would like to assist you, but I am regrettably powerless in this matter." Haochen chuckled, "I am aware that your contract with the academy is nearing expiration." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He had invested a considerable amount of wealth to secure the cafeteria's contract through Vice President Chi Xian, and while he had profited handsomely, the prospect of relinquishing it was far from appealing. Yet, the current circumstances left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Noticing Luo Feng's silence, Haochen continued, "Rest assured, I am not one to force individuals against their will. If you, Luo, are unwilling, consider it as if I had never spoken." At this, Luo Feng's demeanor softened, though Haochen swiftly added, "However, I am a man of determination, and should you refuse to assist me, I shall have to rely on my own means. I have heard that several of your establishments are thriving, Luo. Tomorrow, I shall send more of my men to oversee your businesses, and should the opportunity arise, we would be pleased to acquire them." Wind Forest, in a solemn tone, responded, "Very well, I shall dispatch my brothers to attend to the business in your establishments. If necessary, we will assist you in managing your affairs." At this declaration, Luo Feng nearly fainted. His true assets resided in a street adjacent to the Millennium Tavern. Should those establishments falter, it would signify the collapse of his financial lifeline, and a severance of that line would mean the dissolution of the power he wielded. Haochen took a sip of his drink, exuding confidence as he asked, "So Luo, have you come to a decision?" Luo Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, I shall transfer the cafeteria business to you." At this, Haochen smiled broadly. "Now that is more like it." With that, Haochen gestured to Wind Forest, who understood and retrieved a contract from his pocket to present to Haochen. Haochen took the contract and offered it to Luo Feng, saying, "I have drafted the agreement. You need only sign and seal it." Luo Feng, utterly astonished, examined the contract carefully, his face paling as he exclaimed, "What? 1,000 immortal stones for me to relinquish the restaurant business?" Haochen sighed. "It appears that our offer does not meet your expectations. Then this deal shall not transpire." Having spoken, he prepared to rise and depart. Luo Feng, in a state of urgency, quickly stood up and declared, "No problem, I will sign." With a grim expression, he affixed his signature to the contract and added his seal. Feng Lin swiftly snatched the contract, confirmed its accuracy, nodded at Haochen, and then put it away. Haochen patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, smiling. "I hope we can collaborate joyfully in the future." Luo Feng, though unwilling to show weakness, secretly vowed, "Let you enjoy a few days of happiness. When the time comes to gather our forces, it will be your demise." Days later, during the afternoon, Haochen once again stealthily arrived at the Ziyun villa. Having treated the fairy's ailment for several days, he navigated the villa with ease, which still bore a desolate appearance. After accompanying Haochen to the villa once, Xiao Haoyan had not returned. At this moment, Chief Steward Fan awaited Haochen outside, and upon his arrival, he opened the heavy door and said, "The fairy is waiting for you in the pavilion." With that, he offered no further words. Curiosity filled Haochen regarding the astonishingly powerful and enigmatic Chief Steward Fan. Yet it remained merely curiosity. Passing through the main hall, he arrived at the backyard, where a pavilion stood at the center of the courtyard. A woman dressed in a pink long shirt, her face partially concealed by a pink veil, had her back turned to Haochen. The maid, Qing'er, stood respectfully beside the woman and greeted Haochen warmly. "Young master, you have arrived." Haochen nodded and smiled. "Your fairy must be feeling much better now?" Qing'er cheerfully nodded in affirmation. The woman, still facing away from Haochen, spoke softly. "Thank you, young master, for your aid. My condition has improved. I have prepared a humble token of gratitude, and I sincerely hope you will accept it." She gestured to Qing, who picked up an exquisitely decorated wooden box from the stone table and offered it to Haochen. Upon receiving the beautifully crafted box, which felt somewhat heavy in his hands, Haochen expressed, "I cannot accept this gift, as I did not seek any reward for treating the fairy." He handed the box back to the maid, Qing'er. The fairy insisted, "This box does not contain any precious treasure. It is merely a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. If you refuse again, it may seem as though you look down upon me." With a sigh, Haochen opened the wooden box and found a piece of jade within, intricately carved with exquisite designs. The fairy remarked, "This jade serves as a token. In the future, should you encounter any troubles within the Qianyuan sect, simply present this jade, and it will aid you." Haochen was taken aback by the fairy's words, realizing the connection between Ziyun Villa and the Qianyuan sect. Since she was insistent on gifting him this token, further refusal would seem insincere. Thus, he accepted the wooden box, stating, "Then I shall graciously accept your kind gift. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Please come later to continue my treatment," the fairy replied apologetically. Exiting the villa, Haochen made his way directly to the Xinkalai Tavern, where Feng Lin now served as the steward, managing the establishment alongside his subordinates, including Tong Bao. At that moment, Feng Lin was seated behind the counter, managing the accounts, as the tavern was bustling with patrons at mealtime, fully occupied and lively. As Jian Haoyan entered the tavern, Feng Lin promptly approached him, cheerfully exclaiming, "Elder brother, since the opening of our establishment, we have been enjoying a daily surge in net profits." Haoyan nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Excellent. Is the private room I requested prepared? Rest assured, the tavern has arranged a private suite for you, exclusively for your use, and I assure you it will meet your expectations." With that, Feng Lin guided Haoyan upstairs. The Xian Ku Lai Tavern, a modest three-story structure within the northern Haoyan city, was unremarkable in its architecture. Feng Lin led Haoyan to the top floor, where an opulent loft awaited. Upon entering, one was greeted by lavish decor. A modest tea table sat at the center of the living room, surrounded by 4 chairs. Beyond a decorative screen lay a spacious dining area, featuring an 8-immortal table that offered a panoramic view of the bustling street below. Feng Lin introduced, "This room has been specifically prepared for you, elder brother, for your future gatherings." Haoyan nodded in approval. "Indeed, it is quite delightful." At this juncture, Haoyan was just beginning to establish himself in northern Haoyan City, devising a strategy to disrupt the Qi family's monopoly over the local culinary scene, thereby undermining their economic influence. He intended to utilize this opportunity to redistribute personnel from the Demon Tower. Lost in contemplation, a knock resounded at the door. After a brief exchange with the visitor, Feng Lin returned to the loft, saying, "Elder brother, your guest has arrived." Nodding, Haoyan instructed, "Please have him come up." The visitor was Xiao Haoyan Nan, who had come to inform Haoyan that in 1 month's time, they would gather at the Alchemist Guild and embark on the guild's airship to the Ziwei Gardens celestial domain. The alchemist competition was to be held in the alchemist city of the Ziwei Garden, where Rushuan and Feier would accompany the Alchemist Guild from northern Haoyan City, along with several distinguished alchemists who would also attend. Later, in the Xian Ku Lai Tavern, they engaged in hushed conversation. As night deepened, the wind subsided, and the moon desperately squeezed through the gaps in the clouds, casting a timid light to peek into the celestial realm. Walking along the path to the Ziyun Villa, Haoyan felt an unprecedented chill and foreboding. As he approached the villa's entrance, a shadow suddenly darted past him. Haoyan called out, "Who goes there?" The figure halted before him, coldly replying, "It is I." Upon closer inspection, Haochen recognized the person as Fan Xingyu, the steward of Ziyun Villa, and he lowered his guard, inquiring, "Steward Fan, how is your esteemed lady faring?" Fan Xingyu gestured for silence, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the dense forest flanking the road, then quietly urged Haochen, "Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he led the way down a narrow path. Intrigued by the steward's mysterious demeanor, Haochen followed closely. After distancing themselves from the villa's entrance, Fan Xingyu stopped and cautioned Haochen, "This night, Ziyun Villa is not safe. It is not the appropriate time for you to be here. It would be wise for you to leave soon." Haochen resolutely countered, "I will not depart until I have seen your lady. Her condition cannot bear delay, otherwise, all will be for naught." Fan Xingyu gazed at Haochen with a steely expression and declared in a low voice, "Do not attempt to deceive me. She is now capable of healing herself." With that, he summoned his powers, enveloped in a radiant aura of golden light. Haochen chuckled, "Chief Fan, what do you mean by that?" Fan Xingyu replied sternly, "Young man, I advise you to keep your distance from my lady. She is not someone you can approach." Haochen, puzzled, responded, "I fail to comprehend your words, Chief Fan. I seek your lady solely to treat her ailment, with no ill intentions whatsoever." Chief Fan coldly retorted, "Humph, if you wish to meet my lady, you must first pass my test." No sooner had he spoken than he charged at Haochen, a radiant aura enveloping him, transforming into an ethereal shadow as he sprinted forth. Faced with a cultivator at the late stage of the immortal realm, Haochen had no time for hesitation. He summoned his celestial energy, enveloping himself in a golden glow, and thrust his palms forward. Instantly, the golden radiance converged in his hands, and with a resounding shout, it morphed into a shimmering golden sword that shot towards Chief Fan. Taken aback, Chief Fan conjured a luminous shield from the aura surrounding him to block the impending strike. As the sword's shadow collided with the shield, the night sky erupted in brilliant flashes, only for both the shield and the sword's image to vanish simultaneously. Chief Fan staggered back a few steps, astonished as he fixed his gaze on Haochen. "You are indeed an immortal." Haochen, uninterested in further conflict with Fan Xingyu, clasped his fists and said, "I merely wish to see your lady. I apologize for any offense caused, and I hope for your understanding." Fan Xingyu waved his long sleeves and declared, "Very well. Follow me. But remember, you must act according to my instructions." The two of them took a concealed path to the Ziyun Villa. At that moment, Haochen noticed the villa had been fortified with numerous guards, both visible and hidden, causing him to feel a twinge of alarm. They stealthily entered the main hall through a side entrance, where they found a dozen individuals inside, most of whom were masked figures in dark attire. This did not deter Haochen, who sharpened his vision by concentrating his celestial energy in his eyes and suddenly activated his spiritual eye technique. To his astonishment, he recognized that one of the masked figures seated above was none other than his lady's maid, Qinger. Behind her stood two masked individuals, one of whom was unmistakably the leader of the Feishuang, Qi Wanchuan, disguised and altered in appearance. Qi Wanchuan had come to Ziyun Villa due to a message from Qinger, informing him that the celestial Tang Yun's condition had improved after days of treatment. Thus, he had hastened his journey across great distances to arrive at the villa. After arriving, Qi Wanchuan personally examined Tang Yun and discovered that she had not been completely cured of her ailment, which eased his concerns. He did not wish to witness a repeat of the unfortunate events that befell Wen Ying's case happening to Tang Yun. As the leader of a sect, having meticulously planned for decades, he could not afford to let his efforts be squandered. This time, Qi Wanchuan not only selected hundreds of guards from his subordinate forces to encircle Ziyun Villa, but also brought several elite celestial beings from his sect to bolster the villa's defenses. The ice demon spider within Tang Yun was his creation and represented his hopes for future dominance in the celestial realm. Thus, he could not allow any mistakes to occur. He absolutely could not allow failure to mar his hard-earned progress. In the early years of the icebound expedition, the esteemed leader of the Qinyu sect, Qi Wanchuan, stumbled upon an ancient stronghold of formidable beings, where he acquired a celestial ice essence, a fortuitous boon indeed. However, unexpectedly, he also came into possession of an ice demon spider egg. He chose to share the celestial ice essence solely with his son, Qi Feng. While secretly dispatching the seventh guardian, Gu Yunqing, under the guise of Luo Baitsong, to infiltrate the Wen family, with the ulterior motive of implanting the essence within the body of the enchanting fairy, Wen Ying. The existence of the ice demon spider remained a closely guarded secret. Even from his own son, Qi Feng. Collaborating with the seventh guardian, Gu Yunqing, Qi Wanchuan successfully implanted the celestial ice essence into Wen Ying's body. After gathering a plethora of experimental data, he embarked on a journey across the celestial realms, leaving no inhabited locale unexplored in his clandestine quest to find a woman infused with the chilling venom of the profound ice, destined to serve as the host for the hatching of the ice demon spider. Fortune favored the diligent, for as Qi Wanchuan returned to the Feiyu sect, having encountered numerous disappointments, he fortuitously overheard in a tavern within Beihai City tales of Miss Tang from the Ziyun Villa, who suffered from a rare cold venom affliction. The Tang family had summoned renowned physicians to no avail, yet they persistently sought powerful practitioners to treat their beloved daughter. To facilitate their search for healing, the Tang family procured property within Beihai City, where Miss Tang resided for the majority of her time. After extensive investigation and covert inquiries, a nefarious plan began to take shape within Qi Wanchuan's mind. As the moon hung high, obscured by thick clouds, calamity stealthily approached the Ziyun Villa. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the villa continued their daily routines, retreating to their quarters after their cultivation sessions. In the pre-dawn hours, as many succumbed to slumber, a group of assassins infiltrated the Ziyun Villa, mercilessly striking down all in their path, their anguished cries shattering the tranquility of the courtyard. Miss Tang, yearning for her parents, had been accompanied by the steward, Fan Xingyu, in search of renowned healers, but instead of returning to Beihai City, they found themselves back at the Ziyun Villa. As they neared the villa, Fan Xingyu sensed an ominous shift. He swiftly concealed Miss Tang and her maid within the woods, 1,000 paces from the villa. Without delay, he rushed into the courtyard, only to witness the brutal massacre that unfolded, his heart ablaze with fury at the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Just as Fan Xingyu dispatched one of the black-clad assailants, a mocking voice echoed nearby. It seems there are still formidable individuals within the villa. Perhaps I should have the pleasure of encountering you. No sooner had the words left his lips than a masked figure materialized before Fan Xingyu, whose stature and voice suggested a middle-aged man. Chapter 1020, An Unexpected Turn of Events, Part 2. Who are you? Why do you seek to annihilate the Ziyun Villa? Fan Xingyu demanded, glaring at the masked man before him. It matters little. We hail from the abyss of demons. The masked man replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fan Xingyu's disbelief was palpable. The abyss of demons had been swallowed by the demonic realm in recent years. He pondered in confusion how the Ziyun Villa, a mere minor faction, could have incurred the wrath of such a sinister entity. It is undoubtedly mere nonsense, a fabrication, as this group of individuals seeks to conceal their nefarious schemes. Just as Fan Xingyu was about to inquire further, the man across from him impatiently commanded, "Hand over the treasure key obediently. Perhaps I might show you mercy." "What treasure key? I possess none." Fan Xingyu finally comprehended the reason behind their trouble with the Ziyun Villa. Yet, he was utterly oblivious to any treasure, let alone a key. It was all pure fabrication. "It seems you will not divulge the truth until faced with imminent peril." With that, the masked man raised his hands, imbued with an icy aura, and struck towards Fan Xingyu. Realizing that further words would be futile, Fan Xingyu engaged in combat with the masked assailant. The energies unleashed during their clash radiated outward, rendering the vicinity into utter ruin, with fissures in the ground sprawling like a spider's web. At that moment, within the villa, the landscape was marred by destruction, littered with bodies, most belonging to the Ziyun Villa's inhabitants, with only a few being those of the black-clad assailants. Meanwhile, the villa's master, Tang Yuni, fought valiantly against 3 black-clad figures. His senses swept through the villa, revealing that the majority had met a tragic fate. Alone, he struggled to hold on, unable to suppress the tears of anguish that streamed down his face. The villa he had painstakingly built lay in ruins, despite his deep resentment. It had become an undeniable reality. He prayed fervently for the safety of his sworn brother and his daughter, hoping they had managed to evade disaster in Beihai City. Suddenly, a figure darted into view. It was his sworn brother, Fan Xingyu, returning to the Ziyun Villa to confront a masked adversary. Just as Tang Yuni was taken aback, Fan Xingyu was struck down by the masked man's icy palm. Reacting swiftly to the unforeseen turn of events, Tang Yuni repelled his opponent with a decisive blow, then rushed to Fan Xingyu's side, lifting him and resolutely fleeing the villa. He resolved that even if the villa was lost, he would preserve his brother's life. To the place we used to play hide and seek, Fan Qingyu murmured intermittently. Tang Yuni ran 1,000 paces, halting in a grove of trees, which was a cherished spot where he often played hide and seek with his daughter. In a place where Tang Yun often concealed herself, he discovered her. He gently laid the unconscious Fan Qingyu against the trunk of a tree and retrieved a pill from his storage ring, administering it to Fan Qingyu while instructing Tang Yun to care for him. He then removed the storage ring, placing it in his daughter's hands, urging her to seize the opportunity to escape with Fan Qingyu, while he positioned himself on the pathway of the grove, awaiting their pursuers. Before long, the three men trailing behind spotted Tang Yuni waiting for them on the forest path. The trio of black-clad figures halted at a distance, one of them scoffing coldly. Has the Tang master decided not to flee, but to face his fate? Is that so? Since you seek to annihilate us, I, Tang Yuni, shall not let you three escape unscathed, even in death. Tang Yuni bellowed, filled with righteous indignation. Oh, to still be defiant before death. Do you really think you can take on all three of us alone? You are correct. Tang Yuni, engulfed in a powerful aura, felt the celestial essence within him gradually transform into a pale blue hue. A figure clad in black, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, exclaimed in terror. He has forcibly broken through to the celestial, immortal realm. Does he not realize that such an act could hasten his demise? Is he truly willing to perish with us? Forcibly breaking through involves igniting the celestial essence within, granting one a momentary surge of strength surpassing even their peak. However, this comes at the cost of one's lifespan. The greater the power achieved through force, the more swiftly one's life is diminished. Tang Yuni had already grazed the threshold of the celestial immortal realm. Otherwise, such a breakthrough would not have been feasible. Although he temporarily possessed the might of a celestial immortal, it was evident that he was beyond the capabilities of the three earth immortals. As doubt crept into their hearts, the trio began to waver, astonished that Tang Yuni, in his final moments, would force a breakthrough to attain the strength of a celestial immortal, which incited thoughts of retreat. After all, their mission seemed to be accomplished. Leaving a survivor or two was inconsequential, and it was unlikely that Tang Yuni would live much longer. Moreover, the hope for revenge in such a diminutive faction appeared bleak. At that moment, a voice from above ignited a glimmer of hope among the three black-clad figures, bolstering their confidence in overcoming Tang Yuni. He is merely a temporary celestial immortal. He poses no significant threat. One of them scoffed from the void, gazing down disdainfully at the ground. Tang Yuni suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had dared to force a breakthrough, believing he could secure a chance for his sworn brother and daughter to escape, yet it now appeared utterly hopeless. Though he had momentarily acquired the power of a celestial immortal, he was not on par with those who truly belonged to that realm. Despite possessing combat prowess akin to a celestial immortal, his might and resilience were insufficient compared to those who genuinely held that status. Nevertheless, he resolved to fight. He could not surrender. Casting a glance towards the direction of his brother and daughter, Tang Yuni leaped into the air, charging towards the celestial, immortal adversary, determined to buy them precious moments to flee with his life on the line. Observing Tang Yuni's audacious approach, the figure in the void sneered, "What a foolhardy endeavor," and then charged at him, leading to an immediate clash. Moments after their engagement, a figure descended from the heavens like a shooting star, crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater. Blood poured from Tang Yuni's mouth, and his wounds continuously bled. At that moment, Tang Yuni, tearful, emerged from behind a tree. She cradled Tang Yuni's head, desperately wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth with her sleeve, which quickly became stained a deep crimson. Yet she did not cease her efforts. Tang Yuni chastised her. "Why do you not flee? You will only meet your demise here." But Yuni, weeping, replied, "Father, if we are to die, let us die together. I cannot bear to lose you." In that moment, Tang Yuni could only gaze skyward, murmuring, "It seems the heavens wish to see my end." His eyes were filled with a blend of reluctance and confusion. At this juncture, the celestial immortal who had landed nearby let out a chilling laugh. "What a touching scene," he remarked, then turned to one of the black-clad figures behind him, commanding, "Finish them off." Subsequently, a figure clad in black advanced with a sword, poised to end the lives of the two. At that moment, Tang Yuni, enveloped in despair, closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Fan Qingyu, having succumbed to unconsciousness, remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside. Chapter 1021. Unexpected turn of events, Part 3. Just as the cloaked assailant was about to deliver a fatal blow to Tang Yuni, an overwhelming force suddenly impeded his advance, halting him in his tracks. The sword remained suspended, and the black-clad figure instinctively recoiled, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked ahead. It was not only he who was taken aback, others shared in his astonishment. A figure was swiftly approaching, radiating an immense aura of power. Even the celestial-level warrior felt a chilling fear as he beheld the newcomer, his complexion paling under the pressure of the imposing presence. He gasped in terror, a golden immortal. The three black-clad figures, alongside the celestial-level warrior, attempted to scatter and flee but discovered they were rendered immobile, helplessly watching as the newcomer unleashed a colossal handprint that engulfed them. In their final moments, they could not comprehend why their bodies had betrayed them at such a critical juncture, nor could they fathom why the newcomer showed no mercy, even towards his own kind. The newcomer glanced at Tang Yuni, realizing he was on the brink of death. Upon regaining consciousness, Fan Qingyu found himself in the living room. A middle-aged man, whose hair was tinged with gray, stood contemplatively before him. His eyes, sharp and glinting with intelligence, bore no hint of emotional fluctuation. Upon seeing this man, Fan Qingyu felt a surge of surprise, but he quickly composed himself and pondered. Was this individual responsible for saving his life? What had become of the master and the young lady? The middle-aged man, observing Fan Qingyu's awakening, remarked coolly, "You are awake, but alas, your body remains rather feeble." Fan Qingyu, upon hearing this, inquired, "What of my master and the young lady?" The man replied nonchalantly, "I returned from visiting friends and, passing through here, discovered that malefactors were wantonly committing murder and arson. I could not stand idly by, so I intervened, rescuing a girl and yourself. Unfortunately, the maid accompanying her succumbed to shock. As for the one who forcibly elevated his cultivation, he engaged in a fierce battle with a celestial-level warrior, was defeated, and now lies gravely injured, recuperating. Master, you must endure this trial." Before he could finish, Fan Qingyu fainted once more. After some time, as Fan Qingyu stirred back to consciousness, the middle-aged man continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qi Wanchuan, and I am the leader of the Feiyu sect. Thank you. The debt of gratitude for saving my life is one I shall never forget." Fan Qingyu expressed, half reclined on the bed. It was but a trifling effort, hardly worthy of mention. Qi Wanchuan replied casually, "I have surveyed this estate and found that only you and the girl survived. All others met with misfortune. I have instructed my subordinates to bury the deceased and have left a maid to attend to the young lady's needs. She is safe and currently taking a stroll outside with her maid, Qinger. I shall summon them to visit you now." With that, Qi Wanchuan moved to open the door, intending to call for Tang Yun'er and her maid, Qinger, to come and see Fan Qingyu. Fan Qingyu hastily interjected, No, please do not disturb them. I shall rest for a while, and then I will go see them." When Fan Qingyu opened his eyes once more, he beheld Yun'er asleep beside his bed. Not wishing to rouse her, he gently lifted the covers to rise, yet even the slightest movement stirred Tang Yun'er from her slumber. Upon seeing her tear-streaked eyes and weary expression, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. "Uncle, how do you feel?" Tang Yun'er inquired anxiously as she noticed Fan Qingyu had awakened. "Are you feeling any better?" Fan Qingyu was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries from the ice palm, and he refrained from revealing the truth to Tang Yun'er, fearing it would only cause her distress. "How is the master?" he asked. Tang Yun'er, unable to contain her tears, replied, "Father forced himself to break through to the celestial level, exceeding his limits, and then he was severely injured by others. Although he has since recuperated, his condition remains precarious. We do not know when he might depart from us. Do you know who did this?" Fan Qingyu's tone turned cold. "The men in black claim to be from the abyss of demons. Given our current strength, we are not a match for them. So we must wait until we are stronger," Tang Yun'er responded. Though her heart yearned for vengeance, she remained composed. Hearing her words, Fan Qingyu said nothing further and requested that she assist him in visiting his sworn brother, Tang Yuni. Initially, Tang Yun'er was reluctant to allow him to rise, but upon witnessing the determination in his eyes, she conceded and guided him to her father's chamber. Before long, they arrived at Tang Yuni's room, where Tang Yun'er beheld her father lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. The tears she had been holding back began to flow anew. At that moment, Tang Yuni's eye sockets were deeply sunken. His face bore many more wrinkles than before. His hair was now streaked with gray and considerably thinning. and his complexion had paled to that of parchment. Hearing their entrance, Tang Yuni slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing his daughter weeping softly at his bedside, offered words of comfort. Death is an inevitable part of life. Do not grieve for my departure. It is only you, Yun'er, who suffers. Your mother left us too soon. And now I too must go, leaving you alone in this world. Fortunately, your uncle will be here to care for you. Tang Yun'er, in response to her father's words, cried out, Father, you cannot die. I will find a way to save you. Tang Yuni simply replied, I am aware of my own condition. Spare me your comforting words. There are matters I wish to discuss privately with your uncle. Please step outside for a moment. Understanding that her father wished to keep certain things from her, Tang Yun'er assisted Fan Qingyu into a seated position before exiting Tang Yuni's room. Tang Yuni gazed at Fan Qingyu with a sense of gratitude and said, Brother, I ask nothing of you, save that you care for this child, ensuring she does not suffer unduly. Fan Qingyu placed a hand over his heart and assured, Rest easy. Brother, I shall do everything in my power to shield Yun'er from harm. Tang Yuni, feeling reassured, responded, Then I can depart in peace. You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a moment. When you see Yun'er, tell her I am resting and that she should not disturb me. Fan Qingyu felt a reluctance to depart, yet upon seeing Tang Yuni's pleading gaze, he gradually exited the room. The following day, when Tang Yun'er delivered medicine to her father's chamber, she was struck with horror upon discovering his lifeless form. The bowl of medicine slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the floor as she cried out in anguish, Father! Hearing Yun'er's lament, Fan Qingyu hastened to Tang Yuni's room. Witnessing her kneeling by the bed in deep sorrow, alongside the still body of Tang Yuni, overcome with grief, he leaned against the doorframe, valiantly suppressing his tears while resolutely vowing, No matter how formidable the dark forces may be, there will come a day when I shall make you pay a price manifold. At Tang Yuni's grave, Fan Qingyu sought to comfort Tang Yun'er, saying, I believe that my sworn brother, in the afterlife, would not wish to see you ruin your health weeping for his demise. Upon hearing this, Yun'er ceased her weeping and replied, Rest assured, foster father. I shall rise with strength. Chapter 1022. Unexpected Complications, Part 1. Haochen stealthily accompanied Fan Qingyu, the steward of Ziyun Mountain Manor, and entered the main hall through a side entrance. He soon discerned that the masked figure seated at the head was none other than the maid Qing'er in disguise, flanked by two cloaked figures, one of whom was the disguised Qi Wanchuan. Among the guests seated were Luo Feng, the black-clad figure Luo Yun, and Hua Lu, among others. Numerous cloaked figures stood on either side of the hall. With a servile smile plastered across his face, Luo Feng respectfully addressed, Your Excellency. Please understand that it is not my intention to cause trouble. My companions merely seek a place of security. Thus, I humbly implore the gatekeeper to permit us to continue our covert presence within the Immortal Academy. The masked female envoy snorted derisively, then sternly retorted, Humph. I have already granted you the position of the 7th Protector, Gu Yunqing's successor. Is that not sufficient? Luo Feng bowed deeply, clasping his fists, and replied, Forgive me. Your Excellency, it is not greed that drives me, but rather the fact that my brethren have become accustomed to life in Haochen City and the Immortal Academy. I fear they would not consent to relocate to Feiyu Sect for training. Hua Lu rose, his voice cold as ice. We have followed Lord Luo for over 10 years and have firmly established roots in Beihai City. To ask us to leave is entirely unacceptable. Luo Feng's eyes glinted with malice as he stated, Your Excellency, you have heard them. Should I refuse their demands, they may not comply with me. The masked envoy's voice turned grave. Are you threatening me? Luo Feng shook his head vigorously. I would never dare to threaten Your Excellency. If these brothers do not heed my commands, and should they turn against us, the repercussions would be dire, jeopardizing our sect's plans. Despite her fury, the masked envoy found herself powerless against Luo Feng's intimidation. This covert operation of Ziyun Mountain Manor involved only a handful of elite celestial beings from Feiyu Sect, while the remainder were Luo Feng's subordinates. These individuals served as the balancing weight on the scale. Should word leak out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Agree to all of Luo Feng's demands. The disguised Qi Wanchuan transmitted to Qing'er, urging her to acquiesce to Luo Feng's requests. The masked envoy, gritting her teeth, declared fiercely, Very well, I shall grant you the promotion to 7th Protector, while simultaneously appointing you as the envoy for external affairs in Beihai City. Luo Feng smiled slyly and said, Thank you for your assistance, envoy. The masked female envoy continued. However, I have a prerequisite. That is to eliminate the individual who purchased Ziyun Villa and reclaim the operational rights of the Xianyuan catering industry. We must remain vigilant regarding every move of Ziyun Villa. Upon hearing this, the smile on Luo Feng's face vanished. The purchaser of Ziyun Villa possessed profound cultivation, while Luo Feng's subordinates were merely a band of ruffians. Although each had considerable cultivation and practical experience, they were no match for him. After a brief pause, Luo Feng replied, eliminating the individual who acquired Ziyun Villa is certainly feasible, and reclaiming the operational rights of the Xianyuan catering industry is not insurmountable. However, I will require assistance from formidable sect members. The masked envoy retorted sharply, that is not an issue. A few elite members from my sect can fully cooperate with you. As long as you eliminate the purchaser of Ziyun Villa, it will henceforth serve as your stronghold. Luo Feng added, yet, I need a written assurance. For mere words hold no weight. The masked envoy's eyes glinted with lethal intent as she exclaimed, Luo Feng, do you not trust me? Sensing her anger, Luo Feng hastily clarified, please, envoy, do not be enraged. With this assurance, I can earn the trust of my subordinates, enabling them to wholeheartedly serve you. The envoy, seething with fury, brushed her right hand over the ring on her left hand, and instantly a piece of brocade appeared in her grasp. Channeling her celestial energy through her fingers, she inscribed several lines upon the fabric. With a flick of her wrist, the brocade flew toward Luo Feng. He received the brocade, his face beaming with pride, and bowed deeply to the masked envoy, saying, thank you, envoy. I shall pledge my utmost loyalty to Feiyu sect and slay the one who purchased Ziyun Villa. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from outside the hall, Luo Feng, you traitor seeking glory, how dare you betray the Lihua sect? Prepare to meet your demise. Before the words faded, the formidable Hualai, at the peak of the mid-stage of a mortal human realm, landed outside the hall. Trailing behind him were members of the Hua family. An elder in a blue robe at the late stage of a mortal human realm, a young man in the mid-stage, along with a dozen individuals from the Lihua sect's celestial stone mine. Upon seeing the newcomers, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter, boldly proclaiming, Hualai, this is Ziyun Villa. How dare you utter such brazen words? Since you have come, do you still wish to leave alive? Luo Feng recognized Hualai, but did not identify the others. As he entered the grand hall, Hualai fixed his gaze on Luo Feng and said, I am eager to see the extent of your abilities. With a surge of power, Hualai unleashed a palm strike, accompanied by a dark, radiant aura hurtling toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng raised his hands defensively, enveloped in celestial energy, which suddenly surged to the peak of the mid-stage of a mortal human realm. Just barely managing to withstand Hualai's strike, yet he was forced to retreat 2 steps. The blue-robed elder who accompanied Hualai showed no intention of granting Luo Feng a moment's respite. Charging at him alongside the dozen or so practitioners from the Lihua sect's celestial stone mine. The intentions of Hualai and his companions were abundantly clear, to eliminate Luo Feng. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Hualu, standing behind Luo Feng, along with the enigmatic figure in black, Luo Yun, sprang into action, igniting a fierce clash within the confines of the chamber. The elder in the blue robe executed his ruthless and ferocious techniques, each strike aimed at exploiting Luo Feng's vulnerabilities. Luo Feng, already under the pressure of Hualai's onslaught, found himself retreating in the face of the elder's relentless assault. Hualai, undeterred, joined forces with the blue-robed elder, both being peak mid-stage celestial beings, thus overwhelming Luo Feng, who struggled against one, let alone 2. After several exchanges, he began to falter. Observing the scene, the overseer Fan Qingyu calmly instructed Haochen, remain behind the screen and do not act rashly. Suddenly, Fan Qingyu launched an attack on the elder in blue, who, now entangled with Fan Qingyu, had to divert his attention away from Luo Feng. With the pressure alleviated, Luo Feng seized the opportunity to repel Hualai and swiftly leapt out of the grand hall. Escaping to the plaza outside, Hualai hastily pursued him, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The plaza was teeming with a dense throng of cultivators, numbering at least over 1,000, encircling the hall in an impenetrable barrier. The individuals who had been within the hall also emerged, their faces mirroring the shock that gripped Hualai upon witnessing the scene outside. Confronted with such an overwhelming number of cultivators, even one of golden celestial rank would find it impossible to retreat unscathed. Luo Feng, exuding confidence, laughed heartily. Huolai, what do you think? Did you ever imagine this? Today is your day of reckoning. Huolai, fixated solely on eliminating Luo Feng, had rushed to the purple cloud manor upon hearing of his arrival, only to find that the seemingly timid Luo Feng had cunningly laid a trap. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Huolai shouted, "Do not revel in your triumph. Prepare to meet your end." Before his words could fully resonate, Huolai brandished a 3-foot-long sword, its blade shimmering like flames as he unleashed a powerful strike towards Luo Feng. "Release the arrows. Eliminate them," Luo Feng commanded decisively. In the ensuing chaos, Huolai shielded the barrage of arrows, providing cover for the blue-robed elder and others as they retreated into the room, hastily closing the door behind them to evade the storm of arrows. Upon seeing Huolai and the others take refuge indoors, and aware that the masked female envoy was still present within, Luo Feng ordered the cessation of fire and called out to the room, "Huolai, surrender now, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." The blue-robed elder, panic evident in his gaze, turned to Huolai and inquired, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Huolai's expression darkened. He had become trapped, a fish in a barrel. Hearing the synchronized footsteps approaching the grand hall from outside, he anxiously made his way toward the center of the hall. Looking up, he beheld the masked woman seated regally upon the dais, while Haochen remained concealed behind a massive screen, mere feet from her. Upon spotting the woman, Huolai's eyes glimmered with a renewed hope, and he coldly remarked, "We are saved." As his words lingered in the air, he cast a knowing glance towards the elderly man in blue beside him. The elderly figure sprang into action, propelling himself towards the direction where the masked female envoy and Haochen were concealed. A sense of urgency gripped Haochen's heart. Fearing that a confrontation might wreak havoc upon the fish pond, he swiftly grasped the flying Huang's sword, ready to defend himself should an unforeseen circumstance arise. There remained a distance of approximately 10 feet to the masked envoy, who suddenly experienced a surge in her cultivation, exuding the formidable aura of a mid-stage immortal. With a sudden motion, she extended her right hand, revealing a 7-section whip, which undulated like a serpent as it lunged toward the elderly figure in blue. Suspended in midair, the elderly man found himself confronted by the rapidly advancing whip. He had no choice but to transition from offense to defense. Adorned with a metallic glove on his right hand, he reached out to seize the whip. His reflexes were astonishingly swift, and it seemed he was on the verge of grasping the whip, but before he could secure it, the whip's tip deftly pivoted and struck his palm with blinding speed. The elderly man winced in pain, and before he could fully react, the whip altered its course, landing forcefully upon his shoulder. He plummeted from midair, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud, leaving 2 deep impressions on the solid stone floor. The masked envoy showed no intention of relenting. Her whip continued to writhe in her grasp, ensnaring the elderly man's neck. With lightning speed, Huolai dashed in front of the elderly figure, seizing the whip that had ensnared him. Channeling his mystical energy, he exerted immense force, straightening the whip with determination. The other end of the whip, controlled by the masked envoy, radiated a deadly intent as she leapt from her seat, her left hand impacting the armrest. Her right hand wielding the whip danced, causing it to undulate like waves. Despite the overwhelming force exerted upon him, Huolai steadfastly held onto the whip with his left hand, though the tremors coursing through his body revealed the sheer magnitude of the power transmitted through the whip. In that fleeting moment, the elderly figure managed to free himself from the whip's grasp, rolling away to Huolai's side and releasing his boomerang towards the masked envoy. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door as Fan Qingyu and Luo Feng burst into the room. In midair, engaged in combat with Huolai, the masked envoy noticed the boomerang hurtling towards her and swiftly used her free hand to manipulate a section of the whip to shield herself. The boomerang collided with the whip before ricocheting back toward the elderly figure. The masked envoy, struck by the boomerang's formidable force, was propelled backward, landing gracefully atop the grand hall. Once her feet touched the ground, she remained firmly anchored, reasserting control over the whip, which once again became taut against Huolai. The whip was indeed powerful and agile. However, its potential could not be realized if it were restrained. Upon entering the room, Fan Qingyu immediately harnessed his celestial energy, directing it toward Huolai. In response, Huolai relinquished his grip on the whip, brandishing his sword with precision, aiming a thrust toward the advancing Fan Qingyu. The blazing long sword radiated a dazzling light, striking upon the ethereal energy projection emitted by Fan Qingyu, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach within a hair's breadth. Fire Lai's expression changed dramatically as he summoned his remaining celestial energy with one hand and struck the sword's hilt. Instantly, at the point where the two orbs of light met, sparks erupted like a meteor shower. Fan Qingyu unleashed a series of furious roars, waving his arm, causing the immense shadow to sway in tandem, simultaneously launching 5 piercing beams of light that resembled sharp claws, hurtling towards Fire Lai. Alarmed, Fire Lai could only retract his long sword to shield himself. The 5 fierce beams struck against the sword's radiance, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Upon halting, his dantian trembled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As Luo Feng's followers burst into the room, they charged towards the miners of the Lihua sect, overwhelming them in an instant. Despite the blue-robed elder having attained mid-emperor martial cultivation, his celestial artifacts spun in front of him, toppling several cultivators into pools of blood. Yet, faced with the relentless tide of approaching cultivators, Luo Feng's men soon engaged the blue-robed elder and his companions in close combat. In the blink of an eye, the subordinates Fire Lai had brought with him fell lifelessly into the blood-soaked ground, while the elder and a young man fought side by side. After a few intense charges, the young man was already covered in wounds, and the elder bore his share of injuries as well, severely wounded by Fan Qingyu. Fire Lai found himself surrounded by the thronging cultivators, leading to a fierce melee. Luo Feng stood at the back of the crowd, laughing triumphantly, declaring, "Fire Lai, today you will find it impossible to escape." Haochen, concealed behind a screen, had transformed into a demon cultivator to deceive any powerful adversaries during Fan Qingyu's departure. Observing the fierce battle within the hall, he harbored silent worries. From the unfolding dynamics of the battlefield, it seemed that Fire Lai and his companions could only await a miracle to escape alive. Should they perish here today, the fate of the Ziyun Villa would be sealed. According to the agreement between the masked woman and Luo Feng, Ziyun Villa would entirely belong to Luo Feng. In such a scenario, his future prospects would be evident. Although the Lihua sect would wage a campaign against Fei Yumin and Luo Feng under the pretense of avenging Fire Lai. However, this would only bring endless warfare to the surrounding populace of Ziyun Villa, rendering it utterly meaningless for Haochen. Suddenly, a white shadow, swift as lightning, soared in from outside the hall. As the white form approached Luo Feng, a whip-like shadow lashed out unexpectedly, the change occurring so rapidly and within mere feet of Luo Feng. By the time he reacted, the white whip had already struck before him. Luo Feng instantly concentrated his celestial energy, forming a shield to block the impending attack. However, the whip's tip circumvented the shield and struck his left shoulder, piercing through his collarbone and staining the whip's tip with blood. In excruciating pain, Luo Feng swung his shield in an attempt to sever the whip. But as the white shadow descended, the whip evaded his attack with a flick and gently landed on the ground. A figure clad in white approached, her attire devoid of any color save for her raven-black hair. Her face was obscured by a white veil, revealing only her piercing eyes. Upon her arrival, expressions of delight illuminated the faces of both the fiery man and the elderly figure in blue. Seizing the moment as the masked woman captivated the attention of the crowd, the two swiftly repelled their assailants, and one leapt to the side of the white-clad woman, taking it upon himself to shield her. The sudden turn of events in the grand hall left Haochen astonished, as the masked woman evoked a sense of uncanny familiarity within him. Particularly, her eyes sparked a conviction within Haochen that she might indeed be the one he had been searching for. Chapter 1024. Covert abduction. Luo Feng staunched the blood gushing from his wound, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the masked woman, demanding, "Who dares to harm me? You shall not leave this place alive. Come at me." At that moment, the masked envoy seated in the grand hall interjected with a commanding voice, "Stop." Hearing this, Luo Feng turned to the envoy with newfound respect, inquiring, "Envoy, what are your orders?" The envoy descended from the dais, casting a cold smile at the white-clad woman. "I did not expect the Lihua sect to harbor such a skilled woman. I wish to test your abilities. Please, indulge me." The white-clad woman scoffed haughtily, "Humph. I fear you may not be worthy. It is said that women are inherently rivals, particularly beautiful ones who often perceive themselves as the fairest of all. When confronted with another of equal beauty, they instinctively seek to outshine her." The masked envoy replied with smug confidence, "Worthiness is not for you to declare without a contest." "How can you know?" As she spoke, the envoy brandished her 7-section whip with sudden ferocity, launching it toward the white-clad woman. Unfazed, the white-clad woman produced a white dragon whip, the two weapons entwining in a fierce standoff. The envoy's whip was an artifact of celestial origin, while the white dragon whip was forged from the bones of a mythical creature, both extraordinary in their own right. The whips tautened, the combatants locked in a tense confrontation. With a derisive laugh, the envoy exerted force through her whip, causing the white dragon whip to be cast aside. Yet the white-clad woman did not retreat. Instead, she leapt forward, emanating an aura akin to that of the envoy, and charged ahead. Her white dragon whip flowing with both grace and strength as it struck toward the envoy. The envoy's expression shifted slightly as she wielded her 7-section whip in an attempt to deflect the assault. It is often said that softness can conquer rigidity. The envoy's whip swept to collide with the white dragon whip, yet it failed to displace it. Instead, the white dragon whip coiled around the envoy's weapon, aiming directly for her face. Startled by the ferocity of the white-clad woman's attack, the envoy hastily summoned her remaining hand to channel celestial energy, striking forward with a palm that erupted in a circle of golden light, deflecting the white dragon whip. Before the envoy could catch her breath, the white-clad woman had closed the distance, retracting her whip and brandishing her hands like blades, targeting the envoy's wrist with precision. The 7-section whip falls within the realm of long weapons, embodying the adage that a longer reach translates to greater strength. It can only demonstrate its formidable and vigorous advantages within a certain range. At this moment, the woman in white, shrouded in mystery, evades its lethal strikes, opting for close combat to exploit its weaknesses, leaving the masked envoy momentarily at a loss. After several consecutive assaults, the masked envoy finds herself clearly at a disadvantage, prompting the concerned steward, Feishuang, to gather his celestial energy in preparation to provide assistance. However, the masked envoy remains alert to her surroundings, commanding, "Do not intervene." Almost instantaneously, she discards her whip and thrusts both palms forward, meeting the white-clad woman's hands with her own. Instantly, a golden orb of light forms in the center of their palms, with both women positioned behind their respective shimmering shields, engaging in a contest of magical prowess. At this juncture, the attention of the entire hall is riveted upon the duel between the two women, while Haochen harbors worries for the woman in white. Yet, upon noticing the injury to Luo Feng's left shoulder, an idea suddenly dawns upon him, a plan for a safe retreat. Haochen stealthily maneuvers behind a nearby practitioner, seizing him with lightning speed. He drags the practitioner behind a screen, rendering him unconscious and imprisoning him within the demon suppression tower. Assuming the guise of this practitioner, he adeptly alters his magical techniques and gradually approaches Luo Feng. The white-clad woman and the masked envoy possess comparable cultivation and magical abilities, thus their contest remains evenly matched. However, neither is willing to withdraw their power first. As Haochen approaches Luo Feng from behind, Luo Feng senses a presence drawing near and instinctively turns to glance. Recognizing it as one of his subordinates without further thought, Haochen offers a smile, then suddenly unleashes his magic, striking Luo Feng's injured shoulder with a forceful blow. The abruptness of the attack nearly causes Luo Feng to lose consciousness, sending him tumbling to the ground. With the flying radiance sword poised at Luo Feng's throat, Haochen lifts him up, proclaiming loudly, "Stand down." This unforeseen turn of events astonishes both the woman in white and the masked envoy, compelling them to retract their magic. Upon witnessing Haochen's grip on Luo Feng, astonishment floods their eyes. Luo Feng's subordinate, Huolu, finally comprehends the situation. His face contorted with rage as he points at Haochen, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Release my master at once." Prompted by Huolu's command, Luo Feng's subordinates quickly encircle Haochen. With Luo Feng in his grasp, Haochen feels emboldened, pressing the sword's edge against Luo Feng's neck, drawing blood as he chuckles. "If you wish to prevent him from perishing here, I advise you to take a step forward." Luo Feng's face pales, and he bellows in fury, "Have you lost your mind? Get away from me." At his command, the encroaching subordinates hastily retreat. Haochen secures a firm grip on Luo Feng's shoulder, the flying radiance sword still resting against his neck as he smiles. "Now, that is obedience." Luo Feng glares menacingly at Haochen, asking, "What do you want?" Haochen replies with a grin, "Rest assured, I merely wish for you to facilitate our departure from this place." Feishuang steps forward, coldly stating, "I assure you that you may leave here unscathed. But none of them shall escape." Upon concluding his words, he cast a sidelong glance at the veiled woman in white and the others. Haochen declared, "If they cannot leave, neither shall I. We shall all perish together." With that, he patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, a smug grin adorning his face as he added, "At least I have Luo Feng to accompany me in this fate." Faced with the specter of death, Luo Feng was taken aback, and he exclaimed sternly, "Huolu, give the command for everyone to retreat. Let them depart from here. Those who defy my order shall be executed." Huolu complied, and the crowd parted to create a path, stepping back. The masked envoy before Haochen fixed her gaze upon him for a considerable time before reluctantly saying, "You may leave." Haochen had been closely observing Qi Wanchuan's actions, yet Qi Wanchuan seemed indifferent to the unfolding situation. It appeared he was unwilling to complicate matters and preferred to await the emergence of the ice demon spider in peace. Haochen, casting a casual glance, thought to himself, "Dream on." Long before the masked woman in white and the envoy engaged in a fierce battle, Haochen had discreetly exited the hall, leaving only a blood-poisoned spirit clone that bore his likeness, concealed behind a screen to mislead Qi Wanchuan. Secretly, Haochen infiltrated the residence of Tang Yunzi, and without uttering a word, forcibly transported her into the spatial confines of the demon suppression tower. Simultaneously, he summoned Xiao Zue and several transformed little girls, who would accompany Tang Yunzi in case of emergencies. These little girls, having fought alongside Haochen in numerous battles, possessed formidable reputations. Once the ice demon spider made its appearance, they could swiftly subdue it. Furthermore, they would temporarily attend to Tang Yunzi's needs and maintain communication with Haochen. Haochen then employed his magical prowess to unleash demonic energy, obliterating traces of his spatial manipulation to prevent any powerful adversaries from utilizing spatial information to reconstruct images. He stealthily returned behind the screen, retracting the blood-poisoned spirit clone, and resumed his facade of nonchalance while observing the spectacle. Of course, Qi Wanchuan was no fool. As Haochen remained inactive, so did he, unaware of Haotian's affiliations or whether there existed any other formidable powers within the Ziyun villa. Qi Wanchuan occasionally scanned his surroundings, keeping a watchful eye on Tang Yunzi. However, the moment the masked woman in white entered the hall, his composure faltered, as her familiar figure tugged at his heart. Yet, in his distraction, he neglected to monitor Tang Yunzi's situation. Upon hearing the envoy's words, Haochen courteously addressed her, "Thank you." He then seized Luo Feng and, accompanied by the veiled woman and Huolai, made a successful exit. Chapter 1025. Infiltrating the secret realm upon departing from the Ziyun villa. At the forest's edge 1,000 zhang away, a cloud-stepping beast cart awaited. The veiled woman in white boarded the cart first, her expression devoid of emotion as she coldly commanded Haochen, "Get in." Haochen, restraining Luo Feng and Huolai, along with the elderly man in blue and the young man, ascended the cart. The elderly man in blue employed a binding spell to confine Luo Feng, tossing him into a corner of the cart. Meanwhile, Luo Yun, the black-clad subordinate of Luo Feng, and Huolu, leading their men, pursued down the mountain. Upon witnessing Haochen and the others boarding the cart, they resolutely continued their chase, closely trailing the cloud-stepping beast cart. With a smile, Huolai gazed at Haochen and solemnly declared, "Esteemed brother, I shall forever remember the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me today. I shall repay this debt in due time." However, before he could finish his sentence, a violent cough erupted from him, likely a consequence of the internal injuries inflicted by Fan Qingyu. Haochen chuckled softly and replied, "As long as Chief Hu spares my life in future encounters, I would be immensely grateful." Thus far, Huolai and his companions had not discerned Haochen's true identity. Huolai intended to leverage the power of the Hua family to restrain Qi Wanchuan and disrupt Feiyusek's nefarious plans to seize Ziyun Villa, thereby profiting from the chaos and claiming the villa for themselves. Although Haochen commanded several thousand followers, they were merely lowly cultivators, formidable in the realm of cultivation, yet inconsequential in the celestial world. Moreover, Haochen lacked a stable base or a nurturing ground for talent. The woman clad in white and masked had no time to indulge in the insincere pleasantries exchanged between Haochen and Huolai. She lifted the curtain behind the cloud-stepping carriage and peered into the distance, spotting Luo Feng's subordinates in pursuit. She patted the shoulder of the elderly man in blue and urged, "Hurry up, we must shake off these pursuers." The elderly man in blue nodded without turning around, calling out to the cloud-stepping beast, "Put in some effort. Accelerate. We shall reward you with a feast upon our return." At this moment, Huolai respectfully inquired of the masked woman, "What are our next steps?" The masked woman responded coldly, "Once we have evaded those lackeys, we shall retreat to our usual hideout and deliberate on our next course of action." Upon hearing her directive, Huolai respectfully acknowledged, "Understood." Haochen was intrigued by the masked woman's identity. Her every gesture bore a striking resemblance to someone he was familiar with. He mused to himself, "But that girl belongs to the demon sect. When did she arrive in the celestial realm? And how did she come to know Huolai?" Yet, since she feigned ignorance of his presence, Haochen had no intention of revealing her identity. Upon reaching the outskirts of Haochen City, the elderly man in blue halted the carriage, allowing Haochen and the others to swiftly disembark. As they concealed themselves, the black-clad Luo Yun and Huolu, accompanied by over 100 men, rushed past in pursuit of the empty, cloud-stepping carriage. Leading the way, Huolai guided the group through 2 narrow alleys in the eastern part of Haochen City before stealthily veering back toward the eastern edge, where he knocked on the door of an ancient and dilapidated courtyard. A middle-aged man dressed as a servant answered the door and greeted Huolai with respect. "Greetings, young master." The masked woman in white stepped ahead into the courtyard, while Huolai nodded to the middle-aged man, cautioning, "Be careful." The group entered the courtyard in single file, and only then did Huolai lead them into a guest room. The dwelling was exceedingly ordinary and worn, with bare walls and decrepit furniture. Huolai addressed the caretaker, "Lao Lu, please take us to a safe place." Lao Lu nodded and replied, "Follow me." He glanced at Haochen and inquired, "And who might this be?" "Firelai," taken aback, remarked, "Old Lu, please find a room outside to accommodate our brother for the time being." At that moment, the woman in white, her face concealed, coldly interjected, "There is no need for that. Let him accompany us into the secret passage." Firelai offered an awkward smile and conceded, "Very well, you may enter with us." They entered a storage room and opened an entrance leading to an underground passage. Once everyone had stepped inside, Old Lu sealed the hidden chamber. The walls of the passage were adorned with numerous moonstone gems, illuminating the space as brightly as day. After navigating several twists and turns, each corner manned by guards for guidance, they eventually arrived at a grand hall after the passage of a joss stick's worth of time. The hall, measuring 5 zhang square, featured a long table at its center, where the woman in white took her seat at the head, and Haochen followed suit alongside Firelai and others. Firelai pointed to Luo Feng, who lay unconscious in the corner, and inquired, "How shall we deal with this traitor?" The woman in white, her expression impassive, succinctly replied, "Take him back to your fire family and hand him over to the law enforcement hall for judgment." It turned out that years ago, during a tumultuous period, Luo Feng had fled from Ziyun Mountain Manor and was subsequently captured by the Lihua sect. He then sought refuge with the fire family. This young man, with his agile legs and sweet tongue, quickly caught the admiration of the venerable Fire Wei Lin, who kept him close at hand. After Fire Wei Lin's retirement from the Xianyuan stone mine, he secretly dispatched a portion of his people to follow Luo Feng into the Immortal Academy as menial workers, biding their time to seize control of the academy's catering industry. Under the Fire family's manipulation, Luo Feng gradually rose to prominence, becoming the leading figure in the academy's culinary sector. However, notoriety often invites peril. Luo Feng's growing stature caught the attention of the Feiyu sect, revealing him as a traitor who had defected to the Lihua sect's fire family. Consequently, Qi Feng, the young master of Feiyu sect, led a group to apprehend him secretly, bringing him back to the sect for accountability. Thus, Luo Feng secretly returned to the Qi family of Feiyu sect, becoming a double agent, serving 2 opposing factions. Upon discovering Luo Feng's secret, Firelai felt a surge of resentment. It was the fire family that had elevated him to control the academy's catering business, expanding into various industries in Beihou City, effectively turning him into a puppet for wealth accumulation. After several negotiations yielded unsatisfactory results, Firelai's heart turned cold with murderous intent, thinking, "You are but a machine for producing Xianyuan stones. I shall destroy you. If I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else." Firelai dispatched spies to monitor Luo Feng's movements, leading to the abrupt upheaval at Ziyun Mountain Manor, disrupting Haochen's plans. Otherwise, had Haochen unleashed the swarm of devouring Yuan demonic flies, the matter would have been resolved swiftly and unnoticed, vanquishing Qi Wanchuan and his entourage in an instant. With Luo Feng captured, it was certain that chaos had erupted within his stronghold. Firely, the woman in white commanded. I suggest you and Old Li closely monitor the movements of Ziyun Mountain Manor, while also dispatching personnel to ensure that before dawn, all shops, hotels, inns, and other enterprises under Luo Feng's name are seized. Firely and the elder in blue bowed in acknowledgement, yes. After they departed with Luo Feng, Haochen discreetly set up a barrier with a wave of his hand. At that moment, only Haochen and the woman in white remained in the chamber. Haochen gazed intently at her and softly uttered, "Bai Xia." The woman in white, her face veiled, gently removed her scarf, revealing a familiar, cold, yet beautiful visage before Haochen. It was none other than the seventh princess of the demon realm, Moon Bai Xia. Chapter 1026. When feelings run deep with a charming smile, Bai Xia asked, "How did you know it was me?" Haochen responded earnestly, "Do you believe in the existence of telepathic connection?" Bai Xia replied with a serene smile, "Is it not said that hearts can resonate with one another?" Only in Haochen's presence did Moon Bai Xia's countenance radiate that enchanting smile. Haochen nodded, affirming, "Precisely, that is the feeling I have for you." A sweetness enveloped Bai Xia's heart, yet her smile faded as she asked, "Does that mean you feel similarly towards others too?" Haochen shook his head, declaring, "Of course. It is entirely different." He gazed at Bai Xia earnestly, saying, "Bai Xia, do you know? On my way to Ziyun Manor last night, I had a thought." "Curious?" Bai Xia inquired. "Oh, what thought was it?" Haochen replied, "To sow discord, causing the Lihua sect, Feiyu sect, and Luo Feng to mutually weaken, allowing me to reap the benefits." He then sighed, "But the moment you appeared at Ziyun Manor, I abandoned that notion." Bai Xia asked, "Why did you decide to abandon it?" Looking intently at her, Haochen solemnly replied, "Because you too desire Ziyun Manor. I once vowed never to compete with you for anything, so I will not contest Ziyun Manor with you." Bai Xia felt a surge of excitement and joy within her. She fixed her gaze on Haochen, saying, "Chenggu, thank you." With a light-hearted smile, Haochen remarked, "A true man must honor his promises. How can one stand tall in this world otherwise?" Bai Xia nodded, seriously stating, "Chenggu, do you know why I went to Ziyun Manor tonight?" Haochen, slightly taken aback, shook his head. Bai Xia explained, "Because I wanted to help you acquire Ziyun Manor." Haochen stared at Bai Xia in astonishment. Sitting there in a daze, Bai Xia continued, "I am a cultivator of both celestial and demonic arts, and upon reaching the imperial level, I wish to experience the celestial realm. After meeting you, I became deeply concerned for your safety. When Firely visited the Lord's estate of Quanglan, I pleaded with my father for permission to accompany him to the celestial realm for training. As I set foot on this wondrous land of the celestial realm, I fell deeply in love with it. It is your presence that captivates me so. I have not shared your story with anyone, nor spoken of the reasons behind my infatuation at first sight. Brother, do you think I am overly sentimental?" Having undergone trials in the demon realm, Haochen had a slight understanding of its customs and the passionate nature of its women, who dare to love and hate fiercely. Hearing Bai Xia express her heartfelt secrets so candidly, he had no reason to doubt that the seventh princess, Moon Bai Xia, was indeed sincere in her affection. "Indeed, I like you as well," Haochen confessed, his own emotions stirred. His response ignited a wave of exhilaration in Bai Xia, prompting her to leap to her feet and rush into Haochen's embrace. At this moment, the emotions between the two were elevated and their passions ignited. Enveloped in each other's embrace for an extended period, Yu Bixia suddenly exclaimed, "My cultivation." She abruptly realized that her cultivation had unexpectedly ascended to the late stage of human immortal, simultaneously advancing towards the demonic immortal realm. She was taken aback. Although Haochen did not react with the same astonishment as Yu Bixia, he too was astonished. He had now become a peak human immortal, poised to transition into the earth immortal realm with just a single opportunity. Without questioning the reason behind this surprise, they embraced once more. After a fervent interlude, as tranquility settled upon them, Bixia resumed the conversation she had initiated amidst her prior infatuation. She continued, "During my visit to the Xian Yuan stone mine of the Lihua sect, I inadvertently overheard that you ventured to the princess's residence to rescue Weier. It was then that I realized the elusive Chen Hao, whom no one in Beihai court seemed to know, was indeed you, Haochen. Consequently, I accompanied Huolai and the others to Beihai City. In recent days, I frequently kept an eye on your whereabouts, discreetly investigating your movements. Ultimately, I discovered your frequent visits to Ziyun Villa and your intention to purchase it. This prompted me to follow Huolai to Ziyun Villa, awaiting your arrival in the cloud-soaring carriage. If Huolai and his companions had fallen into a trap there, Ziyun Villa would have undoubtedly reverted to the chief family of the Feiyu sect. Even if the Li Hua sect and the Hua family sought to challenge the Feiyu sect and reclaim Ziyun Villa, the cost would be exorbitant, potentially leading to its destruction. Yu Bixiao's words were undeniably accurate, and Haochen gazed at her with gratitude, saying, Bixiao, I truly thank you. There's no need for such formality. I am already yours. This place is secure, so you need not worry about Luo Feng's men finding us. When I previously stayed here, there were often visitors bringing gifts. At this point, Yu Bixiao suddenly gasped, if there is no barrier set up, could it be that we were seen? Had I not discreetly established a barrier when Huolai and the old man in blue left? Perhaps the guards in the secret passage would have had ample opportunity to gaze upon us. Seeing Bixiao's flushed face, Haochen teased her. Upon hearing his words, Yu Bixiao let out a soft sound, burying her face in Haochen's embrace. At this juncture, Haochen felt entirely content. The prospect of acquiring Ziyun Villa had become secondary. The true treasure lay in reclaiming the precious artifact belonging to Qi Wanchuan, the leader of the Feiyu sect, and possessing the ice demon spider that he had painstakingly nurtured. This would serve as a significant advantage in the forthcoming conflicts between the realms of immortals and demons, allowing him to strike unexpectedly and vanquish his foes. Ultimately, winning the genuine affection of the seventh princess, Yu Bixiao, was Haochen's most profound reward. While Haochen and Bixiao reveled in their intimate moments within the secret chamber, Qi Wanchuan, situated in Ziyun Villa, remained absorbed in memories of the veiled woman in white. Practitioners of the ice law found their cultivation exponentially more effective in the icy plains, and Qi Wanchuan was no exception, venturing to the most northern reaches of the North Domain to hone his skills. However, his overt purpose of cultivation concealed a darker agenda. Years prior, in his quest for the extraordinary technique of Huayu sect, he had annihilated the sect, having learned that the remnants fled to the icy plains, where he aimed to eradicate them completely. Furthermore, rumors whispered of an ancient powerhouse's demise in the icy plains, with the remnants of their cave dwelling said to contain the celestial spirit mystic ice. The celestial ice body, upon its transformation into the celestial ice spirit, possesses an invincible prowess once it ascends to the rank of spirit emperor. In truth, the icy plains are not as fearsome as they may seem. They are often graced by bright sunshine, and although the temperatures remain frigid, a variety of ice-dwelling species thrive in this harsh environment. The expanse of the icy plains is remarkably flat, with clusters of ice trees rising majestically in the distance, and one can see figures traversing the frozen landscape. Not long after Qi Wanchuan arrived at the edge of the icy plains, he frequently seized the opportunity presented by the fair weather to venture outside in search of rare ice-type, celestial herbs, and precious ice insects. On this particular day, as he walked upon the ice lake, the surface suddenly erupted beneath him, and an ice toad leapt forth to attack. "Be careful," a commanding voice rang out, and a woman clad in a white snow cloak, her face obscured, soared through the air. With a swift flick of her white whip, she shattered the creature. The ice toad, a ferocious beast carrying potent venom, is known to devour any creature that it successfully attacks, should timely assistance fail to arrive. Having ventured into the territory of these feral beasts, caution was paramount. The white-cloaked woman had saved Qi Wanchuan's life, and left only her voice echoing in the air as she glided away. It must be acknowledged that her timely intervention heightened his vigilance. Qi Wanchuan, already possessing considerable strength and a keen sense of alertness, understood that the icy plains were essentially a frozen realm. The mountains were composed of solid ice, the trees were ice trees, and the paths were ice roads, with ice layers exceeding dozens of yards in thickness. Most ferocious beasts lurked beneath the ice, their layers scattered throughout the frozen expanse, creating a labyrinthine complexity akin to human underground cities. They often surged forth from beneath the ice, attacking humans and foraging animals alike. The ice toad had merely been drawn by the sounds of footsteps above. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Wanchuan pressed onward, venturing further into the icy wilderness. Suddenly, he felt a movement beneath his feet. A small ice snake, measuring over a foot in length, coiled around his leg and struck at him. In an instant, another whip-like shadow struck, severing the snake's head and releasing icy blood. "Brother, be cautious." These ice snakes are highly venomous. A bite will inject you with ice poison, leading to a most gruesome demise. It was then that Qi Wanchuan recognized the woman who had saved him. "You have saved my life." He expressed his gratitude. Noticing that the white-cloaked woman seemed intent on following him, the shrewd Qi Wanchuan discerned her intentions. "Shall we form a team and explore together?" He seized the opportunity to invite her on an adventure. "Yes." The white-cloaked woman nodded shyly. Princess Yu Baiwen of the Demon Emperor clan, having parted ways with her entourage, was now accompanying a stranger for the first time. She had a younger sister who, unlike her, did not cultivate ice attributes, and they often donned similar white cloaks, leading to frequent confusion among those in the Lord's estate. She harbored a desire for companionship, wishing for someone to share in the beauty of the icy plains. As the people of the Lord's estate revered her to an almost divine extent, leaving her with little personal freedom. Thus, she had stealthily slipped away from the training grounds, eager to indulge in some joyous escapades. Unexpectedly, I spotted a man who had recently moved nearby, taking a leisurely stroll upon the ice expanse. Thus, the veiled woman in white found herself compelled to follow him from a distance. Chapter 1027, An Encounter on the Ice, Part 1, The Vast Ice Expanse. Under the radiant sunlight, sparkled brilliantly, resembling a colossal gem embedded within the continent. Towering snow-capped peaks and 100-mile stretch of crystalline trees stood in this extraordinary realm, akin to ethereal fairies gracing the land. The undulating ice mountains shimmered gloriously, their brilliance magnified by the sun's rays, revealing breathtaking vistas with each refracted beam. At this moment, Qi Wanchuan and the veiled woman in white were trekking towards the snow lake. Along their journey, they encountered sparse human presence but abundant ferocious beasts. However, these creatures were merely ordinary holy beasts, occasionally launching ambushes from beneath the ice, only to be effortlessly cleaved in two by the woman's whip, while Qi Wanchuan swiftly sealed them within his storage ring for safekeeping. From the diminutive ice centipedes to the formidable ice bears, the variety mirrored that of the outside world. Yet the quality of their fur surpassed anything found beyond, as they had to adapt to the harsh climate here. Entering the crystalline forest, the leaves of the ice spirit trees flourished with an array of frosted blossoms, creating a predominantly white world. Even the trees appeared to be of a special ice wood. Thriving amidst the snow, once their leaves touched the ground, they would instantly transform into puddles of snow melt, a sight that left one awestruck. For Qi Wanchuan, this was the first time experiencing such a peculiar landscape, eliciting both wonder and astonishment. Each feature of this environment was evidently sustained by spiritual energy, indicating that the ice expanse must harbor treasures capable of maintaining the unmelting icy air and snow. It was also possible that such phenomena were the result of the magical prowess wielded by powerful celestial beings or demon emperors. After walking some distance through the ice forest, they arrived at a frigid lake. The dangers of the icy woods deterred most, for not only were frozen birds and insects frequently lurking in ambush, but fierce ice beasts also roamed the area. The veiled woman, Yu Baiwen, was not well acquainted with this place. In truth, she had only accompanied members of the Lord's estate here once before, their stay being brief and devoid of peril, merely a reconnaissance before returning to their base. The so-called frigid lake was not, as Qi Wanchuan had imagined, a body of water, but rather a myriad of ice holes. During the months of accumulated snow, the weaker areas of the ice layer would melt, revealing that beneath the ice expanse lay a colossal lake, the depths of which remained unknown. The only useful information was that this lake eventually became frozen, with an ice layer reaching a thickness of 100 meters, as solid and weighty as the earth itself. Upon hearing the young woman's description, Qi Wanchuan was utterly astounded to realize that the two of them were, astonishingly, standing atop a frozen lake, the expanse of which encompassed the entirety of the ice field. Subsequent icebergs and snow-capped mountains, alongside dense jungles composed of stone and wood, are but remnants of dust and seeds carried from distant lands, flourishing only after adapting to this frigid environment, thus giving rise to this frozen continent. Brother, we must exercise caution. The vicinity of the snow lake is likely teeming with ferocious beasts and malevolent creatures. If we can locate an ice cavern, we should swiftly harvest the spiritual herbs and treasures within and depart post-haste. We cannot linger here too long. The snow-clad, masked maiden, Yu Baiwen, retained her charm. Perhaps perceiving that despite Qi Wanchuan's age, he resembled the offspring of a grand family. Consequently, She frolicked joyfully along the path. In the lower regions of the ice field, pools of water accumulate, creating cavities that dissolve the ice, harboring numerous spiritual herbs and treasures. This place is known as the Ice Valley Jungle. These melted ice caverns are elusive to the untrained eye, and encountering one inevitably leads to contention. Just as the two intended to rest, an eerie sound reached their ears. Yu Baiwen tightened her grip on the dragon tendon whip, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, a diminutive ice figure surged from the distance, moving with a speed akin to a bolt of lightning, so rapid that even the arrows of elite archers could not match its velocity. Yu Baiwen scarcely had time to react before her protective enchantments were shattered, and her whip was snatched away by a pair of tiny claws, flung far from her reach. The scene was almost absurd. Even Qi Wanchuan, seasoned as he was taken aback by the astonishing swiftness of this ice creature. How can it be so fast? Yu Baiwen wiped the blood trickling from her lips, a wave of panic washing over her, particularly in the absence of her artifact. Brother, be careful. In a fleeting glance, the space around them seemed to warp, and another ice figure darted forward, colliding with Qi Wanchuan just as he bent to retrieve the fallen whip. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured, revealing a massive ice cavity ahead, shards of ice raining down upon them. A faint yet chilling flame flickered within the pit, as if even the wind could be frozen by its presence. It is an ice fox. Only an ice fox possesses such speed. Yu Baiwen anxiously scanned her surroundings. As a princess from the demon realm, well-read and knowledgeable, she had not ventured onto the ice fields for training and was unfamiliar with the renowned ice beasts inhabiting the region. Moreover, those of noble lineage often don garments crafted from ice fox pelts as a testament to their status. Brother, let us retreat for now. When it fixates on another target, we can continue our search for rare materials. Yu Baiwen swallowed hard, relieved that the ice fox was of a gentler disposition. Had it been a high-ranking ice serpent or ice toad, they might have already met their demise. It's ice flames, Qi Wanchuan exclaimed, swiftly evading the encroaching fire, which shimmered with exquisite beauty in the air. Yes, the snow fox flame. It can freeze anything that burns within the ice. This beastly fire is formidable. Seizing an opportunity, Yu Baiwen grasped Qi Wanchuan's arm, attempting to flee, only to find him suddenly tightening his grip and lifting her effortlessly. As they stood, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, revealing a gaping ice pit that sent tremors across the surface. The elder brother, Qi Wanchuan, was in a state of utter urgency, disregarding the terrifying embrace of life and death. Just as he was about to break free, he unexpectedly threw Yu Baiwen forward, grasping her delicate hand. In an instant, the space between them erupted. The ice fox launched a relentless assault, while Qi Wanchuan skillfully maneuvered across the icy expanse, leading Yu Baiwen in a dance of evasion against the unseen attacks of the snow fox. Though the nature of Qi Wanchuan's perception of the ice fox's strikes remained a mystery, the prolonged evasion, spanning nearly half an hour, wreaked havoc upon the frosty forest. Their movements were as elusive as a slippery eel, increasingly sluggish as the ice fox, resembling a dog, panted atop a branch of an ice tree. Observing the fox's distressed demeanor, the two drew closer, inciting an irate glare from its small eyes. The little creature flailed its tiny paws, ultimately unleashing a breath of azure ice flames. In a swift motion, Qi Wanchuan produced a magical artifact, instantly capturing the icy blaze. Chapter 1028. An Enchantment on the Ice Field, Part 2. The ice fox screeched in a frenzy, its paws waving in agitation, frustrated by the ineffectiveness of its fiery attempts. Having never encountered such a formidable opponent, the ice fox, now possessing a semblance of intelligence, instinctively sought to flee. Stop! As the ice fox leapt, a commanding voice resonated from afar, causing its forepaws to freeze in place upon the ice. In that moment, it felt the weight of a noble lineage pressing down upon it, paralyzing it with fear as it trembled on the ground. Come here. Qi Wanchuan exerted his imposing presence to subdue the little ice fox. This tactic would likely work only on this first-tier, transformed beast. Once the ice fox reached the second tier, its intelligence would significantly increase, rendering it impervious to intimidation. Given the little ice fox's naturally timid disposition, it dared not defy Qi Wanchuan's command. With trembling paws, it nudged its nose against the ground, inching towards Qi Wanchuan, reluctant yet unable to resist his overwhelming force. Yu Baiwen, observing with wide, enchanting eyes, marveled at the extraordinary ability of this man, which had stripped the ice fox of its combativeness, rendering it as docile as an ordinary little fox. It approached Qi Wanchuan, lifting its head, with tears nearly welling in its small eyes. From now on, you shall accompany this young lady, understood? Before Qi Wanchuan's words had fully settled, the little ice fox had already darted onto Yu Baiwen's shoulder. She was startled, but soon realized that the ice fox had completely shed its hostility, even sniffing her scent with its round, black nose. Is this real? Yu Baiwen could hardly believe it, her trembling fingers gently caressing the little creature on her shoulder. The tiny fox immediately squinted its eyes, displaying a demeanor of utmost obedience. This outing had become strangely surreal. A little ice fox perched upon her shoulder. If ice beasts were this easily tamed, wouldn't everyone be able to have a pet? Let us go. Yu Baiwen playfully pinched the little ice fox's nose, causing it to immediately lie down, quivering on her shoulder. The path through the nighttime icewood forest, newly frozen and challenging to traverse, left the two travelers utterly fatigued. They paused to gaze at the star-studded sky for a brief respite. By the time they reached the heart of the forest, dawn had already broken. The sunlight, upon its return, lacked the brilliance of the previous day, hinting at the retreat of fair weather, which, according to historical patterns, was likely to persist for a while, its cause a mystery. On the northern side of the icy woods, after a steep descent ideal for speed skating, a low-lying valley unfolded unobstructed. From their elevated position, the dense thicket of trees appeared as a vast expanse, interwoven with icewood. The ethereal energy of the surroundings was remarkably concentrated. Even the icewood that sprouted here grew robust and towering, with some reaching heights of 100 meters, reminiscent of ancient giants. Within the icy valley, faint beastly growls echoed, indicating the presence of various creatures in their habitats. At the end of the icy vista, a deep crevice nestled beside an ice tree, which was likely what people referred to as an ice cave, exuding a rich aura of ice elemental energy. The thin ice layer at the valley's bottom would melt with the slightest rise in temperature, while the elemental energy surging from the lake beneath permeated the entire icewood forest. As Qi Wanchuan stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Even with his cultivation, he could not withstand the onslaught of the ice elemental energy. In contrast, Yu Baiwen thrived in this environment, shaking off her fatigue entirely. Numerous ice caves existed, each rich in ice elemental energy, often claimed by beasts with keen senses. Yu Baiwen gently caressed the ice surface, sending out ripples that revealed an ice cave beneath. Though the dense foliage obscured visibility, she pointed to the ice surface, declaring, "This area is unlike ordinary ice. Here, the surface dips, and the water below subtly glimmers." With her elemental energy coalescing into a delicate fist, she struck with force. A resounding boom echoed as a large hole was revealed, the azure waters beneath cascading into the hollow. Ice elemental energy surged forth frantically, causing Qi Wanchuan's hair and brows to frost over. Even at the pinnacle of his icy techniques, he trembled with cold. Is this the ice cave? He pondered, reaching out to touch the frigid waters, only to find his hand ensnared in the icy depths. "Be careful," Yu Baiwen exclaimed from the side, swiftly channeling her ice elemental energy to resolve the situation. The lake's temperature was significantly lower than that of the ice itself. Those who inadvertently fell in could be frozen to death almost instantly, as Yu Baiwen explained. Does the celestial spirit mystic ice truly exist here? Qi Wanchuan mused inwardly. Suddenly, as he contemplated, the ice cave stirred with ripples, followed by a deep, thunderous roar emanating from the lake's depths, causing the ice surface to tremble. The whirlpool within the cave reached down to the lake's bottom, releasing an overwhelming pressure that cracked the ice layer for nearly 100 yards. "It's an icequake. We must go." In a decisive moment, Qi Wanchuan seized Yu Baiwen and fled, momentarily disregarding the need for concealment of his cultivation level. He summoned the abilities of a golden immortal, propelling himself forward while treading upon the floating ice blocks, which began to give way beneath him. As they escaped atop the ice, Yu Bixia, her delicate brows furrowed, inquired, "If there truly exists the celestial spirit, Xian Ice, it would be an astonishing revelation that could drive practitioners across the realm into a frenzy." "How would I know? It's merely conjecture," Qi Wanchuan retorted with a dismissive curl of his lip, unwilling to admit that his purpose in venturing to the icy expanse was indeed to seek the legendary celestial spirit Xian Ice and the ancient relics of Yore. "You're lying." Yu Baiwen pouted, having nearly come to believe Qi Wanchuan's hypothesis. Yet she understood the gravity of the situation and the need for discretion. Boom. Just as the tremors subsided, before they could catch their breath, a colossal ice blade cleaved through numerous trees, slicing horizontally towards them. In a swift motion, Qi Wanchuan wrapped his arms around Yu Baiwen and executed a graceful leap, landing deftly on the edge of the icy terrain. At the terminus of the fallen trees, a heated dispute unfolded among a group of individuals. "We discovered this relic first. Why should you be allowed to enter before us?" bellowed a furious voice. Yu Yi, one of the guards of the Lord's manor, along with others like Yi Xingnan, Yu Song, and Yu Lan, clashed with several middle-aged men. "Run home and suck your mother's milk, you little brats. You haven't even grown hair, and you're trying to rob us." The leading burly man shouted impatiently, threatening further action if they did not withdraw. "What is happening?" Qi Wanchuan refrained from approaching the quarrel, instead observing from a distance before turning to Yu Bixia. According to their earlier remarks, they claimed to have discovered the relic here. Chapter 1029. The Cave-Dwelling Ruins, Part 1. Such legends do exist, Yu Baiwen remarked, her delicate nose wrinkling as she pointed at the 3 or 4 middle-aged men. "They hail from the northern domain of the demon realm. Judging by their attire, they appear to be loose cultivators from Beihai City. Their dispute likely concerns treasures within the ruins," Qi Wanchuan speculated. "Are you suggesting they will not yield?" The atmosphere grew tense as Yu Yi grasped the demon dragon spear, and the accompanying guards drew forth their magical artifacts. "Young master of the Yu family, treasures of heaven and earth are rightfully theirs. This relic does not appear to have been constructed by your ancestors, nor were the treasures cultivated by your family. Even if your father kneels daily to the Beigong family, you possess no such entitlement," one of the middle-aged men remarked with biting sarcasm, narrowing his eyes as he produced a demon's soul blade, an artifact that appeared as a blade yet lacked the form of one. An enigmatic weapon that resembled neither sword nor knife. "Scoundrel!" Yu Yi was infuriated. He thrust the demon dragon spear forward, aiming directly for the middle-aged man's chest. Clang! The middle-aged man countered with the demon's soul blade, deflecting the spear's energy, which then struck the icy surface, scattering shards of ice into the air. The onlookers from both factions remained momentarily still. Although they held no allegiances within their clans, they understood that engaging in battle would represent their families. Ice Dragon Dance of the Heavens. Yu Yi hurled the demon dragon spear, grasping its tail, as the spear's shadow coiled like a dragon and serpent, sealing off all avenues for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man let out a cold sneer, wielding the soul blade of demons in a vertical strike, instantly shattering the gun's brilliance with a chilling gale. "Demon Dragon Ascend," Yu Yi shouted, springing into the air with a sideways flip to evade the powerful strike of the soul blade, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of gun shadows in midair. Ice shards flew and cold light flickered as the two engaged in a fierce battle. "This young fellow is quite impressive," Qi Wanchuan remarked from the sidelines, critiquing Yu Yi's marksmanship. "His technique is commendable, the way he handles the gun, the angles of attack, and the application of demonic energy all indicate that he has dedicated considerable effort to his shooting skills. It seems he may surpass you slightly." "Not by much," Yu Baiwen retorted, visibly displeased. "It's merely that he often ventures out to hone his skills against demonic beasts. If my father allowed me to frequently train outside, I would certainly outperform him." "You have quite the bravado." The middle-aged man, with the soul blade poised, struck down, intercepted by the demon dragon spear. The backlash left his palm tingling and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, his extensive combat experience shone through as he concentrated his celestial energy into his legs, suddenly delivering a kick to Yu Yi's waist. Despite the protective barrier of demonic energy, Yu Yi was still injured and rendered incapable of further combat. Who wishes to be the first to explore the ancient stronghold of the powerful? The middle-aged man's soul blade struck the ground, showering the area with ice debris, momentarily intimidating the crowd with his imposing presence. "Stand aside, lest you irritate me further. Do you not recognize the elite of the Quanglan domain? Spare yourselves the embarrassment. Outside of Quanglan domain, you are nothing," a voice from behind the middle-aged man shouted. Subsequently, his entourage established a barrier around the ancient stronghold, preparing to investigate the site. Yu Baiwen watched the arrogance of the middle-aged man and his group with growing discontent. It was galling to see the elite of Quanglan City being schooled by a few rough villagers from Beihai City. Just then, Qi Wanchuan suddenly bent down, forcefully pressing Yu Baiwen's head and waist down. Whoosh! A figure zipped past Yu Baiwen's head, heading straight for the ancient stronghold. A glint of coldness flashed in Qi Wanchuan's eyes, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his back. Had he been even half a moment slower, both Yu Baiwen and himself would have been left as mere blood and flesh. The figure charged towards the few individuals guarding the entrance of the ancient stronghold. Resembling a monstrous beast, eyes glowing with crimson light, violently tearing through the barrier and entering the site. "You seek death," the middle-aged man exclaimed as he noticed yet another disruptor entering the ruins. However, he did not pursue the figure into the stronghold, but instead waited patiently outside. Silently invoking the soul blade, he prepared to strike. Moments later, as the figure emerged from the ancient stronghold, the middle-aged man sprang into action, swinging the soul blade down upon it. In a sudden twist, the figure's fingers clamped down, causing the soul blade to dissipate entirely. Yet, the figure's fingers elongated, resembling claws as they lunged toward the middle-aged man's abdomen, leaving him alarmed and scrambling to protect himself. Thud! The beast's claws tore through the protective magical aura like paper, shattering the enchanted armor and piercing the middle-aged man's body. Subsequently, in a gruesome spectacle, the creature violently crushed the man's form. Blood rained down near the ancient warrior's cave, with innards and flesh strewn across the ground. The onlookers were utterly stunned. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, Yu Baiwen retched in shock. The two guardians at the cave's entrance, sensing the danger, attempted to flee, but the assailant had no intention of letting them escape. Suddenly, he transformed, sprouting a pair of fiery wings, soaring into the air. And with both claws, he seized the two individuals, forcefully smashing their heads together. This brutal and bloody display struck terror into the hearts of all present. They had not anticipated such a rapid and violent turn of events. The cold-bloodedness of this individual was reminiscent of a malevolent demon, instilling dread in all, especially the inexperienced youth who had never encountered such savagery. Qi Wanchuan hurriedly shielded Yu Baiwen's eyes, his brow furrowed in concern. This man was imbued with potent demonic energy, undoubtedly a practitioner of dark sorcery. Why was he present in the Ice Plains, a place that should have been safeguarded by formidable protectors? Otherwise, which sect or clan would dare send their elite disciples here for trials? A sinister smile flickered at the corners of the man's mouth as he charged towards the group from Quanglan City. Several girls stood frozen in fear, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of malevolence and murderous intent. A claw lunged towards one girl, and should it make contact, her life would be extinguished on the spot. In that moment of imminent peril, an unexpected figure soared into the fray, meeting the claw with an open palm. The clash resonated through the air as the two figures were instantly separated. The girl, who had closed her eyes in resignation, felt no pain. Instead, she turned to see a silhouette that belonged to the recently arrived cultivator who had saved her life. "Get them to safety. I'll hold him off," Qi Wanchuan urgently instructed Yu Baiwen in a hushed tone. She quickly summoned her guards and began retreating behind Qi Wanchuan. As they fled, a battle erupted behind them. The assailant, observing Qi Wanchuan with disdain, remarked, "So, you've chosen to seek your demise. Let me test the skills I have recently honed. Since you wish to take the lead, I, Rong Quan, shall entertain you." Qi Wanchuan had no time for idle banter with such an arrogant foe. He darted forward, appearing before Rong Quan in an instant. Before Rong Quan could react, Qi Wanchuan landed a powerful punch to his chest. With a pained scream, Rong Quan was sent flying. Landing some distance away, coughing up blood and staring in horror at Qi Wanchuan, realizing he faced a true powerhouse. Knowing he was no match for this formidable opponent, he bitterly exclaimed, "It seems I have underestimated you." Suddenly, Rong Quan let out a piercing howl, and a solid jet of black energy surged towards Qi Wanchuan. Alarmed, Qi Wanchuan instinctively transformed his celestial essence into wings, narrowly dodging the lethal attack. Despite evading the brunt of the powerful strike, he felt the residual force ripple through him, shattering his protective barrier and tearing his clothing. After being struck by a shadowy figure, Qi Wanchuan swiftly evaded and finally discerned the visage of the entity before him. It was a being shrouded in a dense aura of malevolence, an embodiment of corruption, though its facial features remained somewhat obscured. Upon realizing that Qi Wanchuan had retreated to a distance, the figure let out a chilling howl and soared towards him, a dark silhouette materializing instantaneously before Qi Wanchuan. "Now, this is intriguing," Let me witness your true capabilities, Qi Wanchuan proclaimed with a commanding voice. Boom. In an instant, Qi Wanchuan's celestial essence transformed into a colossal demon dragon, roaring fiercely as it charged forward. Even before its form reached the shadowy figure, its claws had already lashed out. The collision of their powers resonated with a thunderous sound, sending both combatants reeling backward. The demon, relying on its formidable physique, clashed directly with the dragon's claws conjured from Qi Wanchuan's celestial essence. Remarkably, the demon did not employ any arcane techniques. Its corporeal form had been so enhanced by its transformation that it retained a significant degree of awareness while displaying an extraordinary level of strength. The demon, driven only by a thirst for bloodshed, had lost its sense of pain. After being hurled away by the force of Qi Wanchuan's attack, it swiftly regained its footing and charged once more. Allow me to introduce you to the icy flames of the ice fox that I have just gathered, it bellowed. With a surge of celestial energy, ethereal wings unfurled behind it, illuminating the air with two powerful beams of concentrated light. Those were the formidable icy flames of the ice fox, piercing through the void and striking the demon. The demon appeared to recoil in fear from the light, its aura intensifying as it became enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. The icy flames tore through the black mist, and a cacophony of howls erupted from within. The demon began to retreat, but Qi Wanchuan was relentless in his pursuit, directing the icy flames to consume the demon's malevolent energy. After a prolonged chase, the icy flames had significantly depleted the demon's aura, revealing its form from the mist. Despite its efforts to shield itself with its hands, they began to succumb to frostbite. Ultimately, the anguished cries ceased as the demon was encased in ice, its grotesque visage trapped within, and even the aura it emitted was sealed away. With a flicker of his consciousness, Qi Wanchuan seized the demon's storage ring and, with a mere touch, transformed the frozen demon into shards of ice. The entire affair concluded with a sense of neither haste nor delay. Yet for Rong Quan, watching the battle unfold from afar, the anticipation was excruciating, as he understood that his turn was imminent. Silently, Qi Wanchuan appeared before Rong Quan, declaring, "Now it is your turn." As a disgrace to the demon cultivators, how do you differ from those soulless, corrupted beings? Your existence serves only to endanger others. What are you to judge the worth of others? Rong Quan retorted, feigning composure while remaining vigilant of Qi Wanchuan and assessing the surrounding battle. I am not an object nor anyone else. I am Qi Wanchuan, that is my name. As Qi Wanchuan spoke, a divine might emanated from him, a force that could only be unleashed by those who have attained a certain level of enlightenment, rather than merely possessing high cultivation. The way of heaven encompasses both light and darkness. However, most cultivators dwell neither in shadow nor in illumination, but rather in the twilight. Both black and white belong to the celestial path. Whether from the demonic tribe or the righteous, all engage in fierce battles to save the world. Yet some, in their arrogance, believe themselves to be the world, seeking to seize dominion over it. Before him stood Rong Quan, merely a demon cultivator, whose inner realm was unlikely to be profound. The higher his cultivation, the heavier his inner demons became. Had he been anyone else, Qi Wanchuan would have swiftly dispatched Rong Quan without a second thought. But Qi Wanchuan was no ordinary individual. He was a golden immortal and the leader of the Feiyu sect. Thus, he engaged in conversation with Rong Quan, a testament to his profound understanding of heaven, earth, and humanity, which allowed him to resonate with the cosmos and exude divine might. Upon hearing Qi Wanchuan's words, Rong Quan was immediately consumed by rage, exclaiming, "So you are Qi Wanchuan, the master of Feiyu sect. You annihilated my Huayu sect for the sake of obtaining the immortal Yuan feather. Even if it means my demise today, I shall take you down with me. You have driven my Huayu sect to this desolate ice field and will not relent, pursuing us to the brink of annihilation. I have long opposed the path of demon cultivation, but now I believe my choice was indeed correct." As he spoke, his expression twisted into a snarl. "Today, I shall perish alongside you for the vengeance of Huayu sect." Before he could finish his words, Rong Quan charged forward. "If that is your conviction, then I shall grant you your wish." Having said all that needed to be said, Qi Wanchuan ceased his discourse. Some obsessions must be shattered through personal insight, and often, the opportune moment for such clarity does not arrive. With a cold snort, Qi Wanchuan surged forward. Boom! The two clashed with tremendous force, both being propelled backward, yet they quickly resumed their fierce engagement. Rong Quan, now blinded by fury, abandoned all previous reservations, intent on battling Qi Wanchuan to the death. After exchanging several blows, just as Qi Wanchuan was preparing to unleash the ice fox flame, a group of dozens flew in from behind across the icy expanse, with several swiftly joining the fray. Leading the charge, a figure soared to Rong Quan's side, swiftly grasping him and shouting, "Rong Quan, it's me, Zhao Ji. Stop this at once." Rong Quan, his vision clouded by rage, disregarded the identity of the newcomer and struck out with a palm. Fortunately, Zhao Ji evaded just in time, but still felt the backlash, crying out in pain as he clutched his arm. Seizing this opportunity, Qi Wanchuan unleashed the ice fox flame, enveloping Rong Quan in its chilling grasp. Rong Quan shrieked in agony, desperately channeling his immortal energy to resist the icy inferno. "Master Qi, he is my brother. Please spare him. I Zhao Ji beseech you." Zhao Ji cried out as he flew into the center, attempting to shield Rong Quan from the devastating ice fox flame, hoping to save him. Although it was long known that assistance was on its way, Qi Wanchuan paid no heed to the identity of the newcomer until Zhao Jifei approached them, revealing who it was. In a relentless pursuit, he could not afford to let any remnants of the Huayu sect or any disciples from the various forces undergoing trials in this place escape his grasp. The remnants of the Huayu sect concealed in the icy plains would thus vanish without a trace. However, even the wisest can falter. Elder Yunhe of the Huayu sect had taken a companion to the Ziwei court in search of a resurgence. Not only did Qi Wanchuan achieve his desires by obtaining the celestial spirit ice body, but he also unexpectedly acquired an ice demon spider egg. Chapter 1031. A moment's misstep upon leaving the icy plains, Qi Wanchuan did not see the masked woman in white, Yu Baiwen, again. To his surprise, after years apart, he encountered her enchanting figure once more, stirring long-forgotten emotions within him. However, as his thoughts wandered, the battle had already reached its conclusion. When Qi Wanchuan suddenly awakened from his reverie and scanned Tang Yun'er's room with his consciousness, he found it vacant. This shock was profound. Qi Wanchuan hurriedly rushed to Tang Yun'er's room to investigate, yet found no clues whatsoever. Due to Haochen's use of dark magic, the traces of space had been obliterated, rendering Qi Wanchuan incapable of utilizing spatial techniques to reconstruct images. Even the steward, Fan Xingyu, had vanished without a trace. Who could it be? Qi Wanchuan's furious roar reverberated through the Ziyun mountain manor, startling the birds and beasts for miles around, though to no avail. Soon, Qi Wanchuan regained his composure. After all, as a golden immortal, he possessed a degree of self-restraint. He despondently returned to the conference hall and took his seat at the head of the table. At that moment, Qing'er and the numerous subordinates fell into a heavy silence. They were at a loss for words and could not find a suitable topic for discussion. Even Qing'er, who only knew that Tang Yun'er was the Master's adopted daughter, understood her role as the Master's envoy was to attend to Tang Yun'er's daily needs and report on her condition. Qi Wanchuan had entrusted his life's efforts to Tang Yun'er of the Ziyun Mountain Manor. The celestial spirit ice treasure, which he had entrusted to Fairy Weinying, had been ruthlessly taken, and now with Tang Yun'er missing, how could Qi Wanchuan contain his fury? The allure of beauty had led to calamity for Qi Wanchuan, as a fleeting moment's misjudgment had cost him a precious treasure and dashed his lifelong hopes. Seeing Qi Wanchuan in such despair, Qing'er spoke, "Master, the young lady may have temporarily evaded danger. Given her frail condition, she cannot have gone far. We must search the surroundings. There will certainly be clues." Immediately commence the search, Qi Wanchuan commanded in a stern voice. "Yes, I shall promptly dispatch personnel to locate the young lady." Qing'er replied, her eyes filled with determination. Could it be the figure hidden behind the screen? Qi Wanchuan suddenly recalled the demon cultivator concealed behind the screen and thought, could he have abducted Yun'er? The movements of the Ziyun Mountain Manor could not escape the notice of various forces. Haochen from the south was particularly vigilant regarding the manor, and thus he swiftly acquired intelligence. The inexplicable disappearance of Tang Yun'er led Haochen to suspect Haochen, for he was aware that Haochen possessed spatial treasures. In the eastern city of Haochen, the tension was palpable. Luo Feng, an underling, was unexpectedly taken hostage, and Qi Wanchuan, wishing to avoid involvement in the quarrel between the Li Hua sect and the Hua family, found himself once again entangled in the animosity between the Li Hua sect and the Feiyu sect. The increasingly audacious Luo Feng had begun to irritate Qi Wanchuan, who, harboring murderous intent, saw an opportunity to eliminate him through the hands of the Hua family. Hence, he deliberately allowed Hua Lai and his companions to depart. Hua Lai, accompanied by the elderly man in blue and another, escorted Luo Feng away from the secret location. Within the secret passage of the Hua family in the eastern part of Haochen City, only the captors of Luo Feng and the masked woman in white, Yu Bixia, remained. Hua Lai was not concerned for Yu Bixia's safety. In his heart, the seventh princess, Yu Bixia, was akin to a goddess. Hua Lai, responding to the invitation from the realms of the demon world, the Madwave demon domain, and the Moonlit Night demon domain, represented the Hua family in negotiations with the alliance of the Moonlit Night demon domain concerning the impending war between immortals and demons. The Moon family, the Night family, and the Hua family from the immortal realm all stood to gain from the conflict. The seventh princess, Yu Bixia, accompanied by her master, Fei Yue, participated in the negotiations held in by High City, where the prominent figure, Lan Feier, was also present. Upon first setting eyes on Hua Lai, she realized he hailed from the Hua family of the immortal realm. Given the familiarity between the seventh princess and Lan Feier, their meeting was filled with lively chatter. Lan Feier spoke enthusiastically of her acquaintance with Huang Xian, her eyes sparkling, while the seventh princess praised Haochen. Hua Lai, however, was utterly captivated by the beauty of the seventh princess, who appeared markedly different in her elegant white attire. Yu Bixia, with her slender figure and graceful demeanor, exuded an ethereal charm. Her eyes resembled tranquil pools, and her presence radiated an exquisite elegance that left others in awe, feeling unworthy to approach her. The enchanting allure of the seventh princess was irresistible, ensnaring hearts and evoking dreams. The moment Hua Lai laid eyes on her, he fell deeply in love with this celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. Yet, the affections of the prince were unrequited, for Yu Bixia's heart was already claimed. Since parting ways with Haochen on their journey from Quanglan City to Baihai City, she had been captivated by him. Driven by her desire to explore the immortal realm, Yu Bixia dedicated herself to rigorous training, her cultivation soaring until she reached the mid-stage of human immortality. With the one she yearned for now so close, she was determined not to lose Haochen again. After a tender moment together, Haochen resolved to leave the Hua family's eastern secret base before Hua Lai returned. He feared being imprisoned by Hua Lai. If it were discovered that he had disguised himself as the one who had taken Luo Feng, Hua Lai would certainly not let him go. To Haochen, this secret location felt akin to an underground prison. It was only then that he sensed something amiss. As Yu Bixia had mentioned earlier, guards had appeared. Yet since entering the secret chamber, it seemed as though they had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Haochen dispelled the barrier and entered the passage, which was enveloped in darkness. He had no choice but to employ his spiritual eye technique to survey the situation, discovering that not a single guard was in sight. He soon realized that a heavy gate had fallen not far from the secret chamber, isolating the passage from the chamber itself. "How long have you been here?" he inquired, returning to the secret chamber and suddenly addressing Yu Bixia. Yu Bixia pondered for a moment before responding. "It should be around 10 days. Haochen nodded and inquired further. "In these 10 days, have any peculiar occurrences transpired here, such as the sudden disappearance of the guards or the descent of a heavy gate?" At Haochen's words, Yu Bixia shook her head, stating, "Such events have never occurred before. The dungeon has always been under alternating watch, never left unattended, nor has a heavy gate ever descended. Perhaps it is due to your presence that the heavy gate was lowered?" She gazed at Haochen with curiosity, uncertain of the changes that had transpired. Haochen contemplated for a moment and then asked, "Have you encountered anyone from the Hua family other than Hua Lai?" Yu Bixia replied, "My identity is confidential, and I have not interacted with other members of the Hua family. However, 3 days ago, a figure cloaked in black, whom Hua Lai referred to as the Fort Lord, visited here to inquire about recent happenings in the demon realm. Upon entering the celestial realm, we parted ways with Hua Lai and agreed to meet at the Li Hua sect's celestial Yuan stone mine. Disguised as a man, I traveled alone through the Bei Haoting celestial domain. In truth, I do not know much about Hua Lai. He only brought me here a few days ago. I never anticipated that his intentions could be so audacious. It seems he may be heading to the Ziyun Villa again. What do you mean by the heart of lust does not perish?" Upon hearing this phrase, Haochen's heart surged tumultuously. Days prior, Hua Lai had received intelligence indicating that the traitor Luo Feng had left Haochen City, dispatching a considerable number of personnel to Ziyun Villa for surveillance. Therefore, he hastily departed from the mine, intending to inform the Hua family and summon skilled fighters to capture Luo Feng. However, en route, Huolai whimsically insisted that I accompany him to a tavern for a meal. While dining at the tavern, we overheard a group of individuals in black discussing their mission. They were disciples of the Feiyu sect, tasked with safeguarding Miss Tang Yuner at Ziyun Villa. The men, in their crude banter, extolled Miss Tang Yuner's beauty and made lewd remarks. Furthermore, we learned that the sect leader wished to prevent the affairs of the Wen family from repeating at Ziyun Villa. Upon hearing this, Huolai lost his composure, revealing his own desires to possess Tang Yuner. Consequently, we returned to the secret location where Huolai promptly mobilized personnel, intending to launch a surprise attack on Luo Feng while he remained vulnerable, seeking both vengeance and beauty. Yu Bixiao expressed her indignation, but upon noticing Haochen's unease, she fell silent. Chapter 1032. Irresistible Forces. Haochen was taken aback by Yu Bixiao's words and urgently pressed for clarification. Does Huolai truly harbor such intentions? Within Ziyun Villa, there are many concealed experts, seemingly plotting something sinister. Yu Bixiao, somewhat perplexed, responded. Haochen's astonishment deepened. It appeared that his apprehensions were not unfounded. At that moment, it was evident that Ziyun Villa concealed numerous dangers, yet none had yet perceived them. Fortunately, they had visited Ziyun Villa today and managed to extricate Tang Yuner in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As I pondered the time remaining until dawn, I realized that it was still a considerable while. Huolai had summoned all his forces to Ziyun Villa and would undoubtedly notify the Hua clan's powerful warriors to come and assist in seizing Tang Yuner. Should Ziyun Villa find itself embroiled in a fierce battle, it would be utterly devastated, and its restoration would take an extensive period. Contemplating this, Haochen could not help but smile wryly. Huolai seemed like a donkey whose bridle had been stolen, frantically grasping at straws. When Qi Wanchuan discovers that Tang Yuner is missing from Ziyun Villa, he would likely be in a furious rage at this very moment. Huolai's attempt to abduct her now would merely serve to fuel Qi Wanchuan's ire. Haochen needed to act swiftly to avert this calamity, further obscuring the mystery surrounding Tang Yuner's disappearance. Time was of the essence. Yu Bixiao was already one of Haochen's allies. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her hand and hastened towards the secret passage's exit. Upon witnessing the heavy gate descending at the passage's exit, Yu Bixiao realized that Huolai harbored doubts about her. This formidable barrier, crafted from the unique star iron of the celestial realm, was notoriously difficult to breach. However, for Haochen, this was but a trivial matter. He suddenly drew forth the Luxian sword. Its blade shattered the gate as if it were mere parchment. With the ensuing explosion, several guards surged into the passage to obstruct them. At that moment, empowered by the Luxian sword, Haochen exhibited an unprecedented ferocity. As the guards appeared, his cultivation surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-human immortal realm. Upon realizing Haochen's cultivation truly was at the mid-human immortal stage, Yu Bixiao was left in utter awe, deepening the air of mystery surrounding him. Nevertheless, Haochen suppressed his newly attained realm. As his recent advancement to the late human immortal stage was somewhat unstable, he needed to solidify his cultivation during moments of respite. This was not a time for crises. Should that moment arise, he might inadvertently reveal his true strength and be forced into a life-and-death struggle. Without uttering a word, a fierce gale swept through the passage, laying waste to the surroundings. The guards, who had only just appeared, were rendered incapacitated and lay unconscious on the ground, while a few higher-tier cultivators managed to flee in panic towards the entrance. Let us proceed. Should anyone obstruct us above ground, we shall not find it easy to escape. As his words fell, Haochen took powerful strides, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, surging towards the secret passage. Despite encountering several obstacles along the way, Haochen regarded them with disdain. His casual strikes easily incapacitated the adversaries without expending much effort. As the grand entrance loomed near, a chilling breeze swept past, causing both to shiver involuntarily. In the air, an ominous voice echoed. Did you truly believe you possessed any remarkable abilities? You are but a mere figure in the mid-human immortal realm, and you think to escape? Before the words could settle, a figure cloaked in black descended slowly from the void, wearing an exceedingly strange mask that obscured their visage. However, judging by the tone, this individual was likely the one referred to as the Master by Huolai. Xiar, You must flee quickly. I will hold him off. Haochen urged urgently, placing himself protectively in front of Yubixia. A heroic figure, exuding an air of righteousness, stood resolutely against the cloaked figure before him. Observing Haocen's defiance, the black-robed man chuckled mockingly, a dying man, attempting to play the hero. At these words, Haochen and the ethereal Yubishia's expressions darkened in alarm. Instinctively, Haochen scanned his surroundings, finding no allies. Despite the formidable aura of the cloaked figure, he possessed formidable hidden strengths that could allow him to engage in battle. Without hesitation, he grasped the bewildered Yubixia and took flight. However, as Haochen moved, the black-robed figure reacted swiftly. With a subtle wave of his hand, the previously tranquil air became charged with an ominous chill, rushing towards Haochen and Yubixia like a tempest. A fierce wind arose, infused with a violent force, rapidly coalescing into a powerful vortex, threatening to draw everything nearby into its grasp. Just as Haochen reached to encircle Yubishia's waist, the wild winds surged with such fury that he found himself overwhelmed. In that precarious moment, the cloaked figure suddenly flicked a finger, and the tempest ceased abruptly, dissipating as if it had never existed. Yet, as Haochen and Yubixia steadied themselves, a chilling breeze swept past them, eliciting a shudder and an agonizing pain that coursed through their bodies. At that moment, Haochen and Yubixia felt as if countless daggers had grazed their skin, blood flowing freely, leaving them in a state of disarray. With such meager abilities, you dare to break the seal of the secret realm to escape? Those who know the secrets of the Eagle Fortress shall remain by my side, loyal to me. Leaving will not be so simple. The black-robed figure spoke nonchalantly, yet his tone bore a hint of amusement. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly. Today, I find myself in a rather good mood and had intended to let you off lightly. However, your actions have displeased me, warranting a fitting punishment. What shall it be? The cloaked figure feigned deep contemplation. In that moment, Haochen and Yubixia found themselves at the mercy of the black-robed man. Although they possessed strength, they were rendered powerless to retaliate, their injuries rendering them barely able to stand. Haochen realized then that the black-robed figure before him was not a foe to be trifled with. His cultivation was unfathomable, and Haochen could not discern the extent of his power. The realms of immortals were classified into 9 stages: human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, mysterious immortal, immortal sovereign, immortal king, immortal emperor, and immortal monarch. From the black-robed man's speech, Haochen surmised that he was likely above the immortal sovereign level, possibly at the threshold of the Tai immortal realm. As Haochen pondered this, the cloaked figure suddenly seemed to conceive an intriguing idea. He turned to Haochen and Yubixia and suggested, "Why not throw you into the Beast Valley? My army of magical beasts is preparing to march on Snow City, and you too shall serve as the banner of my conquest. Moreover, my pets have not feasted on the blood and flesh of immortals and celestial beings for far too long." The cloaked figure, heedless of the furious glares from Haochen and Yubixia, waved his hand and abruptly cast the two into the void. The figure's cunning maneuver was not lost on Haochen's keen perception. He had discreetly employed a teleportation talisman to transport them to a predetermined location. Haochen made no attempt to resist. He seized the opportunity to extricate himself while also observing the device set to receive the transmission. Within the secret domain of the Hua family, just as Haochen and Yubixia were hurled into the abyss, Huolai materialized before the cloaked figure. "One day, you shall regret this arrogance." Huolai glowered at the figure, his expression devoid of trepidation. "Oh." The cloaked figure seemed to decipher Huolai's demeanor and solemnly remarked, "A life of comfort breeds weakness. When the time comes to act, one must seize the moment without hesitation." Indeed, Huolai turned towards the main entrance, silently vowing, "You believe that girl is merely my subordinate, and without a second thought, you cast her into the Beast Valley?" He strode out of the secret lair with a bold demeanor, his fists clenched, trembling with rage. Chapter 1033. Surviving great peril. Since his first encounter with Yubixia, Huolai had fallen hopelessly in love with the 7th princess. At this moment, witnessing his beloved being mercilessly sent to the blood sacrifice in the Ling Mountain Beast Valley by the cloaked figure, he swore, "I vow, I will destroy you in this lifetime. I shall become the master of the Flying Eagle Fortress." His fury was palpable, each word of his oath emerging from the depths of his heart. Yet, the cloaked figure had an aversion to beauty, viewing all attractive women as mockeries of his existence. questioning the necessity of their lives in this world. Observing Hua Lai's retreating figure, the cloaked figure's gaze darkened with malevolence, knowing that Hua Lai must be cursing him. As Haochen was enveloped in the figure's magical power and cast into the void, he suddenly drew Yu Bixia into the demon suppression tower. Haochen was unaware of how long he had drifted through the air or where he would ultimately land. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a simple tent, furnished only with a bed. Struggling to sit up, Haochen felt the lingering effects of his prior injuries, yet he felt no pain. He hastily examined himself, discovering that his wounds had been wrapped in makeshift bandages, even his forehead secured tightly. Uncertain of his whereabouts or the time, he was about to rise when someone entered the tent. Upon seeing Haochen awake, the newcomer, a striking young man of about 17 or 18 clad in a conspicuous white robe, exclaimed with delight, "You're awake." With hair as dark as ink cascading over his shoulders, he appeared remarkably pristine, even amid the rugged mountain environment. Haochen, expressing his gratitude for the life-saving intervention, was promptly halted by the young man, who said, "No need for such formality. You are still injured and require rest." With a grateful smile, Haochen replied, "Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. May I inquire where this place is?" "It was not I who rescued you, but rather my sister who brought you back. After bandaging your wounds, she hurried off to gather medicinal herbs, specifically instructing me to take good care of you." The young man replied with considerable politeness. "Did she not mention where she was going to gather herbs?" Haochen inquired upon hearing this. "She did not specify a location, but if anything arises, my sister will certainly inform me," the young man replied nonchalantly. Haochen felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Yet he could not shake the discomfort of allowing a young girl to venture alone in search of herbs to heal him. Observing the young man before him, who appeared both capable and mature, he suddenly found himself curious about his background and asked, "Pray tell, young sir, what place is this? And why are you here?" The newcomer chuckled lightly and responded, "This is the Valley of Demonic Beasts in the northern region, a place where the skies are forbidden and divine perception is obscured. I am Shui Yun, a student from the Alchemist Academy of Shui City. My sister and I have been here for some time, collecting rare herbs and researching alchemical formulas for improvements." The Valley of Demonic Beasts in the northern region? At the mention of this place, Haochen felt an inexplicable familiarity, for was it not under the control of the Qianyuan sect? He had heard of this valley, known to be inhabited by beasts that had traversed from the demon realm to the northern Haoting celestial domain over countless millennia. The administrators of the northern Haoting celestial domain had chosen a secluded valley rich in dark elemental energy, encasing it under the unified management of the Qianyuan sect. Haochen hurriedly asked, "Since you are from the Alchemist Academy of Shui City, do you recognize this token?" With considerable effort, he managed to pry open his storage ring and retrieved a token, presenting it before Shui Yun. Though his cultivation had not diminished, his body bore multiple injuries, rendering him incapable of accessing the demon suppression tower and the treasures within the jade pendant space. Fortunately, he could still open the storage ring. Upon examining the token in Haochen's hand, Shui Yun was taken aback, hastily kneeling before him, exclaiming, "I am blind to my own ignorance and failed to recognize your esteemed identity, esteemed uncle. Please do not take offense." Esteemed uncle? Haochen was bewildered. He merely intended to prove himself as an alchemist. How had he become an esteemed uncle? He quickly struggled to rise and assist Shui Yun, saying with humility, "I am not your esteemed uncle. You saved my life, and it is I who should be offering my respects to you. Why then do you act this way?" Shui Yun appeared anxious, standing beside Haochen with a deferential demeanor, not once raising his head even to respond. "Please do not say that, esteemed uncle." Holding the Alchemist Guild token of Haotian City, crafted by the revered ancestor of the South, your seniority surpasses that of the deacons in the Alchemist Academy of Shui City. Although not an elder of the academy, your rank is indeed elevated. This is the customary hierarchy among alchemists. Even our master would show utmost respect upon seeing this token, let alone us disciples. Shui Yun replied with a deep bow. "Young Master Shui Yun, if you continue to act this way, I shall discard this token. It was given to me by someone from the Alchemist Academy. As for why I cannot disclose more, it is not my intention to flaunt my status with this token. I merely wish to affirm our common affiliation," Haochen explained. Standing before Haochen, Shui Yun still maintained his respectful nodding and replied, "Understood. For the sake of confidentiality regarding my identity, you may call me Zeline from now on." Haochen wished to keep his identity concealed from a greater number of people. Yes, Master Uncle, Shuiyun replied promptly. Haochen furrowed his brow, for he had never anticipated such an outcome. He decided to ignore Shuiyun and reclined on the bed. However, Shuiyun, fearing Haochen's displeasure, hastily spoke. Disciple has prepared medicine from Master Uncle. Shall you take it now? The prescription was an improved blood-invigorating powder, where the original bone-penetrating herb had been replaced with the Zijing immortal herb, thus enhancing its efficacy to at least double that of before. Haochen frowned. He was unaccustomed to such formal address. Do not call me Master Uncle any longer. Simply refer to me as Zeline or Brother Zeline. Also, replace the herb with the Chuanlong immortal herb and add some xianjian leaves during the preparation. Haochen feigned anger and closed his eyes to rest. Yes, Master Uncle. Your teachings are invaluable. Shuiyun respectfully withdrew. As Shuiyun left to prepare the medicine anew, Haochen found amusement in the situation, realizing that in the presence of absolute authority, obedience was the only option. After a while, Shuiyun excitedly rushed back into the tent, exclaiming, Master Uncle, the prescription you provided indeed possesses marvelous effects. Not only has the potency increased several-fold, but the quantity has also risen significantly due to the addition of xianjian leaves, allowing us to brew 7 or 8 doses from a single prescription. Haochen, still frowning, replied helplessly, in the future, refrain from calling me Master Uncle. I would prefer if we could be friends instead. The xianjian leaves inherently possess regenerative properties, enhancing any alchemical concoction. It is simply that you all lack discernment. Indeed. Haha, I must admit, I am rather dull. I hope Master Uncle will continue to impart wisdom in the future. Shuiyun seemed to hear only what he wished, completely disregarding the earlier part of Haochen's statement. Frustrated, Haochen chose to ignore him. Despite Shuiyun's earnest intentions, Haochen, at that moment, opted not to use medicinal pills for healing. Instead, he consumed the prepared medicine in one gulp, feeling warmth and comfort spread through his body, gradually restoring his vitality. He then stepped out of the tent to survey their surroundings. Chapter 1034, Relocation of the Camp. Is this the mountainside? Looking at the dense woods and the steeply sloping path before him, Haochen's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Shuiyun foolish? The mountainside was a haven for magical beasts, their stronghold. A decidedly perilous location. Why had they chosen to settle here? In contrast, Shuiyun wore a beaming smile, evidently pleased with their new location, and eagerly began to explain. The forest is lush, rich in medicinal herbs, and there is a stream nearby, making it quite suitable for establishing a camp. Haochen gaped at Shuiyun. Incredulity etched on his face. How long have you been stationed here? Shuiyun chuckled. Disciple, in my incompetence, only discovered this place yesterday. The previous dwelling pales in comparison, and I regret not finding this location sooner. I could have saved so much time. Haochen was nearly rendered speechless by Shuiyun's words, struggling to express the exasperation swelling within him. He even questioned how Shuiyun had survived for so long in the Beast Valley. Master, as night approaches, you should take some rest in the tent. I shall keep watch for you tonight, Shuiyun proclaimed with an air of pride. Haochen smiled faintly and remarked, Keep watch? Not even 1,000 of you could manage that. He sighed, appearing rather aged, and said, Oh, Shuiyun, how long has it been since you left Snow City Academy? Have you ever had any experience in outdoor survival? Haochen inquired, somewhat perplexed. Shuiyun respectfully replied, It has been a month since I left the city, and I have never had any experience in the wilderness before. In the past month, have you encountered any magical beasts? Haochen asked with a wry smile. I have not encountered any magical beasts at all, Shuiyun answered candidly. Where, then, have you been residing? Haochen questioned, puzzled. I stayed at a nearby inn. Shuiyun answered without hesitation. Haochen was left speechless. There were no magical beasts near the inn, as they had long been cleared away by the inn's keepers. Enough resting. While there is still some light left, we must move quickly. Haochen sighed deeply, turning to enter the tent, and began helping to pack. Shuiyun, bewildered, could only obey and follow Haochen's lead due to his seniority. As night deepened, Haochen trudged forward. His wounds, which had just begun to ease, began to ache again from prolonged movement. Behind him, Shuiyun followed closely, laden with belongings. Master, I have a question. Why must we leave such a fine place? In Haochen's presence, Shuiyun resembled a child just beginning his studies, his face alight with curiosity. That location is nestled deep in the mountains. You believe it to be an ideal spot, and so do the magical beasts. Haochen scolded, frustration evident in his voice. During the day, the beasts venture out in search of food. Did you not notice their absence? As night falls, they return to roost. Do you truly believe you can survive then? Shuyan, perplexed, interjected, but last night, I stayed with my sister, and there were no signs of magical beasts. Haochen frowned. Logically, there should have been beasts lurking since Shuyun's arrival. Yet why had they not made an appearance the previous night? Could his assumptions have been incorrect? However, upon further contemplation, Haochen felt even more uneasy and urged Shuyun to hasten their pace. Master, why are we moving so quickly? I can hardly catch my breath. Shuyun gasped, struggling to keep up. Haochen ignored Shuyun's protests, pulling him along with urgency, resembling more of a flight than a mere departure. He muttered, I suspect there may be an anomaly among the magical beasts here, causing the lower-tier beasts to retreat temporarily. Otherwise, why would you have been unharmed last night? Shuyun, panting, half understood, asked, what do you mean by an anomaly among magical beasts? What have you learned at the Snow City Alchemist Academy? Magical beasts are classified into 9 tiers, and those above the 9th tier are celestial beasts. An anomaly occurs when a beast, by chance, consumes rare treasures, enhancing its power and advancing in rank. The lower-tier beasts, sensing this change, will conceal themselves to avoid unnecessary peril and preserve their lives. Breathing heavily, Haochen explained, pausing briefly before continuing. At this moment, most magical beasts will appear exceedingly fearful, yet there are a few that will seize this opportunity to devour the weaker beasts. The fact that you did not encounter any magical beasts last night does not signify safety here. Rather, it indicates that immense danger lurks within. As he spoke, Haochen ran, and the two of them, exhausted, eventually collapsed onto the forest floor. Despite his uncle's extensive explanations, the disciple remained perplexed, questioning why his uncle believed there was an aberration among the magical beasts. Shuyun, panting heavily, sat on the ground. Instinct, Haochen replied tersely, offering no further explanation to the naive Shuyun. Having encountered such situations numerous times, Haochen had developed a sharper intuition. After resting for a while, they rose and aimlessly began their descent down the mountain. Uncle, where are we headed? Before Shuyun could finish, the ground trembled slightly, causing her to stumble and fall. Haochen was momentarily stunned as the tremors intensified, the air filled with the scent of dust gradually reaching his senses. This is bad. Sensing the impending danger, Haochen quickly searched for a place to hide. Glancing around, he noticed that apart from the dense vines and shrubs, there were no suitable rocks to take cover behind. Staying here would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Not far away, however, near a steep cliff, stood a large tree that could provide shelter. Haochen urged Shuyun to temporarily discard her burdens and climb the tree for safety. Unfortunately, Shuyun was clumsy. Even as Haochen ascended to the treetop, she continued to circle the tree's base, unable to climb despite several attempts. With no other choice, Haochen descended and, with great effort, managed to pull Shuyun up into the tree. Finally, they concealed themselves within the towering canopy. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, branches swayed forcefully, and leaves were frantically shaken loose, leaving them with diminishing cover. Out of the blue, they heard the distant sounds of running, reminiscent of a stampede of beasts. Gradually, a massive dark shadow loomed before them, as several bull-like magical beasts charged forward, leading a horde of shadowy figures in a frenzied rush towards their hiding spot. As the shadows swept past, trees fell, and stones shattered, shaking the earth. In the sky, colossal figures circled ominously, with some towering beasts resembling small mountains gradually coming into view. The sheer number of magical beasts was staggering, numbering in the tens of thousands. Shuyun was so terrified that she seemed to forget how to breathe. The stampeding herd surged wildly, occasionally emitting piercing cries, as exhausted lower-tier magical beasts were mercilessly trampled by their companions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Thick smoke billowed, mingled with debris and dust, causing Shuyun to instinctively shut her eyes tightly. Haochen's gaze remained fixated on the horde, fearful of any unforeseen events. As the herd gradually receded, Haochen felt an immense sense of relief and stood up to stretch his limbs. Suddenly, a barrier hidden near the cliff caught his eye, leaving his concealment. Haochen employed his spiritual sight to scan the area and discovered a smooth surface within the barrier, etched with a hexagram pattern. An involuntary spark of curiosity ignited within Haochen. Could this perhaps be the handiwork of the masked figures from the Flying Eagle Fortress? As he pondered this, a beast, trailing behind the herd, frantically darted forward, only to collide with the tree where Haochen and Shuiyun had taken refuge. Chapter 1035, The Eerie Cave, Part 1. The immense force of the beast snapped the tree, causing it to topple toward the precipice. In that fleeting moment before the fall, Haochen reached out, grasping Shuiyun to prevent her from plummeting, while desperately groping for something to hold on to, but to no avail. An expression of confusion marred Haochen's face. He could not comprehend the recent series of tumultuous events that felt akin to a daily brush with death. A flicker of despair seeped into his heart. Having just arrived in the celestial realm, he found himself on the brink of an untimely demise, a prospect that was utterly unacceptable to him. As they tumbled down the cliff, Haochen lamented his fate. Under normal circumstances, he could have effortlessly invoked the Wind Wings spell to evade death's clutches, but now he found himself powerless. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted him back to reality. Astonishingly, they had landed on a protruding stone platform halfway down the cliff. Haochen lifted his gaze to the spot from which they had fallen. It was not an insurmountable height, and with some ingenuity, he could scale back up. He reached out to the fainted Shuiyun beside him. In that moment of descent, he had done everything in his power to shield her, minimizing her injuries. Yet he had not anticipated her frail constitution would succumb to unconsciousness from the shock. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Haochen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the stone platform concealed an entrance to a cave. Intrigued by the cave's presence, yet wary of the demons within, he hesitated to approach. After all, his capabilities were limited, and this place could very well be a den of beasts, where he would be nothing more than prey. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed two large characters etched above the cave's entrance. Haochen Cave. Haochen gasped. Could it be the training sanctuary of the venerable Haochen Emperor after his arrival in the celestial realm? To think it was hidden within the Spirit Mountain. He reflected on the time he had received the legacy of Xiao Haochen in the Huncheng realm. Knowing that Xiao Haochen had ventured into the celestial realm tens of thousands of years prior. Later, through accounts recorded in celestial literature, Haochen learned that, eons ago, Spirit Mountain had not been inhabited by humans. For those ancient peoples, the mountain was a distant myth, and its name was suffixed with the character for demon, Demon Spirit Mountain. Upon seeing the name Haochen, curiosity swelled within him, urging him to explore further. However, with an unconscious companion at his side and his own limited strength, he found himself torn between desire and caution. After a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately succumbed to temptation. Resolute in his decision to discover what lay within, regardless of the outcome, he exerted considerable effort to conceal Shuiyun at the cave's entrance, leaving behind a few inscribed characters on the cave wall before stepping into the Haochen Cave. The cave was not as foreboding as he had imagined. Aside from the enveloping darkness that necessitated cautious navigation, no other unsettling occurrences transpired. Time slipped away as he traversed the cavern, and when he finally turned back, the light from the entrance had vanished, forcing him to halt. It was not a lack of desire to explore further, but rather the sight of a sealed stone door that lay ahead. Gazing upon the sealed stone door, Haochen let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, he found himself powerless to unravel the seal, and thus was compelled to return to the cave entrance. Raising his eyes to the starry sky, he noticed that the moon, particularly large and round tonight, seemed to be set there just for him. Although the moonlit night presented an opportune moment for cultivation, Haochen had no time to admire its beauty, as he needed to restore his strength and heal. As time slipped away during his cultivation, Haochen sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, the clear moonlight cascading over him, bathing his body in its glow. The gentle night breeze caressed him, causing him to sway slightly. Rather than sitting, it felt as if he were suspended in midair, buoyed by a faint levity. At this moment, not only had he absorbed the foreign energy from the black-cloaked figure, restoring his powers, but he had also seized the opportunity to transcend levels, achieving the pinnacle of the early stage of the Earth immortal realm. In the celestial realm, only those whose cultivation had reached the heavenly immortal level could float in the void, illustrating the remarkable heights to which Haochen had ascended. Having regained his powers, Haochen rose to his feet, casting a glance at the still unconscious Shuiyun. He left a letter behind and once again darted into the cave. Arriving at the stone door, he invoked his magical powers to break the seal, which had been set by the revered ancestor Xiao Hao, a technique with which Haochen was well acquainted. Any other would have found it insurmountable. Curiously, despite the dim moonlight outside the cave, an extraordinary brightness emerged as he opened the stone door, leaving Haochen momentarily stunned. Although bewildered, curiosity propelled him forward toward the radiant source. The closer he approached, the more intense the light became, until it enveloped him entirely. Haochen vanished. Stepping into the light, Haochen was astonished to find himself traversing a portal into an unfamiliar realm. An endless prairie stretched before him, bathed in soft and harmonious sunlight, all of which was utterly enchanting. Yet, there were no signs of humanity or beasts, not even a single bird. Where could this place be? Haochen pondered in confusion. As he moved forward, unexpectedly, he found himself not treading upon the grass, but walking steadily in midair, as if he had stepped into an illusory formation. Feeling entirely out of place, undeterred, Haochen continued his forward march. Suddenly, a pool of water caught his eye, its crystal-clear surface resembling a vast eye gazing intently at him. This eye remained motionless, fixated on Haochen, and despite his wide-ranging experiences, he had never encountered such a colossal presence. Just as he was grappling with disbelief, the water surged forth like tears, flowing as if it were expressing something profound. Haochen scrutinized the pool intently, and it seemed to regard him with equal scrutiny. "Why do you appear here?" A deep voice resonated through the void. Startled, Haochen looked around nervously, his heart racing. "Who are you?" he stammered, scanning his surroundings. "Why do you appear here?" The voice echoed again, devoid of any superfluous words. Without a moment's hesitation, Haochen responded, "I merely stumbled upon this cave after being attacked by a horde of beasts out of curiosity. I never anticipated finding myself here." "Are you not here for treasure?" With a puffed chest, Haochen boldly declared to the surrounding air, "Of course, I am here for treasure, otherwise. Who would venture into such a wretched cave? Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" He answered resolutely, "If I were afraid of death, I would not have entered the cave." What a forthright young man. If I were to slay someone like him, it would surely become a jest among others. "You should leave this place. There are no treasures for you here." "I will not leave," Haochen promptly retorted. "Why?" Haochen glanced at the pool of water and replied, "That pool looks like an eye, as if it wishes to share something with me. I desire to discover the truth of this water." "Are you not afraid?" "Of course not. You have stated you won't kill me, so what is there to fear?" Haochen responded confidently, "Good young man, since you feel this way, I shall grant you the opportunity to delve deeper into the mystery of this eye." No sooner had the words left his lips than Haochen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, abruptly finding himself in a different scene. What is this? The sun hung low in the sky like a remnant of snow, the ground strewn with ruins. Haochen was astonished by the sight before him and confirmed that this was indeed a gathering place of humanity. Chapter 1036, The Mysterious Cave, Part 2. You were not mistaken. This is a gathering place of humanity. But it is merely an image from tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years ago. Haochen muttered in astonishment. Weak and frail humans wielding simple weapons such as wooden sticks, knives, guns, swords, and halberds were engaged in fierce combat against the frenzied beasts that sought to invade their territory. As the humans began to falter, an ugly monster emerged from the void, resolutely blocking the onslaught of the savage beasts, fighting valiantly against them. This grotesque creature was enormous, its movements somewhat clumsy and lacking the agility of the wild beasts. After several encounters, it began to sustain injuries from the relentless attacks. Each time the creature struck, the reverberations destroyed the surrounding human settlements. Overreaching. What a foolish endeavor. Do you not comprehend your own limitations? You only hinder us. The humans did not express gratitude towards this hideous monster. Rather, they despised its appearance and clumsiness, their jeers and scorn echoing around. Just as the wild beasts prepared for a final assault on the grotesque creature, the humans, instead of showing appreciation for the monster that was defending them, launched a sneak attack from behind. The ugly monster gritted its teeth, bracing against the onslaught of the savage beasts. Seeing that the creature was aiding the humans and could not be overcome, the beasts retreated in disarray. Although the ugly monster sustained injuries while defending against the savage beasts, the humans inflicted far greater harm upon it. The grotesque creature had aided humanity in overcoming the savage beasts, yet the humans remained ungrateful, leaving the severely injured creature unattended, forced to lie quietly on the ground to recover from its wounds. As the scene shifted, time flowed on, and the monstrous creature became enshrouded in a forest, its grotesque form cloaked beneath a blanket of cold snow. Fearful of causing any disturbance, it remained immobile, year after year, quietly serving as a barrier for humankind. Then, one fateful day, the inhabitants of this land sought out a formidable champion, driven by the human mission to eradicate the unsightly beast that obstructed their passage. After fierce battles, the creature lay on the brink of death. It could neither speak nor convey its thoughts. It simply understood that its purpose was to safeguard this land for humanity. Once a guardian deity, it now found itself betrayed by those it cherished, reduced to such a state. Yet, within its eyes, there was no trace of resentment, as if it were merely fulfilling its destiny. The champion, perceiving the creature's silent plea, chose not to strike it down, but instead established a barrier to confine the beast within a desolate realm. Here, devoid of other life forms or humanity, only the monstrous entity and endless sands remained. For tens of thousands of years, it lay there, nourishing the earth with its essence, gradually merging with the land due to its prolonged stillness. In this timeless solitude, the creature incessantly pondered its missteps, questioning why humanity harbored such disdain for it. It yearned for a human to come and retrieve it, allowing it to continue its guardianship. Its eyes, once filled with hope, transformed into pools of sorrow, brimming with tears that would spill forth in moments of helplessness. Upon witnessing this, Haochen was struck by the profound desolation of the creature's existence. A true guardian reduced to such a fate. Harmony between humanity and nature is essential for true strength, yet extremes can lead to regrettable outcomes. Just as Haochen was engulfed in the creature's tragic plight, a tremor reverberated through the void, shaking him to his core. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Elder, can you dispel the doubts that weigh upon my heart? Everything has its cause and effect, yet cannot be controlled by others. To resolve your doubts, you must delve deep within yourself. It is time for you to depart. Your friend has awakened." The voice echoed, and Haochen felt the scene before him begin to fade. He called out, "Elder, I promise to return to visit you." The landscape abruptly transformed, and Haochen found himself at the cave's entrance. The sky brightened, and the snow clouds had awakened, gazing upon the words left by Haochen. Still reeling from the prior vision, confusion flooded his heart. Observing Shuiyun's demeanor, he steadied himself and strode forward, asking, "You have awakened?" Relieved to see Haochen unharmed, Shuiyun replied, "Yes, thank you for your concern, Uncle Master. How was your exploration of the cave?" Haochen shook his head with a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he contemplated the harmony between humanity and nature, treating all beings with kindness. Without the aid of the wind wings, Haochen and Shuiyun ascended the steep cliffs of the rear mountain with their bare hands. After immense effort, they finally scaled the cliff from the cave's mouth. Haochen had been preoccupied with the hexagonal star teleportation array beneath the cliff. He and Shuiyun arrived at the foot of the front cliff, discovering a flat area concealed among the vine thickets. As expected, they found a barrier inscribed with the hexagonal star teleportation array. Haochen was quite familiar with this artifact and effortlessly dismantled the barrier. This was a unidirectional teleportation array, capable only of receiving teleportation symbols and not of sending them. Unbeknownst to Shuiyun, who had fallen into a deep slumber, she awoke amidst the thickets outside the barrier, while Haochen was seated nearby, engrossed in his cultivation. How did I end up here? Wasn't I at a place inscribed with the hexagram? Shuiyun murmured to herself, perplexed as if caught in a dream. Haochen had already modified the teleportation array. The cloaked figure would find it impossible to activate the teleportation symbols here, as the array had become ineffective. Upon noticing that Shuiyun had awakened, the two took a brief respite before departing from the cliff. However, as they reached the mountainside, they were utterly astounded by the sight before them. Shuiyun stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, please pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Haochen was equally taken aback. Though it was merely a minor occurrence, such unexpected fortune was indeed rare. Before them lay the corpses of hundreds of magical beasts, regardless of their rank. If transported back to the city, they could fetch tens of millions without a doubt. After a moment of astonishment, Haochen chuckled. What a classic case of surviving great calamity brings great fortune. We're about to strike it rich. He could not let such an opportunity slip by. Swiftly summoning his Azure Spirit Dagger with his right arm and the demonic Soul Blade with his left, he charged toward the beast carcasses to begin his dissection. He tirelessly extracted Azure Orbs and Azure Spirit Short Swords. It took him nearly half a day to collect all the inner cores from the magical beasts, which he then stored in his Qinquan furnace, satisfied with his efforts. Stretching his limbs and exhaling deeply, he felt a sense of relief. Shuyan, having also been busy for much of the day, had not collected any inner cores, as he held no interest in such matters. He stood beside the first beast he had dissected, holding a small piece of its innards, observing and contemplating. "What are you studying?" Haochen inquired, puzzled. "I am examining the magical beast's innards and essence to ascertain their medicinal value. If they prove useful, the corpses of these beasts could greatly benefit the common folk." Shuiyun replied earnestly, addressing Haochen's inquiry. Hearing Shuiyun's explanation, Haochen felt a twinge of exasperation. With this pace, how long would it take to conduct such research? If Shuiyun lacked any storage rings or bags, he would gladly offer him a few. He hastily asked, "Do you have a storage ring or bag with you?" Shuiyun, overly serious, simply nodded without speaking. "Then why not retrieve it?" Haochen exclaimed in frustration, not wishing to linger too long with this bookish fellow. Upon hearing his words, Shuiyun produced a small cloth bag he had sewn himself and handed it to Haochen. As the bag was opened, Haochen was rendered speechless with astonishment. Within the bag lay no fewer than 100 storage rings and bags. Could it be that Shuiyun had transported the entire alchemist division here? Haochen, perplexed, inquired, "Why have you brought so many storage rings and bags?" "To collect herbs for research purposes," Shuiyun replied earnestly. "It would be prudent to have ample storage for the celestial herbs and elixirs." Upon hearing Shuiyun's explanation, Haochen's expression darkened further, and he coldly retorted, "You are aware that celestial herbs and elixirs require space, yet you seem oblivious to the fact that the corpses of these magical beasts require space as well. Would it not suffice to store them in a storage ring for future study?" Shuiyun, taken aback, expressed his joy. "Your words, Uncle Master, have enlightened me. Truly, your vast experience is commendable." Haochen offered an awkward smile, retaining a dozen rings for himself while returning the remainder to Shuiyun. Although the corpses of these beasts could fetch a handsome price, Haochen had no immediate plans to return to the city, so he saw no harm in assisting Shuiyun in collecting them. Aside from the few necessary magical beasts he retained for sustenance in the demon suppression tower and his jade pendant, he left the rest for Shuiyun, handing over the storage rings filled with the beasts' corpses, along with any unused ones, without reservation. Haochen possessed an abundance of storage rings and had no desire to take advantage of Shuiyun. As they busily worked, the sky gradually darkened, and with nightfall approaching, Haochen urged Shuiyun to hasten their journey to the foot of the mountain. They found a secluded spot, one that boasted both mountains and water, where the presence of beasts was infrequent, ensuring ample safety. However, the likelihood of discovering rare treasures diminished significantly in such a location. After settling Shuiyun, Haochen intended to depart early the following morning to uncover the mysteries hidden within the mountain. He had planned to inform Shuiyun the next day, but suddenly, Shuiyun's face turned pale with terror, causing Haochen to feel alarmed. "What is it?" he asked. "My younger sister is in trouble," Shuiyun exclaimed, rushing out before Haochen could respond. Alarmed, Haochen could not remain idle. He hurriedly followed Shuiyun. This place not only obstructed flight, but also shielded divine senses, compelling them to rely solely on instinct as they stealthily moved forward. Increasingly uneasy, Haochen noted that the path they were on led back to the mountainside. Could it be that she had not ventured far in search of herbs? Despite Haochen's keen perception, he sensed nothing amiss. After traversing for over an hour, they finally paused before a cliff surrounded by mountains. "Uncle Master, my sister must be just ahead," Shuiyun said anxiously. Haochen, remaining calm, nodded and swiftly concealed them both, peering cautiously ahead. At that moment, there was no sign of disturbance. Only a few saint-level beasts patrolled nearby, likely 6th tier magical beasts known as the colorful leopards. The beasts seemed not to be feeding, but rather surveying their surroundings, indicating that they had not yet encountered danger, but were merely trapped. "What kind of magical beasts are they? How many?" Shuiyun asked, a hint of panic in his voice. The wind attribute magical beast, the variegated leopard, appears to be of approximately 8th rank, and there are a total of 6. Behind the variegated leopard lies a crevice in the mountain wall. If I am not mistaken, your sister should be there. Haochen glanced at the situation again and quietly spoke to Shuiyun. Upon hearing this, Shuiyun furrowed her brow and exclaimed in confusion, "Impossible. My younger sister is a half-step immortal. How could she be trapped by 8th rank magical beasts like the variegated leopard?" Haochen, equally bewildered, replied, "You cannot ask me that. You are the one who said your sister is here, not I who brought you." Xue lowered her head, deep in thought. My sister and I are twins. And we have shared a bloodline connection since childhood, so it cannot be wrong. Haochen was taken aback. The scholarly Xue before him possessed a pulse mark within her. The pulse mark is a mysterious symbol that can forcibly connect two individuals. It is said to manifest only among those with the same attributes, allowing a profound sharing of thoughts and techniques through this connection. Once the pulse mark is successfully established, it is akin to two individuals cultivating within a single body. Haochen was taken aback, but quickly composed himself and asked Xue, "Can you sense whether your sister is injured?" Xue shook her head vigorously, asserting that her sister was unharmed. Then that is perplexing. Haochen fell into contemplation. How could a being at the initial stage of the immortal realm be trapped by mere 8th-rank magical beasts without sustaining any injuries? Could it be that she was not truly trapped? Or perhaps someone had orchestrated this situation deliberately? These thoughts flickered briefly in Haochen's mind, and he decisively declared, "Rescuing her is of utmost importance. Once we find your sister, everything will become clear." Xue nodded earnestly, saying, "Master, I am counting on you for my sister's safety." "What?" Haochen exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. "Since I can remember, I have devoted myself solely to mastering alchemy and have never engaged in cultivation." Noticing Haochen's expression, Xue hurriedly explained. Haochen's face was one of disbelief, but recalling Xuyun's earlier demeanor, he began to understand. "But you and your sister share a bloodline connection? She has reached the initial stage of the immortal realm. How could you not have cultivated?" Haochen inquired, puzzled. "We are only connected in spirit. However, I have felt no trace of her cultivation," Xue replied, not grasping why Haochen questioned her so, yet she answered his inquiry honestly. Haochen nodded with a hint of resignation. He recalled that the pulse mark had been mentioned in the teachings of the Shao lineage. It seemed that even with exceptional talent, without proper guidance, one could achieve nothing. Just like Xue and her brother, who remained unaware of the profound mysteries of the pulse mark, they were limited to merely a spiritual connection. Haochen said nothing further and began to gather some dry wood nearby, gradually piling it up. "Master, what are you doing?" Xue asked in confusion. Haochen looked at her with a sense of exasperation, though he said, "Starting a fire. To rescue your sister." "Starting a fire?" Xue was even more perplexed. Even the lowest rank of magical beasts should not fear fire, so how could fire be the means to rescue someone? Although confused, she refrained from asking further and followed Haochen in collecting dry twigs. Soon, the dry wood was stacked like a small hill, flames leaping skyward, sending thick black smoke billowing towards the patrolling magical beasts, the spotted leopards. A few of these leopards, catching the scent of the smoke, flicked their heads in annoyance and cast fierce glances at the source of the smoke, reluctantly glancing back at the crevice in the mountain before hastily retreating. Xue was taken aback. It was hard to believe that several 8th-tier magical leopards could be driven away by mere smoke. Had she not witnessed it herself? "Quickly find your sister. Return here as soon as you locate her," commanded Haochen. "What about you, Master Uncle?" Xue inquired. "I will extinguish the fire, otherwise the entire Beast Valley will soon be engulfed in flames." Haochen retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Nodding, Xue dashed towards the crevice in the mountain. After a while, Haochen managed to extinguish the fire and sat down to rest, his face smeared with soot. Xue appeared before him, cradling a lovely young girl in her arms. At first glance, the girl possessed fair, youthful skin, her face weary as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle, her eyes tightly shut. Her hair flowed like water, soft and smooth, and her delicate features made her an epitome of beauty. Clad in a light pink fitted robe, she bore no trace of dirt despite her recent ordeal. Chapter 1038. Stagnation of Cultivation. "Is this your sister?" Haochen asked, noticing Xue holding the beautiful girl. Breathing heavily, Xue nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a sound. After a brief rest, the trio hurried back to the tent they had recently set up. As a potion master and the girl's elder sister, Xue felt it was her duty to care for her, so Haochen merely provided her with a few medicinal pills. Initially planning to depart the following morning, Haochen's mind shifted slightly upon seeing Shirley. He wished to seize the opportunity to study the pulse imprint. Xue insisted that Haochen look after her sister while she stood guard outside, but she stubbornly refused. "Can you really trust a solitary man and woman in the same room?" Haochen remarked suggestively. Upon hearing him mention the words solitary man and woman, Xue instinctively darted into the tent. Observing Xuyun's affection for her sister, Haochen was reminded of his own family and wondered how they were faring. Fortunately, the Alchemist Guild was looking after them. Otherwise, the thought of being slain by the masked figure would have haunted him for a lifetime. The next morning, Feishuang stretched and emerged from the tent, only to find Haochen sitting cross-legged in deep meditation. "Master Uncle, are you in training?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. Are you astonished by my cultivation?" Haochen replied, amused. Feishuang quickly changed her expression, smiling as she approached him, humbly asking, "Master Uncle, what level of cultivation do you possess?" Haochen chuckled wryly. "Last night, I was no different from you, but at this moment, I would say I am considered a celestial being." Hearing that her master uncle, who was not much older than herself, was a celestial being, Feishuang's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Haochen observed Feishuang's reaction, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Is it surprising? Or perhaps disappointing?" he teased. Feishuang quickly shook her head, obediently kneeling beside him. "How is your sister faring?" Haochen inquired, recalling the girl he had rescued the day before. His tone filled with concern. "She is yet to awaken, but fortunately, there are no injuries. Last night, my disciple examined her and found that my sister has no trace of spiritual energy within her, likely having fainted from exhaustion. The disciple has administered a pill to her, and she should awaken shortly." Feishuang replied earnestly. It appears to be Feishuang's younger sister, who, after a fierce battle, had ultimately retreated into the crevice of a mountainside. Observing Feishuang's hesitation to speak, Haochen sighed and said, "Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind." Upon hearing this, Feishuang's face brightened, and she grinned, "Uncle Master, how did you know that magical beasts fear thick smoke?" At that moment, Haochen was merely perceived by Feishuang as a novice immortal. Yet he had managed to drive away an 8th-tier magical beast, possessed a token from the Medicine Valley, and was knowledgeable about matters she had never heard of. How could this not pique her curiosity? All things possess attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, darkness, thunder, and ice, a truth even a newborn child understands. These attributes interact in harmonious and conflicting ways. The colorful leopard, belonging to the wind attribute, generates fire. When it detects thick smoke, it becomes aware of the presence of flames, Haochen explained, only to be interrupted by Feishuang. But the colorful leopard should not fear fire. Why did it flee in panic? She inquired, puzzled. Haochen shook his head in exasperation and thought to himself, what a foolish child. As he clarified, the colorful leopard's attribute generates fire. We are in the Spirit Mountain Magical Beast Valley. What is the Magical Beast Valley? It is its home. If the colorful leopard were near flames, would not the valley become a mountain of fire? Would you set fire to your own residence? "Oh," Feishuang exclaimed as if suddenly enlightened, her mouth forming a round shape. Then she naively asked, "But that still doesn't explain why it fled in panic, does it? Which of your eyes saw it flee in terror?" "They merely distanced themselves from danger. Once the flames diminish, they will return to the mountainside." At that moment, Haochen realized that no matter what topic he discussed with Feishuang, he would inevitably end up feeling frustrated after just a few exchanges. Feishuang, like a child, eagerly asked questions, while Haochen responded as if he were an older brother next door. Yet, he could hardly express the extent of his helplessness as they engaged in this back and forth, unaware of how much time had passed. It was not until a weak voice called out from within the tent that their conversation was interrupted. "Brother," hearing the voice, Feishuang hurriedly rose and bowed to Haochen before darting into the tent. Through their time together, Haochen had gradually grown accustomed to Feishuang's inquisitive nature. As Feishuang entered the tent, Haochen closed his eyes once more, unwilling to waste even a moment. Moreover, having just reached the elementary stage, he felt that his 5 dantians were somewhat empty, necessitating diligent cultivation to replenish his spiritual energy. At this moment, the 5 dantians within Haochen had significantly expanded due to his advancement to the earth immortal level, increasing his strength several-fold. Yet his cultivation remained unstable, requiring time to solidify. He immersed himself in his practice for the better part of the day, during which Feishuang and her brother emerged intermittently to check on him, but they did not disturb his cultivation. It was not until the sky began to redden that Feishuang softly called out, "Uncle Master, it's time to rest. I have prepared dinner." Only then did Haochen open his eyes, though he did not acknowledge Feishuang, wearing a look of helplessness. "Uncle Master, what troubles you?" Feishuang asked with genuine concern. On that day, for the better part of the afternoon, Haochen exerted all his strength to cultivate the ethereal essence required within his dantian. Yet, at that moment, his cultivation showed no signs of progress, as if it were stalled. The 5 elemental forces, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, governing the Dantian, exhibited signs of regression reminiscent of his passage through the celestial realm. Regardless of his efforts, the Dantian refused to absorb the ethereal essence. His recently attained Earth immortal realm had already slipped from its peak to the initial stage. If the cause remained undiscovered, he feared his cultivation might decline further. With this thought, Haochen was drenched in cold sweat, hastily closing his eyes to attempt once more. Beside him, Shuiyan called out again, "Master Uncle, dinner is ready. Why not practice afterward?" Only then did Haochen turn to see Shuiyan, his expression heavy and rigid, evoking discomfort in those who gazed upon him. Alarmed by his demeanor, Shuiyan rushed forward to support Haochen's shoulder, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, what has happened to you?" With a helpless shake of his head, Haochen replied, "It seems my cultivation has stagnated. My Dantian is malfunctioning, rendering my practice ineffective." Stagnation in cultivation? Ineffectiveness? Even Shuiyan, who had never practiced at all, turned pale upon hearing this, leaving both of them frozen in place, hesitant to move. "Brother, why haven't you come in for dinner yet?" A sweet voice chimed from within the tent, followed by the sound of joyful footsteps. Shuiyan's younger sister approached with a beaming smile. Upon seeing the pallor on their faces, concern immediately creased her features as she asked, What happened to you?" "Shuili, Master Uncle's cultivation is stagnant, and his Dantian is ineffective." Shuiyan spoke with a quavering voice, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Throughout the day, Shuiyan had relayed everything that had transpired to her sister after they parted. Thus, Shuili was not entirely unfamiliar with Haochen. Chapter 1039. Ear-to-ear instruction. Observing the pallid and vacant expression on Haochen's face, Shuili helplessly smirked. "Are you saying this young man before you is also an early-stage Earth Immortal?" "Shuili, how can you refer to Master Uncle in such a manner? You must apologize." Shuiyan immediately became flustered upon hearing this. "Only someone as dense as you would call him Master Uncle. He is not that old. Why should he be addressed as such?" Shuili asserted, poking Shuiyan's forehead with conviction. "But he possesses the token of our academy's master," Shuiyan retorted, rubbing her sore forehead in indignation. "The token? To put it charitably, it signifies some form of transaction between him and the academy master, which has not been disclosed to the academy. Thus there is no need for disciples to treat him with the respect owed to a master uncle. Conversely, it might have been stolen or found. Only someone with your extraordinarily thick skull would adhere so rigidly to protocol." Seeing Shuiyan argue back, Shuili grew increasingly irate, escalating her pokes to Shuiyan's forehead. "Ow, stop poking. I understand. Shuiyan pleaded with a pitiful expression. Haochen regarded Shuili with admiration. Despite her youth, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Particularly, her lively eyes sparkled with mischief, endearing her to those around her. "Hey, and you, what do you know about a Dantian being ineffective at such a young age?" With a sorrowful expression, Sherry questioned Haochen, "What on earth is happening?" Haochen replied with a smile, "Today, during my cultivation, no matter what I did, I made no progress at all." "Is that all? Is it really worth your sorrowful demeanor?" Sherry scoffed at his response. Her large eyes began to whirl in contemplation, clearly deep in thought. After just a few rotations, before Haochen could respond, Sherry teased, "And you call yourself a disciple? Did you never pay attention during class? Didn't the teacher tell you about the different types of Dantians?" Haochen, resembling a compliant student, nodded obediently and then shook his head. "Remember this, so you won't embarrass yourself in the future," Sherry admonished him sternly. In Haochen's mind, he envisioned the figure of the fairies Iching. The Dantian is categorized into 5 elements and 3 forms: the natural type, the nurturing type, and the activating type. Most cultivators possess a primary Dantian of the natural type, while the secondary Dantians are predominantly of the nurturing type. The activating type refers to when external factors intervene during the initial formation of the Dantian, forcibly shaping it. Sherry picked up a small stick from the ground and began to sketch comprehensible diagrams as she spoke. There are 2 categories of activating Dantians: the coercive type and the restorative type. The coercive type refers to those who impatiently force their Dantian to take shape, while the restorative type indicates that the formation of the Dantian was obstructed, necessitating external intervention to repair it. As Sherry elaborated on the fundamental knowledge of cultivators' Dantians, Haochen found himself lost in thought. He realized that he had never truly paid attention in the mentor's classes at the Immortal Academy, and that his previous indifference had led to such a significant burden. "Hey, are you even listening?" Sherry asked, her voice tinged with irritation upon noticing Haochen's distraction. I'm listening. I'm listening. I just don't understand why a restorative activating dantian can't gather celestial energy within it, and whether this will have negative consequences in the future. The roles had reversed, with Haochen now the earnest student before Sherry. He felt embarrassed to admit he was a student of the Haochen Immortal Academy. Especially curious about the stark contrast between the two siblings. Looks like I was right. Your dantian truly is of the activating type. Sherry suddenly furrowed her brow, then continued. With benefits come drawbacks. At the time, you thought using external forces to repair your dantian was advantageous, but in the future, you may deeply regret that decision during your cultivation. Sherry tossed the stick aside, dusted off her slightly soiled hands, and turned to leave. Seeing her about to go, Haochen rushed forward and grasped her hand. In his eagerness, he considered the implications, feeling a pleasant warmth in his grasp. Sherry's face flushed crimson, yet she displayed no signs of shyness as she calmly stated, "Remove your hand." Haochen quickly withdrew his hand, mumbling, I'm sorry. Sherry, visibly disgusted, wiped her palm vigorously with her sleeve before disdainfully asking, what else do you want to know? Shirley's actions left Haochen feeling a chill in his heart. Looking down in shame, he inquired, I simply wish to know how I can cultivate in the future to overcome this flaw. Without turning to face him, Shirley explained. To mend your dantian, one must exert themselves with diligence far beyond that of ordinary individuals. One must practice incessantly, for even a slight pause could lead to stagnation. However, as the still disheartened Haochen heard the final part, he suddenly perked up and eagerly asked, unless what? Shirley continued, unless you possess a secondary dantian, allowing you to store celestial essence, and, during your cultivation, channel this essence from the secondary dantian into your primary dantian. This method would save a considerable amount of time. Alternatively, you could transcend into the celestial realm and become a true immortal, thus rectifying the shortcomings of your dantian. Despite her explanation, Shirley remained turned away from Haochen. Excitedly, Haochen questioned, if I had a secondary dantian, what would I need to do? Shirley paused, as if contemplating, then replied, just exchange the celestial essence as you wish. There are no restrictions based on attributes. Oh, Haochen pondered her words in silence. Observing this, Shirley rose and entered the tent. Unfortunately, she collided with Shuyan, who was exiting the tent. Why haven't you two come in for a meal? Ah, Shirley, why is your face so flushed? Are you injured? Did my brother give you the wrong medicine last night? Shirley ignored her brother's inquiries and walked straight into the tent, displaying no signs of fluster. At that moment, Haochen had emerged from his contemplation, and he chuckled at Shirley's retreating figure, thinking to himself, she is clearly a shy and well-mannered girl. Why does she insist on putting on such an arrogant facade? During dinner, Shirley recounted the general circumstances preceding her fainting, which aligned closely with Haochen's speculations, thus eliciting little surprise. As darkness descended, the distant growls of magical beasts echoed ominously. Observing the discordant relationship between the siblings, Haochen contemplated deeply. After a while, he exhaled a long sigh and proclaimed, at last, I have found a solution. Chapter 1040. Distorted thoughts stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Shuyan cried, cradling his head which was covered in welts. I can hardly express my disappointment in you. When will your thick-headedness ever abate? To conceal the magical beast's corpse, you discarded all the celestial herbs and medicines. Do you realize that those herbs and medicines were painstakingly gathered over the course of more than a month? Do you even comprehend the purpose of our venture? Shirley expressed her frustration, visibly exasperated. Coughing, Haochen attempted to interject, but his efforts went unnoticed by the two. He took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and called out loudly, I have something to say. The siblings halted their quarrel, turning to him with puzzled expressions. You both possess an innate pulse imprint, aside from your mutual understanding. Is there any other utility? Haochen inquired. Pulse imprint? Upon hearing his words, Shirley seemed to recall something. And as she continued to strike Shuyun, her blows grew in intensity. While doing so, she muttered resentfully. How could I possibly share a pulse imprint with someone as dense as you? How am I to live with this embarrassment? Master, are you intentionally deceiving me? The aggrieved Shuyun cried, tears streaming down her face. Haoyen's expression darkened instantly. He had never anticipated that his straightforward remark would become the pretext for Shuyun's punishment. Observing the seriousness with which Shueli was administering the beating, Shuyun, accustomed to deriving a peculiar joy from it, left Haochen utterly flabbergasted by the antics of this sibling duo. "Xueli, please stop. I will tell you everything. Is that not sufficient?" Haochen exclaimed, unable to bear the sight any longer. "What did you say?" Xueli's hands showed no sign of halting as she inquired in a low voice. I possess the cultivation method for the pulse mark," Haochen declared through gritted teeth, unwilling to relent. To him, the scene unfolding before him resembled an interrogation of Xueyun. Witnessing Xueyun's once handsome visage becoming red and swollen, and noticing that Xueli had unwittingly grasped a Shu's soul in her delicate hand, Haochen could no longer contain himself. What did you say?" Xueli halted her actions abruptly, and Xueyun lay on the ground as if reborn. "The pulse mark can still be cultivated? I've never even heard of such a thing. Absurd." Xueli regarded Haochen with skepticism, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him for any signs of deception. "If you don't believe me, that is even better, for it will spare me the waste of time." Haochen smiled, rising to leave. "Wait, explain yourself." Xueli hastily intercepted him, blocking his path. Haochen felt a sense of helplessness. His goodwill was met with suspicion, and shaking his head in resignation, he was left to contend with this pair of siblings. Adopting a demeanor of wisdom, he sat back down and began. "The pulse mark is neither a technique, nor a rare treasure, nor a divine artifact. It transcends all of them." Xueli and Xueyun immediately perked up, sitting cross-legged with rapt attention. The pulse mark can connect two individuals as one, and upon reaching a high level of cultivation, it can even achieve the ability to exchange realms. Haochen explained earnestly, only to be interrupted by Xueli's inquiry. "What does exchanging realms mean?" "It means that you two can exist in different domains, but as long as both parties consent, you can instantly swap scenes." To exaggerate further, the possessor of the pulse mark can share all resources and experiences of both parties, Haochen elaborated calmly. Xueyun seemed to grasp part of it, but Xueli undoubtedly understood completely. At that moment, Xueli's captivating eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is everything you said true?" Xueli questioned skeptically. "You may certainly give it a try. There is nothing to lose," Haochen urged persuasively. Xueyun looked at Xueli and nodded in agreement. Without further ado, Haochen summoned the two before him, positioning them to sit facing one another, and began to murmur incantations. Several hours later, as dusk approached, the three had diligently practiced throughout the night. When they simultaneously opened their eyes, Haochen appeared unfazed, while Xueyun's eyes widened in astonishment, her jaw dropping in disbelief as she exclaimed, "I can actually sense everything about Xueli, including her experiences, past, techniques, thoughts, and insights." Having spoken, Haochen and Xueyun turned their gaze toward Xueli. Shirley revealed her innocent and radiant visage, exuding joy as she exclaimed, "I can feel everything about you, including the elixirs and formulas." A sharp clap echoed within the tent. Haochen was taken aback. Before him, Xueyun's lovely face swelled with shock as she stared incredulously at Shirley. You actually harbor such fantasies about your junior sister, and have committed such lewd acts. How despicable." Shirley glared at Xueyun with utmost disdain. "Shirley, please allow me to explain. It is not as you imagine. I merely..." Xueyun attempted to defend herself, but was abruptly interrupted by another resounding slap from Shirley, this time striking her right cheek after the left. "Do not deny it. Your thoughts are truly vile." With that, Shirley departed the tent, casting a look of contempt over her shoulder. After a considerable pause, Xueyun, still covering her face, addressed Haochen earnestly. "Just now, I reflected on my actions during my years at the Alchemist Division. While I may have made minor errors, I have never committed any grave mistakes, and I maintain good relations with my peers, never having engaged in quarrels." Haochen listened intently to Xueyun's account, instinctively nodding, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to offer counsel. "Uncle Master, tell me the truth. Are you the one sent by the Master to punish me?" Xueyun looked at Haochen with a serious expression, her eyes filled with anticipation. Haochen chuckled awkwardly, choosing silence as he exited the tent. At that moment, Xueyun needed calmness. Stepping outside, Haochen inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. He had painstakingly uncovered secret techniques from the Xiaohao legacy, intending for Xueyun and her sister Shirley to cultivate together. However, the events of the night had left him exasperated. Rather than empowering them, it had led to such a tumultuous outcome. Casually surveying his surroundings, Haochen noted the absence of Shirley. It seemed she had stormed off in a huff, with her half-step celestial prowess and contrasting intelligence to Xueyun. There was no need for anyone to worry about her. Departing the camp, he sought a secluded corner. While concocting elixirs, he wished to avoid disturbances. So he conjured a barrier to shroud his consciousness. To prevent prying eyes, he inscribed a decree: no peeking allowed. Retrieving beast inner cores from his storage ring, he hastened to refine a selection of power-enhancing elixirs while the energy of the cores remained potent. This would not only bolster his strength, but also diversify the offerings of elixirs at ZY Pavilion, which required a range of high-grade celestial pills for ample supply. Thus, he summoned Xiaozue and the others from his jade pendant space, asking her to once again guard him with the avian little Lolas. Chapter 1041. Refining celestial elixirs. With the arrival of auspicious energy, Haochen gradually immersed himself in the fervent art of alchemy. An hour later, as he was left with only a few celestial beast inner cores, he ceased his refining, nodding appreciatively at the final batch of elixirs he had produced. However, this was not the outcome he most desired. To truly restore his Dantian, he needed to ascend to the celestial realm and become a genuine immortal, which was the only way to effectively mend his underperforming Dantian. He decided to refine around 100 or so celestial elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. From the storage ring of the celestial demon slayer, Yi Wuhuan, he acquired not only the celestial king elixir, but also several celestial elixirs. Although his current prowess was insufficient to concoct the celestial king elixir, Haochen was confident that, after analyzing the pharmacology and properties, he could successfully produce the celestial elixir. Resolute in his decision, he refrained from directly refining the celestial elixir and instead extracted one to study it meticulously. Understanding the formulation and the techniques for its refinement was essential to creating the celestial elixir. Thus, Haochen leaned closer, inhaling deeply. Before long, he discerned that the celestial elixir contained 4 auxiliary ingredients: the 3-life flower, rootless water, celestial spirit fruit, and celestial herb. However, the primary ingredient was elusive to his olfactory senses, prompting him to consume the elixir for further insight. Suddenly, he entered the 7th layer of the demon suppression tower, establishing a time array with a ratio of 1 to 20, and then ingested the celestial elixir, carefully attuning himself to its core components. One by one, he analyzed and consumed the elixirs, ultimately discerning the requisite celestial herbs and elixirs needed for crafting the celestial elixir. Just as he contemplated beginning the refinement process, the elixir's medicinal power was fully unleashed. Boom! An immense surge of celestial energy flooded through Haochen's meridians and into his 4 supportive dantians. In the next moment, the 4 dantians released their celestial energy like a torrent, channeling into the less potent dantian, the chaotic dantian. He vaguely communicated the state of his underperforming dantian to Shui Li without revealing specific details. The chaotic dantian, now infused with celestial energy and abundant chaotic essence, reached a state of saturation. Following the integration and refinement within the chaotic dantian, the celestial energy overflowed and merged with the energy from the other 4 dantians. The combined celestial energy from the 5 dantians coalesced into a powerful surge, resembling a tidal wave that coursed through his body, continuously cleansing his meridians. This state persisted for an extended period, during which Haochen's consciousness delved into a profound epiphany. In this transcendent state, he felt like a small boat adrift on the currents, allowing his awareness to float freely. Unbeknownst to him, he spent over 3 months in the 7th layer of the demon suppression tower, gradually refining his essence. Externally, he underwent a remarkable transformation. His skin and bones became translucent and fair, glimmering with a lustrous jade-like sheen. Celestial skin and jade bones, Haochen mused to himself. He had reached the early stages of the celestial realm. Aside from his celestial energy surging exponentially, his celestial veins had begun to activate, with the most significant changes occurring in his muscles and skeletal structure. The resilience of his muscles had undergone a tremendous transformation, allowing him to manipulate celestial energy with newfound ease, as if his affinity had multiplied several times over. This transformation was undeniably profound. Affinity is of paramount importance when casting celestial spells, yet it often goes unnoticed in daily life. When 2 beings of equal rank engage in combat, a noticeable disparity arises if one possesses a strong affinity for the celestial essence while the other does not. The former finds it considerably easier to execute spells and requires less time to gather energy. Beyond muscular changes, there is a subtle transformation in the skeletal structure. Due to the triad of cultivation and immortality, magic, and demonology, the bone density of practitioners is typically greater than that of their peers. However, upon breaking through to the early celestial stage, the bone density multiplies several times, which, for most celestial beings, results in only a slight increase in resilience. In contrast, for Haochen, this enhancement is significant. His physique boasts unparalleled combat prowess, having achieved a state of perfect vitality and astonishing automatic recovery, thereby entering the ranks of those who shine alongside the sun and moon, truly becoming an immortal. Haochen's ascension to the early celestial realm from the earthly stage, including breakthroughs through the mid and late earthly stages, is attributed to his diligent study and the accumulation of experience. This progression is further aided by the Shaoyang Ju technique, an extraordinary and defiant method that allows him to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into his own being, reconstructing multiple dantians, and forging an imperishable physique. Even mortals can embark on the path of cultivation, achieving longevity alongside the cosmos and finding few rivals at their level. This technique, however, is exceedingly defiant, contending against heaven and fate itself. Haochen inadvertently entered the celestial realm while analyzing the celestial elixir, akin to savoring a sweet treat, which awakened the latent energy within him and unleashed a frenzy of celestial essence. His underperforming chaotic dantian absorbed the elemental attributes from the five-element dantian, forming a sea of elixirs while still serving as the primary dantian. The five-element dantian evolved into a demon-attributed lotus dantian and a thunderous dark electric dantian, successfully transforming into an independent and shadowy dantian. The other attributes merged into a thunder sea dantian, while the stellar dantian coalesced into a celestial river. The enhancement of Haochen's overall combat capability is nothing short of revolutionary. With his cultivation rising and the dantian undergoing re-evolution, the issue of the primary dantian's inefficacy was swiftly resolved. Centered on chaotic energy, a chaotic dantian was formed. Focused on mirage lotus seeds, a lotus dantian emerged. Dominated by dark energy, a dark dantian was created. Based on the spirit of the thunder dragon, a thunder sea dantian was established, and through the condensation of various elemental energies, a celestial river dantian was completed, marking the evolution of 5 distinct dantians. In the 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, a month passed while only 3 days elapsed outside, and Haochen successfully advanced to the early celestial stage. Although his cultivation is at the early celestial stage, his comprehensive qualities rival those of a golden celestial being. At this moment, Haochen dispelled the barrier, ready to seize the moment and attempt to refine the celestial elixir. He retrieved the Qian Kuan furnace, the Qing Wan furnace, and the Wu Yin furnace, then unleashed the flames of alchemy, infusing them with celestial essence to stoke the fire. Once the furnaces were suitably preheated for alchemy, he commenced the refining process. In accordance with the meticulously arranged sequence, the celestial herbs, elixirs, and fruits were refined one by one, swiftly dissolving into liquid form for purification. The formulation of the celestial elixir was deduced. Having perused numerous alchemical manuscripts and personally tasted the celestial elixir, thereby analyzing its composition, pharmacology, and medicinal properties, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. When the Qiankuan furnace emitted a peculiar aroma of elixirs that uplifted the spirit and evoked a sense of ethereal bliss, Haochen realized that his initial attempt at concocting the celestial elixir had met with success. Chapter 1042. The onset of dual tribulations, however. Just as a smile began to grace Haochen's countenance, a veil of colorful clouds suddenly shrouded the Beast Valley. Sensing a disturbance, he beheld the crimson clouds roiling ominously, followed by a thunderous roar and fierce lightning that descended without warning. Concealed within the Demon Suppression Tower, he had been clandestinely ascending to the celestial realm, shielded from divine scrutiny, yet failing to pinpoint the precise location of the culprit. The audacious perpetrator had once again dared to concoct forbidden elixirs. Heaven, it seemed, was not idle. Justice would be served for the multitude of transgressions. Initially, Haochen presumed it to be a tribulation of elixirs, yet upon reflection, he discerned the truth and smote his forehead with a hand, lamenting his folly. How could I be so oblivious? This is the consequence of hubris. He found himself beset by the dual tribulations, the celestial tribulation and the elixir tribulation, tasked with safeguarding both the celestial elixir and his own well-being. In that moment, Tears of despair welled in his eyes, for he had forgotten the ramifications of his actions. Boom. In the next instant, a blood-red tribulation lightning struck him, throwing him off balance. He leaned against the Qianquan furnace, utterly bereft of the ability to curse his misfortune. Hastily, he stowed away the remaining alchemical apparatus. Yet the Qianquan furnace remained, for the celestial elixir required the passage of the elixir tribulation. Should he conceal the furnace, it would protect the celestial elixir from harm, but at the cost of its quality. Haochen was resolute in his belief that a high-quality tribulation-transcending celestial elixir was preferable to a subpar, ordinary one. Only through the elixir tribulation could the finest elixirs be forged, while simultaneously grasping the profound secrets of alchemical mastery. At that juncture, a dark cloud materialized. Unleashing a pallid radiance, the black, moribund lightning struck him, nearly sending him tumbling. In an instant, a myriad of differently colored tribulation clouds manifested, bombarding Haochen with relentless fury. The beasts of the valley fled in terror, their furs standing on end, gripped by primal fear before the tribulation. Boom. The crimson light engulfed the heavens and the earth. The blood-colored lightning did not target the Qianquan furnace, but rather sought out Haochen, with tribulation lightning raining down upon him. Crack! The black lightning aimed to obliterate his very soul, compelling his consciousness to sharpen and heighten, bracing for the onslaught. Across the expanse, clouds of various hues abruptly appeared, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning that enveloped Haochen. In the final moment, a cascade of multicolored tribulation lightning descended, seemingly infused with strands of chaotic energy, all striking him simultaneously, forcing him to cough blood and rendering his form nearly obliterated. Is it over? Haochen gazed skyward, witnessing the vast expanse clear of tumult. At that moment, his body radiated light, instinctively mending his wounds, illuminating his entire being, filled with explosive vigor. Suddenly, a tightness gripped his heart, and his scalp prickled with alarm. He looked up abruptly, nearly on the verge of cursing and unleashing a torrent of invectives. The terrifying calamity descended from the heavens, a relentless barrage of lightning akin to a mountain flood, as if the Milky Way itself had burst forth, cascading down upon his form. Hadn't the tribulation of the celestial beings come to an end? With a resounding crash. This time, he dared not endure any longer. Suddenly, he connected with the Jade Pendant S space, summoning Master Li Wengguang from the refining workshop, casting forth all the crafted celestial-grade humanoid puppets and divine treasures in succession to shield him from the onslaught of the tribulation. One by one, the humanoid puppets returned to their origins, while the extraordinary treasures were reduced to ashes. Haoyen's body began to fissure, blood gushing forth. He thought the lightning tribulation had concluded. Yet once more, bolts of lightning descended from the void, striking him anew. This cycle repeated itself, totaling over 10 times, nearly reducing Haochen to a mere skeletal figure. His flesh withered by the relentless strikes. At this moment, Shelley, guarding Xiyun, trembled as she exclaimed, "Do not tell me this is the mightiest of tribulations, one that has not been witnessed for many years. Is Zealine truly so formidable, so monstrous?" Xiyun gazed at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. As the calamity clouds loomed over the monster valley, the enraged Shelley retreated to their dwelling, taking her brother Xiyun far from the site of the tribulation. Meanwhile, Haochen stared into the void, fearing the reappearance of the tribulation lightning. He had exhausted all means of protection, having already secured the treasures that could help him weather the storm. Was this truly the most powerful tribulation? Haochen himself was uncertain. It certainly felt that way. For how else could it have recurred so many times? A lesser man would have perished by now. After a brief pause, seeing that the calamity clouds had vanished, he was convinced the tribulation had dissipated, truly gone, and thus he immediately commenced his healing practice. A vibrant surge of life energy blossomed within him, nourishing his entire being. In an instant, the celestial pressure enveloped him, sweeping through the monster valley like the vastness of the seas, resonating throughout. This time, there was no thunder, no tribulation. And Haochen stabilized his cultivation. The lightning had not diminished his powers. Instead, he radiated brilliance. His once skeletal and desiccated form now swelling with vitality as he absorbed the energies of heaven and earth. His body restored, he swiftly approached the Qianquan furnace, lifting the lid to inspect the celestial pills within. As he opened the lid, 3 celestial pills suddenly took flight, attempting to escape. The celestial pills, having undergone their own tribulation, had developed sentience, and upon seeing their freshly forged kin trying to flee, Haochen leapt forth, sweeping them into his palm with a flourish. The crystalline celestial pills glistened with an allure surpassing those he had previously consumed. "It is because of you that I have endured such torment." In a fit of rage, Haochen unhesitatingly seized one of the celestial pills and consumed it. So engrossed was he in examining the celestial pills that he remained unaware of a pair of eyes that had been observing his every move. As he swallowed one of the celestial pills, a figure strolled beside him, leaning down to whisper softly in his ear, "So, not only are you a prodigy, but you are also a master alchemist." Startled, Haochen instinctively sprang up, turning around to see who had approached, letting out a sigh of relief as he asked, "What are you doing here? Where else would I be? You created such a commotion. I came to see if you were alive or dead." The individual in question is Sherry, who seems to have observed every move of Haochen without anyone's notice. "You saw everything?" Haochen inquired anxiously. Sherry, displaying no intention to conceal anything, nodded candidly. "Well, if I saw it, I saw it." Haochen immediately feigned indifference. "Indeed, if I saw it, I saw it. I shall certainly help you promote it," Sherry replied nonchalantly. Haochen, feeling helpless, halted and furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you want? Just say it." Seizing the moment, Sherry approached him and exclaimed in a playful tone, "I would like a few of those extraordinary celestial pills, of which I have none." Upon hearing her request for a few, which could imply anywhere from 3 to 10, Haochen shivered involuntarily. The thought of her sweet voice, when she had previously exerted force on her brother, sent a chill down his spine. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't be like that. I can help you refine a batch of celestial pills, but you must promise me that this matter remains confidential." "What about my brother?" Sherry teased in a sultry voice that was quite overwhelming for Haochen, who nodded in agreement. He then hurriedly departed from Sherry. Chapter 1043. Heartfelt Confidences After Leaving Sherry. Haochen rushed back to the camp. At that moment, he remembered the safety of Shiyun and was about to enter the tent when he was suddenly grabbed by Sherry, who had pursued him relentlessly. "You must agree to one more thing," she insisted, enunciating each word clearly. "What?" Haochen looked at the little enchantress in confusion. "Accompany me across the spirit mountain." Sherry's eyes suddenly turned icy, making Haochen acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "What is it about?" he questioned. "Never you mind. As long as the two of us return alive, I will not only keep your secret, but also serve you as a servant." The more serious Sherry became, the more mysterious it felt to Haochen, and an ominous sense began to arise within him. Turning to meet Sherry's gaze, he asked, "Why not let your brother come? Why is it necessary for me to accompany you? I sense you harbor many secrets, and individuals with numerous secrets are often the safest. As for that thick-headed brother of mine, let him wait here. He would only be a burden," Sherry replied with a look of exasperation. Haochen calculated the time required to traverse the spirit mountain, realizing that a round trip would demand at least a month. As a representative of the Haotian City Alchemist Association, he needed ample time to journey to the Ziwei Pavilion's Alchemy City for the competition. Did this not imply that the timeline for the competition was quite tight? Haochen found himself in a quandary, his mind racing through countless scenarios. Yet he ultimately nodded in agreement. He then addressed Sherry with some difficulty. "You should be aware of my condition concerning the Dantian. Therefore, I must prepare a few things for our journey across the spirit mountain." Of course, he concealed his true cultivation level, and in Sherry's eyes, he still appeared to be at the nascent stage of the human immortal realm. "Prepare what?" Sherry seemed to have anticipated Haochen's response and eagerly inquired. "Healing elixirs." Haochen replied succinctly. Upon hearing his words, Sherry became animated, exclaiming, "Wonderful! That's splendid. Do not rejoice too soon. The medicinal herbs I possess are not all suitable for use. I must gather additional high-quality and aged celestial herbs, the quantity of which will require considerable effort." Haochen's words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing Sherry's previously elevated spirits. Biting her delicate lip, Sherry hesitantly inquired in a low voice, "Do we really need so many celestial herbs and elixirs?" Wishing to spare Sherry too great a disappointment, Haochen replied, "Let us leave it to chance. If fortune favors us, we may gather everything and concoct the necessary healing potion within a day." A smile blossomed on Sherry's face, her mood lifting with the warmth of spring. Although she had rushed back to the encampment at the first sign of calamity to ensure Shui Yun's safety, she still chose to ignore her. After delivering Shui Yun to safety, Sherry hurried away. Upon returning to the encampment, Shui Yun, feeling neglected by Sherry, assumed she was still upset and began to reflect on her actions. Seeing Haochen and Sherry enter the tent in succession, Shuiyun hurriedly explained, "Sherry, I only sketch portraits of several senior sisters and indulge in pleasant fantasies. It is not as sordid as you imagine." Sherry initially wished to dismiss the matter, but Shuiyun's persistent entreaties proved irksome. With a hint of exasperation, she retorted, "Do not think I am unaware. You always draw others' portraits while wearing." Before Shuiyun could continue her defense, Sherry interjected with irritation, "I do not have time to deal with your private indiscretions. Haochen and I have urgent matters to attend to. We may be away for several days, so you must remain here and not wander far. Should you encounter danger, use the escape talisman gifted by our master to return to the Alchemist Academy." Escape talisman? Haochen, who had been silent until now, expressed curiosity about the talisman Sherry mentioned and asked, "What is this escape talisman?" "When my brother and I left the alchemist branch, our master prepared escape talismans for us, fearing we might encounter unforeseen circumstances. This talisman allows for instantaneous spatial transfer over short distances, though it is consumed upon use," Sherry elaborated, retrieving the talisman from her robe to present it to Haochen. After examining it for a while, Haochen chuckled in resignation, pondering, "This is hardly an escape talisman. It is merely a teleportation talisman." True escape talismans do not offer instantaneous spatial transfer, but rather facilitate rapid retreat, and more potent versions possess defensive capabilities. After a moment of observation, he casually returned it to Shuiyun, who had been eager to explain. "Where are you two going?" Shuiyun inquired, puzzled. Just as Sherry was about to respond, Haochen interjected, "We are heading to the mountainside to search for some celestial herbs and elixirs. My dantian is lacking, and I have asked Sherry to assist me in finding some. It will not take long." Shuiyun nodded, somewhat understanding. Sherry, however, regarded Haochen with keen curiosity, silently reflecting, "This fellow doesn't even need a rehearsal to spin his tales." Sensing Sherry's thoughts through her gaze, Haochen transmitted an explanation. "In the heart of Shuiyun, I am regarded as his esteemed senior, and my words hold the weight of imperial decree, which he shall undoubtedly execute without deviation. Should you speak, no matter the excuse, he might verbally acquiesce, yet his heart would be burdened with concern for your safety, leading him to shadow you discreetly. Shuiyun's affection for you is transparent to all. Conversely, the words of Haochen have left an indelible impression upon Shuri's heart." Shuri, momentarily taken aback, soon lowered her gaze in contemplative silence. Haochen, unable to fathom the bond between the siblings, chose not to dwell on it further. As the two departed their encampment, they encountered no peril along their journey. Not a single beast, nor even a mouse graced their path. As twilight approached, they sought refuge beneath a cliff to shield themselves from the biting chill of the night. Preparing to rest for the evening, Haochen gathered some dry twigs nearby, ignited a fire, and retrieved from his storage ring various cuts of wild boar, goat, and deer meat, along with grilling equipment. Methodically, he arranged each item, donning an apron and assuming the role of a master griller. After considerable effort, he prepared over 40 skewers of meat. By this time, the fire had transformed into glowing coals, perfect for grilling. Haochen showcased his culinary skills as the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Shuri, her mouth watering, silently observed. Throughout, she remained in a contemplative posture, hugging her knees. "Are you hungry?" Haochen gently inquired, noticing the skewers were now ready. Shuri glanced at the skewers in his hands and lunged forward, snatching them away. "You didn't even ask what's wrong with me. If my brother were here, he would surely worry." Haochen was taken aback, realizing she was preoccupied with thoughts of Shuiyun. How could one ever decipher the complexities of a woman's heart? Observing Shuri devour the skewers with abandon, he curiously asked, "Shuiyun is so caring towards you. Why then do you treat him with such harshness?" Shuri shot him a reproachful glance, her munching unabated, though her pace slowed considerably. Chapter 1044. The nature of emotions. Looking vacantly at the sky, Shuri mused. Since childhood, that blockhead has cherished me as if I were his very life. Even in the face of insurmountable challenges, he would grit his teeth and stand before me. As she spoke, a glimmer of clarity appeared in her eyes. Yet, Shuiyun seems like a child forever. His heart so innocent that he believes even the most deceitful lies of malevolence. I fear losing him, which is why I am so fierce with him, hoping to spur his maturity. Yet, my brother not only fails to reflect on himself, but revels in his immaturity. How can I ever feel at ease with him? As Shuri spoke, Her gaze gradually shifted towards Haochen. He sighed, realizing that the frustration he witnessed in her eyes during her moments of aggression towards Shuyun stemmed from a place of concern. I believe you should trust him, just as he trusts you. In the past few days, my interactions with Shuyun have led me to perceive him as someone not entirely devoid of cunning. Rather, it seems he deliberately suppresses his scheming nature. I believe Shuyun is acutely aware that your concern for her fosters her dependence on you. Hao Yin articulated his thoughts aloud. Shuali offered a gentle smile, yet tears instantly cascaded from her eyes as she lamented, "At times, I deeply regret being his sister. Were I not bound by this relationship, I could marry her and devote my life to her side." Hao Yin stood in astonishment, reflecting on the closeness that had developed between the siblings since childhood. A connection that naturally breeds such desires. Could it be that Shuali harbors complex feelings for Shuyun? What is love, that it compels one to pledge life and death? At that moment, Hao Yin found himself grappling with this profound question, perplexed by the tears in Shuali's eyes. Why does she weep? Surely, there must be other matters weighing on your heart. Why not share them with me? Hao Yin inquired tentatively. Shuali chuckled softly, raising her delicate hand to dab at her tears with her sleeve, then returned to her usual demeanor, saying, "You are so enigmatic, as if you possess knowledge of everything. Why not take a guess?" Hao Yin was amused by Shuali's sudden change in tone and thought, since they would be facing trials together in the days to come. It would be prudent to unveil their secrets to one another. He shook his head and, with a wry smile, confessed, "I find it puzzling that, despite being twin siblings, Shuyun shows no inclination towards cultivation, while you, at just over 20, have reached the threshold of a half-immortal. Could it be that you are exceptionally gifted, a favored pupil of the Pillmaster Academy? Indeed, the other disciples of the Pillmaster Academy do not possess my strength. Yet I am not one of their prioritized students." Midway through his thoughts, Shuali suddenly halted, a playful smile adorning her face as she posed a guessing game. "Could it be related to your family background? From the moment I encountered Shuyun, I sensed his extraordinary lineage," Hao Yin remarked, gazing intently at Shuali. "On what basis do you draw that conclusion?" Shuali inquired with keen interest. Hao Yin leisurely rose, resting his chin on his hand as if deep in thought. "A person devoid of cultivation, yet unharmed in the perilous Monster Valley, and whose attire remains impeccably clean, suggests a background of nobility. And what else?" Shuali prompted eagerly. As they continued walking, Hao Yin abruptly halted before Shuali, snatched the skewer from her hand, and began to eat. Chewing on the skewer, he mumbled, "Moreover, when I saw you, your garments too were spotless. The two of you share this trait, which further solidifies my belief in your distinguished identity. Unlike me, of humble origins, who, even in the city, struggles to maintain a clean appearance." Shuali erupted into laughter at Hao Yin's observation and said, "You noticed that? Impressive. What else have you discerned?" "I also discerned that the tears you shed earlier are undoubtedly linked to your family background. If I am not mistaken, do you bear the burden of a troublesome engagement?" Haochen inquired, gazing intently into Shirley's eyes. Upon hearing this, Shirley seemed to transform, staring blankly at him. After a long pause, she finally whispered, "Indeed. You have guessed correctly. If it weren't for this matter, I would not have to traverse this spiritual mountain." Her words were laden with despair and helplessness, devoid of any strength. Hao Chun was about to ask Shirley what kind of engagement troubled her so, when suddenly, a noise erupted from behind them, instantly heightening their alertness. Damn these magical beasts for choosing such a moment to appear. Hao Chun cursed, his expression marred by disappointment. Meanwhile, Shirley was taken aback, showing no signs of hesitation as a short sword materialized in her hand. The sword appeared no different from an ordinary blade. Yet Hao Chun instinctively sensed it was an enchanted weapon, specifically a life-bound artifact. Such artifacts are tailored to the practitioner, harmonizing with their innate attributes and wielding far greater power than ordinary treasures. It seemed Shirley was not as simple as he had initially presumed. The sound grew increasingly distinct. Hao Chun quickly refocused his attention, keenly observing their surroundings. The noise persisted, yet after a prolonged moment, no beast was in sight. "This is odd," he muttered. "High-level magical beasts should have migrated from this area. There shouldn't be any others wandering about now." "What?" Shirley, too engrossed in concentration, only partially comprehended Hao Chen's words. He promptly placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet as he pondered. Just as he hesitated, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, he grasped Shirley's hand to flee, but she firmly shook him off. Do not move recklessly. It will be dangerous if the magical beast discovers us. Staying still is dangerous? If my suspicions are correct, we may be encountering a formidable magical beast. If we do not run now, we truly will not have the chance. Haochen exclaimed, focused solely on their escape. Just as he reached for Shirley's hand again to flee, the ground beneath them violently trembled, as if it were about to split apart. With a loud thud, the intense shaking caused both Haochen and Shirley to lose their footing and tumble to the ground. In the very spot they stood, a colossal figure emerged from beneath, a massive silhouette rising before them. A ninth-tier magical beast, the crystal spider. Haochen gasped in horror at the sight of the enormous white arachnid. Its size was so grand that even combined, Haochen and Shirley were dwarfed by its thick, formidable appendages. Seeing the creature, Shirley's legs trembled uncontrollably. Noticing her distress, Haochen tightened his grip on her hand reassuringly. Do not fear, I am here. In that moment, Shirley resembled a helpless maiden, shrinking behind Haochen, yet she nodded obediently in response. Haochen was struck by a sudden fear of the magical beast. Although he could engage in battle with the Qiong spider beast, the presence of Sherry beside him felt like a burden. He dared not store this girl, whose background was unknown to him, within his treasured space. It is better to be safe than sorry, should the existence of his extraordinary spatial artifact be revealed. It would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of powerful beings from the celestial realm, leading to a life of perpetual unrest. Despite the fact that he was currently facing a mere ninth-tier magical beast, one must consider that during the beast's evolution, it would have accumulated vast amounts of energy. And it remained uncertain whether this Qiong spider had a protective clan nearby. Yet, at this moment, Haochen found himself with no options. The Qiong spider had already detected the presence of both him and Sherry. This type of beast was inherently drawn to anything with flesh and blood, and its attacks were imbued with toxic properties. Chapter 1045. Automatic Protection of the Master. It goes without saying that the recent speculation regarding the ascension of a high-tier magical beast pointed directly to the Qiong spider before him. To call it a spider would be an understatement. It resembled more of an ant, a hybrid beast that feasted upon the souls of living beings, a bizarre amalgamation. Haochen remained motionless. More accurately, he did not dare to move. The instant he shifted, the Qiong spider would undoubtedly launch an attack. At that moment, the Qiong spider was seeking the precise location of its target, its antennae swaying like two upright pillars. The sound accompanying their movement sent chills down the spines of both Haochen and Sherry. Haochen instinctively swallowed hard, and just as he hoped to avoid detection, Lady Luck seemed to play a cruel joke on him. The Qiong spider's antenna grazed the top of Haochen's head, leaving him feeling as though a part of his soul had been cast away. Then, the most unwelcome scene unfolded before his eyes. The Qiong spider had pinpointed Haochen's position, and its tentacles, resembling enormous scythes, swept toward him. As the tentacles drew closer, Haochen instinctively attempted to evade them, but their sheer size rendered escape impossible. Just as the tentacle was about to pierce him, Haochen abruptly embraced Sherry and executed the stunning step, reappearing a short distance behind the Qiong spider. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he glanced at the Qiong spider in shock. Relieved to confirm that both he and Sherry were still alive, and he let out a sigh of relief. Bang! The Qiong spider, in a frenzy, whipped its antennae back and forth, behaving like a mad creature brandishing a steel whip. Sherry, hidden within Haochen's embrace, was pale and gasping for breath. Fortunately, she managed to utter a few fragmented words. Haochen, alarmed, noticed that Sherry's previously ashen complexion was now fading further, her breath growing increasingly shallow. What is wrong with you? He asked in disbelief, urgency lacing his voice. Sherry offered no reply, merely gasping weakly, her vitality dwindling. As Haochen felt the warmth from her back, a sudden wave of metallic scent filled the air. Stunned, he found his palms sticky with blood, his heart plummeting into despair. Just moments ago, Sherry had been sharing her innermost thoughts, and now she lay on the brink of death. A heavy gloom settled in Haochen's heart, rendering him unable to articulate his feelings. He looked up at the Qiong spider, fury igniting within him as he bellowed, "If I cannot escape, then why should I continue to retreat?" As he gazed at the fading form of Sherry in his arms, and then at the approaching Qiong spider, Haochen remained unfazed by the creature's formidable presence. Instead, he instinctively invoked the method of devouring, rapidly drawing out the poison to heal Sherry. With fierce determination, he resolved to confront the Qiong spider head-on. The ground trembled violently as the spider's tentacles struck, as if the world itself were being turned upside down. At that moment, Haochen completed his concentrated technique. The illusory finger, intending to pierce the spider's head for a decisive blow. Simultaneously, he retrieved the demon suppression tower hidden within his embrace, preparing to strike with dual force against the Qiong spider, while the devouring demon fly stood ready for a coordinated attack. Just then, a cool, bloodied hand slowly reached into Haochen's embrace, penetrating through his garments to touch his chest. This unexpected gesture startled him, and he realized Sherry seemed to see right through him. With her last ounce of strength, she sought to aid him. Had she not interrupted him, he might have fought the Qiong spider to the bitter end, resulting in mutual destruction. Now, all his thoughts were consumed by the singular desire to keep Sherry alive. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on her, swiftly evading the spider's assault. Observing Haochen's tactical retreat, Sherry struggled to smile one last time, but her strength waned, and her eyes finally closed in a deep slumber. A wave of helplessness and regret surged within Haochen as he roared and leaped to confront the Qiong spider. However, to his astonishment, he found a petite girl riding atop the spider, striking it relentlessly against the ground. Haochen felt a flicker of recognition. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was none other than the little girl, Feishuang, whom he had rescued in the Beihai jungle while fleeing the demon realm alongside Huang Exine. It all began to make sense. Sherry's earlier actions were not intended to halt him, but rather to forge a connection with the demon suppression tower. Had the spirit of the tower temporarily recognized her as its master? With the spirit's assistance, had Sherry formed a pact with the young Feishuang? Haochen was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, yet a nagging thought surfaced. Wasn't the demon suppression tower devoid of autonomous capabilities? Confounded, he hastily sought to communicate with the tower, delving into its mysteries. To his shock, he discovered that the tower possessed additional attributes, now automatically protecting its master in times of peril without the need for summoning. Had he known this, he would have gone to any lengths to develop this function. Henceforth, with the tower's automatic defense, what did Haochen have to fear? At that moment, his gaze toward Sherry brimmed with envy, pondering whether she was fortunate or unfortunate. It truly echoed the saying that surviving great calamity brings later blessings. As disaster loomed, the demon suppression tower shielded them both, enveloping Haochen and Sherry. Meanwhile, the Qiong spider, suppressed within the tower, was being mercilessly battered by Feishuang, its cries echoing in anguish. The image appeared within Haochen's consciousness, and he finally comprehended the terrifying prowess of the petite girl, Feishuang. Stop, stop! Just as the Qiong spider began to lose its strength to struggle, Haochen seemed to have a sudden realization and shouted at Feishuang. At his command, Feishuang abruptly ceased her assault on the Qiong spider. With a mere thought, Haochen confined the Qiong spider within the confines of the demon suppression tower. However, the Qiong spider emitted no cries of anguish, curling up into a ball, motionless on the ground of the tower's first level. Approaching the Qiong spider, Haochen leaned down and sternly inquired, "Can you understand my words? If so, move your antennae." The Qiong spider's antennae twitched slightly to the side, a reluctant gesture of compliance. Observing its obedience, Haochen nodded in satisfaction and spoke in a tone reminiscent of negotiation. "If you wish to live, I will spare your life and assist you in advancing your form, but you must obey me. Do you consent?" Upon hearing this, the Qiong spider trembled, seemingly skeptical, yet it eventually moved its antennae in agreement. Haochen recognized that the Qiong spider's acquiescence stemmed solely from a desire for survival. Yet his extensive experience told him otherwise. Seeing the Qiong spider agree, he immediately invoked the contract technique, aiming to imprint a soul mark upon it. The Qiong spider instinctively contracted its body, appearing fearful of Haochen's spell. Chapter 1046. A new ally. Haochen did not cease his incantation. A beam of golden light flashed and instantly penetrated the Qiong spider's head. The Qiong spider screamed in a frenzy, as if in a desperate struggle. In this world, aside from Qi Feng, he had never witnessed anyone else wielding such a spell. This was a forbidden incantation from the secret art of beast taming, one that would be reviled by society. The contract technique originated in ancient times, devised so that humans could tame the wild beasts. It aimed to transform subservient creatures into harmonious companions. By harnessing the power of these beasts, humans sought to negotiate longevity with the heavens and survival with the earth, gradually improving their living conditions with the aid of these allies. As living standards improved and consciousness evolved, humanity grew discontent with merely cultivating lower-tier beasts as companions and began to set their sights on the mightier creatures. However, ferocious beasts were seldom tamed into allies, as their wild nature made them uncontrollable once they reached maturity. Thus, humans embarked on extensive research to discover methods of control, ultimately developing the contract technique after countless years of dedicated study. With their formidable bodies, beasts could withstand numerous powerful assaults. After a prolonged period of screaming, the Cheong spider finally quieted down. The soul mark, once embedded within the body of a magical beast, could not be resisted. The Cheong spider merely resented being enslaved. Cowering and trembling, the Cheong spider showed no inclination to respond to Haochen's inquiries. In haste, Haochen retrieved 2 remnants of soul evil energy from within the demon suppression tower. These remnants were gathered during the grand ceremony of the demonic sect in the Qianyuan realm at Cold Moon Ridge. Upon seeing Haochen produce the 2 remnants, the Cheong spider feared that they would consume its soul, and it could not help but feel a surge of dread. Do not fear. These remnants of soul energy are not meant to harm you, but are prepared as nourishment, Haochen hurriedly explained. Cheong Zhu, perplexed, remained curled up and motionless. In desperation, Haochen forcibly infused a mass of soul energy into Cheong Zhu's body. Upon its entry, Cheong Zhu was immediately filled with strength. The once shattered bones, rendered broken by the little girl by Qiao, began to revive gradually, prompting Cheong Zhu to let out a long howl towards the heavens. As Cheong Zhu completely assimilated the soul energy, it began to rise, using its antennae to sense Haochen's location, gazing at him with a glint of greed in its eyes. Now do you believe? If you obediently follow me, I shall cultivate you into a formidable being who can rival the heavens. Haochen tempted. The mass of soul energy, once refined, not only aids human cultivation but serves as an instantaneous tonic for magical beasts, its efficacy becoming more pronounced with higher rank. Cheong Zhu eagerly nodded, silently standing by Haochen's side. In his heart, Haochen had already envisioned cultivating Cheong Zhu into an immensely powerful ally. Noticing Haochen's silence, Cheong Zhu gradually turned its gaze towards another mass of soul energy behind. Haochen smiled wryly, turned, and tossed the mass to Cheong Zhu, saying, "It's for you to consume. After you finish, go evolve." Cheong Zhu promptly lunged forward, swallowing the mass whole. Subsequently, Haochen produced several more masses of soul energy, tossing them to Cheong Zhu. Meanwhile, Shirley remained in slumber, and Haochen had already tended to the wounds on her back. Observing the wounds, once torn by Cheong Zhu, healing, Haochen could not help but smile ruefully. After advancing in cultivation, the method of devouring not only absorbed toxins but also possessed healing properties. This night, filled with mixed emotions, passed swiftly, and before long, dawn broke. Haochen had vigilantly watched over Shirley, while Cheong Zhu had already found a secure spot to refine the soul energy, perhaps having consumed too much. Cheong Zhu had gone off to find a place to advance. The moment Shirley opened her eyes, she beheld the weary face of Haochen before her. "We are not dead." Though Shirley had awakened, she remained frail, murmuring her inquiries. Haochen nodded, a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Not only are we alive, but you have also gained unexpected fortune." "What fortune?" Shirley asked, puzzled. "You shall discover it for yourself." Haochen quickly embraced Shirley, gently resting her against his chest. Unbeknownst to him, a delicate blush had crept across her face. Understanding her emotions mirrored his own from the previous night, Haochen urged, "Speak little, feel any changes within, and I shall fetch you something to eat." Once he had propped Shirley upright, Haochen leapt away from her side. He busied himself for an entire hour, retrieving water from afar and preparing a meat broth. Seeing that Shirley had somewhat regained her strength and sensing Cheong Zhu nearby, he returned to her side. "So, the fortune you speak of pertains to the serendipitous contract I formed with the little girl by Qiao last night?" The moment Haochen approached Shirley, she eagerly inquired. "A contract? You must be jesting." The little lowly, by Qiao, actively acknowledged her master, which had nothing to do with you. Whenever the topic of Bai Qiao recognizing her master arose, Haochen would become infuriated. Witnessing Haochen's sour expression, Shueli couldn't help but laugh. As Shueli savored Haochen's culinary skills, an eerily familiar scene suddenly unfolded before her eyes, causing the ground to tremble violently. Thud! Accompanied by a torrential downpour of sand and stones, both Haochen and Shueli fell to the side, their barely touched food completely buried beneath the debris. Xueli gasped in astonishment. Unlike the previous night, she did not hide behind Haochen, but instead shielded him with her own body, standing tall against the looming threat of the Qiong spider. Before the spider could make a move, the indifferent Haochen remarked, "Oh my. Having a contract beast by your side certainly makes you bolder, doesn't it? Where is that timid demeanor from last night?" Xueli, unaware of the previous night's events, cautiously faced the Qiong spider. TCH. Haochen pushed Xueli aside, dismissively saying, "Take a good look. How is this Qiong spider any different from last night?" Confused, Xueli observed Haochen, who showed no fear of the spider, and began to scrutinize the creature. After a moment, she gasped, covering her mouth, and stammered, "It has grown larger." Indeed, a half-step immortal beast could not possibly share the same size as a ninth-tier magical beast. Haochen chuckled at Xueli's expression of concern. Gradually, he approached the Qiong spider, saying, "You are quite tall. I have to shout to speak with you. Perhaps it would be best for you to crouch down." Xueli stood by, puzzled, unable to comprehend Haochen's reckless behavior. However, the mysterious aura surrounding him prevented her from voicing any objections. To her surprise, the Qiong spider obediently lowered itself, resting in front of Haochen. Chapter 1047. Ascending to an immortal beast feigning anger. Haochen pointed to the area where the meat soup had been buried and said to the Qiong spider, "Could you possibly change your entrance style in the future? The beautiful mountains and rivers have been marred by your antics, and what am I to do about my food?" The Qiong spider, feeling quite aggrieved, covered its pale, terrifying face with its tentacles. "Would you like to refine a few remnants of soul energy and ascend to become a true immortal beast?" Haochen tempted the spider. Instantly intrigued, the Qiong spider shrank its body and nudged its head like an eager puppy. "If you wish to refine those remnants of soul energy, bring me some magical beasts, and I shall reward you." Upon hearing Haochen's words, the Qiong spider excitedly dashed away. Observing the Qiong spider's playful antics and charming demeanor, Haochen felt a surge of joy. Xueli, astonished, watched this scene with wide eyes, her mouth forming an O shape in disbelief. Turning to face Xueli, Haochen recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Upon learning the truth, Xueli understood why the Qiong spider had behaved in such a manner. Haochen then released the little lowly, Bai Qiu, from the demon suppression tower and reintroduced her to Xueli. To foster a bond between the two, Haochen suggested they take a stroll together. Bai Qiu, after all, is an incarnation of the white python, and it possesses an affinity for consuming the remnants of souls and malevolent energies. For humans, refining these remnants can enhance one's consciousness and elevate one's cultivation. This is even more pronounced for beasts, as the advancement of consciousness is paramount for their training. Following a significant upheaval, Xueli underwent a transformation in character, becoming exceedingly docile, perhaps a result of her survival against dire odds. In the solitude of having only Haochen by her side, she took advantage of the tranquil moments to indulge in a deep slumber. At this time, he felt no fear of beastly assaults, as many creatures had already been frightened away by the upgraded beast, the Qiong spider. Now that the Qiong spider had ascended to a semi-divine beast, the presence of yet another transformed beast, the white python, radiating an aura of formidable power, served as an additional deterrent against any foolish beast daring to wander nearby. As night gradually descended, Haochen sensed that his contracted beast, the Qiong spider, had returned, prompting him to open his weary eyes. To his surprise, he found Xueli nestled beside him, her demeanor evoking a sense of tender affection as she lay soundly asleep upon his arm. Perhaps the recent events had exhausted her, for Haochen had been entirely unaware of her arrival, even lacking any perception of her presence through his consciousness. The moment Haochen rose, Xueli abruptly opened her eyes, and upon seeing him awake, she sprang up like a startled flea, her delicate hands covering her face as she stammered, You are awake. I found you asleep when I returned, and somehow I dozed off myself." Haochen, not considering the significance of Xueli's proximity, inquired, "How did your day with Bai Qiu go?" Xueli quickly tossed him a storage ring before darting off towards the resting place of the white python. Perplexed, Haochen scratched his head, intending to inspect the contents of the ring when he noticed the Qiong spider approaching cautiously. He couldn't help but think how fortunate he was. Not only did he have Xueli by his side, but now a powerful beast had been sent to accompany him as well. The Qiong spider arrived before Haochen, opening its mouth wide to reveal a massive web laden with numerous beastly corpses, cascading before him like a waterfall. Faced with such a grotesque sight, Haochen found himself at a loss for words to commend the Qiong spider. Its actions were both admirable and repulsive. The number of beastly corpses was staggering, easily amounting to hundreds, preserved within the Qiong spider's innate spatial abilities, now generously offered to Haochen. With a resigned sigh, he waved his hand dismissively at the Qiong spider. Only then did it obediently retreat to rest at the dwelling of the white python, both beasts lying patiently in wait for their evening meal. Upon examining the storage ring, Haochen discovered that neither Bai Qiong nor Shelley had merely strolled about for leisure. Instead, they had successfully hunted a multitude of beasts. The combined efforts of Shelley and Bai Qiong, along with those captured by the Qiong spider, yielded nearly 1,000 beasts. However, they could only form 10 remnants of soul energy clusters, and the souls of the advanced beasts would need to be stored in the ancient bronze bowl to nurture this spatial treasure. Since the Qiong spider feasted on the souls of high-tier beasts, the remaining scraps were hardly sufficient for its dinner. Reluctantly, Haochen extracted several clusters of soul remnants from the demon suppression tower and tossed them to the Qiong spider and Bai Qiong. As the thunder roared, a sudden rumble echoed from the heavens, relentless and unwavering. Haochen gazed up in astonishment as celestial thunder descended like a magnificent aurora, striking towards the Qiong spider. The Qiong spider, in its ascension, seemed to confront the disapproval of the heavens. Meanwhile, the Qiong spider, seemingly unperturbed by the astonishing display of lightning, appeared utterly indifferent. As the lightning approached with alarming proximity, the Qiong spider slightly opened its diminutive mouth, conjuring a web woven from ethereal essence before it. The web spun gently, as if neutralizing the ferocity of the lightning, drawing several bolts into its very being. Haochen marveled inwardly. Keeping the Qiong spider by his side might prove advantageous, serving as a lightning rod to mitigate threats from formidable adversaries of the thunder element in the future. After a series of thunderclaps, the clouds appeared to lose their vigor, gradually dissipating, while the Qiong spider wore an expression of disdain, as though it had yet to tire of the spectacle. In an instant, dark clouds once again gathered ominously, and in a flash, bolts of lightning erupted from the sky, striking with tremendous force towards Haochen and his companions. A series of explosive sounds reverberated. Aside from Haochen and Sherry, Bai Qiong was struck, while the Qiong spider endured several significant assaults, coughing at the acrid scent of charred flesh. Sherry was the first to react, her throat constricting. After the tempest, Haochen observed the heavens, now dusted with yellow powder, an unsettling premonition rising within him. The wind swept through, carrying countless leaves aloft. The once verdant forest had inexplicably transformed into a desolate expanse of deep yellow, devoid of its former vitality, leaving Haochen aghast. Sherry's cough intensified, and Haochen summoned his powers, encasing himself, Sherry, and Bai Qiong within a protective barrier. Could this powder be toxic? He glanced at Bai Qiong, who blinked in apparent agreement, deepening his astonishment. He had not anticipated that the heavens would unleash such a rare and poisonous thunderstorm, which swiftly drained the forest of its life. Hastily, he reached out telepathically to the Qiong spider, relieved to find it still alive. However, its once pristine body was now marred with vibrant hues, stirring a pang of sympathy within Haochen. Is there a way to neutralize the poison? He inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The Qiong spider, seemingly oblivious to his words, merely twitched its antennae. Chapter 1048. The cause of the matter. Haochen frowned deeply, troubled by the predicament. If it were merely a slight mist of poison, he could absorb it, even contend with high-ranking magical beasts. Yet now, he faced a toxic barrier. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to the Qiong spider and asked, "Can you retract the toxins?" Upon hearing his query, the Qiong spider raised its head towards the toxic barrier, its mouth agape, a swirling vortex forming at its forefront. The Qiong spider began to voraciously absorb the floating toxins in the void. Witnessing the Qiong spider successfully consuming the poison from the barrier, Haochen finally exhaled in relief. Sherry continued to cough, though it seemed less severe than before. As the toxic barrier was dismantled by the Qiong spider, Haochen patted its body, uncertain of which part to identify. Then, with considerable admiration, he remarked, "This time, you have accomplished a great feat from now on. Apart from the useful remnants of soul energy that belong to me, the rest shall be yours." The Qiong spider had advanced to become a celestial beast, marking the first such creature that Haochen had acquired since arriving in the celestial realm. Although it was merely a first-tier celestial beast, it possessed the remarkable ability to devour, able to consume both thunder and toxic mists. Haochen was utterly content to have such a contractual beast by his side. Under Haochen's meticulous care, Sherry swiftly improved, her voice gradually returning. At some point, the Cheong spider unexpectedly emerged from its dwelling, appearing before Haochen. Noticing the spider's panicked expression, Haochen hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter?" The Cheong spider, unable to articulate its concerns, dove back into the burrow. Without delay, Haochen followed, accompanied by Sherry and the little girl, by Chio. The burrow was dark yet spacious, seemingly carved out by the Cheong spider itself. Following the tunnel, they gradually glimpsed a flicker of light. Upon exiting, an extraordinarily perilous scene unfolded before Haochen's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. What had once been a serene mountainside was now teeming with countless magical beasts. Regardless of their level, united in a show of camaraderie. Groups of beasts clustered together, yet there was no sign of conflict among them. What could possibly be happening? Suddenly, Sherry spoke up, gently tugging at Haochen's sleeve and pointing to a location not far away. Following her direction, he beheld a massive magical beast writhing in the distance, surrounded by others that appeared exhilarated, their roars echoing through the air. Could it be the devouring python? Haochen gasped in astonishment. Unlike its typically aggressive nature, this one exuded a profound languor, seemingly indifferent to the throng of magical beasts surrounding it. Its once deep blue skin had inexplicably turned pitch black. What on earth had transpired? Haochen was perplexed, wondering why all the magical beasts had returned to the mountainside. It seemed that the higher-level beasts had already surged into the Valley of Beasts. Suddenly, he recalled the incident in East City of Haochen. Could it be that the beasts here were under the control of the Lord of Eagle Fortress? If you were to face the devouring python, do you believe you stand a chance? Haochen queried, glancing at the Cheong spider. The spider, sensing the presence of the colossal python through its antennae, promptly shook its appendages in negation. Haochen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Even a millennium-old devouring python was merely of the king level, bound by inherent limitations that prevented it from surpassing its station. However, a king-level devouring python could rival that of an emperor-level magical beast, boasting superior physique and attributes. Suddenly, the thought of subjugating it crossed Haochen's mind, just as he had done with the Cheong spider. Observing the strange behavior of the magical beasts, Haochen felt utterly at a loss. He decided to have the Cheong spider stand guard at the entrance of the burrow while he, Sherry, and little Bai Chio stealthily returned to their dwelling. It seems we must hasten our efforts. If we delay further, there may be unforeseen changes in the mountains, Haochen said earnestly to Sherry. Sherry, appearing quite troubled, replied, "We have only just reached the mountainside, and it has already proven quite taxing. Who knows what we might encounter if we traverse Ling Mountain?" Bai Chio was gravely weakened and would not recover anytime soon. Apart from Cheongju, we had no other means of survival. Haochen nodded, then pondered, "Shall we still proceed?" Sherry resolutely nodded in agreement. Very well. Sherry's concerns were valid. At this moment, we only had Cheongju by our side, not to mention any distant threats. Even if we encountered the monstrous devourer python, it would likely spell doom for us. Time was truly of the essence. If we did not hasten our journey, we would miss the alchemist headquarters competition. Just as Haochen was lost in thought, Cheongju returned from the subterranean lair, followed closely by the devourer python. Startled, Haochen rushed to Sherry's quarters, intending to warn her of the impending danger. Such noble intentions, however, were thwarted. Besides the formidable devourer python, Cheongju's immense form suddenly blocked Haochen's path, as if forbidding him from proceeding. Confusion engulfed Haochen as he looked upon Cheongju, his gaze shifting to one of sheer terror. Should Cheongju betray him now? The bond they shared seemed futile. He could only restrain Cheongju, with no effect on the devourer python. Conversely, if Haochen were to perish, the contract would dissolve, relinquishing any binding power. What do you mean by this? Haochen queried, bewildered, as he gazed at Cheongju. In response, Cheongju appeared particularly aggrieved, lowering its body and displaying a countenance laden with unspoken thoughts, as if yearning to communicate. However, Cheongju lacked the ability to vocalize its feelings, resorting instead to anxiously twitching its antennae before Haochen. At that moment of confusion, a seductive voice echoed from behind. "It has not betrayed you. Rather, I have a request." A chill coursed through Haochen's spine as he recognized the voice belonging to the devourer python. Could it be that the devourer python had developed sentience and the ability to speak? Aside from its monstrous size, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Trembling, Haochen turned to face the devourer python, which was intently fixated on him. Although the night obscured its form, its piercing gaze held a profound depth that irresistibly captivated Haochen. Cold sweat drenched his back, yet the depth he perceived in the python's eyes instilled a sense of unease within him. I harbor no intentions of harming you. I merely beseech Xiongzhu to bring me here for a request. The devourer python spoke alluringly, its voice reminiscent of a siren's call, enchanting enough to ensnare hearts. Had it been a woman, she would have been a paragon of beauty. Haochen glanced at Sherry, who remained undisturbed by the earlier commotion. Surely, with their current exchange, she ought to have awakened. Yet, an ethereal barrier of pale azure surrounded her, entrapping her securely. With trepidation, Haochen inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "This matter is exceedingly simple for you. I have heard from Xiongzhu that you possess the ability to concoct elixirs. I require a transformation pill. If you assist me in its creation, I shall help you traverse the spirit mountain. However, I advise against venturing there at present. There exists a presence far more formidable, one that would challenge even the mightiest celestial beings," the devourer python elaborated, its gaze unwavering upon Haochen. Upon hearing this, Haochen turned to Xiongzhu, realizing that Xiongzhu had divulged his alchemical prowess to the devourer python. Very well, who could blame him for not having cautioned Xiongzhu earlier? Chapter 1049. Refining the transformation pill. I am an alchemist. Without delving into the intricacies of crafting the transformation pill, one must acknowledge the immense quantity of materials required, thought Haochen as he responded. Within his storage ring lay several completed transformation pills, intended for Xiongzhu. However, he could not let the sky-devouring python off easily and contemplated taking advantage of the situation. Before his words had fully dissipated into the air, the sky-devouring python promptly regurgitated a copious amount of celestial herbs and medicinal elixirs, subsequently selecting a spot to expel numerous corpses of magical beasts, forming a heap before Haochen. This was not the end, for Xiongzhu behind him also contributed 2 piles of countless celestial herbs, medicinal elixirs, and numerous beast corpses. "Is this sufficient?" inquired the sky-devouring python eagerly. Haochen, gazing at the substantial collection of celestial herbs, medicinal elixirs, and beast corpses, managed a wry smile and quickly replied, Yes, but I must verify whether I have all the necessary celestial herbs and medicinal elixirs for refining the transformation pill. After all, I have accumulated materials for crafting the transformation pill over several millennia. I hope nothing is amiss." Without a moment's hesitation, the sky-devouring python revealed the truth. It had harbored the desire to transform into a human for several millennia. Haochen mused inwardly. As humans, some individuals shun their humanity and pursue twisted paths, becoming unrecognizable entities, whereas beasts take pride in their aspiration to assume human forms. "Can you truly refine the transformation pill?" the sky-devouring python queried once more. Haochen nodded and replied, "I still possess one transformation pill from my previous endeavors. If you do not believe me, feel free to inspect it." Before he could finish, Haochen suddenly tossed a transformation pill from his storage ring towards the sky-devouring python. Upon witnessing Haochen's unabashed display of the pill, the sky-devouring python's eyes widened, and Xiongzhu's eyes gleamed with envy, for it was an invaluable treasure for beasts. "It appears I have indeed found the right person. I am not in a hurry. If you require any celestial herbs or medicinal elixirs, do not hesitate to inform me. During this time, I shall ensure the safety of you and your companion. Once I obtain the transformation pill that I seek, I will reward you handsomely." The sky-devouring python vowed earnestly. Haochen, seemingly unfazed, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could you first assist in escorting the 2 of us away from Ling Mountain? I will do my utmost to refine a transformation pill suitable for your attributes before we depart." The sky-devouring python hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. "I will need a minimum of 2 days. If you can assure me of the successful refinement of the transformation pill, I shall escort you away from Ling Mountain once it is completed." Before the words left its lips, the sky-devouring python returned the transformation pill that Haochen had thrown. The sky-devouring python required more than just 1 or 2 pills. They had to match its attributes precisely. Contemplating the transformation pill in his hand, Haochen felt a spark of inspiration and retrieved 2 more from his storage ring. under the astonished gaze of the sky-devouring python. He tossed a transformation pill to Qiongzhu. Without hesitation, Qiongzhu consumed the pill and then lay down to cultivate. Observing this scene, Haochen waved his hand to establish a protective barrier around Qiongzhu. He quietly summoned the blood toxin and mysterious ice spirit avatars to safeguard her. With the abundance of materials provided by the sky-devouring python and Qiongzhu, Haochen called forth Xiao Chui and several little girls to assist in sorting and categorizing the celestial herbs and medicinal elixirs. Summoning Hao Feng, Li Feng, Yu Fei Xing, and others, they set about the task of clearing away the corpses of the magical beasts. These raw materials would keep Hao Chun and his companions busy for an entire day. While Hao Chun and his companions busied themselves with the collection of celestial herbs, elixirs, and the remains of the magical beasts, the sky-devouring python departed from the locale, only returning at dusk with Sherry and the little girl by Chiao, to stand guard over Hao Chun as he prepared to concoct the transformation pill. With the raw materials now ready, the time had come to refine the transformation pill, especially with the transformation grass, which had lost a significant amount of its potency due to the sky-devouring python's improper handling. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to concoct the pill without delay, with the sky-devouring python providing protection. Haochen felt at ease and proceeded to refine the pill on the spot. In the Qian Yuan realm, the transformation pill was merely a 6th-tier elixir. But in the celestial realm, the quality of the celestial herbs and elixirs surpassed those of the Qian Yuan realm by immeasurable degrees. The quality of the resulting elixir would be of celestial grade, and should the process be mishandled, the dissipated aura could incite a frenzy among the magical beasts. To these creatures, the transformation pill was a treasure beyond compare. With prior experience in refining transformation pills, the current task of producing celestial elixirs felt like second nature to him. Hao Chun retrieved 3 alchemical furnaces, meticulously inspected the Qiankuan furnace, and polished both the Wuyin furnace and the Qingwan furnace, circling around the trio of furnaces before conducting a thorough inspection once again. Assured that everything was in order, he began preparing for the alchemical process. He arranged the gathering yuan array, placing the Qiankuan furnace within it. Given the superior quality of the materials in the celestial realm, the final condensation of the elixir would ultimately require the use of the treasured Qiankuan furnace. He procured thousands of celestial yuan stones, stacking them around the gathering yuan array to replenish the celestial yuan energy during the refining process. The preparatory work for refining the transformation pill was executed with utmost diligence. With his current cultivation level and alchemical skills, he estimated he could achieve the standards required for crafting a celestial-grade transformation pill. The materials were mostly complete, and all that remained was to rely on fortune. If one attempt failed, he would try again until success was attained. The formula for the transformation pill primarily centered on the transformation grass, utilizing a total of 81 types of celestial herbs and elixirs, following the principle of the number 99. Symbolizing the trials and tribulations one must endure to achieve transformation and ascend to humanity. Though these celestial herbs, elixirs, fruits, and the inner cores of celestial beasts were not particularly rare in the celestial realm, they were demanding in terms of age, typically exceeding 10,000 years. Hao Chun was already well-versed in the formulation and precautions for refining the transformation pill. After meticulously re-evaluating and inspecting all the raw materials, confirming nothing was amiss, he commenced the preparation of the medicinal materials for the elixir. This pre-processing technique was a straightforward task for an alchemist. He refined the raw materials and arranged them in the required order for the alchemical process. Finally, he took out the transformation grass to begin the preliminary preparation work, a step that could not be undertaken too early, as prolonged delays would lead to the loss of the grass's medicinal properties. With all preparations complete, he focused on igniting the pill flame and began preheating the alchemical furnace, utilizing both the Qingwan furnace and the Wuyin furnace to purify the medicinal liquid. He reserved the Qiankuan furnace for the condensation of the elixir. After infusing it with celestial yuan energy, the flames intensified, and he began adjusting the temperature. Once the temperature reached an optimal level, he commenced the refinement of the elixir. With a wave of his hand, a barrier was established, enveloping the location of the alchemical process along with Shelley, while leaving the petite girl by Chiu outside the barrier to guard alongside the sky-eating python. Incantations were deftly cast, and the already concocted celestial herbs, elixirs, and fruits seemed to be lifted by invisible hands, suspended above the alchemical furnace. Haochen's consciousness swept over these raw materials once more before they were sent into the furnace for refinement. After successfully refining 80 types of elixirs in a sequence from difficult to easy, he finally turned his attention to the transformation herb. As the herb transformed into droplets of pure liquid, Haochen enveloped the essence within his consciousness and swiftly poured it into the Qinkuan furnace, merging it with the already purified liquids. At that moment, Haochen focused intently on the Qinkuan furnace, continuously adjusting the internal temperature as the medicinal liquids gradually blended and solidified. He retracted the flame of the alchemical fire, substituting it with the flame of elixirs to accelerate the merging process, vigilantly monitoring the changes within the furnace. Chapter 1050. From the heart's desire, the presence of top-tier elixirs does not guarantee the successful creation of superior elixirs. Mastery over the fire source, manipulation of incantations, purification of herbs, and the addition of catalysts must all be executed to perfection. After a grueling day of alchemical work, the medicinal liquid finally began to merge, transforming into an emerald-hued elixir, a process smoother than anticipated. This emerald liquid in the furnace shimmered with brilliance, gently undulating as if it possessed life. Haochen commenced the 5 elements alchemy technique, restructuring and arranging to ensure the complete integration of the transformation herb's pure essence. Congeal. Haochen unleashed a series of incantations, and a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the furnace. The emerald liquid began to spin rapidly, drawing in surrounding vital energy in a frenzied whirl. Haochen exercised utmost caution in controlling the furnace, determined to avoid any missteps. A sequence of faint thunderclaps resonated as he unleashed dozens of incantations into the furnace, his consciousness slicing through the solidifying emerald after 3 incense sticks of time. Crack! A wave of fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and the Qinkuan furnace emitted a crisp sound as the lid opened of its own accord. 3 emerald elixirs soared from the furnace, and with a flick of his hand, Haochen captured them in an instant. Haha! At last, success! The sight of 3 elixirs the size of dragons' eyes prompted Haochen's jubilant laughter, causing the leaves to tremble with resonance. Shelley, her mouth agape in disbelief, remained transfixed until Haochen's boisterous laughter roused her from her stupor, involuntarily lifting her chin to prevent it from dropping. Subsequently, under Shelley's witness, Haochen successfully crafted 2 more batches of elixirs. Due to excessive physical exertion, even with the support of the Soul Recovery Pearl, the Recovery Elixir, and the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, he found it futile to continue. Eventually, he could no longer persevere and ceased his alchemical endeavors, collapsing into slumber. Shelley, too, succumbed to exhaustion, lying down beside Haochen and drifting off to sleep. It was not until the barrier reverberated with a sound of collision that Haochen awoke from his dreams. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly shook the still slumbering Shelley awake and inquired, "What do you think about giving the sky-eating python 3 transformation elixirs? Are you suggesting 3? No way. 2 would suffice." Sherry expressed her dissatisfaction with Haochen's generosity. He encountered another miserly little money grubber. Haochen mused inwardly upon hearing Sherry's words. "I truly believe that 2 is far too few. It does not meet the requirements for transformation," Haochen fervently explained. Sherry furrowed her brows, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, yet her heart was tumultuous. Haochen was indeed a very enigmatic individual. "TCH, what an attitude," Haochen muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Sherry. Only then did Haochen turn to open the barrier, addressing the sky-swallowing python. "The concoction is complete. Here are the 2 transformation pills that I just successfully refined. You may keep them for now. Tomorrow, I will prepare another batch, and you can get ready for your transformation. Shall we proceed now?" The sky-swallowing python showed no signs of disappointment, glancing at the sky before replying to Haochen, "Certainly. I will directly transport you both to the outside of Spirit Mountain without any stops. Once we arrive, you must fulfill your promise." "Rest assured," Haochen replied without hesitation. He then focused his thoughts, sending a message to the evolving Qiong spider. "Sherry and I will be away for a while. There is another companion of ours at the foot of the mountain who requires your care until we return to seek you out." Sherry and the sky-swallowing python were taken aback by Haochen's decision not to bring the Qiong spider along. "You are not taking the Qiong spider with you? The sky-swallowing python will just deliver us out of Spirit Mountain and will not accompany us. Can we truly manage without it?" Sherry inquired anxiously. Haochen offered no extensive reply, merely smiling and saying, "Do not worry. He then leaped up to perch upon the sky-swallowing python, leaving Sherry with no choice but to follow along. With the sky-swallowing python leading the way, they encountered no obstacles, although they witnessed numerous magical beasts along the journey. All refrained from approaching, wary of the sky-swallowing python. During the passage, Haochen discerned a shift among the magical beasts compared to before, stirring a sense of confusion within him, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries. After a 2-day journey, the trio finally emerged on the opposite side of Spirit Mountain. The sky-swallowing python guided Haochen and Sherry into a prearranged cave before setting them down, saying, "This cave is quite safe. Apart from the magical beast carcasses I prepared, there is nothing else here. You two may rest for a few days before continuing your journey." Haochen understood the sky-swallowing python's concerns and chose to remain silent. The two of them started a fire and prepared some food. After their meal, Haochen began to busy himself. The sky-swallowing python coiled protectively at the cave entrance, as if guarding their safety. With a resounding thud, the Qiankuan furnace sprang to life. Haochen repeatedly added the raw materials he had prepared, excluding the transformation grass, into the furnace for refinement. After 2 days, he successfully concocted transformation pills, healing pills, bone-forming pills, and restorative pills, among others. Had it not been for the sky-swallowing python's unfamiliarity with alchemy, attempting to secretly concoct other pills would have proven quite challenging. However, Haochen was exceptionally fortunate this time, successfully refining another batch of transformation pills, though their attributes and quality did not match those of the previous batch so harmoniously. The sky-devouring python displayed no signs of dissatisfaction as it devoured the 3 transformation pills tossed by Haochen, adding to the 2 previously consumed, totaling 5. This ample supply was sufficient for the python to undergo its metamorphosis into human form. After consuming the transformation pills, it seemed to intentionally evade the cave entrance, vanishing in an instant. Perplexed, Haochen furrowed his brow. This was not the scenario he had envisioned. Without further ado, he handed 3 transformation pills to Shirley for future contingencies and retained some of the other concocted pills for her as well. Only then did Haochen inquire, "Now that we have presumably exited the Spirit Mountain, where do we intend to go next?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Shirley's expression darkened ominously, as if she wished to shield her thoughts from any prying ears. "The Cold Soul Valley," she murmured. Haochen felt a shock deep within, though he maintained a facade of calm. His composure was not due to the absence of peril in the Cold Soul Valley, but rather from his understanding that, regardless of the danger, Shirley felt compelled to venture there. It was as if something of greater significance than life itself awaited her. "Are you not surprised? Do you not wish to admonish me for courting death? Aren't you the least bit afraid?" Noting Haotien's composed demeanor, Shirley could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in astonishment, "After all, you have managed to tame the magical beasts we encountered previously. It seems nothing terrifies you anymore." Haochen gave a wry smile. Shirley had articulated his own thoughts. Nevertheless, he remained composed, stating, "The Cold Soul Valley is not akin to the Spirit Mountain. To leave the Spirit Mountain is to enter an entirely different realm. I have heard that even the initial tier celestial beasts there are merely fodder for their more powerful counterparts. There exist far mightier beings." "What?" Shirley was taken aback by Haotien's revelation, yet she believed it wholeheartedly. "What do you mean? There are entities stronger than celestial beasts?" Chapter 1051. A familiar encounter. Contemplating the time they would spend together with Shirley, Haochen deemed it prudent to share his knowledge of the situation with her. It would be troublesome to confront any unforeseen circumstances without prior warning. Therefore, Haochen spoke earnestly. "Beyond the Spirit Mountain, there are countless beasts that surpass celestial beasts in power. Those exceeding the 9th tier of celestial beasts are semi-divine beings. They possess not only formidable strength, but also intellect comparable to that of humans. Of course, semi-divine beings are classified into tiers, with the 9th tier representing the pinnacle. Beyond that, there exist demon humans, and as of now, there are even tribes of demon humans beyond the Spirit Mountain." Shirley, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless. "How do you know so much?" Rather than being intimidated by Haotien's words, she incredulously countered. Haochen noted that Shirley's focus often strayed into the extraordinary, prompting an exasperated smile. He opted not to elaborate further. After the two filled their storage rings with the magical beast carcasses from the sky-devouring python's lair, Shirley realized that even with a dozen storage rings, she would still find herself short of space. Some carcasses of considerable rank remained uncollected, prompting her to turn to Haochen with a query. Do you have any spare storage rings? Haochen teased. What do you intend to do with so many magical beast carcasses? Is it merely for sustenance? While consuming magical beasts is beneficial for cultivation, you cannot possibly eat them all. Shirley replied with a hint of exasperation. Of course. I plan to return to the city and sell them for a profit. These seemingly unremarkable magical beasts can indeed fetch a considerable sum of celestial essence stones. With a smile, Haochen produced a remarkably exquisite bracelet, its pristine white hue exuding a translucent quality, interspersed with hints of emerald green. It felt cool to the touch, immediately indicating its high value. He extended the bracelet towards Shirley. What do you mean by gifting me this bracelet? Aren't you in need of a storage ring? Shirley inquired eagerly. Indeed, but this jade bracelet. Haochen replied. As Shirley examined the bracelet meticulously, she found herself utterly enamored. Holding the jade piece, she resembled a young girl, unable to part with it. Unbeknownst to Haochen, Shirley was an auctioneer at the Snow City Snow Eagle auction house, having encountered countless items. However, she realized that Haochen's gift was not merely a storage ring, but a storage bracelet, a token of affection between a couple. Haochen, slightly exasperated, remarked, "This is a spatial treasure, far superior in storage capacity compared to your ring. Moreover, it includes a compartment for taming beasts. To use it." As Shirley infused her celestial essence into the bracelet, she exclaimed, "Oh, is that little lowly Baiqiu also training within? You have unconsciously formed a dual contract with Baiqiu. She is a contracted beast with dual masters. Although you are a subordinate, she will regard you as her primary master unless summoned by me," Haochen elucidated. The bracelet indeed proved to be a spatial artifact, boasting an internal space of 100 yards, with partitions capable of housing living entities. Shirley promptly sealed the numerous magical beast carcasses from the cave of the devouring sky into her storage bracelet. Having been occupied for several days, Haochen realized he could no longer afford to delay. Without hesitation, he and Shirley set forth on their journey to the Cold Soul Valley. Outside the Spirit Mountain lay a vast expanse of rolling hills. As they surveyed the landscape, it was filled with sparse, low ancient trees and boundless desert. The duo traveled briskly, occasionally encountering clear pools of water that felt particularly refreshing. In stark contrast to the North Haochen forest, the environment here was harsh. Surprisingly, it was eerily tranquil. Despite anticipating various beastly assaults, they had traversed the mountains for an entire day without encountering a single creature. "Is this the path to Cold Soul Valley?" Haochen inquired, observing Shirley's buoyant demeanor as she hopped joyfully ahead. Noticing that Shirley was more engrossed in her playful antics than in their direction, he raised his query. Shirley quickly halted, her silhouette illuminated by the setting sun, radiating an alluring charm as she glanced back with a smile. "Oh, if you hadn't asked, I might have forgotten that I'm directionally challenged," she responded with an infectious cheerfulness, her face adorned with an innocent grin reminiscent of a carefree young girl. Haochen's expression darkened momentarily. Fortunately, he retained a sense of the general direction. Otherwise, he might have found himself led astray by Shirley's whims. Resigned, he sat on the ground, picking up a stick to sketch a rudimentary map on the bare earth. While questioning Shirley, he articulated, "We departed from Spirit Mountain, traveling westward, crossing the hills and marshes to reach Cold Soul Valley, correct?" As Shirley observed Haochen's confident analysis, her curiosity about him piqued. While she was only aware of the general route to Cold Soul Valley, he had managed to deduce the precise path. "The marshland is undoubtedly teeming with beasts. We must exercise utmost caution," Haochen analyzed. Sherry stared blankly at Haochen, seemingly lost in thought. "What are you daydreaming about? Have you taken note of what I said? Don't wander off later. I lack the ability to rescue you." Seeing Sherry gazing at him in a daze, Haochen scolded her with a hint of irritation. Sherry obediently nodded, a subtle smile forming at the corners of her mouth as if she partially understood. Just as the two prepared to continue their journey, a figure suddenly emerged not far behind them. "I am Feishuang, the Lord of Snow City. You two are from the extreme northern region, are you not?" The voice bore the weight of experience. Haochen and Sherry turned to look. A figure clad in a flowing azure robe, wielding the Lingshao sword, emanating an aura of righteousness and dignity, stood at a distance. The Lord of Snow City, Feishuang, was here. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate visit? Haochen did not know Feishuang personally. He only recognized the name as the self-identified Lord of Snow City. "Uncle," Sherry exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. As Haochen was momentarily taken aback, Sherry's affectionate call sent a shiver through him. Uncle? You mean the Lord of Snow City is your uncle? Haochen gazed at Sherry in disbelief, as if he had stumbled upon a closely guarded secret. What? He is my uncle. Do you seem to have a significant objection? How could you possibly know he is the Lord? Even those without status in Snow City rarely encounter my uncle. Sherry immediately shifted her demeanor, beginning to question Haochen's identity. Before Haochen could respond, Zhufingshan had already approached them. Concern etched on his face as he inquired, "How did you end up here?" I. Sherry faltered, completely reverting to a child who could do nothing but make mistakes in the presence of Zhufingshan. "This is sheer nonsense. Come home with me at once. If your father finds out, you'll be grounded." Zhufingshan, visibly anxious, grasped Sherry's hand. Sherry struggled in vain, and just as she was about to be taken away, she cast a pleading glance at Haochen. Amused, Haochen had anticipated hearing a fascinating story, but was disappointed that his expectations were not met. He boldly stepped forward, placing himself in front of Zhufingshan. With a respectful bow, he softly stated, "This humble one, Zeline, pays his respects to you, my lord." Sherry looked at Haochen in astonishment, wondering why he had reintroduced himself as Zeline upon meeting her uncle. "Zeline?" Zhufingshan paused to scrutinize him, and after a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "Sherry actually ventured out of Ling Mountain with you?" Haochen straightened up, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Indeed." Zhufingshan shook his head in dismay. "Do you think Ling Mountain is a place for frivolous play? If it weren't for your good fortune, you would have long since become prey for the beasts. A mere novice celestial being daring to traverse Ling Mountain. What folly!" Haochen bore the reprimand without a hint of anger, instead laughing heartily, relishing the experience of such scolding, which he had not felt in ages. If Zeline's conjecture was correct, the Lord must have sensed something unusual about Ling Mountain and had come to investigate. Alas, the matters the Lord sought to uncover had already been encountered by the two of them. Upon realizing Zhufingshan was the Lord of Snow City, Haochen had begun to speculate about his intentions. Chapter 1052. The heart of filial piety. Upon hearing the news, Zhufingshan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" "The Ling Mountain Monster Valley is under the control of a mysterious figure clad in a black robe. I heard it with my own ears. Currently, within the Ling Mountain Monster Valley, there exists not only the recently evolved monster, the Cheong Spider, but also a devouring serpent, and soon, even more high-tier monsters will gather." Haochen asserted with unwavering conviction. "A mysterious figure in a black robe?" Zhufingshan furrowed his brows upon hearing this and inquired, "Is what you say regarding the Ling Mountain Monster Valley true?" Haochen refrained from disclosing that the enigmatic figure was the lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress. Until his identity was confirmed, Haochen did not wish for others to learn this secret. He planned to capture the fortress lord unexpectedly to unveil more mysteries. "If the city lord does not believe me, he may inquire with your companion, Shirley, for she experienced the anomaly in the Monster Valley alongside me." Haochen quickly directed his gaze toward Shirley, only to be met with her disdainful glare. During the upheaval in the Demon God Valley, it was Shirley who found herself trapped in a crevice, later hearing the tale recounted by Shui Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhufingshan cast a reproachful glance at Shirley, who nodded in response, and he sighed heavily, admonishing, "Why do you refuse to listen? If only your temperament resembled that of Shui Yun. Be obedient and return to the city with me. It seems the Monster Valley will soon face further turmoil, and the city is much safer." "Uncle, I am already a half-step immortal. I will not return with you." Shirley pouted defiantly, displaying a petulant demeanor. Zhufingshan sighed, glancing at the map Haochen had just drawn, and inquired, "Are you intending to go to the Han Valley to retrieve the Han Ice Jade? Are you courting death?" "I promise you, upon our return to the city, I shall persuade your father to annul the engagement with the Shao family, and I will find a way to help your mother." "Uncle, please cease," Shirley interjected. "The only thing that can save my mother is the Han Ice Jade. If I do not acquire it on this journey, I shall return to Shui City to fulfill the engagement. For my mother's life, I have no choice. I must take this risk, and I implore you to support my decision." Shirley spoke with unwavering determination. "Foolish child, the Han Valley is a dwelling of savages. Even I cannot guarantee a safe return." Zhufingshan's gaze softened with immense compassion as he looked at Shirley. "The betrothal gifts from the Shao family include the Han Ice Jade. I will surely devise a means to procure it for you. Why must you be so misguided?" Feeling somewhat overlooked, Haochen stood to the side, yet he grasped the essence of the unfolding situation. With a resigned smile, he thought to himself, so, I am accompanying them across Ling Mountain merely for that trifling Han ice jade. Meanwhile, the deeply troubled Shirley was ensnared by an engagement she was reluctant to embrace, driven by her profound sense of filial piety. Coughing lightly, as he sensed the emotional drama about to unfold between Shui Fengshan and Shirley, Haochen interrupted, urging the uncle and niece to temper their sentiments. Shirley shot him an exasperated glance, while Shui Fengshan regarded Haochen with evident annoyance. By the way, the ailment that the Han ice jade can cure, is it known as the Yin soul body? He asked. When a female cultivator's primordial spirit crystallizes, it forms a Yin soul primordial spirit. Should this spirit leave its vessel and be exposed to light, it will disintegrate. The ethereal body, a rare phenomenon that takes a millennium to cultivate, renders one a mere waste, incapable of further cultivation. Those afflicted by this ailment endure profound torment, requiring the formidable cold spirit ice jade, which must be periodically integrated for mere survival. Haochen, observing the two, spoke with a casual indifference. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fengshan exhibited little reaction, yet Shueli suddenly recalled something and, with an expression brimming with anticipation, inquired of Haochen, "Can you cure this condition?" Instead of answering her directly, Haochen deftly shifted the topic. It is not solely the cold spirit ice jade from the extreme cold of heaven and earth that can provide salvation. Moreover, the cold spirit of the world is not exclusive to this jade. To my knowledge, there exists an individual in Shueqing capable of curing this ailment. And it seems this person is affiliated with your Shui family. What? Both Zhu Fengshan and Shueli were taken aback, particularly Zhu Fengshan, who was astounded by Haoyen's words. This individual is none other than the Shui Yun you mentioned earlier, Haochen asserted with unwavering conviction. Impossible. How could Shui Yun possibly heal my mother? If that were the case, he would have done so already. Rather than spending 2 or 3 months in the Spirit Mountain Demon Beast Valley, researching a remedy for the ethereal body, Shueli immediately retorted. Zhu Fengshan remained silent, quietly listening to their debate. Perhaps it was impossible before, but have you forgotten that the bracelet I gave you contains the presence of Baiqiu? Haochen remarked with a hint of amusement directed at Shueli. Upon hearing this, Shueli ceased her objections, her large eyes darting as if she had truly grasped something profound. Shuiyin? Baiqiu? Pray tell, what manner of being is this Baiqiu? And what is the essence of Baiqiu? Zhu Fengshan, who had been silent for some time, could no longer contain his curiosity and eagerly asked. For him, their dialogue was quite vexing, as they appeared to inhabit entirely different worlds. Haochen pondered for a moment, finding it challenging to describe Baiqiu, and replied, I know only that Baiqiu is the white python of the extreme north in the demon realm. Subsequently, Haochen instructed Shueli to summon Baiqiu for Zhu Fengshan to observe. Upon seeing Baiqiu, Zhu Fengshan was astounded. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Having learned from celestial texts about the white python demon beast residing in the extreme north of the demon realm, as the city lord has observed, Baiqiu is an ice attribute demon beast from the extreme north of the demon realm, and it is also a half-step celestial beast. I believe curing the ethereal body should be well within its capabilities. Haochen boasted with a touch of pride. Then why is it that Shui Yun can save? This Baiqiu is clearly your demon beast. Are you suggesting you would transfer the contract beast to him? Zhu Fengshan pondered aloud, unable to restrain his thoughts. This demon beast could rival celestial beasts, and if its existence were revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among all the noble families and sects. Indeed, it is a pet I entrusted to Shueli for protection. Once we return to the Demon Beast Valley, I will have Shueli assist Shui Yun in completing the treatment for his mother's ethereal body. Haochen replied confidently. Baiqiu was withdrawn by Shueli, seemingly teasing Zhu Fengshan's anticipation. Haochen promptly presented Sherry with a medicinal formula, stating, This is the remedy for the Yin spirit body. By gathering the celestial herbs, elixirs, and the White Qiu's cold soul avatar, one can concoct the medicine. I shall impart the methods of pill refining to Shu Yun. Zhu Fengshan, breaking from his usual demeanor, exclaimed with a smile, To possess such expertise at such a young age is a blessing for my Shui family. As you cultivate a friendship with both Sherry and Shu Yun, I cannot allow your efforts to go unrewarded. I shall offer a reward of 1,000,000 celestial essence stones, which you can claim at the city lord's mansion upon your return to Shueqing. Zhu Fengshan's words were rooted in his desire to foster a relationship with Haochen. recognizing that his ability to tame a semi-divine beast was invaluable. The worth of such a celestial beast was beyond measure. And Haochen's generosity in bestowing the tamed creature upon Sherry indicated his extraordinary capabilities. In the eyes of many in the city, whoever won Haochen's favor would undoubtedly enjoy future prosperity. Currently, Haochen was in dire need of resources, as the Demon Suppression Tower and the Jade Pendant Space housed over 10,000 individuals reliant on celestial essence stones for their cultivation. Faced with the prospect of such a generous reward, especially from the city lord of Xueqing, he could hardly refuse. Thus, he responded with a smile. I am most grateful to you, City Lord Zilin. Indeed, this child possesses great potential. You both should accompany me back to Xueqing. There is little purpose in continuing our expedition to the Cold Soul Valley, Zufingshan declared. In that moment, Haochen became a figure of considerable interest to Zufingshan. Sherry, upon witnessing this, lost interest in further adventures to Cold Soul Valley and decided to return to Xueqing with Zufingshan to share the good news with her mother. However, Haochen had other intentions. He instructed Sherry to summon the White Xiu once more, as he intended for it to temporarily accompany Sherry for her protection. No sooner had he spoken than the White Xiu transformed into a flash of white light, re-entering the storage bracelet. Chapter 1053, A Common Occurrence. Sherry. You may return to the city, but I have pressing matters to attend to. If my intuition serves me correctly, there will be upheaval in Xueqing within 3 months. With over 1 million magical beasts surrounding the city, I urge the city lord to bolster defenses, Haochen declared as he turned to face Zufingshan. You will not accompany us back? Sherry inquired, concern evident in her eyes, as if fearing Haochen might vanish. Haochen shook his head in resignation. Very well. Since you are so determined, I shall first escort Sherry back and enhance the city's defenses. Should you visit Xueqing, please come to the city lord's mansion for a discussion. Zufingshan replied earnestly. Haochen nodded with a smile. You have gifted me with the White Xiu, and in the blink of an eye, you have gained 1 million. I have yet to settle this account with you, so do visit Xueqing. I shall await your arrival. Do not forget me. Sherry quietly approached Haochen, whispering softly in a tone only they could hear. After speaking, she turned away without a glance and vanished with Zufingshan. What is this? A temptation? Haochen chuckled bitterly, realizing that Sherry's concern for her mother had compelled her to depart hastily. Not wishing to take further risks, he returned alone to the cave of the devouring sky python, where he finally found the time to enter the Demon Suppression Tower and check on Yu Bixia and Tang Yuner. Yu Bixia, awakening from her stupor, had believed herself imprisoned by the masked figure in black. Trapped within a barrier, she was devoid of personal freedom, left in solitude. Despite this, she firmly believed that Haochen would find a way to rescue her. In the realm devoid of day and night, she lost track of time, reminiscing about every beautiful moment since she had met Haochen. Suddenly, Haochen broke through the barrier and appeared by her side. Why did it take you so long to come? Yu Bixia cried as she threw herself into Haochen's embrace. It is all my fault for not being able to see you. These past few days must have been tormenting for you. Come, this is not the place for conversation. I shall take you somewhere else. No sooner had he spoken than they departed from that place. As the scenery shifted, Haochen had brought Yu Bixia into the space of the Jade Pendant. They quietly hid in the cooling tower, Haochen's exclusive chamber. I have heard that you promised the Dan Master Guild of Haoyan City to participate in the alchemist competition at the Ziwaiting Celestial Domain. I wish to ask for your assistance in locating my twin sister. She, like me, adores wearing white dresses and wields a Qinglong whip. This girl is even wilder than I am, with a penchant for wandering and stirring up trouble. Those who returned from the icy plains reported that she had gone to the Ziwaiting Celestial Domain. For years, I have searched for her, yet not a trace has emerged. Yu Bixia suddenly recalled her twin sister, Yu Baiwen, and implored Haochen to inquire about her sister's whereabouts in the Celestial Domain. Upon learning that Yu Bixia had a twin sister traveling abroad, Haochen readily agreed to help. Yu Bixia shared her story about the bond with her sister with Haochen. After their tender moments together, Haochen brought Yu Bixia to meet his sister, Haochener, along with other acquaintances such as Lu Shuanger and Wang Shui, showing her around the Jade Pendant space. Haochen also intended to visit Tang Yuner to check on her health. Since he had brought Tang Yuner from the Ziyun Mountain Manor, he had not taken the time to see her. Fortunately, during her captivity, the little girls, including Xiao Cui, had been caring for Tang Yuner and regularly communicating updates about her condition. Hence, even without visiting, Haochen was well informed about her situation. Haochen's arrival brought Tang Yuner a sense of relief. When she inquired about the steward and maid, Haochen recounted everything that had transpired. During this time, with the assistance of Xiao Zue and the others, Haochen proceeded to remove the ice demon spider. The ice demon spider had already formed within the egg and developed a semblance of consciousness. If the removal procedure was not performed soon, upon its emergence, it would consume its host as food. Newly hatched, the ice demon spider would be weak and would only grow stronger by devouring its host. The moment Haochen extracted the ice demon spider egg from the palace within Tang Yuner's body, he ensnared it and cast it into a barrier filled with icy energy for incubation. Simultaneously, he absorbed the icy energy within Tang Yuner's body, merging it into the cold ice alchemy body of his Xinghe Dantian, while a portion enriched the barrier space for hatching the ice demon spider egg. Beyond cultivation, Haochen firmly believed that the sky's swallowing python would return to find him. He harbored an unshakable feeling in his heart. Within the Spirit Mountain Monster Valley, two dark shadows subtly emerged, their gazes fixated on a nearby cave. Is it him? He doesn't seem too old, does he? Indeed, it must be him. A youth in his 20s, yet possessing the cultivation of an initial stage immortal. It is truly astonishing that he has attained such power at such a tender age, given time. Not only will the Spirit Mountain Beast Valley be transformed, but even the northern Haoting immortal domain may witness a shift in its fate. In the residence of Haoyin Academy, a graceful figure reclines by the window. Her pair of vibrant, captivating eyes gazes upon the luminous moon and starry sky, ultimately letting out a sigh. Where might you be now? At the back mountain of the academy, accompanied by a muffled sound. A previously dark room suddenly radiates with golden light. Numerous mentors arrive, offering their congratulations. Congratulations to Mentor Ziqing on her advancement. The academy gains yet another formidable force. Within the space of a jade pendant, in a remote, thatched cottage, two youthful boys sit cross-legged. After a long silence, a faint glow begins to emanate from them, marking the initial stages of their ascension as immortals. Miracles often occur here, and people have grown accustomed to it. By the stream beside Qiongling Garden outside Snow City, a gentle breeze stirs the girl's flowing hair, her face etched with worry as she gazes towards the direction of the Spirit Mountain Beast Valley. In her hand, she clutches a sapling, softly murmuring, "I plant this seed of destiny by the stream. Upon your return, will we meet once more? And if so, in what year and month?" Deep within the swallowing sky python's cave, it has been an unknown number of days since Haoyin bid farewell to the city lord and Sherry. He has been diligently cultivating alone in the cave, never straying from his path. Aside from entering the demon suppression tower to bring Yu Bixia into the jade pendant space for tender moments, he has also performed the ice demon spider egg transmutation technique for Miss Tang Yuner of the Ziyun Villa, after which he fell into a quiet, intense cultivation. Oblivious to the outside world, Haoyin feels as though he is lost in a challenging dream. The interior of the swallowing sky python's cave is vast, yet he remains seated in stillness, evidenced by the thick layer of dust upon him, a testament to the passage of time. A sense of unparalleled clarity fills Haoyin, a sensation of comfort previously unknown, as he has thoroughly consolidated his cultivation at the initial stage of the celestial realm. At this moment, there exists no weakness in his primary dantian. Rather, the other dantians seem to pulsate with life, expanding wildly, their space having doubled in a brief period. Sensing the transformation within his dantians, Haoyin cannot help but smile with satisfaction. Approaching the pinnacle of the initial celestial stage, he races against time, channeling the celestial essence within him towards the five dantians. However, just as the five dantians feel the energy of the celestial essence converging and are fervently absorbing it, a soft sound emerges at the cave entrance. This compels Haoyin to cease his cultivation, swiftly opening his eyes to investigate. "Is it you?" Upon seeing the figure at the cave's mouth, Haoyin is not at all surprised. Everything seems familiar to him. The person at the entrance is garbed in simple attire made of tender green leaves, bathed in the soft glow. Her flowing hair and delicately pointed face captivate the gaze of any onlooker, her features proportioned in a manner that irresistibly draws attention. Recognizing her instantly, Haoyin realizes that the person with profoundly deep eyes, enigmatic and alluring, can only be the swallowing sky python, who has consumed a transformation pill, taking the form of a charmingly enchanting maiden. Especially between the brows, a captivating allure is exquisitely displayed, ensnaring one's desires and rendering them utterly entranced. How could you recognize me at a glance? I am now known as Ling Tian'er. Ling Tian'er gracefully twisted her delicate form, sensually drawing closer to Haochen as she spoke. Chapter 1054. Do you wish to indulge? Those eyes of yours are unforgettable to anyone. Haochen's expression momentarily faltered. As if he could scarcely withstand the temptation, he promptly shut his eyes and spoke with solemnity. What brings you to me? Ling Tian'er, undeterred, eagerly explained. A few days ago, I escorted you and that woman to the outskirts of the Ling Mountain Beast Valley. Given the recent upheavals in Snow City, do you not wish to take a look? I act out of goodwill. Without me, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to reach Snow City now. Snow City is in trouble? Haochen's eyes widened in alarm as he cautiously scrutinized Ling Tian'er, searching for any signs of deceit. Ling Tian'er, seemingly nonchalant, nestled closer to Haochen, gradually burrowing into his embrace, her legs subtly shifting on the ground, her profoundly captivating eyes fixed intently upon him. As they exchanged glances, it felt as if their very breaths could intertwine. Ling Tian'er, exhaling a fragrant warmth, smiled seductively. This body is a gift from you. How could I deceive you? If you doubt me, feel free to visit Snow City. If I truly mislead you, you may do as you wish, punish or slay me. Gulp. Haochen instinctively swallowed hard at her words. Uft. Ling Tian'er, unable to contain her laughter at Haochen's reaction, burst into giggles. Haochen, feeling slightly relieved, found his mind racing. He had not anticipated such swift turmoil in Snow City. Though he had foreseen the city's upheaval, he gazed at Ling Tian'er with amusement, saying, I believe there are indeed troubles in the city, but I find it hard to believe that you would selflessly guide me there. We are not strangers. Why not clarify our terms? He, Ling Tian'er, upon hearing this, laughed heartily before responding with a flirtatious smile. It is indeed far more pleasant to converse with someone straightforward. I have come with a request, though to call it a request may be somewhat inaccurate. Let us rather term it a transaction. Transaction? Haochen gazed curiously into Ling Tian'er's eyes. For some inexplicable reason, whenever he looked at her, he instinctively found himself drawn to those deep, mesmerizing eyes. Even when he attempted to divert his gaze, he would inevitably return to them. Seeing Haochen's confusion, Ling Tian'er promptly clarified. Indeed, a transaction. Stepping away from Haochen's embrace, she shifted the conversation. You must have guessed that the recent turmoil in Snow City is related to the beasts. However, you have only perceived the surface. You remain unaware of the underlying circumstances. If I were to say that Snow City has narrowly escaped disaster, it would only be temporary. It won't be long before it is utterly devastated. Do you believe me? Haochen furrowed his brow, for he was already aware of this. Yet he pondered what Ling Tian'er meant by the underlying circumstances. Could there be a grand conspiracy behind the beast's assault on the city? After much contemplation, he finally nodded, signaling her to continue. I can assist you by persuading my kin to ally with you in jointly combating the calamity threatening Snow City, Ling Tian'er said with utmost sincerity. Your kin? Haochen couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. In ancient times, the Shi tribe was a formidable clan known for their ruthless nature, lacking even the slightest credibility in terms of integrity. Ling Tian'er, with her captivating eyes, fixed her gaze on Haochen for an extended moment, as if she had deciphered his suspicions. Consequently, she spoke. The Shi tribe originally evolved from the monstrous sky-devouring python. In antiquity, we serpents admired humanity and adopted the surname Shi as a tribute. It is unfortunate that you are confined to your narrow perspective. The vast world beyond Ling Mountain is one you have yet to explore, so how can you generalize from your limited knowledge? Haochen chuckled softly, shaking his head. To be labeled as narrow-minded by someone who had infiltrated the celestial realm was indeed amusing, revealing Ling Tian'er's undeniable arrogance. He remained unperturbed and replied calmly. I am indifferent to the origins of the Shi tribe. Transactions are inherently reciprocal. If you wish to assist me, what is it that you require from me? With this direct inquiry, Ling Tian'er was elated, her alluring beauty drawing closer to Haochen as she coyly inquired. What do you think of my form? It is delicate and youthful. Would you care to indulge? Inhaling the fragrance that lingered about her, Haochen instinctively shifted backward, a hint of anxiety in his voice. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I offer myself in return? With a light chuckle, Ling Tian'er could scarcely contain her mirth. She raised a slender finger to touch the tip of Haochen's nose, playfully stating, such vulgarity. If you truly wish to partake, let us wait until I have solidified my form. Just as Haochen was about to clarify, he noticed Ling Tunner lowering her head, nestling herself against him. Listening to the frantic rhythm of his heart, she explained, "My form is a transformation wrought by the shape change elixir. The Shi tribe is inherently akin to giant pythons, and only those who reach the threshold of semi-immortal can fortuitously attain human form." Astonished, Haochen realized the connection. No wonder he had encountered the petite white dragon in human form within the demon realm. Those at the semi-immortal stage could indeed assume human shapes, becoming part of the Shi tribe. He had not anticipated such a profound link between the sky-devouring python and the Shi people. Our Shi tribe is born to be scorned by all. Transforming into human form is met with disdain, and as beasts, we are stymied at the threshold of semi-immortality. The rare shape-change grass, capable of breaking through this barrier, is scarce in the celestial realm, rendering us unable to escape our existence in the wilds. Devoid of a permanent home, Ling Tunner paused, her voice trembling with sorrow, tears cascading down her delicate features. "Please, do not be this way. What is it that you truly wish for me to do?" Haochen, unable to bear the sight of a woman weeping, despite her former identity as a beast, felt a surge of compassion. "If you can concoct the shape-change elixir, I can unite my kin to establish a presence within Snow City, safeguarding its tranquility. All I ask is for your assistance in helping my people attain human form." Ling Tunner lifted her tear-streaked face, her pitiful expression making it difficult for Haochen to decline. If the Shi tribe could be integrated into Snow City, it would undoubtedly bolster its strength. Yet, given their wild nature and inherent mistrust, Haochen pondered deeply, a strange sensation rising within him. Ultimately, he acquiesced to her request. Ling Tunner leapt up joyfully, rushing to embrace Haochen, feeling the intoxicating softness that stirred a most inappropriate reaction within him. After sitting cross-legged for several days, Haochen's legs had grown numb and devoid of sensation, but with Ling Tunner's assistance, he struggled to rise. Gazing down at the petite Ling Tunner, he forced a smile and inquired, "How shall we reach Snow City? Shall we ride on you?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Ling Tunner, blushing deeply and lowering her gaze, seemed to envision an intimate scenario, unable to meet Haochen's eyes, and responded in a barely audible whisper, "No. Please don't." Haochen, already feeling slightly embarrassed, found his face darkening further at her delicate tone. He quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I meant how we can get to Snow City. Where did such mature thoughts come from?" Ling Tunner, still shy and with her head bowed, replied, "You can simply call me Ling Tunner. There are 2 strong members of my clan guarding outside. They will escort us into Snow City." Understanding her, Haochen nodded and staggered out of the cave, choosing to ignore the flustered Ling Tunner. Chapter 1055, Assistance from the Perilous City, Part 1, Outside the Cave. The once tranquil expanse of grass had long since been transformed, as 2 devouring serpents lay in wait. "Are these your kin?" Haochen asked Ling Tunner, eyeing the serpents before him. With a smile, she nodded and snapped her fingers, prompting the serpents to adopt a posture inviting for riding. Unfazed, Haochen leapt onto one, with Ling Tunner mounting the other. Following her instructions, the devouring serpents soared toward the Spirit Mountain Beast Valley. Throughout the journey, Haochen's brow furrowed. The Spirit Mountain Beast Valley bore no resemblance to its former self. Scattered across the ground were the carcasses of magical beasts, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of threat and an aura of the unknown. Haochen felt perplexed, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. By the time he arrived at the foot of the Spirit Mountain Beast Valley, 2 days had passed. Observing the remaining tents, he realized that Shui Yun had returned to Snow City with the city lord. With a sudden thought, he summoned his contracted beast, the Qiong spider. Before leaving, he had instructed it to remain hidden and protect Shui Yun. Responding to his call, the Qiong spider soon appeared before him. To Haochen's astonishment, a delicate young girl stood in front of him. The Qiong spider had transformed into a novice celestial being. Her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her elegant brows and enchanting eyes captivating his attention, while her delicate nose and slightly flushed cheeks enhanced her charm. If he surmised correctly, Haochen was likely the first individual in the celestial realm to witness the Qiong spider's transformation into human form. Such a high-level Qiong spider had never been seen before in the celestial world. Delighted to see Haochen, the Qiong spider began to dance joyfully in the air. Haochen, witnessing this, smiled and said, "Qiong spider, great changes are about to unfold in the human settlement of Snow City. I intend to protect humanity within the city. Will you stand by my side? If you are unwilling, then remain in the Valley of Spirit Beasts. Even if the beasts were to assault Snow City in the future, I would not wish to see your presence. Haochen seemed to be consulting with Qiongzhu, seeking her consent. I wish to follow my master. Qiongzhu exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, swiftly flying to stand before Haochen, her expression serious as she nodded in agreement. Very well. You shall accompany me to Snow City. It may prove inconvenient within the city, so you must remember to restrain yourself and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Haochen advised with concern before gesturing for Qiongzhu to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, embarking on the journey to Snow City. Upon the southern city wall of Snow City, rows of imposing guards stood tall and proud. The walls, marred by the remnants of several fierce battles, lay strewn with the bodies of thousands of low-tier beasts, quietly heaped beneath. Lord City Master, trouble approaches. Two colossal beasts are advancing towards the southern gate. A guard abruptly burst into the city lord's council chamber with alarming news. Oh, have you discerned their nature? How many are there? By the Snow Peak Mountain. Several dignified immortals furrowed their brows upon hearing the guard's report. There are indeed two gigantic beasts. The guard relayed urgently. The mention of the beasts filled the Snow Peak Mountain with dread, and the city lord spoke with a troubled expression to those in the hall. After several days of relentless battles, we are weary. Is there any esteemed individual willing to venture forth and investigate? While termed as an investigation, the reality was a perilous mission, as such immense beasts would likely ensure that any force sent to confront them would not return unscathed. City Lord, many of the strong from the Shao family are still en route, the head of the Shao family stated, draped in a long green robe. His hair speckled with gray, but his demeanor still commanding, yet he spoke hesitantly. City Lord, the Qi family is capable of fighting. However, most of our powerful members are still away. We wonder which families or sects would be willing to ally with the Qi family. The head of the Qi family, looking emaciated, bore an inscrutable expression, exuding an air of cunning. Snow Peak Mountain understood that the Qi family was reluctant to deploy their main forces and sought to drag other families into the fray. However, given the current circumstances, he could not reveal this, lest it incite panic. The Alchemist Academy is willing to participate in battle. The Merchant Guild is willing to participate in battle. The Alchemist Association is willing to participate in battle. Among the throngs of people, only these few minor factions, lacking the stature of families or sects, stepped forward. Observing the array of minor factions, Snow Peak Mountain could only smile ruefully. How many were there among the Alchemist Academy, the Merchant Guild, and the Alchemist Association? Particularly the Alchemist Academy. Even the strength of its mentors could not match that of third-rate families or sects, let alone a group of inexperienced youths. The guards protecting the Alchemist Academy were mostly dispatched by the City Lord's office, and he understood their capabilities well. Even if these minor factions combined their efforts, they would hardly be able to withstand the beasts looming before them. Snow Peak Mountain sighed deeply, observing the heads of the families who typically ingratiated themselves, feigning solidarity with Snow City. Yet when the moment of truth arrived, they faltered, concerned only with their own interests. Slowly rising, the city lord declared, alas, enough. Where is the chief steward? Go and notify all personnel of the city lord's office. Apart from women and children, all shall accompany me to confront the enemy. City lord, think carefully. If anything were to happen to you, Snow City would be doomed. The lord of the city, caught in contemplation, was soon besieged by the persuasive words of those who had once sought his favor. The prominent families and sects, while speaking grandiloquently, were cloaked in ulterior motives. Beyond the city walls, Haochen commanded the magical beasts to halt at a distance of 1,000 zhang before leaping down. Ling Tian'er also descended from the back of the devouring serpent and, perplexed, inquired, "What troubles you?" Haochen cast a glance at the two magical beasts behind him, managing a wry smile before responding, "What do you think the humans within the city will feel upon seeing these two beasts outside?" Ling Tian'er, filled with confusion, replied, "What feelings could they possibly have? If they can fight, they will. If not, they shall flee. Humans are not like your devouring serpents, possessing innate strength. They are inherently weaker and will fear powerful magical beasts, seeking ways to evade them. Yet, when escape is impossible, they will retaliate fiercely. Right now, Snow City has no path to retreat, and I wish to avoid a battle before we even enter." Haochen patiently elucidated the matter. Ling Tian'er seemed to grasp some of the reasoning and nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Haochen left the two devouring serpents behind, remaining in place with Ling Tian'er, while he himself proceeded towards the southern gate of Snow City. He traversed the multitude of magical beast corpses, drawing near to the city wall. Below the wall, Haochen seemed to blend into the throng of magical beasts, remaining unnoticed. At that moment, the gaze of all upon the city wall was drawn to the two devouring serpents in the distance. The city lord is present, just as the crowd was still observing. Haochen's voice rang out from below the wall. Who goes there? Questioned the guards atop the city wall, intrigued by the shout. I am Zilin, a wandering cultivator, here to offer assistance upon hearing of the troubles in Snow City. Haochen replied hastily. Observing that the guards did not respond, he called out again. I have urgent matters to discuss with the city lord. Before his words faded, a voice, familiar to Haochen, echoed from above. Is that you, Zilin? I am Feishuang, the lord of Snow City. Are those two magical beasts truly yours? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd atop the wall shifted dramatically. Indeed, those two beasts were brought here by me from the Spirit Mountain Beast Valley. Is there any issue with that? In my haste, I summoned the two devouring serpents to expedite my arrival at Snow City without informing you in advance. I humbly ask for your understanding. Haochen felt no guilt. Yet the startled crowd above scrutinized him with intense curiosity, as if to engrave his presence in their memory. The city lord, well aware of Haochen's capabilities, believed him wholeheartedly and promptly instructed the guards to open the southern gate of Snow City. However, just as the command left his lips, an unsettling voice interjected, My lord, how can this young lad tame such formidable beasts? We must exercise caution and not trust him too easily. The head of the Qi family speaks wisely. We are in the midst of a magical beast assault, and this mysterious figure appears precisely at this time, accompanied by such powerful creatures. I suspect there is something amiss. I urge you to reconsider, my lord. In an instant, the heads of the noble families and the leaders of the sects gathered, engaged in fervent discussions. Listening to their chatter, Feishuang Mountain felt a surge of anger. You all were eager to accept the challenge, yet now you hesitate, burdened with doubt. Had I not been aware of this individual's capabilities, I might have been swayed by your slanderous whispers. Fear not, I have my own plans, and I shall not allow you to meddle. Feishuang Mountain's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed in fury. With a creak, the city gates slowly opened. Haochen smiled, snapping his fingers towards the sky as if issuing commands, summoning the two colossal swallowing serpents that had been coiled nearby to follow Ling Tian'er towards the city walls. Before the gate had fully opened, Ling Tian'er slipped inside, prompting Haochen to realize that her attire was rather scant, only leaves draping her form, lacking in decorum. He wished to call out and prevent her entrance, but time was of the essence, so he hastily followed, positioning himself behind her in an effort to shield her and seek a discreet place for her to change. However, once the gate was ajar, the onlookers on the walls immediately fixated their gazes upon Ling Tian'er, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Feishuang Mountain turned to Haochen with an expression of intrigue, inquiring, And who might this be? Haochen scanned the crowd, noting the ulterior motives of those present, and respectfully addressed Feishuang Mountain. My lord, there are numerous inconveniences here. Perhaps we could converse at your residence? Understanding Haochen's intent, Feishuang Mountain regarded the two colossal serpents outside with a wary gaze, questioning, What are your plans regarding these beasts? No sooner had he spoken than the crowd resumed their whispers. These two serpents are under my command. I intend for them to guard Shui City temporarily. Excellent, excellent, Feishuang Mountain exclaimed, his excitement evident as he welcomed Haochen and Ling Tian'er into the city. With the serpents stationed outside, the citizens of Shui City felt a measure of relief. Feishuang Mountain then led the pair into the city lord's mansion, prompting the onlookers to disperse. As Haochen entered the mansion, he was struck by the picturesque environment, where lush mountains and clear waters harmonized beautifully. Unlike the ostentation of noble families or the rigidness of sects, this place exuded a refreshing charm that felt quite heartwarming. Who could have imagined that amidst Shui City's peril, it would be you, a young man, who extends a helping hand? Those so-called noble families and sects may outwardly feign solidarity, but in reality, they harbor their own selfish agendas, disregarding the plight of Shui City. Before even taking a seat, Feishuang Mountain vented his frustration. Unfazed, Haochen replied, My lord, why not issue a mandate? No matter how powerful the noble families or sects may be, they would not dare openly defy the orders of the city lord's mansion, would they? Feishuang Mountain waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The beasts outside are not the true threat. It is the hearts of the people within the city that are truly fearsome." After gesturing for Haochen and Ling Tian'er to sit, he continued, "Now, tell me how you came to know of the turmoil in Shui City, and how you acquired those two colossal serpents." Upon hearing this, Haochen swiftly glanced at Ling Tian'er, and upon seeing her nod in affirmation, he pointed at her and replied, "This young lady is named Ling Tian'er. She is the one who informed me of the upheaval in the city, and as for the two sky-devouring python magical beasts outside the city, they were also brought by her." "Oh," Shui Fengshan exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the immense capabilities of the seemingly delicate girl before him, who was partially concealed by the leaves. He regarded her with newfound admiration. "Lord City Master," both Haochen and Shui Fengshan began to mention Ling Tian'er, but were promptly interrupted by Shui Fengshan. "There is no need for formalities here. You may simply call me uncle, just as Shuili does," Shui Fengshan remarked, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ling Tian'er, seemingly oblivious to Haochen's presence. Haochen smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased, and said, "Uncle Shui, this young lady has brought two sky-devouring python magical beasts with the intent of negotiating a transaction with Snow City." "Oh, what kind of transaction?" Shui Fengshan inquired with keen curiosity. "I believe you have noticed that Ling Tian'er's eyes differ from those of ordinary people. She is not of our human race, but rather transformed from a sky-devouring python. The two magical beasts outside the city are her kin." At this juncture, Haochen paused, attentively observing Shui Fengshan's reaction. Shui Fengshan appeared taken aback, having already discerned the unusual characteristics of Ling Tian'er's eyes, but he had not anticipated her remarkable identity. However, even as the ruler of a city, he possessed limited knowledge regarding the transformation of magical beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Fengshan nodded thoughtfully, signaling Haochen to continue. Haochen promptly stated, "Once magical beasts undergo transformation, living within the city poses numerous inconveniences. It would be best to find a suitable place for them outside the city. Naturally, they will not reside there without compensation. Ling Tian'er has assured me that her two kin will oversee the area outside the city, ensuring the stability and prosperity of Snow City." Upon hearing Haochen's words, Shui Fengshan felt a stir of emotion, recognizing that this arrangement was beneficial with no drawbacks. If they were indeed a tribe of humans, Snow City would have an obligation to accommodate them, even without any conditions. However, when it came to transformed magical beasts, Shui Fengshan's mind was plagued by persistent reservations. The three of them engaged in a back-and-forth discussion for over half an hour, clarifying all matters thoroughly. Of course, Haochen intentionally avoided mentioning the issue of refining the transformation elixir for Ling Tian'er. Laughter erupted from Shui Fengshan, resonating throughout the conference hall. Chapter 1057, The Bestowed Land. Thus, the matter was settled, yet Shui Fengshan expressed a desire for their understanding regarding one additional concern. "What is it?" Haochen and Ling Tian'er inquired in unison. Although Snow City provides areas for cultivation, their immense size may pose challenges within the city. It would be more prudent to find them a residence outside until they achieve full transformation, allowing them to enter the city subsequently, just as Miss Ling Tian'er has done. After thoughtful consideration, Shui Fengshan suggested, "I believe the Qiongling Garden would be an excellent choice. Shall it serve as your and Ling Tian'er's home?" "Qiongling Garden?" Ling Tian'er questioned, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. "Is it unsatisfactory? How about the Green Jar Pool instead?" As Feishuang Mountain observed that the two individuals remained silent, he prompted them. At that moment, Haochen was lost in thought, gazing beyond the city, when he suddenly realized that Qiongling Garden was indeed a splendid location. Upon hearing Feishuang Mountain's suggestion, he responded without a moment's hesitation, "Let it be Qiongling Garden, with many thanks to Uncle Shui." Satisfied, Feishuang Mountain nodded. And Haochen was pleasantly surprised by the generosity of Feishuang Mountain, who bestowed Qiongling Garden upon him and Ling Tian'er as their cultivation retreat. After discussing these significant matters, Haochen requested a set of clothing suitable for Ling Tian'er from Feishuang Mountain, so she could change into them. With a multitude of tasks on his agenda, Haochen had little time to linger. Feishuang Mountain instructed the steward responsible for the mountain and forest estates to accompany Haochen and Ling Tian'er to their newly granted domain. Haochen directed Ling Tian'er to the southern gate to guide two swallowing sky pythons towards Qiongling Garden, while he proceeded ahead with the steward from the city lord's estate. Qiongling Garden was, in essence, a leisure retreat. Located merely 100 miles from Snow City, it boasted breathtaking scenery and abundant spiritual energy. with sprawling forests extending for hundreds of miles. It was a favored destination for the townsfolk seeking recreation. Upon arriving at this tranquil locale, Haochen surveyed his surroundings with great fondness. This serene haven was devoid of high-level magical beasts, offering only the allure of pristine mountains and clear waters. Under the steward's guidance, they approached a quaint pavilion shaded by trees, and as he beheld the 3 grand characters inscribed on the plaque, he felt a wave of emotion. Although the Ziyun Mountain Manor had eluded him, Qiongling Garden had flourished unexpectedly. This place served as the residence for caretakers, with the city lord's estate periodically rotating its guardians. Those who visited were often individuals with minor transgressions, assigned to patrol the forests, safeguard them from harm, eliminate magical beasts, and ensure the safety of the townspeople enjoying their leisure. In the presence of the steward, Haochen conducted the handover with the management personnel of Qiongling Garden. Despite the absence of a monetary transaction, he prepared generous gifts for the steward and the head of Qiongling Garden, presenting each with a package containing 3,000 celestial essence stones and a human celestial elixir he had concocted. As he settled into this new environment, Haochen sought to cultivate relationships. Once the representatives of the city lord's estate departed, Haochen soared into the sky to survey the lands of Qiongling Garden. Meanwhile, within the small parlor of the Qi family's internal estate, a retainer of the city lord's estate was recounting the situation regarding the defense against the beast tide. Several stewards listened intently, their expressions grave and serious, while only one young man lounged lazily in a wooden chair, crossing his legs and displaying a reluctant demeanor. "See the guest out," commanded a steward of the Qi family as the retainer concluded his report. After the city lord's attendant had departed, one steward voiced his concerns. "It appears that the information from this attendant suggests that the young man named Zelene is not as simple as he seems. If the city lord's estate manages to win him over, it could spell significant trouble for our Qi family in the future." The chief steward of the internal estate, Qi Yuheng, a member of the Qi clan from Beihang City, nodded in agreement and inquired, "What suggestions do you have?" As the ominous threat looms large, it would be unwise to stir up trouble at such a critical juncture. Perhaps we should consider a more diplomatic approach. Even if we cannot discern their true intentions, it is prudent to avoid provoking them. Upon hearing this, another steward turned his gaze towards the chief of the inner court. The chief, lost in contemplation, closed his eyes, seemingly displeased by the suggestion. Noticing this, yet another steward rose and remarked, "In my view, given the current situation, with Zelene resolutely aligning with the lord of the city and a formidable enemy at our doorstep, it is likely that other families share our sentiments. We might as well adopt a strategy of maintaining the status quo and observe Zelene's capabilities before devising our countermeasures." The chief of the inner court, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively and said, "I shall carefully consider everyone's suggestions. You may all take your leave." The assembly hastily dispersed. A young man, bored and restless, was about to make his escape when the chief called him back. As the crowd thinned, Qi Tian curiously inquired, "Might I ask why you have retained me, father? Is there some matter requiring my attention?" The chief replied in a grave tone, "It is nothing of great consequence, merely that I have not seen that girl, in quite some time. You are closest to her. What has she been occupied with lately?" Qi Tian, taken aback, was about to offer a vague excuse when the chief continued, "I am aware of your conduct at the Shui City Academy. But I must warn you, do not overestimate your influence. Yuer is not someone you can manipulate at will. Furthermore, the city has been rather unsettled of late. Exercise restraint, and do not let me discover that you have been causing trouble outside." "Yes, father," Qi Tian responded, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as he lowered his head in an effort to conceal his apprehension. "If father were to learn that Yuer had sustained injuries while assisting me, he would surely unleash his wrath." After the chief waved him away, Qi Tian bolted from the hall in haste. During his inspection of the Qiongling Garden, Haochen arranged for all the individuals within the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower to be gradually distributed across the area, familiarizing themselves with the land to gain control over it. He entrusted his father, Hao Yuanheng, to oversee the development of Qiongling Garden, while instructing Hao Feng, Lu Wan, and Lin Xiao to select a site deep within the forest for the construction of a manor. Upon Ling Tian's arrival, Haochen temporarily set up a barrier and positioned 2 sky-eating pythons. Thanks to Haochen's arrival, with several high-ranking magical beasts to aid Shui City, the crisis of the beast tide had been momentarily quelled. Haochen and Ling Tian along with the city lord, Shui Fengshan, reached a basic agreement concerning Ling Tian's kin transforming into human form and residing near Shui City. The Shi clan would be responsible for safeguarding the area outside the city, repelling beast disturbances, while Shui City would provide a designated territory for the Shi clan to coexist peacefully with humanity, with trivial matters at bay. Haochen took Ling Tian to stroll through the marketplace, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity while the beast tide had subsided, Haochen allowed friends and family within the Jade Pendant space to relish the local customs and culture of Shui City. Chapter 1058. Sincere intentions. The visit to the marketplace was intended to sell the collected remains of magical beasts and some medicinal pills that had been refined previously. Then, procure additional celestial herbs and elixirs for the swift concoction of healing potions to be donated to Snow City. Simultaneously, instruct Haochener, Feishuang, Haoying, Ziu, and the inhabitants of the Jade Pendant Space's cooling tower to meticulously package the long-stored corpses of beasts, demonic creatures, and sacred beasts into storage rings, distributing them for sale in the shops of Snow City. Ensure thorough records are kept, with half of the proceeds submitted for unified management. Haochen intends for those around him to engage in risk-free ventures that yield profits while simultaneously cultivating their commercial acumen. With nearly 10,000 individuals residing in the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower, there exists a pressing need for abundant cultivation resources. They cannot afford to be complacent. Moreover, taking advantage of the ongoing beast tide and the high turnover of personnel, it is prudent to familiarize themselves with the locals and, when opportune, acquire some shops and eateries in the city to alleviate the influx of people. In a secluded area, Haochen gestured to summon Yi Mei, Yuan, Yin Luo, and the other ladies by his side. He produced a pouch, inviting everyone to randomly select a storage ring for trade in the market, allowing them to partake in the vibrant life of Snow City's marketplace. Upon returning from the demon realm, to prevent retaliation from its denizens, Haochen promptly arranged for the majority of the staff from ZY Pavilion to reside in the Jade Pendant Space, alleviating their concerns. Only Yu Xiaolan and Yi Xiaohan from the Immortal Academy remained behind for their studies, unable to accompany him. For the time being, he left Yi Qinshan's family, along with Yuan Hui's trio, Wen Yuanwan, Xiang Ling, Li Hao, Zi Xiaohan, and Yi Xinghan to manage ZY Pavilion, permitting Yi Qinshan to continue developing their intelligence network, with the black demon ape Yuan Li remaining as a companion. As Haochen's cultivation progressed, the Jade Pendant Space had transformed into a veritable microcosm, rivaling the small world of the ancient Battle Alliance he had once visited. Although capable of accommodating many, it is not the immortal realm, but merely a small world of cultivation. Xiongling Garden is the fief granted to him in Ling Tian'er by Snow City, undoubtedly presenting an opportunity for Haochen. After struggling to purchase Ziyun Mountain Villa in Haochen City, he unexpectedly received this fief in Snow City. Haochen aims to develop it into a stronghold. This marked Ling Tian'er's first transformation into a human form, marveling at everything around her. For safety, Haochen entrusted Xiao Chui to accompany her on their explorations. The trio gradually arrived at the bustling auction square located at the heart of the marketplace, filled with a cacophony of voices. At that moment, an elderly gentleman from the auction house, upon noticing Haochen's arrival, hurriedly approached to offer his respects, saying, "Young Master Zeline, I have been awaiting your arrival." This amiable elder had previously encountered Haochen at the city gate during a meeting with Xiefeng Mountain, allowing them to become somewhat acquainted. It is often said that merchants excel in trade, yet Haochen was pleasantly surprised by the level of esteem he was afforded. He had merely strolled through the city lord's residence, yet it seemed the auction house's intelligence was quite impressive. At this juncture, Ling Tian'er and Xiao Chui had already become well acquainted, chattering animatedly. Haochen then led them, following the elder from the auction house, to a sitting room. Once seated, Haochen remarked, "I was indeed seeking a venue for transactions. Having arrived at the auction house, I shall not trouble you further. I possess a list that requires your meticulous preparation according to quantity. Additionally, I wish to sell some unused magical artifacts and treasures." After glancing at the elderly man beside him, Haochen handed him the list. The old man, upon perusing the inventory, could not help but gasp in astonishment. "Young Master Zilin, please follow me." He promptly instructed those nearby, before leading Haochen towards the trading chamber. "I am your senior, if you do not mind. Refer to me as Xiao Bo," the old man remarked as they walked. Could it be that this man belongs to the Xiao Hao family? Haochen mused silently after learning the elder's surname. Upon entering the trading chamber, which was protected by a barrier, everyone took their seats. Haochen retrieved 2 elixirs from his storage ring and placed them before the elder, saying, "Could you kindly assess the value of these 2 elixirs?" Upon seeing the elixirs, Xiao Bo's expression froze momentarily. It was only after Haochen called out to him a few times that he regained his composure. Is this the celestial transformation pill? How can one even assign a price to such a treasure? It is truly priceless. Xiao Bo's astonished words left Haochen, Xiao Chui, and Ling Tian Air equally bewildered. The significance of the transformation pill requires no explanation. In the entire Snow City, the number of alchemists is exceedingly limited, and celestial alchemists are even more rare. The emergence of the celestial transformation pill is bound to incite fierce competition among noble families and sects. Possessing such a pill allows one to tame celestial beasts. These 2 celestial transformation pills represent 2 immensely powerful celestial beasts. Xiao Bo elaborated with a tone of disbelief. Haochen, appearing unconcerned about which family might acquire a formidable celestial beast, merely nodded slightly and inquired, "Then what should be the minimum price for these 2 transformation pills?" Xiao Bo, taken aback, had not anticipated that Haochen was genuinely considering a sale. He then replied earnestly, "Are you truly intent on selling the celestial transformation pills? You could easily sell them to the city lord. Even if you do not receive the utmost profit, you would gain some degree of authority and status within the city." Upon hearing this, Haochen felt a surge of appreciation for Xiao Bo. What merchant does not prioritize profit? The value of the celestial transformation pill carries significant implications. Yet, Xiao Bo, with sincere intent, was advising against pursuing immediate profit, further extending guidance to Haochen. Xiao Bo, simply disclose the minimum price. Haochen smiled as he spoke. Internally, he was tumultuous with excitement. The prospect of imminent substantial profit was irresistible. This marked his first instance of crafting the celestial transformation pill since arriving in the celestial realm. At this moment, the celestial transformation pill was viewed as extraordinarily precious and rare by Xiao Bo, unaware that it was merely a subpar product of Haochen's alchemical skills. "Since you are earnest in your intention to sell the celestial transformation pills, how about the auction house offers 3 million for one of them?" Xiao Bo said, his face reflecting a difficult expression as he gritted his teeth. 3 million? Haochen feigned surprise, quickly adding, "No, that will not suffice. I intend to proceed with the auction to maximize profits. If it proves inconvenient here, I shall seek other avenues." Haochen's intentions were not directed against Xiao Bo. Rather, he sought to gauge the market. "Wait," Xiao Bo exclaimed, hastily grasping Haochen's arm with a look of sincerity. "I was overly excited earlier. I will assist you in the auction, if that is acceptable. Let us set the base price at 1 million for each pill." Upon hearing this, Haochen couldn't help but smile knowingly, presenting the 2 celestial transformation pills to Xiao Bo. He proposed, "Xiao Bo, let us start the bidding with a base price of 1 million celestial yuan stones for the first pill, while the second shall begin at 10 million. Whoever bids the highest shall take it." Haochen felt a twinge of guilt for his shrewdness, unbeknownst to him that Xiao Bo had already devised a plan in his mind. The auction was not set to commence until evening, during which I shall, under the name of the auction house, invite various esteemed families and sects to participate in the auction for the celestial transformation pills. Upon hearing of such treasures, they will undoubtedly flock to attend. Shall I arrange for you to rest in the guest rooms in the meantime? Xiao Bo carefully stored the transformation pills and expressed concern for the trio. After contemplating, Haochen replied, "That would be acceptable. Could you also bring the raw materials I require? I do not possess sufficient celestial yuan stones. They can be deducted from my earnings once the auction concludes." Xiao Bo nodded readily in agreement and led the 3 to the guest rooms in the auction house's backyard. Chapter 1059. Each for their own needs. The opulence of the auction house's backyard left Haochen and his companions awestruck. The gold and jade-adorned pavilions and terraces shimmered under the light, while the ground sparkled magnificently. A statue of a celestial maiden scattering flowers and a fountain added to the extravagance, making it almost unbearable to tread upon. Upon entering the guest room, they were greeted by a grand soft bed, adorned with fragrant petals, and the room exuded an intoxicating aroma. On the tea table, aside from the tea set, there was a small sandalwood incense burner shaped like a mountain, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. The unique poetic ambience of the guest room stirred Haochen's heart. Once Xiao Bo departed, Xiao Chui and Ling Tian'er felt a bit awkward, as the scene around them sparked a flurry of imaginations. To alleviate the tension, Haochen began to cultivate in his seat. Ling Tian'er and Xiao Chui, curious, started to explore the room, their hearts tingling with excitement. Xiao Chui yearned to transport everything in the room to her jade pendant space, Ling Chui Tower. Feeling somewhat stifled inside, Xiao Chui decided to venture out to find some playful little girls, while Ling Tian'er preferred to stay and accompany Haochen. Shortly after Xiao Chui left, Haochen awoke from his meditation. Ling Tian'er, with wide eyes, stared at Haochen and asked, "Have you finished your cultivation so soon?" Haochen feigned confusion, shaking his head in silence. Seeing this, Ling Tian'er suddenly leaped off the bed and embraced Haochen, exclaiming, "What is it? Are you troubled about refining the transformation pills?" The sensation of her soft warmth overwhelmed Haochen, causing him to momentarily forget himself. Hearing her words, he hurriedly extricated himself from her embrace, saying, "Are you just hoping for me to refine the celestial transformation pill swiftly? And can we please just talk without you always hugging me?" Ling Tian'er chuckled at Haochen, responding, "I am, after all, a serpent person. Serpents enjoy coiling around others." Before she could finish her sentence, she lunged towards Haochen, catching him off guard and pulling him back into her affectionate grasp. The two playfully tussled for a while, until Haochen, breathless, begged, "Dear lady, please release me. I understand your strength now, is that not enough?" Ling Tian'er showed no intention of letting Haochen off, increasing her physical strength and unabashedly declaring, "As a girl, I am not as concerned about my reputation as you are. What are you afraid of? Love between men and women is nothing to be ashamed of." Haochen found himself at a loss for words. Ling Tian'er was truly deserving of her lineage as a serpent race. Despite all his efforts, he could not escape her relentless pursuit. However, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of celestial cultivation. Though he was human, the phantom lotus seeds within him welcomed the primal essence of the shape-shifting beasts without hesitation. Ling Tian'er, having cultivated for thousands of years, possessed a powerful essence that allowed Haochen to harmonize his celestial, demonic, and beastly powers, making further progression inevitable. Suddenly, just as Haochen was gathering his last ounce of strength to depart from Ling Tian'er, the previously shut door was pushed open. The passionate duo had forgotten to set up a barrier or close the door to their chamber. Upon hearing the door creak, they turned to see a young girl's silhouette appear before them. "Oh, I was only gone for a moment, and you've already entangled yourself with Ling Tian'er in bed. Brother, why are you so indiscriminate with your affections? Not even my recently acquainted friend is spared. Is this not a form of tormenting budding flowers?" Xiao Chui exclaimed as she approached the bed. "Xiao Chui, it's not what it seems. It was entirely my choice. Please don't shout. I'll get up right now," Ling Tian'er said as she put on her clothes. "Why don't you come and try it too?" she added playfully. Before her words could fully settle, Ling Tian'er dashed out of the guest room. Xiao Chui stood there, her face flushed with embarrassment. As the sky darkened, the crowd at the auction site swelled. Under Xiao Bo's arrangements, Haochen and Xiao Chui took their seats in box 202 on the second floor. Observing the throngs of people below, Haochen felt a mix of emotions, pondering the potential price of the shape-shifting elixirs. The evening prior to an auction often saw various items of little significance stirring the atmosphere. As the crowd below enthusiastically called out bids, Xiao Bo and Ling Tian'er entered box 202. Upon seeing Ling Tian'er, Xiao Chui turned her head away in a huff, refusing to acknowledge her, while Ling Tian'er, in a fit of pique, deliberately sat on the opposite side of Haochen, leaving him caught in the middle. "Young Master Zilin, you have entrusted us with 2 celestial shape-shifting elixirs for auction. After discussions, our auction house has decided against public bidding. Instead, we shall retain them for safekeeping. Might you have any other items for consignment?" Xiao Bo explained with a smile. Haochen had anticipated this response. All the prominent families and factions sought after such treasures, and the auction house surely belonged to that competition. Why should he present them for bidding? He planned to wait until the shape-shifting elixirs fetched a good price before discussing the sale of the 2 elixirs. Although he spoke these words, he retrieved 2 celestial shape-shifting elixirs and an additional human celestial elixir from his storage ring. Without a care, I casually tossed the question to Xiao Bo. "I simply wish to know the price of the immortal transformation pills. How can the auction house be like this? Next time, I must find another route. As for these 2 immortal transformation pills, let them be auctioned at the previously agreed price. The human immortal pills can be disregarded." Haochen complained aloud, his face displaying extreme reluctance, which startled Xiaobo. To possess 4 immortal transformation pills and an additional human immortal pill while exhibiting such indifference, what an extraordinary presence that would be. If this opportunity slipped away, would he not be scorned by the auction house? Xiaobo hurriedly put on a smiling face, saying, "Young Master Zilin, please do not say such things. Given the numerous incidents that have occurred, it is indeed the fault of the auction house. I shall immediately have a high-tier storage ring crafted as a token of remembrance and additionally present you with a purple gold card. This card holds a trading limit of 10 million immortal yuan stones at the auction house. I hope this meets your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Haochen's heart soared with joy, yet he feigned difficulty, responding, "Since you have brought it up, let it be so. My items must be auctioned by Miss Shirley, the auctioneer of the house. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, absolutely. I shall contact Miss Shirley to prepare for the auction right away." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobo departed from box 202. Xiao Chui, after relaying a message to Hao Chun, left the room in a huff. Ling Tianer, who had been silent and turned away, asked, "Why would the auction house give you 10 million coins for free? And why did you insist on having Shirley auction the transformation pills?" Hao Chun looked at the puzzled Ling Tianer, thinking her naivety was still too profound. He explained, "What they are offering me is merely a limit. When you lack immortal yuan stones, you can use the purple gold card to spend 10 million here and repay it once you acquire the stones. As for why I want Shirley to participate in the auction of the immortal transformation pills, you will understand shortly." Chapter 1060. Bidding at the auction. No sooner had he spoken than an exhilarating roar erupted from the crowd below. Hao Chun hurriedly turned his gaze to the auction stage, where the chief family of Xueqing had purchased a human immortal pill for 7 million. The frenzy among the audience stemmed from the fact that the originally priced 300,000 human immortal pill had been driven up several times amidst the bidding war between the two families, with the chief family ultimately emerging victorious. The rivalry between the families was not merely superficial. Such contests often unfolded in private as well. For instance, the Qi and Xiao families were demonstrating their formidable financial prowess by inflating the price. This was not merely about acquiring a human immortal pill. It was a contest. Whoever secured the purchase would be the victor. Hao Chun felt a thrill of delight, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. He might not have believed such fortuitous events could occur. It seemed that by the end of the night, he would become an immensely wealthy individual. Several more treasures were successfully auctioned off, and as Shirley appeared on the auction stage, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Applause thundered like rolling thunder, accompanied by shouts and whistles. "Thank you all for taking the time amidst your busy schedules to attend tonight's auction. I believe you are all aware that there is a featured item tonight that will be the grand finale. As a humble auctioneer entrusted with this precious artifact, I shall now present the grand finale, the enchanting transformation pill." Its melodious resonance enveloped the auction hall, prompting an immediate hush among the attendees. Upon the auction stage, aside from the captivating figure of Sherry, stood a magnificent glass cauldron. Within it lay sumptuous crimson silk, and cradled delicately between Sherry's fingers was a verdant, ethereal transformation pill, capturing the gaze of all present. Is this truly the legendary transformation pill? It cannot be. It is astonishing, for it is indeed a 5th-grade elixir crafted by a master alchemist. The president of the Snow City Alchemist Guild is merely a 4th-grade alchemist. Who could possibly concoct a 5th-grade elixir? This is unfathomable. As the transformation pill made its debut, a palpable excitement surged through the audience. Most attendees were transfixed, their eyes fixed upon the elixir, seemingly oblivious to Sherry's presence. A select few, however, appeared composed, patiently awaiting Sherry's forthcoming words. This verdant elixir is undeniably the 5th-grade transformation pill. With a graceful motion, Sherry elevated the pill, redirecting all eyes back to her with but a few words. It is said that the transformation pill can enable one's contracted beast to ascend into a celestial beast, taking on human form. One can only imagine the rarity of such a transformation. The pill before us, being of 5th-grade quality, speaks for itself. The benefits are self-evident. Upon concluding her remarks, Sherry gently placed the transformation pill back into the glass cauldron and seized the auction hammer. With a shift in her tone, she continued, "I believe many of you are now quite intrigued, so let us commence the bidding. The starting price for this transformation pill is set at 1 million celestial yuan stones, with minimum increments of no less than 100,000. No sooner had she finished speaking than the hall erupted with fervent shouts of competition. The Qi family offers 30 million. The Shao family bids 40 million. Do not contest with me. The Shui family demands 41 million. The Cold Moon Mercenary Corps raises the stakes to 42 million. As the last bid echoed through the hall, a young man brandished a sign proclaiming, Cold Moon Mercenary Corps. The Cold Moon Mercenary Corps? Can one really assemble a force so easily? They seem unaware of the gravity of this occasion. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted, causing the young man to awkwardly retreat. Is there a higher bid for 42 million? Sherry's sudden call refocused everyone's attention. The Qi family bids 43 million. The Han family offers 44 million. Just as the prominent families were locked in fierce contention, an unseemly voice from the second-floor box broke the tension. The Foreign Demon clan from the Spirit Mountain domain bids 80 million. The audacity of this bid sent shockwaves through the room, as several influential families and sects were caught off guard by such a staggering offer, surpassing the previous bids by a staggering 50 million. On stage, Sherry appeared unfazed, lightly striking the auction hammer as she announced, 80 million, going once. With a resounding strike of the hammer, the audience was roused from their astonishment, their gazes locking onto the prominent families and sects in attendance. 8 million. For the second time. Typically, an auctioneer would call for a third bid, yet Sherry refrained, much to the delight of Haochen in the private box above. I must remind you all, this celestial transformation pill possesses several unique abilities, but they can only be revealed through the buyer's experimentation. With that, Sherry raised her delicate hammer once more. 8,100,000. Just as she was about to bring down the hammer, a voice abruptly interrupted. 8,200,000. 8,300,000. Indeed, Sherry's words merely established a high-stakes gamble, instilling an insatiable curiosity and desire for possession of the celestial transformation pill within the hearts of the bidders. When the Qi family announced a bid of 9,800,000, silence enveloped the room. Even the most prosperous families and sects within Snow City found it exceedingly challenging to shoulder the burden of 9,800,000 celestial essence stones. After much deliberation, the Qi family made their decision, prompting Sherry to finally bring down her hammer, declaring, sold. At that moment, Haochen in the private box was overjoyed beyond measure. Little did he anticipate that the occupants of the adjacent box were equally elated, their joy surpassing his own. Congratulations to the Qi family on acquiring this item. Please proceed to the trading room to collect it, Sherry announced graciously, before presenting a pale purple alchemical furnace, gently placing it atop the Liuli Ding. Haochen's attention instantly shifted to the furnace, his mind swirling with confusion. Shouldn't the grand finale be the celestial transformation pill? Why was this furnace now making an appearance? And why did it seem so restless from the moment it was revealed? Do you recognize the object on the stage? Haochen inquired, fixating on the alchemical furnace and turning to Ling Tian'er on his left. Ling Tian'er pondered for a moment before shaking her head in resignation. This item was not originally part of this auction, but the seller was quite anxious. After discussions with the chairman and various supervisors, it was included in the final segment. Of course, its allure is comparable to that of the celestial transformation pill. I believe that once its name is revealed, all of you will be astounded. It is the Soul Refining Furnace, Sherry earnestly introduced, and as the name Soul Refining Furnace escaped her lips, a hush fell over the crowd. Chapter 1061, Competitive Bidding, Part 2. According to ancient texts, the Soul Refining Furnace is a treasure from antiquity, renowned throughout the realms. It is fortunate that it has endured to this day, though regrettably, its methods of use have long been lost to time, and the furnace itself is somewhat damaged. Should any family or sect possess the means to restore this treasure and rediscover its techniques, it would undoubtedly be considered a remarkable asset. The starting bid is 5 million, with increments no less than 500,000. Sherry said no more, directly announcing the base price. As the base price was declared, a profound silence enveloped the auction hall. The Soul Refining Furnace, unlike the celestial transformation pill, was not nearly as revered. Its lack of popularity among the prominent families and sects indicated its low recognition, especially given its damaged state and the absence of a known method for its usage. Haochen sat within the confines of the private room 202 on the second floor. Hearing the name of the Soul Refining Furnace, which seemed to have been mentioned in the legacy of Xiao Hao. However, despite racking his brain, he found no information regarding the Soul Refining Furnace within the inherited knowledge. With a resigned shake of his head, he sensed that the Qiankuan furnace was particularly concerned about this artifact, which ignited within him a desire to possess it, regardless of its condition or method of use. He felt compelled to secure this treasure that stirred the Qianquan furnace. The Qianquan furnace was a divine artifact, and anything that could provoke its reaction must be extraordinary. 5 million from the Qi family. The first to break the silence was a young man from the Qi family, who believed that no one cared about the soul-refining furnace, thus making a low bid in hopes of acquiring it at a bargain during the auction. The crowd turned their gazes towards him, a figure clad in white, adorned with a jade crown, whose youthful face bore an air of premature maturity and shadow. As soon as the young man from the Qi family finished speaking, a member of the Shao family, seated nearby, began to mock him. Brother Qi Tian, truly remarkable. Having just spent nearly 100 million on an immortal-grade transformation pill, you now wish to snag a bargain at the auction? It seems you are still interested in this broken soul-refining furnace? Although it is an ancient artifact, its usage has been lost, and it is in ruins. I advise you to withdraw quickly, lest you end up using it as a chamber pot. Haha. A young man from the Shao family chimed in derisively. Indeed. Yes. Young master, we should reconsider. Even if acquired, it would merely serve as a decorative piece. Securing the immortal-grade transformation pill is sufficient. A companion from the Qi family hastily urged. Qi Tian frowned and retorted, mind your own business. He clenched his teeth and glared at the Shao family, saying, the Qi family does not require Brother Zhao's concern. If Brother Shao is interested in this item, you are welcome to place a bid. 6 million. Though Shao Shan had mocked Qi Tian, he unexpectedly raised the bid by 1 million, calling out the new price. Then, turning to Qi Tian with a teasing grin, he remarked, I had no intention of contending with Brother Qi Tian for this treasure, but since you are so modest, I shall graciously accept your goodwill and perhaps use it as a chamber pot. Ha. Hearing this, Qi Tian ground his teeth in frustration. The current situation left him with no surplus immortal stones, and even within his family, it seemed unlikely they could muster more financial resources to compete for the remaining auction items. Shao Shan of the Shao family merely sought to put Qi family in a difficult position. Though Qi Tian harbored resentment, he could not counter the mockery and thus chose to refrain from further bidding. The auction hall fell into a sudden silence. Who would be foolish enough to raise the price on a damaged soul-refining furnace, akin to Shao Shan, merely to return home with a chamber pot? In the face of this unexpected quiet, Shirley raised her auction hammer and called out, 6 million, first time. 7 million. Before her words could fade, Haochen eagerly raised the bid. 10 million. However, just as Haochen's voice fell, another bidding call rang out. The crowd, astounded, turned towards the source of the sound emanating from the private room upstairs. 15 million. At that moment, before Shao Shan and the others could regain their composure, Haochen raised the bid once more. 20 million. From the left side of room 201, that eye-catching voice rang out again. People stood transfixed, their gazes directed towards the private room on the second floor. It was evident that the individuals within did not hail from any prominent family or sect. Members of noble families and sects typically congregated on the ground floor, eager to showcase their identities, fearing that others might not recognize them. At this moment, two formidable figures had appeared, brazenly challenging the esteemed families and sections. 30 million. Upon hearing the bid emanating from the private room 201, Haochen immediately raised the stakes, pondering the identity of his mysterious opponent. 40 million. The low, resolute voice showed no signs of retreat, responding to Haochen's initial bid with unwavering determination. 50 million. In the past, such a staggering figure would have left him astounded, yet now, the value of the celestial essence stones seemed merely numerical to Haochen. He secretly mused. How amusing. To dare challenge me, let us see how you fare against my prowess. Shao Shan and his companions engaged in back-and-forth bidding, disregarding the presence of anyone else in the auction hall. The crowd below was already in a state of bewilderment, as those from various sects and noble families had been reduced to mere spectators in the face of the trio's fierce competition. 51 million. Shao Shan gritted his teeth, resolutely continuing his bidding. Initially, it was presumed that the Qi family would be unable to contend with the Shaos, allowing the latter to acquire the treasure at a low price. However, the emergence of two formidable contenders had altered the dynamics entirely. 70 million. The voice from private room 201 was deep and directed not at Haochen, much to his delight. It appeared that the rival was not targeting him, further affirming the worth of the soul-refining furnace. 71 million. Shao Shan seemed earnest in his pursuit, consistently outbidding his competitor by a slight margin. Haochen, if not for the fact that you lack sufficient celestial essence stones, why this hesitance? This is truly uncharacteristic of the Xia family. Qi Tian interjected, mocking the situation as he observed Haochen struggle. Haochen felt a wave of frustration but maintained a smile, concealing any signs of discouragement. Suddenly, the low voice from private room 201 rang out once again, this time not with a bid, but laced with sarcasm. I had thought that the esteemed families and sects possessed considerable prowess. Today, I am truly impressed. Since the Xia family appears timid and lacks momentum, I shall not hold back. I bid for the soul refining furnace. As his words fell, the crowd stood in astonishment, turning to behold the audacious challenger from the second floor. Who could it be that dared to provoke the noble families and sects within the auction hall? Such an occurrence had never transpired at the Snow City auction house. 100 million. As astonishment swept through the audience, the deep voice uttered two simple words, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. The hall fell into a hushed silence. Even Shirley, who had witnessed countless events, was momentarily taken aback. Who could possibly declare a 100 million bid in a single breath? Was it conceivable that a hidden, formidable force resided within the city? Chapter 1062, An Unexpected Assault, Part 1. Observing the stillness in the auction hall, the auctioneer, Shirley, assumed that no further bids would be forthcoming. Thus, she lightly swung the auction hammer and announced, 100 million. First call, 100 million. Second call, 100 million. The voice that made Haochen frown did not resound again. 100 million and 1 million. As Sherry began to speak for the third time, Haochen interjected with another bid. Within the private box, he had been observing the unfolding situation and seeing the stillness around him. A wicked smile gradually appeared on his lips. Though the crowd below could not see, it seemed as if Haochen spoke softly to the air, murmuring, "Even recklessness requires a conclusion. This is my bottom line." The individuals in box 201, upon hearing Haochen's words, exchanged knowing smiles, having achieved their objective. Ling Tianer looked at Haochen in confusion and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Haochen merely smiled in silence, glancing at Sherry on the auction stage. The soul refining furnace had been purchased by box 202. This treasure now belonged to the guest of box 202. Once the auction was confirmed, Haochen promptly disguised himself, concealing his aura, and hurriedly left box 202 with the newly attired Ling Tianer. Inside the transaction room, the steward retrieved the soul refining furnace from the storage ring and handed it to the winning bidder, Haochen. In addition to the initially promised purple crystal card and storage ring, a gold card was also slipped into Haochen's hands. Observing the dazzling storage ring, Haochen nodded in satisfaction. However, upon seeing the amount within the gold card, he expressed confusion, asking, "Why is it so little?" The steward chuckled awkwardly and explained, 2 transformation pills and 1 human immortal pill amount to a total of 200 million immortal stones. After deducting a 30% auction fee, you are left with 140 million. Subtracting the 100 million and 1 million for the soul refining furnace, the card should have 39 million. However, after deducting the cost of the raw materials, there remains a debt of 7 million immortal stones owed to the auction house. This time, young Master Zeline has brought substantial profit to the auction house. After discussion, they decided to waive the debt and additionally grant young Master Zeline 10 million immortal stones as a token of gratitude. Haochen's face turned pale. All his efforts over the past few days seemed in vain, and he inwardly cursed, "Rascals." The auction house had, in essence, extracted 60 million immortal stones from him, leaving him powerless to refute. He could only acquiesce to this exploitation, nodding helplessly as he departed with Ling Tianer. Upon exiting the auction house, Haochen erupted in expletives. "Rascals. Truly damned rascals. After all this hustle, I am rewarded with their so-called generosity." Alas, Ling Tianer, amused, glanced at Haochen and quickly interjected, "All right. Don't be angry. They didn't force you into anything. When you called out such a high price, didn't you consider whether you had enough immortal stones?" Listening to Ling Tianer's words, Haochen found himself at a loss. He pondered where this newly transformed girl had learned such wisdom. For the world is indeed a vast melting pot. Thus, he took Ling Tianer back to Cheonglin Courtyard. At this moment, having sold the beast corpses and medicinal pills, he had acquired a plethora of raw materials for alchemy, and now, the foremost priority was to elevate his cultivation level. As the two departed from the northern gate of Snow City, The sky had grown dark. The waning crescent moon hung precariously in the mountain bend, and the darkness before dawn appeared particularly somber. Haochen and Ling Tian quickened their pace, an unsettling thought creeping into their minds. Between Snow City and Qianglin Garden lay a vast expanse of lush green grass. To provide a comfortable leisure environment, the Lord of Snow City, along with various sects and esteemed families, had invested in the construction of numerous facilities, transforming the area into a comprehensive entertainment hub. As Haochen and Ling Tian approached the edge of this recreational zone, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing Haochen to shiver. Glancing at Ling Tian beside him, he felt somewhat reassured. With her presence, it seemed unlikely that any ill-intentioned individuals would dare to provoke them. Just as he found solace in her company, a fierce gust of wind whipped around them, turning the previously cool breeze into a disquieting tempest. "Who goes there?" Before Haochen could react, Ling Tian inquired sharply. In the night's embrace, her deep-set eyes shone with an unusual brightness as she cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The tempest showed no signs of abating. Dark clouds gathered ominously above them. Without hesitation, Haochen summoned the Qiong spider to guard him, while discreetly releasing the blood-poisoned spirit's doppelganger, which transformed into a wisp of smoke and darted into the void. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning erupted, twisting menacingly toward Haochen and Ling Tian. The Qiong spider, seemingly unfazed, exhaled its innate ability, weaving a web that swiftly engulfed the lightning, consuming it entirely. Haochen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had brought the Qiong spider down the mountain. Otherwise, this thunderbolt would have surely claimed half his life. Before Haochen could steady himself, the blood-poisoned spirit's doppelganger emitted a pained cry from above. He looked up just as a series of lightning strikes, accompanied by a deafening roar, veered past the doppelganger and hurtled toward him. Startled, Haochen sought to evade the strikes, but Ling Tian shielded him, cradling him protectively in her arms. Her gesture sent a tumult of emotions through Haochen, yet he remained still, reveling in the warmth of the moment. As the flashes of lightning approached them, the Qiong spider once again unleashed its talent, emitting a dense web. This web materialized above Haochen and Ling Tian, effortlessly repelling the oncoming electricity. They breathed a deep sigh of relief, feeling as if they had been reborn. However, just as they exhaled, a tearing sound echoed ominously. While the web had thwarted the ferocity of the lightning, it was powerless against the raging winds. The fierce gusts battered against the web, leaving visible tears in its fabric. At that moment, Haochen's consciousness locked onto a distant spot where 3 trees stood. He called out, "Come forth." Suddenly, a thunderous hand emerged from behind the leftmost tree, slicing through the air toward Haochen and Ling Tian. In response, Haochen broke free from Ling Tian's embrace and unleashed a chilling ice palm to confront the sudden assault. With a resounding crash, the ice palm collided with the thunderous hand, the air around them exploding in an instant, transforming the grassy ground into a chaotic battlefield strewn with debris. Haochen feigned weakness, staggering back several steps to gather his strength. As his consciousness swept across the surroundings, Haochen discovered that their assailants were 3 figures concealed behind distant trees. Observing the ravaged scene before him, he felt a profound sense of despair. Such a level of destruction was beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to withstand. One assailant, having missed their strike, quietly retreated from behind the tree on the left. Haochen scanned the 3 trees ahead. Now only 2 figures remained, disheveled and standing beside the tree on the right. Upon recognizing them, he was rendered speechless. Before him stood Sherry, accompanied by another individual. In that moment, Haochen found himself at a loss, grappling with the unexpectedness of the situation. "How could it be you?" he questioned, gazing at Sherry, whose face was smeared with dirt from the explosion. Chapter 1063, An Unexpected Ambush, Part 2, "Zilene, I will kill you." Sherry screamed hysterically upon hearing Haochen's inquiry. Just as she attempted to advance, she was halted by the middle-aged man beside her. His brow furrowed. He fixed a piercing gaze on Haochen and declared, "You must be Zilene? I am Sherry's father, Shui Yuanshan. The incident today is entirely our fault. We intended to play a jest with you, but unwittingly fell victim to manipulation, resulting in this chaos." Shui Yuanshan's expression darkened with distress. Though Haochen had never met Shui Yuanshan, it was evident that he had heard of him through Sherry. After all, how could Sherry's father refer to him as young master otherwise? Thus, he inquired, Uncle Shui, are you unharmed? Before he could finish, Sherry pointed an accusing finger at him, berating, you ungrateful wretch. You had my uncle send a message to deceive me about the auction of the transformation elixir. The auction has concluded, and I came to visit you with my father, merely intending to jest. Yet you retaliated and dealt me a severe blow. Today, I shall settle this matter with you. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Sherry broke free from Shui Yuanshan's grasp, drawing her sword and lunging toward Haochen. Ling Tianer instinctively moved to intervene, but was held back by Haochen, who shook his head with a bitter smile. With a thrust, the blade pierced her chest, blood trickling down the sword's length, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Sherry had not anticipated that Haochen would not evade the strike. In an instant, Shui Yuanshan darted forward, pulling Sherry back to his side, fearing that Ling Tianer might retaliate and end her life. Haochen, with a wry smile, gripped the sword tightly and, with a slight exertion, pulled it from his body. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Staggering forward, he struggled to approach Sherry, hoping to clarify the events that had transpired. If your anger remains unsated, feel free to strike me again, he managed to say. At that moment, Sherry realized that the second attack on Zelene had not originated from her father or herself, who, then, sought to frame them for murder. As she watched Zelene's face grow pale, tears streamed down her cheeks. Seizing the sword, she dashed in the direction where the mysterious figure had fled. With Sherry's departure, Haochen, on the verge of fainting, exerted the last vestige of his strength to bow apologetically to Shui Yuanshan, saying, Uncle Shui, I am truly sorry. Witnessing Haochen's nearing collapse, Shui Yuanshan nodded in appreciation and, after a brief glance at Ling Tianer, set off in pursuit of Sherry's figure. As soon as Sherry and Shui Yuanshan departed, Haochen could no longer endure the strain and fainted. His last memory before losing consciousness was of Ling Tianer urgently calling his alias and rushing towards him. Upon awakening, he felt the scorching rays of the morning sun piercing his eyes, and he gently opened them. Within a grand conference hall, dozens of figures stood, while Haochen lay weakly on a bed in the center, gazing around with feeble strength. Why are all of you here? Haochen inquired curiously, feeling the pain coursing through his body as he recognized the familiar faces surrounding him. You made quite a commotion last night. It would be difficult not to notice, explained Hao Yuanheng, who stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the scenery. Haochen surveyed the gathering in the room. Aside from Ziyu and Ling Tianer, several other women had returned to Qiongling Garden. There were Yuan from Tianyuan Continent, Yimei, Ziwan, Ziyu, Ziyan, Lu Shuanger, and Wang Shui. From Tianwu Continent, there were Yi Xiaoya and Yi Xiaoyu, and from Qiyuan Realm, Gu Yun and Chu Qian. The two Qing siblings from the small world, Qing Xian and Qing'er, were also present, along with Mu Huinan, Yuan Ziki, and Feng Heru from the Nanhai Islands, as well as Shimin Shui, Xiao Yu, Dai Lin, Xiao Wen, Li Runan, and Yun Luo. Additionally, there were Yuan's sister, Yu Yao, Li Runan's brother, Li Feng, and Yu Xiaolan's brother, Yu Yaodian, along with their cousin Hao Feng. Yuan's daughter, Yuer, Yimei's son, Tianer, Ziwan's daughter, Zi, Ziyan's daughter, Zixian, Shuanger's daughter, Xiao Shuanger, Hao Ying's son, Hao Tianqi, Ziyu's daughter, Ziqi, and her son, Hao Tianqing were also present. The five little demonesses included Xiao Chui, Greenbird, Xiao Hong, Firebird, the white-haired witch, Snow Eagle, Xiao Qiu, Little Owl, and Shuer, Nine-tailed Fox. The transformed beings included Su Nyang, Mist Wirem, Yin Yu, Howling Moon Wolf, Yu Qianqing, Feather Tiger, Xiao Long, Ice Fire Dragon, Nan Hai, Unicorn Dragon, Nan Jia, Unicorn Demon Dragon, the Qilin Ape, the Chubby Girl, a magical beast contracted from Nanhai Island, now the Qilin Ape's main wife. The Qilin Armored Demon Ape, a contracted beast captured from the Baihai Jungle in the Demon Realm, now the Qilin Ape's secondary wife. The Blue Water Lily, a Millennium Flower Spirit, and various little flower spirits. This sight filled Haochen's heart with immense joy. He recalled the attack from the previous night. Astonished at the uproar it had caused, the destruction of the leisure facilities brought him a headache, as he would now bear the burden of such a significant restoration project, which posed quite a challenge. He had obliterated a large portion of the grassland and buildings between Qiongling Garden and Shui City with a single palm strike, which only fueled his anger. What? Acknowledging your mistakes, yet refusing to take responsibility? Hurry and restore my grassland and leisure facilities. Concerned, Ziyu, who had been watching Haochen intently, stepped forward to question him when he remained silent. Yes. Haochen exhaled deeply upon noticing Ziyu's furious expression. I will atone for my mistakes. Seeing that Haochen was unharmed, Hao Yuanheng and the group of men subsequently departed the lively hall to attend to the affairs of Qiongling Garden. As Ziyu watched the people leave one by one, a slight smile graced her lips, and with a delicate finger, she poked Haochen on the head. You seem to have grown bolder lately, haven't you? Causing trouble all around. After this rehabilitation, you shall remain here for reflection and witness how I deal with you. Sister Ziyu, do not let your brother-in-law end up in bed, little Chui teasingly remarked. I would indeed like to ensnare him within a realm of tenderness. Might my sisters pardon me? Ziyu said with a playful smile directed at Xiaocui. Xiaocui's face instantly flushed, hearing the playful banter of the women. The familiar voices and gestures filled Haocen's heart with an overwhelming sense of warmth. Oh, how moving! Ziyu remarked upon seeing Haocen's eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, Haochen was so touched that words eluded him, a lump lodged in his throat. As he cleared his throat, ready to speak, he was interrupted by Ling Tian'er, who stated, Yesterday, after carelessly ruining the grassland, I, Ling Zilin, shall spare no effort to compensate for the transgression. Ling Tian'er bowed towards Ziyu. Wait. Are you referring to Zilin as him? Ziyu asked, pointing at Haochen. Yes, he said his name was Zilin. What of it? Ling Tian'er inquired, puzzled. Humph. You've been deceived by this scoundrel. His true name is Haochen. Ziyu scolded, pointing at him. Ah. Ling Tian'er gasped, startled, uncertain of what other secrets Zilin might be harboring. She stepped closer to Haocen's bedside, smiling. I never imagined your sweet words would lure me to your bed, concealing many secrets. Do enlighten me on what else I do not know. She reached out to tug at Haocen's ear, but he swiftly evaded, leaping from the bed and hiding behind Lan Shui Lian. Just as the group was engaged in their playful antics, a knock resounded at the door. The room's door swung open, revealing Xiefeng Mountain, the lord of Xueqing, along with Xiao Bo and Shui Yun, the lord's nephew. They entered the Qiongling courtyard and proceeded into the conference hall. Chapter 1064. Unforeseen Developments. Part 1. Upon seeing the trio enter the hall, Haochen, who had been hiding behind Lan Shui Lian, stepped forward. Xiao Bo, noticing Haochen, spoke. The grassland at Qiongling courtyard that was damaged will be repaired by our auction house. I hope Brother Zilin need not worry. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiefeng Mountain took a step forward, looking at everyone with a sigh. Ah, Xiao Bo, you've already courted Zilin upon his arrival in Xueqing. I believe the position of city lord should be yours. Xiefeng Mountain wore a broad smile, feigning indignation. My lord, please do not jest. As long as one is devoted to Xueqing, the auction house shall undoubtedly collaborate earnestly. How could there be any talk of courting? Xiao Bo hurriedly began to explain. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Haochen interjected. He straightened his posture, a smile gracing his face. Uncle Shui, please refrain from displaying such sorrowful theatrics. Who is unaware that the auction house is intertwined with the city lord's estate? I shall take full responsibility for yesterday's incident. Upon hearing this, Xiefeng Mountain raised an eyebrow momentarily, but quickly returned to his composed demeanor. He then clasped his hands behind his back and stated, Since you have sincerely acknowledged your mistake, I shall grant you a chance. However, I shall be observing you discreetly. Should you falter in the slightest, I will see to it that you are cast into the dungeons. With that, he exchanged a glance with Xiao Bo, and the two vanished from the hall. Haochen understood that this was a performance orchestrated by City Lord Xiefeng Mountain and Xiao Bo to apply pressure on him, and he couldn't help but smirk. However, gazing at the remaining individuals in the room, all of whom were his family and dear friends, he felt a sense of comfort and softly murmured, Oh, it hurts so much. Stop pretending. Shuiyun has already mentioned that it's merely a superficial injury, and you don't even need to take any medicinal pills. What are you complaining about? Upon seeing the city lord and Xiao Bo depart, Xiao Cui spoke without reservation. I wonder where exactly Master Uncle feels pain. If you could articulate it, I might be able to diagnose it properly and facilitate an early remedy. Shuiyun wore an air of politeness, which caused those present to regard her with newfound respect. What are you staring at? Do you think your medical skills have improved? To the point where you dare to flaunt them before me? Haochen retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. The earlier display of pain had been merely for the ladies, a playful act to evoke their affection. Upon hearing this, Shuiyun ceased her responses, dutifully retreating to a corner. Noticing the silence in the room, Haochen promptly turned to Haofeng and Li Feng, asking, "What's the matter? Aren't you excited to see me? Have you missed me after all this time?" Only then did Haofeng and Li Feng reveal joyful smiles, rushing forward to embrace Haochen. During their conversation, Haochen gradually learned that both had advanced to the martial king realm in a remarkably short period. To his astonishment, Li Feng had surpassed Haofeng by a rank, having reached the late martial king stage. Haochen, eyes wide with astonishment, quickly retrieved the recently refined Ascending Emperor pill from his storage ring and handed it to them. "This is the Ascending Emperor pill I just concocted. Although it isn't of the highest quality, it should suffice for your cultivation. In the future, I will assist you in refining even better pills." Haofeng and Li Feng stared at the Ascending Emperor pill in their hands, momentarily rendered speechless, with all present equally astonished. After all, the Ascending Emperor pill is a rare commodity, and everyone in the room had journeyed from the Qianyuan realm alongside Haochen, fully aware of its preciousness. After exchanging pleasantries and confirming Haochen's well-being, the guests gradually took their leave. Yet, at that moment, Haochen felt an indescribable sense of melancholy, as he had encountered everyone he knew, except for Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan, which stirred a whirlwind of anxious speculation in his mind. As the others departed, only Ling Tian remained in the room. Haochen quickly inquired, "Do you wish to stay with me indefinitely? You could join your family in Qianglin Garden. In the future, I will refine an immortal-grade transformation pill for you. You need not worry." Ling Tian, with a face full of grievance, replied, "I am already yours. I will not leave you. If you truly wish to cast me aside, I will return to the Beast Valley." Haochen found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to Ling Tian's words, and helplessly remarked, "I truly am at a loss for you." After spending an indeterminate number of days recuperating in Qianglin Garden, feeling no further anomalies in his body, Haochen resolved to venture into the city to visit the medicinal valley of the alchemist branch at the Immortal Academy. He summoned his father Hao Yuanheng, along with Haofeng, Xiaocui, Li Feng, and Ziyu, into the conference hall. He meticulously inquired about the progress of the foundational construction in Qianglin Garden and produced a starship to hand over to his father as a precautionary measure. From his robe, he retrieved a storage ring filled with treasures, spirit stones, and other cultivation resources he had prepared in advance. Distributing tasks to Haofeng, Li Feng, and Ziyu, they were to assist their father, Hao Yuanheng, in overseeing the construction of Qianglinyuan. Haochen, accompanied by Ling Tian'er, arrived at the alchemist division, searching extensively but finding no trace of Xuyun. Even other students were scarce. It struck him as odd that Xuyun did not reside in the academy. Haochen pondered. Could it be that the students and alchemists of the alchemist division were sequestered in the back courtyard or deep within the medicinal valley for their cultivation? With this thought in mind, he hurried towards the back courtyard, where a refining chamber lay between the front and back courtyards. As Haochen and Ling Tian'er approached the vicinity of the refining chamber, they were captivated by the alluring fragrance of medicinal herbs, causing them to pause in their tracks. It was not that Haochen was unwilling to proceed, but rather that Ling Tian'er appeared entranced by something, her face alight with longing, compelling him to remain still. "Do you enjoy the scent of the elixirs here?" Haochen inquired, puzzled. Ling Tian'er, in a moment of confusion, nodded and then shook her head. After a brief contemplation, she softly expressed, "It is not merely the fragrance I find appealing. Rather, it is this aroma of elixirs that entices me. I cannot quite explain it. The scent penetrates my senses and lingers in my mind." "Oh." Haochen regarded Ling Tian'er curiously. Aside from her slightly dimmed eyes, she exhibited no other changes. He teased, "You must be hungry. Once I locate Xuyun to discuss a few matters, I shall take you to a tavern for a meal." Just as he was about to step forward, Ling Tian'er pulled him back. Seeing the bewilderment on his face, she hurriedly clarified, "This fragrance is likely a potion crafted specifically for serpent demons. Otherwise, I would not be so drawn to it. It is not just me. Any serpent demon would pursue this scent." Haochen was taken aback by her revelation. Realizing that Ling Tian'er intended to convey that this fragrance was no ordinary scent, but rather a special elixir crafted for serpent demons. Intrigued, he nodded and cautiously followed Ling Tian'er towards the source of the aroma. They halted before a stone door, and Haochen found himself perplexed, reflecting. The alchemist division possesses such remarkable alchemists? Could it be true, as Ling Tian'er suggested, that they are concocting a unique elixir within? With questions lingering in his mind, Haochen slowly pushed open the stone door. Instantly, a more potent fragrance enveloped them, rendering Ling Tian'er momentarily dazed. Ling Tian'er. Haochen's expression shifted dramatically as he sought to rouse her from her stupor. Just as his voice echoed in the air, a deep voice resonated within Haochen's mind, declaring, "Do not fear, she merely slumbers." Upon hearing this, Haochen peered into the room, where a figure cloaked in black with a veil partially covering their face approached him with graceful steps. "I recognize you." Haochen's face paled at the realization that this voice belonged to the individual from the auction house's box 202 the previous night. "Hee, I know you too. But seeking you out proves to be quite a challenge," the figure remarked, their deep voice tinged with a sharp edge, devoid of any hoarseness. "Unless I incapacitate this serpent demon beside you, approaching you will be exceedingly difficult." It is evident that the individual before him is a woman disguised as a man. Haochen felt perplexed. How could a woman audaciously challenge the prominent families and sects while concealing her true identity? Surely, she harbors ulterior motives. "What brings you here?" Haochen gently enveloped Ling Tian'er in his embrace, gradually shifting his stance backward as he inquired, "Are you aware that this is the alchemist branch?" "Of course I am aware. And I also know that the head of the alchemist branch seldom visits. The stewards and mentors have all gone to the southern city, currently facing an onslaught of magical beasts. Meanwhile, the students and staff within the institute remain hidden in underground fortresses, which is why I have come here." Upon noticing Haochen's retreat, the figure clad in dark attire with a half-covered face was taken aback, thinking, "A person who displayed such lavishness at the auction should not be so timid in my presence." Haochen, startled by the words of the veiled figure, exclaimed, "Are magical beasts truly attacking outside the southern city?" "Indeed," replied the enigmatic figure. "A quick scan reveals it is not a large-scale beast tide, merely a small-scale probing." Haochen's consciousness extended beyond the southern city, and he thought to himself, "Fortunately, there are 2 sky-devouring pythons stationed outside the city to alleviate the magical beast siege for the time being. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of this place. Speak plainly. What do you seek from me?" "The reason I seek you is indeed for the soul refining furnace." The dark-clad figure's deep, resonant voice echoed, hinting at something significant. Haochen chuckled lightly. "You sold the soul refining furnace and now return to seize it? If word of this spreads, you will be condemned by the world." The figure in dark attire thought to himself, "This person discerned my intentions at the auction. I did not expect him to be so young and astute." He quickly responded, "I do not intend to seize it. I merely wish to comprehend the secrets of the soul refining furnace." "You sold the soul refining furnace, yet still wish to uncover its mysteries? And you claim not to be here to seize the treasure? Who would believe that?" Haochen questioned, perplexed. "You are truly intriguing. I have stated that I will not seize it. Why do you doubt the soul refining furnace in my possession?" The figure proposed, "How about this? Share the secrets you know with me, and I shall assist you in awakening this serpent demon." Otherwise, the dark-clad figure sensed Haochen's resolute demeanor and swiftly altered his approach. Though he possessed the soul refining furnace, the figure was at a loss regarding its use and sought to entice those who understood its secrets to bid at the auction. He planned to track the auction winner, seizing not only the furnace but also its secrets. "Oh, I believe I understand now. You conceal your true identity for fear of being recognized. If I were to reveal its mysteries to you, it would only heighten the danger." Haochen had feigned weakness but now stepped forward assertively. "What are you doing?" The figure, witnessing Haochen's sudden shift in demeanor, became flustered. Unintentionally, the true voice emerged, crisp and melodious, unmistakably that of a woman. "If you possessed the strength to seize, you would not resort to methods that incapacitate my companions. Your ability to discern Ling Tian'er's identity suggests that you, too, hold considerable significance. In the entirety of Snow City, not even the city lord could recognize Ling Tian'er at a glance. Yet you can. Which leads me to ponder what other art besides the cultivation of spirit control could achieve such prowess." Haochen's words sent a shiver through the figure cloaked in black, her face partially obscured by a veil. She remained oblivious to the identity of the person before her, whose intellect was clearly beyond the ordinary. Spirit controllers possess a mysterious lineage of techniques. It remains unknown which formidable power has manifested the art of spirit control. The technique for controlling beast spirits has emerged with an unstoppable force, sweeping through the entire celestial domain and unleashing a bloody tempest. Those who cultivate spirit control, upon becoming spirit controllers, not only gained the ability to command powerful beasts as allies, but also possessed bizarre powers that allow for transformation. After transformation, one's strength and defensive capabilities rival those of the beasts, while also granting access to certain innate abilities of the beasts, rendering their might truly terrifying. The celestial realm once boasted the 10,000 Beasts sect, which dominated the heavens, with the spirit refining furnace as its treasured artifact. If my conjecture is correct, the soul refining furnace is indeed the spirit refining furnace, or more aptly, the beast refining furnace. Haochen's certainty regarding the other's identity as a spirit controller stemmed from the threat involving Ling Tian'er. As he gradually approached the veiled figure, she, for the first time, displayed signs of trepidation, instinctively retreating a few steps while exclaiming in alarm, "What do you intend to do? Are you a remnant of the 10,000 Beasts sect? Have you only inherited the art of spirit control for dealing with beasts, without being taught how to confront humans?" Before her words could fully escape, Haochen abruptly gestured, tearing away the veil that concealed her face. The cloaked figure froze in place, her expression one of shock as she gazed helplessly at Haochen. A delicate visage emerged before his eyes, though marred by the dirt and disarray from neglect. Her double eyelids, almond-shaped eyes, petite nose, and small mouth, along with her slightly elongated, slender brows, painted the portrait of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. "Considering your appearance, you seem hardly older. Quickly awaken, my friend, and I shall pretend this incident never transpired. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here unscathed. I shall administer justice on the spot," Haochen declared, channeling the celestial essence within him, causing the air to grow heated. Suddenly, a puppet materialized beside him. The art of spirit control may prove challenging for puppets, as they lack souls, prompting him to summon one at the earliest opportunity. He possessed numerous puppets, crafted by alchemists and artificers who continually experimented with their creation. Moreover, some obstinate individuals still dreamt of achieving immortality, persistently producing metallic and humanoid puppets, which were of a caliber befitting celestial beings, all fashioned by these relentless creators. The figure draped in black, with a veil partially obscuring their face, was suddenly taken aback by the appearance of the puppet before them. In a moment of panic, their lips trembled, revealing a visage of fear, as they hastily invoked a spirit-controlling technique to awaken Ling Tian'er. Upon witnessing Ling Tian'er regain consciousness, Haochen retracted the puppet and darkly stated, "You may leave. I possess no secrets of the soul-refining furnace, and even if I did, I am under no obligation to divulge them to you." The cloaked individual, seemingly inexperienced, instinctively steadied their trembling legs upon the puppet's disappearance. With a quivering voice, they stammered, I know the basic usage of the soul-refining furnace." But before they could finish, Haochen's expression shifted dramatically as he growled, "Get lost." Chapter 1066. Unforeseen Circumstances, Part 3. Faced with Haochen's terrifying demeanor, the veiled figure could no longer contain their tears. They choked back sobs, tears streaming down their cheeks as they hurriedly exited the alchemy room of the alchemist division. "Are you truly uninterested in the soul-refining furnace? Why not seize the opportunity to inquire about its usage?" Ling Tian'er, still somewhat dazed, reached out in confusion. "Even if he possesses the knowledge, it cannot be complete. Otherwise, he would not seek us out." On that day, he challenged all the noble families and sects to auction the soul-refining furnace for a favorable price. "Do you believe he would willingly share his methods with us?" Haochen examined Ling Tian'er with a concerned expression, offering an explanation. Ling Tian'er seemed to grasp the situation and nodded obediently. Satisfied that there were no abnormalities in her condition, Haochen felt a sense of relief and took her hand, hastening toward the southern gate of Snow City. At the southern gate, they encountered an assault by magical beasts. Although it was a minor probing attack, Haochen did not remain indifferent. From the moment he was conferred by the Snow City Lord, he had established a connection with the city, regarding it as his base. Protecting it was tantamount to safeguarding his own interests. Not far away, the cloaked figure watched as Haochen and Ling Tian'er vanished, their initially timid demeanor giving way to a fierce glare as they muttered with resentment, "We shall see." For safety's sake, Haochen summoned the Qiong spider to scout the situation outside the city. Before reaching the southern city, the sounds of roaring magical beasts and the stampeding of countless creatures echoed, a testament to their numbers beyond the city walls. The residents within the walls were gripped by fear, hiding away in their homes, no longer visible. A few guards were stationed at the passage leading to the city walls. May I trouble you to inform the city lord that Zilin requests an audience. Zilin stepped forward briskly, addressing the city guards. Although Haochen did not recognize the guards, they would surely remember Zilin's mark. Not long ago, when Haochen had aided Snow City by bringing 2 city-defending magical beasts, the sky-devouring python, the city had trembled with the news. Thanks to Haochen's timely assistance, many unnecessary casualties were averted, and the guards' admiration for him rivaled that of the city lord. The guards quickly clasped their hands in a salute, saying, "Master Zilin, the city lord is currently in discussions with other noble families and sections. Please wait a moment. I will announce your presence at once." Haochen nodded, his heart filled with unease and concern as he listened to the sounds of the beast siege outside the city of Nanxing. After a brief moment, the city lord did not appear. Instead, Xiaobo emerged with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Why is young Master Zilin not resting in Xiongling Garden for a few more days? A minor wave of beasts has appeared outside, which we shall handle." Haochen, visibly displeased, inquired, "Where is the city lord? What is happening outside?" "Xiaobo, spare me the pleasantries. The magical beasts have already attacked the south gate. There is no time for idle chatter." Xiaobo chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It is merely a probing attack from the magical beasts, nothing significant. They have been causing minor disturbances intermittently these past few days, with 2 guardian magical beasts stationed outside. What is there to fear?" However, Haochen felt a sense of disquiet at Xiaobo's words. Today, Xiaobo seemed deliberately intent on keeping Haochen uninformed. Was there some unforeseen change outside the city? Why had the city lord not yet made an appearance? And why was Xiaobo so evasive on the matter? Disregarding Xiaobo's attempts at conversation, Haochen bypassed him and hastened towards the city wall. Unbeknownst to him, the guards stationed at the passageway stood resolutely in his path. Their silver spears crossed before him. With a strained expression, one of the guards implored, "Young Master Zilin, please do not make things difficult for us." "What is the meaning of this?" Haochen swiftly turned to Xiaobo. Xiaobo, with a wry smile, shook his head and explained, "On the city wall, members of various noble families and sects are in discussion with the city lord regarding urgent matters. No one is permitted to ascend. I have been waiting here as well." Haochen pondered this further. Suddenly, a fearsome roar from a magical beast pierced the air. Startled, Haochen felt a chill run down his spine, while Ling Tianer beside him turned pale, swiftly dispatching the obstructive guards with a wave of her hand. In an instant, the 2 leaped onto the city wall. If Haochen's guess was correct, that roar had emanated from the sky-swallowing python. This creature was a half-step celestial beast. What calamity could have befallen it to elicit such a mournful cry? Why did Ling Tianer's countenance shift so drastically upon hearing the python's roar? Upon their arrival atop the city wall, Haochen was met with a shocking sight. He was left speechless, grappling with the tumult of emotions surging within him. At that moment, 2 sky-swallowing pythons were entwined, their bones cracking as they struggled, grimacing in pain. Xiongzhu stood trembling on the city wall, while the 2 sky-swallowing pythons outside let out pitiful wails, their surroundings soaked in blood. Low-tier magical beasts occasionally gnawed at the 2 pythons, a sight that was utterly heartbreaking. "What on earth is happening?" Haochen exclaimed in frustration, lacking understanding of the situation. Ling Tianer, unable to contain herself any longer, darted out of the city the moment Haochen shouted. In an instant, she transformed into a colossal sky-swallowing python, radiating an overwhelming energy that forcibly separated the 2 entangled pythons. Unbeknownst to them, the city lord had arrived behind Haochen, expressing a hint of regret. "It seems these 2 sky-swallowing pythons are being manipulated by someone, leading to their self-inflicted harm. I am currently seeking solutions from various esteemed families and sections." Haochen paid no heed to Shui Fengshan, his expression lost in thought as he gazed down at the 2 monstrous swallowing serpents and Ling Tianer. The eyes of the 2 beasts glimmered with a terrifying ferocity, causing Haochen's complexion to change dramatically. Observing this scene, he turned to Xiongzhu, only to find her demeanor mirroring that of the swallowing serpents. Swiftly, Haochen approached Xiongzhu and, with a decisive motion, imprisoned her within the demon suppression tower. He then called out to Shui Fengshan, "Why did you not inform me sooner? Do you not realize that if we delay any longer, they may lose their lives? Do you truly believe these 2 beasts should perish for the sake of Shui City? Is this truly seeking a solution, or merely stalling for time?" Shui Fengshan, taken aback by such unexpected reproach, was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, he witnessed Haochen leap into the air, disregarding the multitude of beasts lurking below. As he prepared to intervene, Feishuang was restrained by the others, who cautioned, "City Lord, there are tens of thousands of beasts rampaging below. You must not act recklessly." While Feishuang furrowed his brow in distress, he heard Haochen call out with unwavering confidence, "Ling Tian, catch me." Haochen, wishing not to reveal his true prowess prematurely in Shui City, was already at the celestial realm. Flight posed no challenge for him. Nevertheless, he chose to present himself as a cultivator at the nascent stage of the human realm. Chapter 1067, Cunning Tactics. Ling Tian, catch me. As his words faded, a gentle breeze arose, lifting Haochen's figure into the air before gently descending. Upon landing, he paid no attention to the beast's assaults, instead dodging left and right as he hurried towards the two monstrous serpents. Observing their expressions and dark, penetrating eyes, he could not help but marvel. It was evident that someone had set their sights on the swallowing serpents. Such strength could not be wielded by ordinary individuals. Only a beast tamer could execute such control. Realizing the ruthlessness of the adversary, Haochen was suddenly enveloped by a thick fog conjured by Ling Tian. "What is happening?" she asked urgently. Haochen shook his head and replied, "It is the beast tamer employing a spirit control technique, a spell that can dominate magical beasts, only wielded by those adept in beast taming. Is there a way to dispel it?" Ling Tian inquired anxiously. Haochen shook his head. With his current strength, he could not break the spirit control technique. Without understanding its intricacies, he could not even touch it without risking being ensnared himself. "What can we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch my kin perish," Ling Tian exclaimed. Haochen furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, the veiled figure in black he had just encountered. He might be a remnant of the beast tamers. Perhaps he could unravel the spirit control technique. If he could incapacitate Ling Tian, he might possess the means to assist. Could it be that this entire affair was orchestrated by him? With this thought, Haochen declared, "I have found a solution." "What is it?" Ling Tian asked, her urgency palpable. Haochen surveyed the scene, noting the vast number of beasts poised to strike in the southern city. In a flurry of urgency, he exclaimed, "First, quell the current beast tide to prevent them from seizing the opportunity to launch a large-scale assault on Snow City. Take me back to the city wall. I must find someone." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian swiftly conjured a gust of formidable wind, enveloping Haochen and transporting him to the city wall. As Haochen returned, Feishuang hastened to inquire, "Do you have any plans?" Haochen cast a disapproving glance at Feishuang, then at Ling Tian, who was valiantly battling the magical beasts. He reproached them. "How can you allow a young lady to confront these beasts alone? Do you have no shame?" With that, Haochen disregarded the crowd and strode away in frustration. The onlookers, feeling guilty, lowered their heads in silence. As they witnessed Haochen's indignation, Feishuang finally recognized his duty as the city lord and vented his own anger. He bellowed, "Did you not hear? You elderly fools have squandered your lives, allowing a young girl to face magical beasts alone while you stand idly by. Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" With those words, the crowd promptly took to the skies, descending towards the battlefield. Leaving the city wall, Haochen pondered that the figure in black with a veiled face would not relent. He would be constantly vigilant of Haochen's whereabouts. Without a moment's hesitation, Haochen departed from the South City, making his way directly to the Alchemist Branch School. "Uncle Master?" As he reached the entrance of the Alchemist Branch, he heard Shui Yun's voice calling out. Shui Yun's shout drew the attention of several nearby students, who gradually approached Haochen. "Have you seen a figure in black with a veiled face?" Haochen inquired as Shui Yun and the others gathered around him. The group regarded him with curiosity, but shook their heads in unison. "Uncle Master, are you certain you spotted this veiled figure here?" Shui Yun asked, his expression one of intrigue. Haochen, disinterested in elaborating, shouted towards the sky, "Veiled figure in black, I know you are here. Reveal yourself. I will agree to all your conditions." His voice echoed in the air, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Shui Yun, bewildered, remarked, "Uncle Master, have you come down with a fever? Have you lost your senses?" Haochen was about to call out again when, from behind a nearby rock formation, a shadowy figure emerged. The veiled figure slowly removed their mask, gazing at Haochen with a mocking smile. With a graceful stride, they approached, saying, "Now you recognize my significance? Very well, you need only agree to my terms." Before the figure could finish, and amid the astonished gazes of Shui Yun and the others, Haochen instantly moved towards the veiled figure, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful kick, sending them sprawling to the ground. The veiled figure, caught off guard, had no time to react before a resounding slap landed on them. While Shui Yun rushed forward in shock to intervene, he only found that the more he tried to stop Haochen, the more determined Haochen became, resulting in the veiled figure's anguished cries. Although Haochen showed no intention of relenting, he felt an inexplicable discomfort in his actions, which gradually became more restrained. "Big brother, please stop. I will tell you everything." The figure in black, partially veiled by a black shroud, lay on the ground, hands clasped over his rear, pleading for mercy. "This is what you said about not hitting me." Haochen, appearing fatigued, seized the collar of the veiled figure and dashed toward the alchemist division. Shui Yun and the others watched in astonishment. Shui Yun had never witnessed such brutality from Haochen and was bewildered by the sudden appearance of the veiled figure. Why had a cloaked individual emerged from the alchemist division, and why did Haochen immediately resort to violence upon his arrival? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she gradually followed in Haochen's wake. On the city wall, Haochen unceremoniously tossed the disheveled, veiled figure onto the rampart. At that moment, the beast horde had temporarily retreated under the protection of Ling Tian'er and the formidable warriors of Xueqing. The two devourer serpents lay motionless beneath the wall, seemingly on the verge of death, gasping for breath. The veiled figure, observing the chaotic scene and huddled in a corner, was filled with curiosity. Yet before he could inquire, Haochen swiftly approached and delivered a kick to his rear. The cloaked figure instinctively covered his backside, his voice tinged with a sob. "Big brother, it's all my fault. Please, I beg you to stop." Haochen glared at the trembling figure and commanded, "Remove the restraints on the two devourer serpents." He refrained from mentioning the controlling technique, not wanting to incite panic among the onlookers about the imminent threat. The veiled man gradually lowered his hands from his rear, casting a furtive glance at the gathered crowd before rising cautiously. However, he kept a wary eye on Haochen, fearful of receiving another unwarranted beating. The 1068th chapter. The true identity. The veiled figure briefly surveyed the surroundings with his spiritual sense before retracting it, his hands firmly guarding his rear as he stated, "These two devourer serpents have been mentally controlled. It appears that someone has employed the controlling technique." The crowd gasped in shock. This individual, who had been assaulted by Haochen, had discerned the truth at a glance. The revelation of the controlling technique instilled fear among them, and while they were apprehensive, they also speculated about Haochen's violent actions against the cloaked figure. "Do you have a way to lift the control?" Haochen asked coldly. Seeing that Haochen had ceased his brutal treatment, the veiled figure gradually lowered his trembling hands from his backside. With trepidation, he cautiously assessed the individuals surrounding him. Afraid to utter a single wrong word, he finally spoke. "There is a method, but it requires a strong protector of the celestial realm to approach the devourer serpents and perform the technique for it to be effective." Haochen immediately raised his hand, intending to summon Ling Tian'er, but this action was noted by the veiled figure, who quickly covered his rear once more. A figure clad in black, with a veil partially obscuring their face, implored, "I speak only the truth. Those two devouring serpents are under someone's control and can easily become agitated. Without the protection of someone at the celestial immortal level, even approaching them is perilous." Despite the fear evident in the black-clad figure, Haochen's actions showed no sign of faltering as he gestured for Ling Tian'er, whom he regarded with admiration. The figure, seemingly of similar age to himself, possessed an impressive wealth of knowledge. Although lacking exceptional cultivation, in his own early immortal state, he would likely have been inferior to even a single finger of this individual. Ling Tian'er soon appeared at Haochen's side, and after he relayed the situation in full, she gently assisted the veiled figure to their feet. Before the individual could react, Haochen unleashed a flurry of strikes, continuing until the figure was on the brink of unconsciousness. Only then did he relent, instructing Ling Tian'er to take them aside and extract information. Though the onlookers were perplexed, none dared to intervene, for Haochen's actions were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, and they had grown accustomed to his peculiar ways. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by Ling Tian'er, the black-clad figure was brought to the side of the devouring serpents. Following the prescribed method, they dispelled the controlling spell from within the beasts. While the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, Haochen's mind began to wander with ulterior motives. As the crowd dispersed, he summoned the fiery bird, Xiaohong, to guard the serpents, instructing her to alert him immediately should any unforeseen events arise. Haochen and Ling Tanner chose not to return to Qianglin courtyard, but instead accompanied Shui Yun to the alchemist division. Naturally, the veiled figure was brought along, confined to a room within the alchemist division. In secret, he assigned the small demoness, Xiaojiao, and Shui Ying to keep watch, while also arranging for Shui Yun to tend to the figure's injuries. Once their condition improved, they would be notified for a meeting. Within the guest room of the alchemist division, Ling Tian'er, perplexed, inquired, "That woman aided us. Why did you strike her?" Haochen chuckled wryly. "You discerned she was a woman? Impressive. My first encounter was at the auction, and the second was here at the alchemist division. I noticed her formidable self-confidence. Unless I crush it thoroughly, she would never assist anyone without ulterior motives." He then lamented, "Those born with rebellious spirits, if met with gentle persuasion, will only become more demanding. There is no time to squander, so I opted for a more direct approach." Ling Tian'er, amused, regarded Haochen and remarked, "To bully a woman and strike her, yet conjure such a perfect excuse. Only you could be so shameless." They exchanged smiles, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the guest room. Ling Tanner opened the door to welcome the visitor, and upon seeing Shui Yun's astonished expression, Haochen promptly inquired, "What troubles you? Have you seen a ghost? Why do you look so bewildered?" Breathing heavily, Shui Yun replied, "You must see this." As she spoke, she handed a piece of white paper to Haochen, who took it and began to read it intently. After finishing, he looked astonished and asked, "Where did this come from?" "Just now, I went to deliver medicine to that black-clad figure with a half-covered face, but he resolutely refused it and instead provided me with this peculiar prescription. Noticing its unusual nature, I decided to show it to my esteemed uncle," Shuyun explained hurriedly. Upon examining the prescription in his hands, Haochen exclaimed, "The soul-binding herb and the dark ghost lotus, 2 celestial herbs, 2 elixirs. These are rarely seen in the realm of immortals." Haochen had encountered these 2 celestial herbs and elixirs during his studies of the ancient medicinal texts. Why was this woman so well informed about them? And why did she write them down with such ease? It seemed she harbored many secrets. Haochen quickly rose and said to Shuyun, "Let us go and investigate this individual. Coincidentally, I have some matters I wish to entrust to you." Upon hearing this, Shuyun assumed a disciple's demeanor and respectfully replied, "If my esteemed uncle has any instructions, I shall follow them." Haochen then retrieved a golden card from his storage ring, given to him by the auction house, and tossed it to Shuyun, instructing, "I find it inconvenient to reside in the alchemist branch with Ling Tian'er, who is not adept at socializing. Please take her to the city to find a suitable residence, one that she will like." Shuyun nodded eagerly, "Yes. I will act according to my esteemed uncle's wishes." After relaying some additional instructions to Ling Tian'er, Haochen sent both her and Shuyun away before heading towards the quarters of the detained woman. Upon entering her dwelling, he found her sitting in a corner, her gaze vacant. The moment she saw Haochen, she shrank back, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. I've told you all the information you requested. Please release me." Amused, Haochen sat beside her, observing her rather striking features, and gently inquired, "What is your name?" The woman, wary, glanced at him with trepidation and replied, "Hanyu." "Are you from Shui City?" "Hanyu?" Haochen asked curiously. Hanyu straightened her posture and replied earnestly, "My name is Hanyu, not Weier, and yes, I am indeed from Shui City." Haochen shook his head and produced a transformation pill of celestial quality from his bosom, wearing a nonchalant expression. "Did you come to Shui City for this? The transformation pill is quite rare among your kind, is it not?" Hanyu's eyes widened with greed as she gazed at the pill in Haochen's hand. "Could you possibly transfer the transformation pill to me? I can disclose the method to use the soul refining furnace," she urged excitedly. "If you knew how to use the soul refining furnace, you wouldn't need to seek me out. I am certain that your knowledge is not complete. As for the transformation pill, I could give it to you, but you must agree to one condition." Seeing the greedy expression on Hanyu's face, Haochen felt a surge of triumph within. "What condition?" she hastily inquired. "Take me to your homeland for a visit. How does that sound?" Haochen said, his face alight with a smile directed at Hanyu. Upon hearing this, Hanyu immediately slumped down, her expression caught between hesitation and difficulty, as if grappling with her thoughts. Before Hanyu could utter a word, Haochen continued, "You choose not to consume the medicine brewed by Shui Yun, yet you dare to pen a prescription, unaware that the herbs within it have long vanished from the northern Hao Court's celestial domain for millennia. There is no need for you to conceal the truth. I am aware that you reside in another celestial realm that I have yet to explore. After a brief pause, Haochen added, you present yourself in this manner to avoid detection, attempting to mask your differences from others. Yet the soul refining furnace you carry has also been absent from the northern Hao Court's celestial domain for 1,000 years. If I am not mistaken, it would be quite challenging for you to find a magical beast of your liking in your current abode. For one of beauty often seeks a splendid contracted beast to accompany them. Moreover, a beast tamer must utilize celestial pills crafted by an alchemist to refine the celestial transformation pill. Haochen's words struck Han Yu like a bolt from the blue, leaving her in shock. She gazed at him in astonishment. The man before her was not merely wise, but possessed an acuity in discerning emotions that rivaled that of a sage who had lived for a millennium. Truly, he could only be described as astonishing. Chapter 1069. Sincere Intentions. How do you know all this? As Haochen laid bare the intricacies of the matter, Han Yu felt her final defenses crumble. To speak frankly, I am an alchemist, in pursuit of gathering the herbs necessary to refine the celestial transformation pill. I have traversed several realms. However, the precious transformation pills in those realms are predominantly controlled by powerful families and sects, rendering them nearly unattainable. From your words, it is apparent that in your realm, you have been unable to find a favored contracted beast, nor is there anyone capable of refining high-quality celestial transformation pills. Abundant are the treasures of heaven and earth, yet they bear no relevance to you. You have struggled to procure the celestial transformation pills, thus wandering to other realms in hope of acquiring superior quality ones, and your gathering of celestial essence stones at the auction is a preparation for purchasing such high-quality pills. Haochen speculated on Han Yu's purpose in visiting the northern Hao Court's celestial domain. You did not pursue the 5th grade celestial transformation pill, which suggests your desire lies with those of 6th grade or higher, preparing to contract a formidable celestial beast to assist you in employing the spirit control technique. Han Yu nodded earnestly, no longer evading the truth. As you rightly stated, in my realm, there are no magical beasts that appeal to me, the vast majority being celestial beasts. Without the celestial transformation pills, a beast tamer is rendered ineffectual. In the city where my family resides, there exists another powerful clan competing for control, their influence expanding ominously, threatening to usurp the Han family. I wander in search of a powerful celestial beast, hoping to bring hope back to my kin. As she spoke, tears welled in Han Yu's eyes. Observing her sorrow, Haochen rose and gently patted her shoulder. I can assist you, provided you agree to take me to your realm, with the allure of the celestial transformation pills. Contracting 10 or 8 celestial beasts would pose no challenge. Han Yu trembled at Haochen's encouragement, her heart finally at ease, and she nodded gratefully. Thus, we have reached an agreement. To demonstrate my sincerity, please accept this celestial transformation pill for the time being. Choose an opportune moment to contract with a formidable celestial beast to ensure your safety. In due course, I shall concoct additional celestial transformation pills to present to you. However, it would be prudent for this matter to remain between us two. Haochen spoke with gravity. Indeed, as Haochen anticipated, his previous acts of aggression had cast a shadow in Han Yu's heart. His words unraveled the knots within her, prompting her to nod in gratitude as she hastily wiped away her tears. I will take you to a place to recuperate for a few days. After I have made the necessary arrangements, I shall return to escort you. From then on, we shall cultivate together. Suddenly, Haochen brought Han Yue into the demon suppression tower, within a barrier of the earth space. After offering her a few words of comfort, he departed from the tower. As the saying goes, no one acts without a motive. Haochen embodied this notion at that moment. Except for the first layer of the tower, all others remained in Xiongling Garden, while in the Jade Pendant space. He summoned back several women from the interstellar spaceship as he left Xiongling Garden. With Yu Xiaolan absent, he called back Gu Yun, Yi Xiaoya, Hao Shaner, Lu Shuang, Qing Xian, as well as several women in need of assistance, alongside a few independent little girls and boys. Haochen felt uneasy about their safety, believing it wiser to keep them close. Upon departing from Han Yue's residence, Haochen's spirits soared. If he truly ventured into Han Yue's domain, he could gather numerous celestial herbs and treasures to fill his coffers. The scavenger mentality he had cultivated since childhood was evident in his exuberance. Moreover, he had laid the groundwork for mastering spirit control techniques. After securing Han Yue, he instructed Xiao Hong and Shui Ying to return to the city to ensure the safety of their families. Upon returning to his guest room and finding it empty, Haochen began to practice his cultivation. A full night of training left him feeling rejuvenated, his body revitalized, and his dantian brimming with vitality. Opening his eyes and surveying the surroundings, he noticed Ling Tian had appeared in the once empty room, perhaps fearing disturbance as she slept soundly nearby. Haochen could only smile wryly. Ever since bringing Ling Tian to Shui City, she had been inseparable from him, much to the embarrassment of those around them. It seemed he would need to find a residence in the city. Otherwise, the other women would be envious, causing him further headaches. When Ling Tian awoke, she informed Haochen that she had not found a suitable house, although in truth, she had no intention of buying one, relishing the joy of being with Haochen every day. Thus, the two set out beyond the city to assess the situation with the beast tide. At the same time, he summoned Gu Yun, Yi Xiaoya, Hao Shaner, Lu Shuanger, Qing Xian, and Wang Shui, instructing them to procure and prepare a courtyard in advance. Outside the southern gate of Shui City, two sky-devouring pythons had fully recovered, appearing as vibrant as if they had never been injured. Upon seeing Haochen and Ling Tian come to visit, the three magical beasts were filled with joy, and Qiong Zhu transformed into a phantom, flying to Haochen's side and reverting to her human form. A cascade of lustrous black hair flowed down like a waterfall, accompanied by elegantly arched brows and a pair of enchanting, soul-piercing eyes. Her exquisitely sculpted nose complemented the delicate blush on her cheeks, and her lips resembled glistening cherries, stirring a profound yearning within Haochen. Before he could utter a word, the two thunderous pythons, as if in accord, opened their massive jaws and expelled a nauseating torrent. The sight was utterly repulsive. Haochen gazed upon the ground, where lay countless corpses of magical beasts, numbering in the thousands. He mused that these two creatures were still preoccupied with the concoction of transformation pills. With a suggestive glance, he turned to Ling Tian and inquired, "Do you know of any methods for magical beasts to attain human form without the transformation pill once they reach the transformation stage?" Ling Tian shook her head, replying, "Magical beasts differ from sacred and demon beasts. To achieve human form, one must at least attain semi-divine realm. However, our thunderous python clan, with our innate anomalies, can ascend beyond the peak of human immortals and, through serendipity, cultivate into human form." Haochen looked at the two thunderous pythons and comforted them, saying, "I truly wish to transform you into human form so that we may journey together. Rest assured, I will be vigilant in gathering the materials necessary for crafting the sacred transformation pills. Should fortune favor us, I will ensure your transformation at the earliest opportunity." The two thunderous pythons writhed and rolled on the ground in excitement. With a wry smile, Haochen addressed Ling Tian. "I will hasten to assemble the materials for the sacred transformation pills. You should lead your kin to settle in Xiongling Garden." Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Tian replied, "I have no objections, but have you contracted with any other magical beasts in Xiongling Garden? Our kind can train tirelessly. Yet some beasts have substantial appetites and require adequate provisions." Reassured by Ling Tian's reminder, Haochen responded, "Do not worry, I will devise a plan." With a wave of his hand, he stored all the magical beast corpses in a jade pendant, sealing them within a barrier designed for preserving beast remains. Satisfied that the thunderous pythons were unharmed, he retracted his contract with the Qiong spider and hurried back to the city, guided by the telepathic connection with his contracted beast. Xiaohong. Haochen swiftly located the residence that the women had procured in the city. Upon assessing their new home, he found a spacious 3-story building with over 10 rooms, adjacent to a courtyard. Everything they needed for their daily lives had already been meticulously arranged by Gu Yun, Yi Xiaoya, Hao Shaner, Lu Shuanger, Qing Xian, and Wang Shui. When Haochen arrived, the women were preparing for a meal. Chapter 1070, The Rampage of Magical Beasts, Part 1. In recent days, time had flown by swiftly. He wondered how the pastures and recreational facilities near Xiongling Garden had fared. These pastures, along with nearby leisure amenities, served as a retreat for the people of Snow City. This picturesque locale had unfortunately been ravaged due to his actions. If he did not intervene soon, it would likely provide others with a reason to criticize. As Haochen emerged outside the northern city gates, he saw Shirley directing a group of individuals in restoring the damaged lawns and structures. Witnessing this scene filled him with embarrassment, and he hesitated on how to approach them. Eventually, it was Shirley who noticed Haochen and, after a moment's hesitation, approached him slowly. "Oh, what brings you here today? Taking some time to enjoy yourself?" Shirley approached with an air of arrogance, her gaze sweeping over Haochen's chest. She was particularly concerned whether the wound she had inflicted upon him had healed. Simultaneously, her eyes flickered with jealousy as they landed on Ling Tian'er, who stood beside Haochen. "Shirley, please refrain from mocking me. I am indeed here to offer my apologies," Haochen said awkwardly. "I did not anticipate that you had already begun restoring the recreational facilities of this once barren field, which leaves me feeling somewhat embarrassed." A heavy cough erupted from a short distance behind them, as Shui Yuanshan had been observing the scene unfold, hesitant to intervene for fear of aggravating the situation between the two. Upon hearing the cough, Shirley glanced back at her father, instantly resembling a chastised child. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she darted to the side, glancing back at Haochen intermittently. Without wasting time, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Haochen employed the spirit rain technique on the desolate land. His rendition of the spirit rain technique was unlike that of an ordinary practitioner. While casting it, he discreetly infused it with a millennium's worth of spiritual liquid and a substantial quantity of grass seeds he had purchased. Before the audience's very eyes, the field transformed into a verdant expanse, as if by magic, captivating their gaze. While many adept practitioners could execute the spirit rain technique, it was Haochen who performed it with unparalleled finesse. After casting the technique, he did not settle in the Chongling Garden, but hurriedly gathered Xiao Cui, Xiao Hong, and others, returning to the city to prepare for the impending beast-tide assault. For the moment, the people of Shui City were capable of fending off a minor beast tide, and Haochen chose not to reveal the strength he had concealed within the Chongling Garden, wishing to avoid premature exposure of his power. Moreover, the individuals brought from the Qianyuan realm were of low strength, and the miners rescued from the demon realm were still recuperating. He had no desire for them to meet an untimely demise. The personnel at the city lord's mansion were only aware that the city lord, Shui Fengshan, had bestowed the Chongling Garden upon Zilin to win Haochen's favor, providing a refuge for the city's defensive beasts. Consequently, Chongling Garden became a forbidden zone, with no one wishing to enter the lair of the city's guardian beasts and stir up trouble. Therefore, the citizens of Shui City remained oblivious to the affairs within the Chongling Garden, while the townsfolk were engaged in resisting the beast tide. Those within Chongling Garden focused on constructing their estate, remaining entirely separate from one another. To maintain a low profile, Haochen resided in a newly acquired mansion within the bustling triangular district. This residence had once served as a merchant shop, and due to the ferocity of the beast tide, many merchants were eager to sell. Xian and Ziju, with their keen business acumen, procured this property, temporarily converting it into a private dwelling. This residence was merely one among many properties they had acquired. Whenever a property was listed for sale, Xian and Ziju would purchase it, effectively establishing themselves as real estate developers. Discreetly, they redirected thousands of people throughout Shui City. Every individual possesses emotions and desires, and even immortal beings are not exceptions. Haochen intended to establish a stronghold here, providing a home for the elderly, weak, women, and children, while concentrating the strong and capable in Chongling Garden for intensive training. He also planned to periodically gather people from both the city and its outskirts to foster a sense of unity and resilience against unforeseen events. Certainly, not everyone is permitted to enter the Chongling Garden. Ziyu sought the assistance of Xiao Cui to craft the Qingniao token, a creation so unique that it cannot be replicated. Occasionally, some individuals venture here but are dissuaded by Ling Tian'er. This residence clearly belongs to Ling Tian'er, who, along with Gu Yun, Yi Xiaoye, Hao Shaner, Lu Shuanger, Qing Xian, Wang Shui, and others, manages the daily affairs. Hao Chun, however, is oblivious to the outside world, wholly focused on refining pills within the demon suppression tower or engaging in discussions with the masters of the artifact crafting workshop in the Jade Pendant space. The intricate sword forging technique is still under investigation, as he attempts to combine several crafted treasures into a new artifact, a task that proves to be quite challenging. It was only when the fiery bird, Xiao Hong, conveyed a message that Hao Chun emerged from the demon suppression tower, bringing Han Yu along with him. Stretching his limbs, he cast his gaze out the window. At that moment, the crowd in the streets appeared to be in a state of panic, their voices filled with urgent cries. Some shopkeepers, unable to gather their belongings, fled alongside the throng. This bewildered Hao Chun, prompting him to step outside. On the street, he intercepted a hurried passerby and inquired, "What is the cause of such frantic flight?" Has a conflict erupted between the noble families? The person struggled to break free from Haochen's grasp, shouting as they ran. Monsters have entered the city. Haochen's brow furrowed immediately. How could beasts suddenly appear within the city? Had the city gates been breached? Surely he could not have been unaware of such events. He hastily returned indoors, securing the doors and windows. At that moment, with Ling Tian'er and the others absent, Haochen was left to wait for Ling Tian'er to return and explain the situation before devising a plan. Before long, the door swung open, and the women re-entered the room, much to Haochen's delight. Among them, besides Ling Tian'er and the other girls, were the Shui siblings. Ling Tian'er, noticing Haochen's presence, hurried over with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, "If you had delayed any longer, there may not have been a living soul left in this house. What on earth is happening?" Confused, Haochen looked at everyone. Through their words, he learned that a crisis had unfolded in the city. What had become of the city lord's mansion and the various noble families, sects, and clans? Had they not risen to defend against the tide of beasts? Infuriated, Haochen questioned them. If all those mentioned were within the city, such a catastrophe would not have occurred. In this dire moment, the city lord, along with the heads of the noble families, sects, and clans, as well as some formidable individuals, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Outside the city, there was no assault from the monsters, the gates remained closed, and the walls intact, yet countless beasts had inexplicably surged into the city. The crowd began to murmur, each trying to provide explanations. Haochen pondered in his heart. How could this be possible? Were they truly alive? These individuals were of celestial caliber. Could they simply disappear? Where did the monsters within the city originate? Was it conceivable that someone had intentionally brought them in using spatial artifacts? Haochen turned to Shuuru, asking, what exactly transpired? Today, a cloaked figure arrived in the city, lingering for merely half a day before hastily departing. Since that person left, the city lord, the heads of noble families, sects, and clans, as well as many powerful individuals have vanished without a trace. Shirley explained eagerly. Upon hearing her words, Haochen felt a sense of urgency dissipate within him, replaced instead by a calm demeanor. Truly, as Shirley had articulated, the cloaked figure must undoubtedly be the lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress. He had nearly perished at the hands of this individual, yet Haochen remained perplexed. How had he managed to make so many individuals vanish into thin air? He had already sabotaged the teleportation array in the Beastmaster Valley. Was it possible he had rebuilt another teleportation array? Just as Haochen pondered this, Yihan, who had been silent thus far, suddenly interjected, "May I speak for a moment?" Upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Haochen, Yihan continued, "Our primary focus should be to ascertain why a multitude of magical beasts has suddenly appeared within the city. The city walls remain intact, and there has been no assault on the city from beyond them. So, from whence do these beasts originate? Only by uncovering the reason for their presence can we hope to avert this calamity." Chapter 1071, The Rampage of Magical Beasts, Part 2. Yuhan, are you not a beastmaster? Surely, you possess a means to deal with these creatures. Pray, share your strategies. A remark from Han Yu served as a reminder for Haochen. Me? If it were merely a couple of magical beasts, I would manage with ease. But have you considered that there are many beasts within the city? How am I to contend with them? You rely solely on those esteemed heads of families and powerful cultivators to shoulder the responsibility of protecting everyone. Have you not thought to organize your own forces to safeguard the people of Snow City? Han Yu looked at Haochen with a touch of disappointment. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Indeed, Snow City had reached a critical juncture. Inaction was no longer an option. Haochen glanced at those beside him, his heart heavy with shame. It appears my level of understanding pales in comparison to yours, Han Yu. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the speechless assembly. Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, you two shall break through and enter Qiongling Garden to relay my orders. Assemble the 3 teams from the magic mines into 1,000-person squads for rapid reinforcement of Snow City. Dispatch Hao Feng and Li Feng, each leading 2 squads of cultivators, to form 10-person teams to investigate the source of the magical beasts within the city. The rest shall remain on standby, prepared for sudden assaults from the beasts. Just as he concluded, Shirley hastily covered her mouth, exclaiming inwardly, what exactly is Zeline's background? Shirley will temporarily oversee the city lord's mansion. I shall allocate personnel to assist you in coordinating the arriving reinforcements and managing all affairs. The 4 little girls, Xiao Chui and her companions, would accompany Sister Shirley to ensure her safety, any defiance of orders would be met with merciless retribution. Upon hearing Haochen's commands, everyone in the room immediately felt invigorated. Haochen paused momentarily before adding, Ling Tenor possesses considerable power. She shall accompany me to strike at the rear of the magical beasts. Yuan, join me as we seek to tame some of these creatures. Shui Yun, lacking offensive capabilities, would only hinder us in the city. Instead, you should accompany me to the beast's rear, where you may tend to the wounded who cannot flee in time. Everyone nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. At this moment, Haochen, undeterred by the exposure of his own strength, resolutely established a team to confront the tide of beasts. With a commanding voice, he set the group into motion, and they swiftly scattered in various directions. Accompanied by Shuyun and leading Ling Tian'er, Yuan hastened towards the southern part of the city. Although Snow City was neither particularly large nor small, traversing the extremes of north and south would still take an hour, even by flight. When Haochen, along with Shuyun, Ling Tian'er, and Yuan, appeared atop a high-rise building in the south of the city, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The sight of countless houses and trees, alongside a horde of magical beasts ravaging the area, filled Haochen with profound sorrow. The magical beasts rampaged within the city, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured the sunlight. Initially, Haochen believed that by leaping from roof to roof, he could evade the beasts, yet he soon realized his error. The further south they ventured, the more diverse the species of magical beasts became. Shadows of pitch-black creatures surged towards the fore. With no time to evade, Haochen halted on the rooftop, suddenly gathering his magical energy, poised for action. As the forms of the beasts became clearer, he recognized them as 8th-grade flying leopards. These aerial land beasts, particularly the lightning attribute flying leopards, were a significant headache due to their incredible speed and pack behavior. Just as Haochen prepared to strike, he was stopped by Han Yue, who looked forward with a mocking expression. As she spoke, a purple barrier of celestial energy unfurled, encasing the 4 of them securely. The 8th-grade flying leopards paid them no heed and glided past, leaving Haochen astonished as he inquired, "What kind of technique is this?" Han Yue, with a hint of pride, remained silent, only to be met with Haochen's exasperation. She then exclaimed, "This is a skill of beast tamers, allowing them to conceal themselves among the magical beasts." Haochen was taken aback, astonished that one could blend in with a horde of beasts, and an audacious idea began to form in his mind. Without hesitation, he turned to Yuan and asked, "How long can this concealment last?" With curiosity, Han Yue replied, as if she had never encountered someone so naive. "The concealment is a perfected secret technique. Unless intentionally retracted, it persists indefinitely." Haochen was astounded by the profundity of the beast tamer's secret art. He quickly instructed Han Yue to cast the spell for the others, and Haochen led them down to the ground. It seemed that the rampaging magical beasts genuinely could not perceive the 4, as they deftly avoided them without any indication of acknowledgement. Haochen sighed with relief, grateful that they no longer had to leap from rooftop to rooftop with Shuyun. He continued leading the group towards the southern gate. However, after only a few steps, Ling Tian'er urgently halted their advance, exclaiming, "Don't move." "What is it?" Haochen asked, puzzled. Before he could finish his question, he noticed that the magical beasts, which had been wreaking havoc nearby, suddenly scattered in all directions, as if deliberately avoiding something. Ling Tian'er, who inherently bore the bloodline of magical beasts, seemed to sense an impending danger. "Quick, retreat," she urged, her tone growing increasingly frantic as she shouted, "Hurry." Upon hearing her, the group swiftly withdrew several dozen paces. But the ground suddenly trembled, halting their retreat. The fleeing beasts howled in terror, and even Ling Tian'er was drenched in cold sweat at that moment. Haochen, alarmed, steadied himself with the others, awaiting the earth to cease its tremors while the beast horde gradually dissipated. "What has happened to Ling Tian'er?" she inquired. Ling Tian'er fixed her gaze intently on the ground not far away, as if wary of some lurking presence. With a racing heart, she remarked, "We may have uncovered the reason for the beast's entry into the city." However, before she could finish her sentence, the ground suddenly erupted, and a figure as thick as a small mountain twisted and writhed upwards. The onlookers were soon confronted by a colossal form, wriggling before their eyes like a giant worm. This worm-like creature showed no signs of halting its ascent, as if it intended to pierce the heavens with its relentless squirming. Haochen observed coldly from the side, realizing that this could no longer be merely classified as a magical beast. He had previously encountered such grotesque entities within the confines of the Ling Mountains Haochen cave, ancient aberrations known as the primordial savage beast worm. What realm of existence does this creature belong to? Haochen urgently inquired, his gaze fixed on the writhing creature suspended in midair. The primordial savage beast worm exists as a being that transcends magical beasts. Unlike magical creatures, it reproduces asexually and lacks the instinct for evolution. It does not possess superior innate abilities, yet compensates for this deficiency with its sheer terror. Resembling a worm, it emits a noxious stench and corrosive fluid, the toxicity of which can lead to fatality. Most perplexing is its corrosive liquid, which can erode all things, including its own body. Thus, the only means to combat the worm is to provoke its wrath. A mindless worm will recklessly coalesce its pure corrosive liquid, delivering a lethal blow to its adversaries. Should the liquid inadvertently contact its own body, it would suffer the consequences of its own actions. Yuhan endeavored to convey the information she had gathered to the others. At that moment, the worm opened its grotesque maw, attempting to emerge from the ground to devour Haochen and his companions. Naturally, they would not allow this. The gigantic worm surged forth from the earth, seeking to consume them. Haochen raised his hand, releasing an icy feather that pierced the worm's eye. Ling Tian'er and Yuhan swiftly cast wind and water arrows, assaulting the worm's undulating form, severing its floating filaments and piercing its flesh. Although the creature was not as agile as one might expect, its vitality was remarkably tenacious, akin to an indomitable pest. After Ling Tian'er and Yuhan retreated a short distance, the worm extended its massive body, striving to break through the surface. The attempts of Haochen and the others to prevent the worm from emerging only incited its fury. The worm mused, having just arrived in this world, I am already subjected to the humiliation of these insignificant humans. Watch how I deal with you. To demonstrate its overwhelming might, the worm opened its mouth and released a cloud of toxic gas, instantly enveloping the area, while resisting the noxious fumes. Haochen and his companions unleashed various spells against the creature. Observing the situation, Haochen communicated telepathically with Ling Tian'er, asking, "What are your odds of dealing with the worm?" Ling Tian'er coldly shook her head and replied, "Even if I were to ascend to demigod status at this moment, I would have no chance of victory." Haochen, upon hearing this, felt an increasing sense of unease and swiftly turned to Yuhan, asking, "Can your method of concealment deal with the worm?" Yuhan replied with a hint of amusement, "My technique of stealth is effective only against magical beasts. This is a wild beast, or rather, a gigantic worm. Its essence is vastly different from that of magical creatures." Haochen's heart sank as he contemplated. If I cannot defeat it and cannot escape, am I truly destined to perish? Before he could ponder further, as the worm's form slowly ascended, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a formidable innate ability, a torrential spray of corrosive liquid that rained down upon Haochen and his companions. Instinctively, they dodged and retreated at high speed. Fortunate that the corrosive liquid was not particularly swift, the four narrowly evaded it. To their shock, the spot where they had previously stood had transformed into a profound pit. The rim still bore traces of the corrosive liquid, which continued to eat away at the ground surrounding the pit. My heavens, the corrosive liquid it spews forth is terrifying, Shuiyun exclaimed in sheer terror. Before he could think further, the worm seemed to have heard his voice and revealed its massive maw, attempting to devour him. Suddenly, an idea struck Haochen, and he urgently instructed, "Spread out. Do not let its corrosive liquid touch you. We must strike together to force it back into the pit. We cannot allow it to escape." The group immediately unleashed a barrage of spells, overwhelming the grotesque worm and gradually driving it back into the pit. Infuriated at being bullied by such feeble humans, the worm retaliated by ejecting an even more potent stream of corrosive liquid. However, instead of hitting Haochen and the others, it splashed upon itself. In a twist of fate, it suffered the consequences of its own actions, becoming corroded by its own spray. After a few breaths, the worm emitted a heart-wrenching scream and gradually vanished into the depths of the pit. Did we not discover the reason behind the magical beast rampage in Shui City? Could it be that they emerged from this chasm? Shuiyun inquired, glancing at Ling Tian'er. I surmise that the worm resides in a waterway beneath the city. Before Ling Tian'er could respond, Haochen continued, explaining the situation. His words made Shuiyun realize the limitations of his own intellect. Shall we descend? Han Yue asked Haochen. He hesitated, uncertain of the decision to make, and turned to Ling Tian'er, hoping for guidance. Ling Tian scrutinized the pit for a while before replying. At this moment, the waterway leading outside the city has been destroyed by the worm. Whether we descend to investigate or not is inconsequential. Then shall we return? Shuyan inquired curiously. Looking at the others. Return? You have quite the fanciful notion. Why don't you lean over the edge of the pit and listen for any sounds? Ling Tian jested. Upon hearing this, Shuyan promptly leaned over the pit's edge, listening intently. After a brief moment, he straightened up, exclaiming, "There is a deep rumbling sound from below. Could there be something unusual in this pit?" Haochen frowned at this revelation, casting a glance at Ling Tian and Han Yue, stating, "Could it be that there is a magma pool beneath?" Seeing Han Yue and Ling Tian remain silent, he pondered. What shall we do now that the corrosive liquid has corroded through the surface? Haochen furrowed his brow in deep concern. Should magma erupt, not only would Snow City be devastated, but even Spirit Mountain would face annihilation. At this moment, he could only seek out several female ice attribute cultivators alongside male counterparts, utilizing their formidable yin-yang ice powers to seal the entrance. If they delayed, and the magma were to surge forth, it would spell utter disaster for all living beings. Beside him, Han Yu busily offered suggestions. Why do we require female ice attribute individuals? Haochen couldn't help but inquire. Even if the worm's body perishes, as long as a trace remains, be it blood or hair, it can resurrect. A singular ice attribute is unstable. Worms are asexual beasts capable of breaking through any singular attribute seal. Only a harmonious yin-yang seal can contain them, Han Yu elucidated. Ice attribute. Haochen promptly addressed the group. I can employ ice techniques to seal it. Who among you can assist me? Our serpent clan inherently embodies water and wood attributes, belonging to all living beings. Ling Tian eagerly explained as Haochen's gaze fell upon her. I possess wind attributes. There's no need to look my way. Han Yu also chimed in, appearing innocently dismissive. When Haochen's gaze shifted to Shui Yun, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, Shui Yun possessed water attributes. Yet, before he could revel in his hope, Shui Yun dispiritedly remarked, I'm male, and besides, I too possess water and wood attributes. I'm powerless. With a sigh, Haochen's thoughts suddenly turned to Yi Xiao Han, Yi Xiao Yu, and Wan Ying. If only they were here to lend their strength in sealing the entrance. It would surely be feasible, but alas, they were all at the Celestial Academy. The Academy. A sudden realization struck Haochen, and he widened his eyes at Shui Yun, considering that he might find several ice attribute women there. This thought brought an instant smile to his face. He glanced at the changes in the pit and inquired of Ling Tian, how long can this pit endure? Ling Tian, perplexed, estimated. Probably less than a day before it erupts. A day? Haochen mused inwardly, already calculating in his mind. He clenched one fist firmly into the palm of his other hand and declared, Enough. You all stay here and await my return. I shall seek out powerful ice attribute individuals to assist me. Where will you find anyone in less than a day? Just traveling to North City and back will consume half a day. By the time you reach North City, the magma may already erupt. Han Yu said, her face a mask of confusion. I have a plan. Shui Yun, you will head to the Alchemist Academy to seek ice cultivators. Han Yu and Ling Tian, remain here and do not wander. Before his words had fully settled, Haochen took to the skies with Shui Yun. Left behind, Ling Tian and Han Yu exchanged astonished glances, realizing, so he is a powerful being of the celestial realm. Haochen sped through the air, heading straight for the Snow City Academy. After dropping off Shui Yun, he summoned his interstellar spacecraft and surged into the depths of the northern Hao Forest. Chapter 1073, Self-Help and Salvation, Part 1. In this moment of crisis for Snow City, with the city lord inexplicably missing and the powerful families and sects vanishing without a trace, all connections to the outside world were severed. Seeking help comes at a cost. Snow City could only rely on self-rescue, for depending on others is less reliable than depending on oneself. Snow City is situated to the east of the northern Hao Forest, while the Haochen Immortal Academy lies to its northeast. The journey from Snow City to the Haochen Immortal Academy, though not as treacherous as that to Ling Mountain, does traverse the Goddess Peak. This location is home to formidable beasts of transformation level or higher, attracting many practitioners of ice-related arts for their training. The risks here are relatively low, making it a favored spot for female cultivators. The Haochen Immortal Academy has established a trial camp in this area. At the foot of Goddess Peak, a symphony of birdsong fills the air, while vibrant flowers bloom abundantly. Towering trees rise majestically halfway up the mountain, and the peak itself is cloaked in pristine white snow, exuding an aura of sanctity. There are no roars of beasts, nor any disturbances from unwelcome visitors, creating a harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. Upon arrival, Haochen had already stowed away his starship and circled Goddess Peak for a considerable duration. Yet he could not locate the camp of the Haochen Immortal Academy. Anxiety gnawed at him as time slipped away. If he failed to find the female practitioners of ice cultivation, Snow City would face dire consequences. In desperation, he called out, "Is anyone here? Who dares to make such a racket?" Just as Haochen felt overwhelmed, a melodious voice rang out beside him, instantly revitalizing him. The tone was all too familiar. He had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting someone from the Haochen Immortal Academy, yet he never anticipated a reprimand. Turning towards the sound, he was greeted by the sight of Fairy Weining, who appeared before him. He hastily approached her, exclaiming, "Ah? Weining, is it truly you? Are you alone?" "The others have gone out to train. I am resting here temporarily due to ill health," she replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her eyes sparkling with joy upon seeing him. "Weining, you must come with me. I need your assistance," Haochen urged before she could respond. Confusion clouded her expression, and a hint of disappointment flickered within her. Was it possible that Haochen sought her out solely for a favor? Her demeanor shifted slightly as she pulled her hand back, asking, "Why are you so anxious? What is it that troubles you? Can you not share? Just call me Haochen. Spare me the formalities. It's a long story that I cannot explain right now. If you accompany me, you will understand," he insisted, not waiting for her consent, and grasped her hand, leading her towards the trial camp outside the academy. Before departing, he left behind a shadow stone to inform the camp of Weining's whereabouts. Once aboard the starship, he urged the young pilot to accelerate to maximum speed. Throughout the journey, Haochen refrained from indulging in small talk, instead providing Weining with a brief overview of the unfolding crisis in Snow City. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she chose not to press further for details. Upon entering Snow City, Haochen retracted the starship and swiftly led Weining through the academy, where they picked up Shuyun and another woman who had been anxiously awaiting their return in the academy square. As they landed, before Haochen could explain the situation, he observed Weining and the woman from Snow City silently gathering their magical energies, intertwining two streams of icy power. In the depths of his heart, Haochen marveled at the transformation of Weining. When he had rescued her, she had been a frail woman, lacking any formidable power. Yet, astonishingly, in just a few months, she had evolved into a being of immense strength, rivaling even Ling Tian'er. It seemed that Ling Tian'er had sensed Wenying's prowess, her profound gaze laced with jealousy as it fixated upon her. As Wenying and the female practitioner from the Alchemist Division executed their spells, Haochen unleashed a formidable surge of icy energy, directing it towards them. The three distinct currents of frigid air intertwined in the void, creating a mesmerizing spectacle akin to a vibrant rainbow. In that moment, a silent connection formed among the trio, and as the two women blushed in embarrassment, Haochen called out sharply. In an instant, they united their powers, sending three streams of icy energy cascading down into the worm-infested chasm below. A chill enveloped the area, coalescing into a thick layer of yin-yang ice that sealed the magma's entrance. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, the trio gradually withdrew their magical energies. Snow Cloud, Cold Moon, and Ling Tian'er gazed in awe at the now ensconced chasm, humbled by the force they had just demonstrated. Seizing the opportunity, Cold Moon cast a spell to summon debris from the streets, covering the worm's lair until it was sufficiently subdued. Wenying, to what extent have you cultivated your powers in these past few months? Your strength is astonishing. I recall when I entrusted you to mentor Qing Ruashi. You possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Haochen gazed intently at Wenying, his curiosity palpable. Wenying's lips curved into a subtle smile, one that hinted at secrets she preferred to keep to herself. Sensing her reluctance, Haochen refrained from pressing further and turned his attention to the female practitioner from the Alchemist Division. Despite her overt fatigue and the dust of travel upon her, her delicate features and striking beauty shone through, reminiscent of a mixed-blood enchantress. Her skin, smooth and fair like goat's milk curd, appeared almost translucent, captivating to the point of evoking a sense of trepidation in those who gazed upon her. Haochen approached her with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. It was my duty. I am also a part of Snow City, She replied with a charming smile. This is Snow Ping, the Ice Queen of the Alchemist Division. Snow Cloud introduced. She is also my cousin. Thank you for your hard work, Snow Ping. Please rest. I shall come to check on you later, Haochen said hurriedly, presenting her with a celestial-grade restoration pill. Haochen surveyed the sealed cave and remarked, though the cave is frozen, beasts continue to ravage the city. I must rush to assist. Will you two accompany us, or would you prefer to find a place to rest? As he posed the question, a sense of trepidation coursed through him. In the past, he would have commanded Wen Ying without hesitation, but given her formidable power now, he felt compelled to consult her. Both Wen Ying and Snow Ping nodded in astonishment. On their journey back, Haochen shared the peculiar occurrences of recent days, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as concern blossomed within them. It seemed as though these anomalies were somehow intertwined with their fates. Throughout their journey, Haochen remained industrious, scavenging along the way, a task that had become his newfound passion. The journey thus far has filled the enchanted space of the Jade Pendant with the remains of beasts, as well as several barriers within the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Reluctantly, Haochen instructed Haoshan to establish a new storage facility, complete with barriers. Far from the lush surroundings of the Jade Pendant-S space, though some magical beasts remained unaccounted for. Upon reaching the observation deck of the City Lord's mansion, Haochen gazed down at the chaotic scene in the city, his heart heavy with anguish. At that moment, the 3 battalions of magical or he had summoned, comprising over 1,000 cultivators, were diligently clearing the city of magical beasts as per Shirley's directives. Only Hao Feng and Li Feng had yet to return, a fact that deeply troubled Haochen. Together with Xiao Zui and Shirley, he hastily devised a subsequent plan, allocating personnel to ensure the safety of the City Lord's mansion and to protect as many citizens as possible, before setting out alone to search for traces of Hao Feng and Li Feng. As Haochen exited the City Lord's mansion and stepped into the southern city leisure square, a figure of astonishment caught his eye, prompting him to halt and scrutinize the familiar yet strange individual. He had seen this figure before, both at the auction and in the grasslands outside the northern city, yet they had never interacted. The person seemed to recognize Haochen, but appeared indifferent, remaining motionless at the edge of a small grove in the square. After a prolonged silence, the two locked eyes, and finally, Haochen could no longer contain himself, demanding, "What are you doing here? Why would I not be here?" The person replied coldly, their voice grating to the ears. "Enough with the idle chatter. Have you captured the city lord and the stewards of the prominent families?" Haochen bellowed, adopting a stance ready for combat. "After several days, you still carry such arrogance. I am but a frivolous young man. How could I possibly orchestrate such earth-shattering events? No one would believe you even if you told them." The figure by the leisure square was none other than Qi Tian of the Qi family. Dressed in a white leisure outfit, he bore a haughty demeanor, locking eyes with Haochen. If these words fell upon the ears of others, they would undoubtedly be deceived into believing them. Yet Haochen could not be swayed by his deceitful rhetoric. If there were a traitor within the city, Qi Tian would be the foremost suspect. "I find it curious how a mere outsider, lacking any background, possesses such mysterious abilities. Is there a master guiding you from behind the scenes? Or perhaps some force supporting you? If no eminent figure or force in Snow City is connected to you, it implies that external parties are involved. Could it be that your true identity seeks to infiltrate Snow City?" Qi Tian mocked with a derisive smile. Haochen thought to himself, "What a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief." He then retorted fiercely, "Do not spew such nonsense here. Do you need me to remind you of your own misdeeds? Even if you are not connected to the City Lord's disappearance, why are you here? Lurking behind the magical beasts? Oh, my presence here must surely implicate me? You are here as well. Why do you not question your own presence?" Qi Tian countered with a smirk, finding the situation quite amusing. With thoughts of the upheaval in the city, and the vanished city lord alongside the heads of the prominent families and powerful sects, Haochen felt a tumult of emotions. Although there is currently no evidence against Qi Tian, if it were not for him, Haochen would find it difficult to suspect others. Thus, Haochen exclaimed, "Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for being impolite." Danyan Palm. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly waved his hand, sending a swirling flame of Dan Yin soaring towards Qi Tian. Aware that Qi Tian's cultivation was not inferior to his own, Haochen nevertheless unleashed less than 1/10 of his full power. With a calm demeanor, Qi Tian unleashed a thunder palm in response to Haochen's attack. They had clashed before outside Bay City in the Qianglin Garden. where Qi had discerned that his strength surpassed Haochen's. The two palm strikes collided in the void, shattering the air and creating a thunderous explosion that devastated the leisure square and obliterated the small grove. Haochen was forced to retreat several steps to regain his balance, while Qi merely shifted half a step. As the dust began to settle, several figures rushed to Haochen's side. "We're here." Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Qi, adhering to the adage of a wise man not suffering losses before his eyes, seized the opportunity to make his escape. "What is happening?" As the dust cleared, Haochen finally discerned Han Yu shielding Hao Feng, who was supporting the injured Li Jing, and urgently inquired. Hao Feng, after laying Li Jing down, gasped for breath and explained. A masked figure in a black robe appeared in the dense forest outside the city. Li Jing was merely exchanging a few words with him when he was injured. That man's strength is unfathomable. The others are confronting him at the city wall, and Xiao Zui has sent me back to tell you to flee immediately. He is targeting you. You must not go. Haochen refrained from pressing further, his expression troubled and silent for a while. His mind raced, and after a considerable pause, he finally asked, "What is the situation with the magical beasts in the city now? It is not as favorable as you might think. Although our strength is substantial, the number of magical beasts is overwhelming. Once we entered Bay City, it seemed as if they had been orchestrated to scatter in small groups. In the past 2 days, our people have tirelessly hunted the beasts. Several powerful individuals from Qiongling Garden, while ensuring the safety of their own, have also participated in the hunt. Fortunately, we have not suffered significant losses. Even so, the magical beasts we have slain are merely the tip of the iceberg." As Hao Feng spoke, his tone gradually grew somber. With internal strife unresolved and external threats emerging, would Shui City truly face destruction? What of the major families and sects? Was there no one to combat the magical beasts? Haochen's frustration mounted, and he shouted, "What has become of the heads of the families and the leaders of the sects? Have they not dared to act amidst the beast tide? The heads of each family and the leaders of the sects have gone missing, using the excuse of not daring to take action as a pretext to evade the beast tide. Aside from us, no major forces have appeared in the city. And as for the minor factions..." Li Jing's voice suddenly choked with emotion. "What of the minor factions?" Haochen demanded, forcibly pulling Li Jing up from the ground. "Many of those who ventured from the minor factions have been entirely wiped out. The mercenary groups and the guards of the auction houses have suffered even more devastating losses. There may be few survivors remaining among those factions now." Upon finishing, Li Jing could no longer contain his tears, which flowed freely down his cheeks. Haochen clenched his fists, trembling all over, his face contorted with ferocity as he demanded, "What about the residents? How many are left?" Li Feng had never witnessed such a fierce Haochen, and he felt a twinge of fear at his demeanor. Unconsciously swallowing hard, he replied, "Ziyu instructed our people to take all the residents to Qiongling Garden. Thanks to the protection of the Qilin monkeys, Ziyu arranged for the barriers to be reinforced, so the residents have not suffered significant losses. However, they cannot hold out for long. If the magical beasts besiege Qiongling Garden, the consequences would be dire, unless we resort to the cracking cloud artifact." Upon hearing this, Haochen let out a sigh of relief and gradually loosened his grip on Li Feng's collar. He turned to Ling Tian'er and asked, "Could you do me a favor? Are you asking me to help you deal with that masked individual outside the city?" "I'm afraid I am powerless in that regard." Before Haochen could speak, Ling Tian'er declined. Haochen furrowed his brow, contemplating the terrifying strength of the Eagle Fortress Lord, and then glanced at Ling Tian'er, realizing that the masked figure, the one cloaked in black, must have been encountered by her. Haochen bore no resentment. Instead, he inquired, "You need only to say whether you will help or not. As for the details, I shall reveal them in due time." Ling Tian'er frowned slightly, momentarily perplexed by Haochen's intentions. Was this a bait to elicit her agreement? Did he not fear her betrayal? After a brief reflection, she nodded in acquiescence. "Hao Feng, protect Li Feng here, see to his healing and recovery, and maintain vigilant watch. I shall return shortly." After hurriedly urging Hao Feng, he led Ling Tian'er towards the city walls. Chapter 1075. The puppet master Ling Tian'er followed Haochen, appearing atop the city walls. "Haochen, what brings you here? Did I not ask Hao Feng to inform you to stay away for now?" Upon seeing Haochen on the walls, everyone crowded around, and Xiao Chui quickly inquired. Haochen smiled and surveyed the surroundings, reassuring the crowd. As he gazed at the remaining silhouettes of the guards on the wall, a myriad of emotions washed over him. "Han Yu, How confident are you in confronting that individual? Haochen tentatively asked. At that moment, Han Yu was fixated on the scene below, her attention unwavering, seemingly oblivious to Haochen's words. It was only after Shirley's reminder that Han Yu snapped back to focus and responded, I cannot withstand more than 3 moves under his command. Just as you suspected. He is of a level above the Golden Immortal. Above the Golden Immortal? The revelation astonished everyone present. You need not concern yourselves with this. Your priority is to join forces in the city to hunt the magical beasts. Ensure the beasts do not discover the presence of the citizens. Only Snow Cloud, Wen Ying, and Shui Ping should remain here. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. It was evident to anyone that the threat posed by the individual outside far surpassed that of the magical beasts. Leaving behind some for support in case of conflict seemed prudent, yet Haochen was dispersing the group, not even keeping Ling Tian'er by his side. Was he truly so confident? Why leave Snow Cloud behind? As the crowd began to voice their objections, Xiao Chui's gentle cough interrupted them. She smiled at everyone and said, Haochen believes he can handle this situation. Let us trust him. The safety of the citizens is paramount. Now let us depart. With that, she led the group in a leap from the city walls. The Lord of Flying Eagle Fortress seemed to have long been aware of the disturbances atop the city walls. After the crowd began to rise and depart, he swiftly appeared before Haochen and the others in the blink of an eye, his demeanor flippant and filled with disdain for them. Upon witnessing the Lord's presence on the city wall, Shuiyun displayed a hint of trepidation. Wen Ying and Shui Ping exchanged furrowed brows, sensing a stark disparity between their estimations of the Lord's strength and the reality before them. Haochen promptly positioned himself in front of Shuiyun, while Wen Ying and Shui Ping appeared ready for confrontation. Lord, it has been quite some time. Yet you remain as formidable as ever. Haochen remarked, noting the Lord's silence with a tone of admiration. Ah, your words are as sweet as ever. Who would have thought that in just a few days, you would become a pivotal figure in Snow City? Do you have any idea how many masters are eagerly anticipating your presence? I was skeptical of their claims. Yet now it seems exceedingly difficult to arrange a meeting with you. The Lord's voice remained chilling, sending shivers down the spine. In response, Haochen chuckled and said, You exaggerate. My lord, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to Snow City? Nothing of great consequence, the Lord replied, merely to present you with a modest gift. Though it may be light in weight, its sincerity is substantial. With a flick of his wrist, a purple gold spatial artifact materialized in his palm. A gentle shake produced several bags shrouded in black cloth atop the city wall. The bags were stuffed to the brim, concealing their contents from view. Haochen did not approach but furrowed his brow, speculating on what these items might be, choosing to remain silent. What's the matter? Aren't you curious to see what's inside? The Lord teased. Haochen raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference as he gradually picked up the nearest bag and began to open it. Before him appeared a severed head, its dense hair framing a face that struck terror within him. Shuiyun, turn away, he shouted in alarm. Shuiyun, taken aback, complied without question. The head before Haochen belonged to the city lord, Zufingshan. Haochen's hands trembled, his eyes hollow, lips quivering, and breaths growing increasingly rapid as if he were on the brink of action. Yet, Wen Ying rushed from behind, enveloping him in her embrace, restraining him from any movement. Ah, such a young lad already has a lovely companion. How enviable. Your delicate features are quite captivating, the Lord remarked with a mocking grin, deriding Haochen and Wen Ying. Gradually, Haochen regained composure within Wen Ying's embrace. His grip loosened slightly, and he whispered his gratitude, prompting her to release him. My lord, what is the meaning behind these gifts you have brought? Haochen inquired, attempting to maintain a facade of calm despite his flushed face. Is it not clear? I have eliminated all the formidable warriors in this city, yet I have refrained from destroying everything here. My intention is to use the worms to breach the magma layer, provoking an eruption to annihilate Snow City and shatter the millennia-old seal of the clear water pond. But then you appeared, an anomaly, thwarting my plans. The millennia-old seal? The Lord of Flying Eagle Fortress's laughter sliced through Haochen's heart like a blade, each word dripping with malice. Haochen believed that the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress was mocking the entire Snow City, and thus, he indignantly remarked, if you wish to break the seal, there is no need for such elaborate measures. Simply find some masters of formations to dismantle it. Is that not sufficient? If I could shatter the barrier, would I still require such convoluted efforts? The Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress replied indifferently, and would you disregard the safety of the common people? Haochen retorted angrily. Common people? What are they to me? To me, the lower classes are merely a burden, the Lord replied coldly. Snow City is but a speck. Why do the beasts repeatedly seek to claim this place? The words of the fortress lord suddenly made Haochen aware of the millennia-old seal. He hastily inquired, why? Of course, it is for the ancient seal near the crystal pond. Do you not understand why I wish to destroy Snow City? The Lord spoke unabashedly. You do not comprehend? It is also due to the ancient seal of the crystal pond. The beasts desire to possess it, while I wish to obliterate it. The reasons behind this I cannot divulge. The Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress paused, gazing at the distant sky over the Spirit Mountain, and sorrowfully said, because of my apprehension towards the crystal pond. Apprehension? Haochen asked in confusion, about to say something when the fortress lord interrupted him. Enough of this. I nearly forgot the crux of today's discussion. I am aware that you possess transformation pills. If you hand over the pills and the formula to me, I shall withdraw the beasts from the city. In this transaction, you would suffer no loss, would you not? Aside from the Crystal Pavilion. Haochen had never visited the Crystal Pond, nor had he heard of the ancient seal. Furrowing his brows, he contemplated the peculiar identity and formidable power of the fortress lord. During his time in the Spirit Mountain, while concocting the transformation pills with the celestial python spirit, he realized that acquiring information was not particularly difficult. However, the sheer scale of commotion stirred up merely to obtain the transformation pills, and the formula was quite unfathomable. What if I refuse? Haochen straightened his expression, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a piercing gaze. The fortress lord chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I believe you are mistaken. If I lacked sufficient leverage, why would I come here to negotiate with you? With a mere command, I could ensure that not only your wretched city, but even the citizens of the Crystal Pavilion would cease to exist within half a day. Chapter 1076. The Land of Seals. Upon hearing the threat from the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress, Haochen was taken aback. He realized that all his actions had not escaped the Lord's watchful eyes, and his apprehension towards the fortress lord's identity deepened. Haochen quickly responded, it seems I have no choice. I can provide you with the transformation pills and the formula, but you must agree not to make a move against Snow City for 10 years. The fortress lord, finding this amusing, blinked through his mask, gazing at Haochen with incredulity. He then stated, even if I agree, it is of little consequence. Besides the beasts, there are several pairs of eyes monitoring Snow City. I can guarantee 3 years. That is my utmost limit. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Haochen swiftly retrieved 2 vials of transformation pills and a copied formula from his storage ring, tossing them to the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress. As for why he required the transformation pills and their formula, Haochen could not ascertain. Indeed, it is true. As long as you obediently comply, you shall endure for a longer time. Had you not been able to provide me with a modicum of amusement, you would have perished long ago at the mouth of the cave of the sky-swallowing python, beyond the Spirit Mountain. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress flicked his long sleeves, and in an instant, both the elixir and the prescription, along with the Lord himself, vanished without a trace. A cacophony of beastly roars erupted within the city, accompanied by tremors in the earth, as Haochen understood that the magical beasts were gradually vacating Snow City. A sense of trepidation and dread enveloped him. He had never imagined that every move he made was under the watchful gaze of the fortress lord. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant of his surroundings in the days to come, otherwise. As he pondered in apprehension, a sudden, inexplicable suspicion arose from the depths of his heart. Could it be that someone within the city had become the eyes of the Flying Eagle Fortress lord? Otherwise, how could he possibly be aware of the current state of affairs in the city? Only at this moment did Haochen finally untie all the pouches, and in a blur, he beheld all the formidable figures of Snow City, both familiar and unfamiliar, materializing before him. Quietly, he retied all the pouches. He turned to glance at those present. Surely, within these pouches lay the loved ones of many, especially Xueping. For a moment, Haochen found himself at a loss for words on how to explain the situation to her. I had no intention of troubling you with any matters, but given the circumstances, there is truly no one else to turn to. Could you assist me with this task? Haochen gazed at Xueping with a beseeching expression. What is it? Xueyun's face remained as impassive as ever, showing no change even in the presence of the city lord. I kindly ask you to make a trip to the Qiongling Garden and bring back the citizens who are taking refuge there. Haochen stated plainly and succinctly. Xueping, Puzzled as to why she was being entrusted with such a task, glanced at the pouch that Haochen seemed to value greatly and nodded before vanishing atop the city walls. Before long, the throngs returned, as the magical beasts retreated and the residents hurried back to the city. Zillian, are you all right? Sherry approached. Concern etched on her face as she scrutinized Haochen. Beside her, Shiyun, somewhat displeased, interjected, "Why do you not inquire about me? I am your beloved elder brother. Go. You are an alchemist. Even if something were amiss, you could heal yourself." Sherry voiced what everyone present found astonishing. Haochen wore a pained expression as he looked at the crowd, aside from Ling Tianer, Wei Ning, Han Yue, and those from Qiongling Garden. It dawned on him that all those on the city walls were inexplicably intertwined with the contents of the pouch. Thus, he feigned a bitter smile and said, "The magical beasts have finally retreated, and I am unscathed. Snow City remains intact. Let us celebrate tonight. We shall rejoice in the collective efforts of the citizens of Snow City who united to withstand the beast tide. Indeed, it has been ages since I last feasted. A night of restoration is just what we need. Come morning, we shall commence our search for the city lord and the heads of the noble families." Sherry exclaimed with delight. With the beast tide subsided, both the city and the outskirts fell into tranquility. Haochen quietly departed from the city lord's residence. He intended to investigate the location of the ancient seal that the lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress had mentioned, to uncover what, precisely, was sealed within. In the northwestern part of Snow City, adjacent to Qiongling Garden, lay a site of sealing, a place shrouded in enigmatic mystery. Haochen ventured alone into this cryptic realm. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, Xiao Qiu, Xue Ying, and the Ice Fire Dragon Guardian emerged, flying out 1,000 miles to safeguard the 4 cardinal directions. The Ice Fire Dragon, although appearing merely 7 or 8 years old, was in fact a serpentine dragon that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Within the Blue Lattice secret realm, he had once captured 2 small blood dragons, whose bloodlines contained a trace of true dragon essence. For an extended period, Haochen had confined the blood dragons within the demon suppression tower, utilizing their essence to transform the constitution of other dragon-like contracted beasts. Through bloodline refinement, the Ice Fire Dragon had begun to take on the semblance of a true dragon. Yet it still could not fully metamorphose into one. With the Ice Fire Dragon by his side, Haochen felt assured in breaking the barrier of the clear water pond. Setting up a barrier, he extended his awareness and employed the Spirit Eye technique to locate the sealing nodes of the barrier. Indeed, the methods of the great Emperor Haochen were remarkable. Only those of bloodline heritage could breach such barriers. As time slipped by, from dawn to dusk, 3 drops of essence fused into the barrier, and finally, Haochen broke through a node. Accompanied by the Ice Fire Dragon, he transformed into a streak of light and crossed the threshold. Before him stood a black stone tablet inscribed with the words Transformation Dragon Pool, and a piece of information surfaced within Haochen's consciousness. In ancient times, a deity had inadvertently discovered this treasure trove. The Spirit Mountain, known as Beast Spirit Mountain in antiquity, had absorbed the ethereal mists and the spirits of countless beasts over the years, yielding boundless vitality. The Transformation Dragon Pool opened once every 100 years, with only 81 slots available each time. It was a battleground for beast cultivators and a competition among the supreme beasts. The pool's efficacy was too potent, drawing the covetous gaze of formidable beings across the realm. While the Transformation Dragon Pool could not elevate one's cultivation level, it possessed sufficient vitality to support a breakthrough to the next realm. Thus, for beings like the Ice Fire Dragon, entering the pool meant immediate transformation into a dragon without the fluctuations in realm often associated with such ascensions, eliminating the need for prolonged stabilization thereafter. For humans, only those who had attained the immortal emperor level could enter, leaping forth to become an immortal sovereign. Those of lesser realms would meet with fatal consequences upon entry. Understanding the clear water pond led Haochen to deduce that the lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress was a beast tamer. His intent to destroy the Transformation Dragon Pool stemmed from a desire to eliminate any hope of magical or immortal beasts existing under his control, preventing those he could not dominate from inhabiting the world. Thus, he sought to obliterate the pool capable of nurturing powerful magical and immortal beasts. Opportunities were not afforded to everyone. The Ice Fire Dragon fortuitously encountered the Transformation Dragon Pool. Haochen then instructed the Ice Fire Dragon to attempt the transformation. Several hours passed, and a four-clawed little white dragon danced in the void above the transformation dragon pool. Although Xiao Chui and the other little witches had also contributed greatly, they were not permitted to bathe alongside the ice fire dragon. Opportunities abound. There was no need to rush. Upon departing the transformation dragon pool, Haochen established multiple barriers and assigned the ice fire dragon to temporarily guard the clear water pond. The name Clear Water Pond would not attract attention from the world, save for the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress. Chapter 1077. The 3-year agreement. That night, at Haochen's residence, the dining table was adorned with dozens of exquisite dishes. With a bitter expression, Haochen noticed that the others had lost their appetite. Everyone he had met in Snow City was present. Wening had not gone to Qianglin Garden, but remained in Haochen's residence in Snow City. Over the past 2 days, Wening and Shui Ping had developed a close friendship, sharing common interests and topics of conversation. As the final dish prepared by Shui Yun was served, Han Yu remarked playfully, "Are you a man or a woman? How can you cook so well? Even better than my mother." Laughter erupted among the group, but it quickly faded back into a subdued atmosphere. Sensing the awkwardness, Haochen urged everyone, "Please, eat." The guests then hastily devoured the exquisite dishes laid before them. After the meal, rather than departing, the group settled together, awaiting Haochen's words, whether before or after dinner. His demeanor remained calm, yet contemplative, a heaviness palpable to all present. In the tense silence, Haochen eventually spoke. Was the meal prepared by Shui Yun enjoyable? Upon hearing this, everyone enthusiastically praised Shui Yun, their compliments echoing in the air. "This might be our last meal together," he continued. "After this, we may not have such leisurely moments again." As the compliments continued, they were abruptly interrupted by Haochen's somber words. Shueli, looking puzzled, inquired, "What is it? Is there something troubling you? After all we've been through, can you not confide in us?" The group nodded in agreement. Haochen, with a wry smile, revealed that he had contemplated this matter for quite some time, but now felt compelled to address it. "It's not a grave matter, rather. It is your perspectives that are too narrow, confined to what you have seen and experienced. There exist countless beings beyond the celestial realm outside Ling Mountain, and in comparison to them, we are but a mere speck." His gaze drifted toward the horizon. "What?" The group gasped in astonishment. After a brief pause, he continued, "The retreat of the magical beasts is not the end, it is merely the beginning. From the moment the fortress lord departed from the city walls, these thoughts have occupied my mind, and I wish to seek your opinions." Seeing that Haochen was serious, everyone promptly adopted a solemn demeanor. "I intend to send you away to another celestial city, where there are dedicated academies capable of cultivating you beyond the celestial realm. Would you be willing to go?" After speaking, his gaze swept over the group. Those close to him showed signs of excitement, while Han Yu trembled slightly, as if receiving significant news. "Which celestial city are you referring to, Zilin? Can we not achieve the celestial realm by cultivating here in Snow City? Will you not accompany us?" Shueli and Shui Ping whispered to each other before posing their questions. "I speak of the Haochen Academy, which is akin to the Alchemist Division Academy, where cultivation to heights beyond the celestial realm is indeed possible. However, the 3-year time frame is insufficient. You must become as formidable as possible in a short period. As for me," Haochen paused, building anticipation among the group. "I will also go, but not immediately. While Snow City may currently be free from warfare, it remains fraught with peril. I shall remain here for a time, waiting for the city of snow to stabilize before I seek you all." Haochen looked upon the crowd with a reassuring smile. Upon hearing the news of being able to cultivate at the Haochen Immortal Academy, everyone was filled with immense joy. However, apart from Wening, the others found it difficult to comprehend Haochen's true nature. Who exactly was he? How did he possess such formidable capabilities? Haochen now served as a mentor in the Guardian Hall of the Haochen Immortal Academy, and recommending a few students was certainly within his purview. "I will stay with you." "So will I. I wish to remain as well." As Haochen concluded his words, a palpable reluctance to depart enveloped the crowd. Haochen swiftly gestured with his hand, retrieving a bag from his storage ring and presenting it before them. "If you choose not to leave, I shall not object. But first, you must examine the contents of this bag before making your decision." After speaking, Haochen turned his back, unable to fathom whether the group could endure the grim reality that awaited them. Silence reigned, a stillness akin to death. Haochen stood for what felt like an eternity. Yet not a single sound emerged from behind him. Confused, he turned to find the crowd kneeling before dozens of severed heads, their faces streaked with countless tears. The scene was desolate, devoid of sound, rendering Haochen even more unable to bear it. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Shui Ping declare, "I will go." Shui Ping's words seemed to galvanize the others, who soon clamored to leave the city of snow in pursuit of advancement at the Haochen Immortal Academy. Haochen regarded Shui Ping with a knowing glance. Recognizing her tear-streaked visage, he understood her desire to grow stronger swiftly, to avenge the city's humiliation and her father's death. Only Han Yu and Ling Tian'er remained silent, offering the occasional word of comfort to others. "Shui Yun must go, even if unwilling. I need you to grow strong. Shui Li shall remain to manage the affairs of the Lord's estate." Haochen observed Shui Li, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, while Shui Yun and his sister spoke. Although Shui Ping was the Lord's daughter, she had never engaged in the governance of the city. Shui Li, the Lord's niece, frequently assisted her uncle in managing the city, and the populace had always recognized her capabilities. Her presence offered a sense of reassurance to the residents that the Lord's estate had not abandoned them. "Tonight shall be considered your last night in the city of snow. Indulge in whatever you desire, murder, arson, or robbery. I grant you permission. But do not leave the city, nor seek revenge. I do not wish to witness foolish friends by my side." As Haochen spoke, his gaze turned stern, piercing through the crowd. He then shifted his tone, advising, "For the time being, keep the causes of these deaths confidential. Publicly declare them as missing persons due to abduction, currently under investigation, to avoid unnecessary panic." The crowd nodded in agreement before departing. Within the room, only Han Yu remained. "Do you wish to go as well?" Haochen undoubtedly comprehended the intent left by Han Yu, and without any hesitation, he expressed his thoughts candidly. Han Yu pondered for a moment, grappling with her dilemma, before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Since you wish to go, you shall accompany us at dawn." Although aware that Han Yu hailed from a distant realm, Haochen unreservedly consented. Upon hearing this, Han Yu was momentarily taken aback, a smile gradually forming on her lips. She mused inwardly, "From the moment I first encountered you, I was intrigued. You are always surrounded by extraordinary occurrences, guiding others as though you have traversed many trials. Moreover, venturing into this realm is merely a quest for strength, not to mention entering the illustrious Haochen Academy." Chapter 1078, The 3-Year Pact, Part 2. "It is not impossible for you to go, but you must agree to one condition. Should you acquiesce, I will even present you with a transformation pill." "What?" Han Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ling Tian'er, Haochen addressed, among these individuals. "You and Han Yu possess the highest cultivation. Upon reaching Haochen Academy, it is imperative that you protect them diligently. Should any difficulties arise, seek out the ZY shop in the northern part of Haochen City. Locating it will suffice. Zilin is my alias since I arrived in Snow City. My true name is Haochen. I am both a student of Haochen Academy and a mentor in the Academy's Guardian Hall." Gasp. The crowd was astonished upon hearing Haochen's name. It turned out he was the one who single-handedly ventured into the demon realm, causing upheaval in the northern domain of the demon world. Ling Tian'er then realized that this man was not ordinary. Her infatuated gaze fixed upon Haochen without a blink. Under Ling Tian'er's arrangements, Han Yu also took residence in Haochen's estate. Upon returning to his quarters, Haochen wasted no time. He established a barrier within his room and entered the demon suppression tower. Setting a time dilation of 1 to 10, he commenced the alchemical process. Time swiftly passed, and as the sky began to blush with dawn, Haochen gazed in astonishment at the elixirs beside him. In just one night, he had successfully refined thousands of transformation pills and various other medicinal concoctions for cultivation and healing, excluding over 100 inferior pills. The majority were of medium to superior quality. Looking at the amassed elixirs, Haochen was at a loss for words due to his elation. In his excitement, he began categorizing and storing them in jade vials, subsequently placing them into the jade pendant space, the cooling tower, dedicated to preserving his elixirs. Once his collection was completed, he selected several pills to enhance his cultivation, consuming them and feeling rejuvenated. Leaving the demon suppression tower, he opened the barrier of his room and approached Ling Tian'er's chamber, lightly knocking on the door. A voice from within immediately asked, "Who is it?" "It's me. Haochen. May I come in?" Haochen inquired tentatively. Upon recognizing Zilin's voice, Ling Tian'er felt an overwhelming joy. In the past 2 days, she had been preoccupied with clearing the magical beasts in Snow City, and with her thoughts wandering during sleepless nights, he unexpectedly appeared at her door. Overjoyed, she suddenly opened the door and embraced Haochen. Though Haochen struggled, eager to express his thoughts, his mouth was effectively silenced, and he surrendered to the moment. He presented 30 transformation pills to Ling Tian before wearily departing her room. Ling Tian has already made an agreement with Haochen, deciding not to go to the Haochen Immortal Academy, as her identity as a transformed beast brings many inconveniences in places populated by humans. Moreover, she cannot bear to part from Haochen's side. As the sun gradually rises, everyone enters Haochen's residence in succession. Haochen calls Shui Ping aside and hands her a storage ring containing the pills he refined last night, as well as celestial essence stones and demonic essence stones. He instructs Shui Ping to wait until everyone reaches the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal Realm before handing them to the others. For the storage ring contains the celestial pills and other cultivation resources prepared for them by Haochen. It is still early, and the group sits in the hall. The former council chamber of the city lord's mansion has been adorned by Shui Yun and others. Apart from a few decorations and plants, the hall features orderly benches on both sides and a simple wooden table. On a half-step stone platform sits a rather luxurious and spacious chair, flanked by several exquisite chairs. At this moment, the side chairs are filled, and everyone waits patiently for Haochen's arrival. When Haochen and Shueli gradually appear in the hall, the atmosphere resembles that of a grand family conference, filling him with a sense of accomplishment, while also marveling at Shui Yun's ingenuity. As Haochen takes his seat in the center of the hall, the others sensibly leave the position to his right for Shueli. With Xiao Chui and Ling Tian'er occupying the sides. Zeline, when shall we set off? As soon as he sits down, Shui Ping begins to inquire. Faced with her question, Haochen feels a sense of helplessness and turns his gaze to the others before responding. Before we depart, where will you all place your family members and spirit tablets? You will be away for quite some time, and I shall pay my respects on your behalf during your absence. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group suddenly glisten with gratitude as they inform Haochen of their arrangements. As Haochen anticipated, most have chosen to place their deceased loved one's spirit tablets within their own residences. Do you have any other requests before we set off? Seeing that the group remains silent, Haochen inquires with concern. They shake their heads, and Shui Yun, timidly shrinking back, reveals that even without speaking, Haochen understands he is merely worried about his family's safety. The sudden calamity that befell Shui City, known only to Haochen, currently has no immediate solution. They can only take one step at a time, making it difficult to promise him anything. Very well, let us proceed to the Haochen Immortal Academy. Leaving Shueli to manage the affairs of the city lord's mansion and assigning Ling Tian'er as their protector, the rest follow Haochen outside. The group accompanies Haochen to the northern gate of Shui City. Although the magical beasts rampage outside, Qiongling Garden remains secure under the protection of the Qilin monkey and its wives. The chubby girl, the contracted beast from Nanhai Island, is now the primary consort of the Qilin monkey, while the Linjia demon monkey, another contracted beast from the Baihai jungle of the demon realm, has become its secondary consort. Qiongling Garden has suffered little damage, and Haochen communicates with Xiao Chui and the others to send Shui Ping and the others to the Haochen Immortal Academy. He entrusts these individuals to the fairy Ziqing, along with several shadow stones to be delivered to the headmaster of the Haochen Immortal Academy. In the wake of the beast tide, Haochen temporarily assumes the role of city lord. The restoration is currently underway, and once the Snow City is fully constructed, the students will be welcomed back. I hope that the Xian Academy can temporarily provide shelter. Using the starship, Xiao Cui will convey these individuals to the Haochen Xian Academy, and then proceed to the Ziwei Pavilion to relay the message. Additionally, inform the Alchemist Guild's Xiao Haochen Nan that I am heading to the Ziwei Xian domain to participate in the Alchemist Conference. I instruct Xiao Cui and the others to return immediately to regroup at the Ziwei Court Xian domain. After bidding farewell to Xiao Cui and the rest, Haochen enters the Qiongling Garden, gathering those around him in the conference hall to discuss the recent beast tide situation and the events that transpired. The Qilin ape family of 3, along with 2 swallowing serpents, are left to guard the Qiongling Garden and protect the Clearwater Pond. Those who have established families have been settled in Snow City and will remain there. The 3 teams from the Magic Mine are tasked with developing the Qiongling Garden, while the others will proceed to Snow City for disaster relief. Based on the second encounter with the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress, Haochen surmises that this individual is temperamental, potentially causing trouble for the Qiongling Garden at any moment. The Qilin ape and the swallowing serpents, being magical beasts, must escape and conceal themselves before any attack from the fortress lord. Chapter 1079, Domain Passage, Part 1. Haochen has deployed nearly 10,000 individuals from the Demon Suppression Tower and the Jade Pendant Space into the restoration of Snow City. He has not forgotten to develop and construct the Qiongling Garden, advancing the industry within Snow City. After days of tireless work by Haochen and Shirley, the beast tide disaster has stabilized. The city's residents gradually resumed their normal lives, and shops along the streets have reopened for business. With Haochen's support, the auction house has held its first auction post-beast tide, featuring items primarily supplied by Haochen. Following the fall of Snow Peak Mountain, Haochen took charge of the aftermath, rebranding the auction house, previously known as the Flying Eagle Auction House, to the Ziyue Chamber of Commerce. According to Haochen's plans, future establishments will include Ziyu, Zishuan, Ziki, and Zishuang, all named with the character Z for girls, to develop alongside the Ziwei shops in Haotian City. As everything comes together, time is short for Haochen to attend the Alchemist Conference. Aside from a portion of the Ziyue Chamber of Commerce staff, a security team of 150 cultivators is retained to ensure the safety of the chamber. As Haochen quietly prepares to depart from Snow City with his family, Shirley insists on accompanying him to the Ziwei Court Xian domain to witness the local customs and culture of the area. If you must follow, you may, but you are not to act without my permission. Haochen sets this rule firmly. Shirley obediently nods, indicating her understanding, yet internally resolves that as long as she is allowed to go to the Ziwei Court Xian domain, she will comply with any stipulations set forth. Eager to broaden her horizons, remembering the importance of family, Haochen also brings along the Ice Fire Dragon, which guards the Clearwater Pond, ensuring he has a powerful contract beast for the uncertain journey ahead. Disguising his presence and altering his appearance to that of a nascent immortal, Haochen accompanies Shirley as they traverse mountains and valleys, heading directly towards the southern part of Snow City. Should time permit, Haochen would not hesitate to employ the swift shuttle or spacecraft for travel. Accompanied by a beautiful companion, he would naturally wish for time to linger just a little longer. The two delightedly explored the mountains and waters, their affections blossoming and sentiments overflowing, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Initially, they intended to invite their families to appreciate the boundless beauty of the immortal realms, yet feared that it might dilute their intimate world. Thus, Haochen consistently made excuses, using the treacherous terrain as a pretext to delay Xiaozue and the others, promising that they would embark on their journey when the flowers were in full bloom. Upon arriving at the northern Haoting Immortal Domain, they sought the spatial connection point with the ZY Immortal Domain. Only through the interdomain passage could they traverse the formidable barriers erected by powerful beings, a feat beyond Haochen's capabilities, even for interstellar vessels. Countless interdomain passages existed. Yet the route that Haochen and Shirley took from Snow City led them to the northwest of the ZY Immortal Domain. Haochen retrieved the 5-domain map of the Immortal Realm provided by Shao Haochen, Nan, and meticulously pieced together the maps of the Northern Haoting and ZY Immortal Domains to locate the interdomain passage. Heading north, approximately 1,300 miles away, Haochen examined the map while his consciousness swept over the marked locations. Simultaneously, he contemplated the differences in the richness and scarcity of celestial essence within the world. After a moment of silent calculation, he nodded. This distance seemed accurate, and the entry to the interdomain leading to the ZY Immortal Domain should lie ahead. However, as I understand, most interdomain passages are ensnared by artificially set illusions and barriers. Moreover, these illusionary barriers often change continuously. By the time we arrive, the orientation may have shifted, Shirley remarked without hesitation. Haochen folded the map and replied, "No matter. We shall continue our search upon arrival." Yet, as he lifted his gaze towards the void, he noticed that the mist swirling around had not entirely dispersed. The space was in tumult, gradually fracturing. The terrifying power of the interdomain twisted relentlessly, tearing a tremendous gap in the celestial dome. After a prolonged brilliance, it gradually subsided, revealing the entrance to an interdomain passage before Haochen and Shirley. This passage marked the connection point between the Northern Haoting Immortal Domain and the ZY Immortal Domain. Upon closer inspection, shadows flitted about the passage, with individuals gathering in succession. As Haochen and Shirley approached the passage, they found others already entering the interdomain, and they too stepped within. Had it not been for the detailed introduction provided by Haochen regarding the matters within the interdomain, Haochen, like others, would have presumed nothing amiss. The interdomain serves as a conduit between immortal realms. Although it sounds enchanting, it is often fraught with peril, and the path to the ZY immortal domain is no exception. Within the interdomain leading to the ZY immortal domain reside various creatures, particularly one that inspires dread, the Bia. The Bia, akin to a chameleon, is reluctant to depart from this dim world as it traverses the interdomain. Over the years, it has adapted to the passage's habitat, developing a unique innate ability. The interdomain is rife with malevolent beings, and treasures of heaven and earth are abundantly found. Although the realm is small, the resources for cultivation are inexhaustible, which leads individuals from various celestial domains to covet the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within. Some enter this realm not to traverse to other domains, but solely to gather these precious resources. Understanding this, Haochen and Sherry, along with their companions, tread cautiously, striving to make no sound for fear of disturbing the rest of certain creatures. Haochen, why does this cave grow warmer the deeper we go, while others become colder? Sherry, feeling somewhat timid, tugged at Haochen's sleeve and inquired softly. Haochen furrowed his brow. He had been preoccupied with the potential presence of the evader and had overlooked such details. Upon Sherry's observation, he realized the truth of the matter, which instilled a sense of unease in him. He leaned towards Sherry and whispered, "Hold my hand tightly. And if anything seems amiss, do not stray from my side." Hearing Haochen's words, the others were perplexed. Why would one charge forward when danger was evident? Despite their confusion, no one dared to question Haochen's directive. Gradually, Haochen advanced, acutely aware of the increasingly warm atmosphere, so much so that he felt compelled to remove his clothing. Beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Halting his steps, he turned to Sherry and said, "Concentrate and conjure a mist of water to envelop your body. Otherwise, it will become unbearable." Only then did Sherry release her grip, conjuring a mist that instantly provided her with a sense of coolness. With a proud puff of her cheeks, she playfully patted Haochen on the shoulder and declared, "Let us move." However, she soon noticed that Haochen had become frozen in place. His expression filled with dread as he gazed behind her. "What is it?" Sherry asked, puzzled, turning her head. The sight that met her eyes rendered her speechless. The companions who had been behind them had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1080, The Passage of the Realm, Part 2, Sherry exclaimed in astonishment. Haochen quickly covered her mouth and whispered urgently, "Do not make a sound, or we will be in trouble." Sherry nodded in response, and Haochen released his grip. "What should we do? Should we continue forward or turn back? How could such a group of living beings simply disappear into thin air?" Sherry's voice trembled with anxiety, nearly bringing her to tears as she looked at Haochen. Haochen's brow remained furrowed. He did not respond to Sherry's question, but instead fixated on the void ahead. Sherry was bewildered. Yet Haochen understood that their vanished companions were still present, merely unable to perceive one another. This was the innate ability of the evader. To unravel the illusion cast by their powers, one must eliminate the evader themselves to rescue the others. Otherwise, given enough time, these individuals would surely meet their demise, as the evader would not afford them the opportunity to break free from the illusion. Throughout this ordeal, Haochen had not detected the presence of any evader nearby. "Celine, please don't scare me. Say something, will you? I'm feeling frightened." Sherry, sensing Haochen's silence, began to feel anxious. Although she now knew Haochen's true name, she still preferred to call him Celine. The name Celine harbors within it a cherished memory. "Do not fear. Simply remain still and silent. Grant me a moment, and I shall surely discern the flaw." Haochen reassured, his keen gaze fixated on the stillness ahead. He was waiting, biding his time for the fleeting moment when the elusive creature would reveal its position. As seconds ticked by, Sherry remained obediently in place, motionless. Haochen's eyes were locked onto the void before him, his sight growing weary, yet he dared not close his eyelids. From his understanding, even the briefest moment of partially closed eyes would allow the creature to flicker away several times at an astonishing speed. With a sudden whoosh, a swift sound pierced the air. In that instant, Haochen's keen perception captured every movement of the elusive being. He quickly grasped Sherry's hand, teleporting toward the vanishing point of the creature. Unfathomably bewildered, Sherry could only follow Haochen's lead. "Damn it!" Haochen exclaimed after a prolonged pursuit, finally halting his steps. The instant the creature had appeared, It had whisked everyone away. The dimensional passage was enshrined with layers of prohibitive barriers, restricting travelers from utilizing their magical abilities to prevent any potential damage to the corridor. Consequently, it became exceedingly difficult for individuals to wield their powers against the elusive being. With Haochen's current speed, he could not hope to keep pace with the creature, which filled him with frustration. "What shall we do, Zilin?" Noticing the gravity of the situation reflected in Haochen's expression, Sherry seemed to grasp the severity of their plight. All they could do now was hope for some trace left behind. After voicing this, Haochen lowered his gaze and began searching the surroundings. Observing his actions, Sherry mimicked him in her search. "Zilin, look at this!" she exclaimed after a brief moment, her voice filled with astonishment. Haochen hurried to her side, bending down to inspect the ground, where he discovered faint beige traces beneath Sherry's feet. The markings were remarkably dim, lacking any illumination, making them difficult to discern in the pitch-black passage. The elusive creature's nervous system controlled pigment-containing cells, which could either disperse or concentrate the pigment within. These cells could shift in color to green, yellow, beige, or deep brown, often adorned with light or dark spots. The hue's transformation was dictated by environmental factors such as light, temperature, and emotional states. This was the trace left by the elusive creature. It was unfortunate that their arrival coincided with such a critical time. It was mating season for the creature, during which it would voraciously hunt to attract potential mates. Haochen explained nonchalantly. Sherry's cheeks flushed, yet Haochen remained oblivious to her reaction in the darkness of the corridor. "Fortunately, it is this time of year, or else we would find it exceedingly difficult to track them." With that, without waiting for Sherry to respond, Haochen took her hand and followed the remnants of the creature's trail. "What exactly is this creature?" Sherry inquired as she moved alongside him. The elusive being is what we commonly refer to as a chameleon. Chameleons are typically found in jungles, yet the variant born from this dimensional passage is beyond comprehension. Should it ever attack a human, no one would escape unscathed, as they would be ensnared by its inexplicable slime. It has long been believed that chameleons possess glands at the tip of their tongues capable of secreting a viscous substance to ensnare their prey. However, in reality, these remarkable creatures primarily rely on the formidable suction generated by their tongues to capture their quarry. With a tongue that exceeds twice the length of its body, the chameleon strikes with astonishing swiftness. Additionally, it excels in the art of camouflage, often resembling a leaf swaying in the breeze or a blade of grass, or perhaps a beautifully colored gem of ethereal radiance. Beyond mere illusions, it can emit a beige mist that, regardless of one's prowess, can ensnare the unwary. Caught in the web of ambiguity woven by Haoyen's hesitant words, Shelley felt a wave of discomfort wash over her and urgently inquired, "What will happen?" Haochen, with a wry smile, merely shook his head, choosing to say no more as he grasped Shelley's hand tightly and ventured deeper into the dimensional passage. Their journey lasted a full half-hour until they reached a certain threshold, where they finally paused. At the base of this passage lay an extraordinary vista. Both Haochen and Shelley were captivated by the scene before them. The resplendent pool shimmered with light, and vibrant gemstones adorned the passageway. The once pitch-black dimensional corridor now sparkled with the reflected brilliance of these multicolored stones. This passage resembled a spacious stone chamber, at the center of which a crystal-clear pool exhaled wisps of steam. "Is this the celestial domain of Zy?" Shelley questioned in disbelief. Haochen shook his head and led Shelley further inside. Suddenly, he raised a finger and pointed towards Shelley's lips. In an instant, she understood his gesture and ceased her utterances. She realized that her repeated comments had disrupted Haoyen's ability to track the elusive creature. Haochen, entwining his fingers with Shelley's, stealthily retreated to the entrance of the stone chamber. Judging by the habits of the beasts in selecting their lairs, this stone chamber was likely the resting place of the elusive creature. "Where is it?" Shelley inquired telepathically. Haochen, gazing at the pool within the chamber, smiled knowingly as he pointed towards it. Human magical abilities are constrained by the limitations of the dimensional realm, whereas the innate talents of these beasts should remain unaffected. Otherwise, the elusive creature would not employ its innate powers. With this thought, Haochen summoned the ice-fire dragon and communicated, "Little dragon, be sure to greet this wretched creature properly."